List, suppressing his rapid breathing, broke the silence with a calm voice. His eyes shone like the stars, and his face once again bore an expression of nonchalance as if nothing mattered. Inside, however, he was ecstatic, having thought that it would be a tough battle. Who could have imagined it would instead be an overwhelmingly one-sided domination? The Sea Wave Sword Saint, whose combat strength was ranked in the top 10 throughout the Duchy of Sapphire, was so easily defeated by him, he couldn't even manage to escape. In one explosive burst, the battle was over. Winning decisively, he had become the strongest person on Coral Island. There were no words to describe his feelings at that moment, it was simply exhilarating. Had it not been for the complex expression on the Earl's face, he would have burst into loud laughter. For now, he had to lower his head while sheathing his sky-cleaving greatsword, struggling to suppress his urge to smirk. Still, he sneakily observed the Earl from the corner of his eye. On the Earl's face, emotions like anger, frustration, fear, relief, excitement, and confusion surfaced one after another, continuously changing and contorting, creating a conflicted, twisted expression of embarrassment. After a good while of this flickering, he looked painfully at the sky and stuttered, "Yes. I was careless." Chapter 512 An old friend visits my humble abode. Had the Earl been careless? No. But at this moment, father and son didn't need to communicate with their eyes, they understood each other's silence and proceeded as if the Earl had been careless. List didn't say he had won, so the Earl didn't need to admit he had lost. Each found their own steeds and led them, walking slowly. The Earl gradually calmed his emotions, whether he could accept reality or not was another matter. The one who had defeated him was not someone else, it was his son. This meant he couldn't stay upset forever. Every father harbors the hope that their children will surpass them, hoping the next generation will be stronger. List had achieved this. He had no reason to feel discouraged. But for him to become cheerful immediately was likewise not easy, especially since he had grown accustomed to being the strongest in Coral Island. Apart from the Grand Duke, who might succeed at dragon riding, Li Huiliam feared no one, not even the Sword Saints at the completion level. If he couldn't win, he could always flee. What was unbelievable was that in front of List, he didn't flee. "I can no longer assess your growth. I am 46 this year, in the prime of life, you are 18, not yet having celebrated your birthday. I remember you once said your goal was to ride dragons. Every young person dreams of dragon riding, and it's only in middle age that they give up such unrealistic fantasies. As for you..." The Earl looked at the dashing List, wanting to say something but then held back. He believed List had a chance of riding a dragon, yet every Sky Knight at the completion level harbored hopes of dragon riding, but where could they find the right dragon? So, there was no need to say these things. He bowed his head, lifting his gaze to see the few strands of hair that had been singed by the fire. It wasn't very clear to see, and without a mirror, he could only feel with his hand. The feeling wasn't good, especially at the hairline on his forehead, where there seemed to be a slight recession. This sudden change in his otherwise calmed emotions made his tone particularly harsh. "List, do you know what people fear most when they reach middle age?" "What?" List asked absent-mindedly. "The hairline," the Earl said sharply. "Even the Grand Duke, with his daily nourishing diet, cannot stop his hairline from receding. As your father, I do not have a handsome appearance, so my hairline is my only solace." List was baffled. "Ah. But you've heard it. Father, your hairline doesn't give off an unattainable impression. My Chi flame only burned off a strand of hair, it didn't damage the hairline." "Is that so?" "Yes." "All right, I forgive you," the Earl sighed in relief and then asked, "I am very curious, why is it that my Sword Saint level advanced Chi couldn't block your ordinary advanced Chi, even showing signs of breaking upon contact?" "Perhaps it's because I have an extraordinary talent," List replied with a slight concentration, a bit helplessly. He hadn't anticipated the battle to be so one-sided. The oppressive effect of the dragon Chi on ordinary Chi was horrifyingly strong. Otherwise, he would absolutely have restrained himself a bit more and reduced the chance of exposure. He wasn't ready to share the secret of the little fire dragon with his family yet. When it comes to dragon riding, one cannot be too careful. Once exposed, one can imagine that the Grand Duke would not let him go. He would try every possible means to seize the little fire dragon. The allure of dragons, particularly that of young dragons, cannot be overstated. After all, young dragons are the easiest for a knight to bond with, achieving the status of a dragon knight. Dragon knights, the pinnacle of power in the world. Who wouldn't be captivated? Fortunately, the object of his sword battle was the Earl, his own father, and even if there were some secrets, he could easily brush them off. "My Chi is rather special, possessing a strong corrosive nature, and my fighting style is all about overwhelming and explosive attacks. Once I seize the initiative, it's an endless onslaught of strikes." The excuse was a bit far-fetched. But the Earl did not delve further, Firstly because he was not in a good mood, and secondly, he didn't want to interrogate his son too thoroughly. Especially since List had the strength to crush him. In this world where the strong are revered, even though List was only his son, he still deserved a great deal of respect. You have not yet reached the Sword Saint level, have you? Not yet. When can you advance? List pondered. It's hard to say, I'll aim for within a year. Upon hearing this, the Earl paused for a moment, then swiftly mounted his horse and, leaving behind the words I am proud of you, he rode his panther horse towards Tulip Castle. The Earl sped away. Meanwhile, List rode Loki leisurely along the tranquil path. His gaze was locked onto the void ahead, where what appeared as coils of invisible smoke to others. After defeating the Earl, he had summoned a smoke mission, eager to find out the identity of his old friend. Complete the mission. Reward, the Formless Dragon's lingering. The Formless Dragon, is it really the Formless Dragon? Upon discovering the Formless Dragon, he was both shocked and delighted, as the Formless Dragon was a treasure bringer. The space gem had been of great help to him. What puzzled him, though, was, why is the Formless Dragon considered an old friend? When did I ever form a bond with it? The last time the Formless Dragon visited Fresh Flower Town, it ate 2 cows and then left with a roar. List had hidden in the tunnel all along, not daring to show his face. Such behavior hardly qualifies as friendship. However, after mulling it over for a moment, he did recall why the smoke mission would refer to the Formless Dragon as his old friend. It was because of the knight's novel The Adventure of Ranger Griff, which was the primary source of information about formless dragons. In the book, the protagonist Griff used smoked grass and beef to attract the Formless Dragon and claimed that the space gem was a token of their telepathic friendship. Now understanding the meaning of old friend, List closely examined the smoke serpent script before him. Mission: the Formless Dragon is lingering just outside the territory. It does not remember where it specifically was when it bathed in the fragrance intoxicating to dragons, eating the delicious beef. Perhaps the moment you ignite the smoked grass, it will descend once again. Reward: Formless Dragon's gift. It's actually forgotten the coordinates of Fresh Flower Town. This presents a tremendous opportunity. I can prepare meticulously to maximize the harvest. I believe the Formless Dragon's gift will be more abundant than last time. Last time, the Formless Dragon's gift included a space gem, 4 dragon breed cows, and a few other cows that were affected. This time, List intended to carefully plan the setup to maximize the benefits brought by the Formless Dragon. He had seen the dragon's majesty and understood that he couldn't keep the Formless Dragon there permanently. He could only try to reap as many benefits as possible. According to my previous notes on dragons, for a dragon to infect other species with its bloodline, it needs to be in a state of excitement. Apparently, gemstone production also requires it to be excited. When the Formless Dragon visits again, I need to make it feel completely at home and thoroughly excited. The more excited the Formless Dragon, the more space gems it would likely leave behind, and the stronger the infective power of its bloodline would be. Licking his lips. List's eyes shone. Ideally, I'll exhaust it until it can't even stand. Chapter 513 Alternative Species for Dragon Bloodline. After returning to the castle, no one mentioned the outcome of the sword duel. Since neither of the parties involved brought it up, others simply assumed it was a sparring session between father and son. Since it was just a sparring session, there was no question of victory or defeat. However, the Earl still felt a bit embarrassed, especially when Lady Marie asked, "Dear, why is there a bit less hair on your forehead? It looks like it's been singed by fire." Fortunately, List cleverly extricated the Earl from the awkward situation. "I'm sorry, Lady Marie. When father was instructing me, I accidentally exerted too much force, causing my chi to burst and burn off a wisp of father's hair. Thankfully, it doesn't affect the hairline at all, really not at all." Lady Marie smiled. "You are both Sky Knights, with powerful attacks. You must be careful when practicing." List nodded. "Please rest assured. We will certainly be cautious, my lady, you need not worry." The Earl chimed in before swiftly changing the subject. "Today's schedule seems to involve accompanying Mother to watch a comedy play. Why didn't you go? If you don't want to watch the play, invite Mother over to chat with List for a while." "Mother didn't ask me to accompany her. She went to the flower market today to choose some potted plants. Recently, she gave away a batch of potted plants as gifts and needs to restock with a new batch. She really treasures her own potted plants. Apart from the 2 elf bugs that List received, none of the other potted plants have ever produced elf bugs. By the way, the potted plant she gave to Lydan, do you think it looks like it might bear an elf bug?" the Earl said helplessly. Ever since 2 potted plants had respectively nurtured a dragon kua bug and a fig bug, Lady Penelope had become obsessed with her own potted plants, believing that the ones she cared for were the best gifts for bearing elf bugs. Her gifts were always potted plants. This caused dissatisfaction among many, as they felt the old lady was simply too stingy to spend money. On her birthday, Others needed to give her valuable gifts, but when it was her turn to give, she only gave potted plants worth a few copper coins or at most a few silver coins. List smiled to himself. Regardless, he had profited. The three chatted idly for a while. The atmosphere was neither particularly warm nor awkward. However, they truly didn't have much in common to discuss. The Earl didn't want to talk about cultivation, and List didn't want to talk about personal matters. Noticing it was already 10 in the morning, he said, "Father, Lady Marie, I'm planning to go to Coral City to buy a batch of daily necessities." "Go ahead, just don't be late for the luncheon." "All right." Buying daily necessities was an excuse. He didn't have to prepare his daily needs himself. He was making preparations for the next visit of the formless dragon. From now on, he had to get ready to drain the formless dragon, to extract the greatest benefits. The formless dragon loves the scent of smoked grass. I need to prepare a garden of smoked grass for it. Ideally, a dense pile of dry smoked grass, lit at the same time to form a grand smoky stage. I believe the formless dragon will be so intoxicated by the scent of smoked grass that it will be unable to extricate itself. Smoked grass is a special product of the domain, so he didn't need to worry too much about it. At most, he would use different methods to extract the scent of smoked grass, burning dry grass to create smoke, crushing tender grass to make a spray, and concocting some smoked grass sauce to apply to food. The food must be beef, and live cattle need to be prepared. Adult cows, calves, all are necessary. Cooked beef also must be readied, braised, pan-fried, deep-fried, boiled, and a varied assortment of seasonings can't be omitted. I must ensure the formless dragon fully enjoys the allure of a complete beef feast. The domain did not raise beef cattle, so these would have to be purchased from the livestock market on Coral Island, and a chef proficient in cooking beef would need to be hired to help in the domain. He wrapped himself in his cloak. Passing through the foul-smelling streets inconspicuously, he appeared at the Fresh Flower Caravan's Coral City office. Buying beef was naturally not something he needed to do personally. The caravan leader Abigail was listening to his orders, all varieties and sizes of cattle, as well as chefs proficient in cooking beef. "Abigail, this is the most important task you need to accomplish in the next 3 days." "I understand, Lord Landlord." 3 days was the time List had set for preparations. It was too short to make full preparations, but he feared that if he waited any longer, the formless dragon might slip away or visit early. Should it arrive early without proper preparations in place, not only could it lead to significant losses for the territory, it might also expose the secret of the formless dragon. By then, there would certainly be endless trouble. Therefore, he only gave himself 3 days to fully prepare. "Abigail, there's one more thing. Chefs who can cook various meats like lamb, horse, pork, and chicken must also be hired." Just because the formless dragon favored beef did not mean it wouldn't enjoy other meats. List did not believe that the formless dragon could survive on beef alone. According to the dragon rearing manual he had once obtained from the desk of the Marquis of the Bull, dragons were carnivorous creatures, and different dragons had preferences for different foods. Some dragons would even eat stones or wood, seeming to have particular tastes, but most preferred meat. The formless dragon was clearly carnivorous, and while beef was a favored food recorded in the adventure of Ranger Griff, it was no guarantee that the formless dragon wouldn't eat other meats. That's why List wanted a bountiful meat feast to fill the formless dragon's belly and conquer its taste buds. And that wasn't all. He also instructed Abigail to collect various alcohols from the market, to serve as a complement to the meal for the formless dragon, should it happen to get tipsy. Wouldn't that be exciting to just think about? After having lunch at Tulip Castle, List hurried back to Fresh Flower Town, dispatched a large batch of smoked grass from the storeroom and transported it to Black Horse Island. He had decided to set up the dining table for the formless dragon in the open wilderness of Black Horse Island. Many places on the island were free from surf activity, making them very suitable for contact with the formless dragon. He also had serfs uproot a large number of fresh and tender smoked grass, especially the high-quality ones growing around the cordyceps. The serfs, wearing thick masks, pounded the tender leaves into juice, sealed it in glass bottles, and sent it to Black Horse Island. As for List himself, he chose suitable livestock overnight, prepared to be infected by the formless dragon's magic power and acquire dragon bloodlines. The bloodline magic power released by the formless dragon must be very limited, otherwise the world would be full of dragon breed creatures, so there's a limited number of chances for infection, he mused. Firstly, the dragon breed horses were already in existence. With the black blood treasured horse population slowly growing, there was no need to occupy more slots. Secondly, there were already dragon breed cows, but their number was small, with only 4 coming from close kin, which wasn't conducive to future breeding. Taking 2 or 3 pregnant cows could help increase the number of new dragon breed calves. Next, poultry like chickens, ducks, and geese were relatively small in size and probably required less magic power, He could choose some females along with their incubating eggs to bring in bulk. Then, since pork was going to be a main source of meat for the territory, having a batch of dragon breed pigs was clearly necessary. He could bring a few pregnant sows. Furthermore, he could select a batch of green-headed duck eggs to take with him. Creating dragon breed green-headed ducks would surely be wonderful. We can basically guess that embryos are the most susceptible to infection by dragon bloodlines. So, should I also bring a group of adult individuals? He wondered, thinking of Dowson and the 8 tiny ones. Turning them into intermediate dragon breed magic beasts would definitely greatly increase their might. However, the last visit from the formless dragon did not evolve the adult cows into dragon breed cows, which shows that the bloodlines of mature organisms were already set and hard to infect. The Earth matron was already reproductively isolated and could no longer breed, essentially dashing any hope of Dowson's offspring becoming dragon beasts. Besides, to turn Dowson into a dragon beast would probably require a lot of bloodline magic power. I have so many species needing infection that I really can't spare much magic power for Dowson. Never mind, they have already achieved greatness, so this time let's not consider the blizzard beast. He shook his head, unwillingly gave up, and continued to think about what other species needed to be taken. Chapter 514 The picnic proceeds list ultimately did not add any new species to the list of those infected. He was somewhat worried that if the formless dragon was not as excited as he had imagined, the bloodline infection magic power released might not be enough to infect many species. Besides, I already have a little fire dragon of my own. Once this chap breeds, creating some dragon-related species should not be difficult. There's no need to rush the process. Formless dragons, difficult to capture as they are, should be exhausted for resources if possible, but even if they can't be, it's not a big deal. The mini little fire dragon lived in his heart, giving him ample confidence. By now, he had completed the list of species to infect. He had 3 pregnant dairy cows, 2 pregnant sows, 10 incubating green-headed duck eggs, a hen currently laying eggs and 5 chicken eggs, a duck currently laying eggs and 5 duck eggs. Well, okay, the domain does not raise geese for the time being. The ducks and chickens must be confirmed to be the healthiest ones, and their eggs must be fertilized. The next morning, before the ship was loaded, List repeated the selection criteria. Don't worry, your lordship. These batches of chicken and duck eggs are from the best hens and ducks currently incubating, and we've even brought their nests in cages with them. Make sure the dairy cows and the pigs are well protected and not injured. Understood. The cargo ship, with all the prepared materials, raced towards Black Horse Island and finally arrived before nightfall. List had already arrived at Black Horse Island ahead of time on the fresh flower vessel. The picnic spot he chose for the formless dragon was located north of Green Tea Town, which is at the northernmost tip of Black Horse Island. This area is an extension of the grassland of Icegrass Hill. There were originally some scattered shrubs, but since the mining of volcanic glass, all the shrubs had been dug up and burned as firewood. The cultivated wasteland had started to sprout a few weeds as the temperature hovered around 0 degrees. The snow had just melted, making the area quite muddy, but Galtai, having received notice the night before, had already brought the serfs over for construction. They mainly came to dig tunnels. List had the blueprints sent over by ship overnight, requiring the excavation of a cross-shaped tunnel with a round one in the center. The cross-shaped and round tunnels neatly divided the picnic spot into northwestern, southwestern, southeastern, and northeastern areas. List also requested the placement of 8 fire points for smoked grass above the round tunnels, where he could hide and light them one by one, releasing the smell of smoked grass. Meanwhile, directly above the center of the cross-shaped tunnel, where the dining table would be situated, all the food and drinks would be placed here. The smoked grass juice in sealed glass bottles would be personally sprinkled around the dining table by List, along with several large pots that would be continuously cooking smoked grass. An entrance to the tunnels right below the table allowed List to hide easily within and transition through the cross-shaped passages to the round ones. In the 4 areas of the picnic spot, wooden houses would be built to house the sows, dairy cows, chickens, ducks, and green-headed duck eggs, evenly distributing the bloodline infection magic power released by the formless dragon when excited. My lord, may I know what all these tunnels and items you have brought are for? Blair, responsible for arranging the chefs to prepare the food, asked out of curiosity. List dismissed him casually. I need to practice advanced chi here. This is a special training method. You do not need to ask too much, and remember to keep it a secret, understand? Blair's spirits immediately lifted. Understood, your lordship. He had no idea what advanced chi was or how to practice it, but whatever List said it was, he believed it. The same went for everyone else. They took List's word for it, as the reason for the training methods of a sky knight surely differ from those of the average knight. Even if there were some doubts, no one dared to question List. Thus, including the half-day of busyness before, after a total of 3.5 days, The picnic site had completely transformed. The center of the ground, covered with dry straw, was laid out with row upon row of delicious food, interspersed with jars of fine wine, as well as living old bulls, young bulls, dairy cows, calves, and newborn bull calves. Additionally, there were piles of sealed glass bottles, all filled with smoked grass juice. The dawn sunlight shone upon the earth. Liszt came alone to the picnic site. Everyone, including his mount, was miles away from here. He soared high into the sky, speeding on his journey, checking on the pigs, cows, chickens, ducks, and eggs in 4 different areas waiting to be infected, ensuring everything was normal. Then, with the last bit of fire dragon magic power, he fed the mini little fire dragon until it was full. He made sure it wouldn't sense the formless dragon's magic power and cause a fuss. He couldn't predict what might happen when dragons met and had to avoid it as much as possible. Almost there. Once I ignite the smoked grass around me, the smoke mission will be complete, and the formless dragon will arrive soon. There isn't much time left for me. Liszt took a deep breath. He donned his mask, conjured the Eye of Magic, and carefully observed the skies to ensure the formless dragon had yet to appear. Then he grabbed a sealed glass bottle, quickly opened it, and flung the juice around the picnic table. He also opened a jar of sauce made from smoked grass and smeared it onto some of the cows. Next, he threw tender smoked grass into a pot of boiling water. The disgusting smell spread, causing Liszt's stomach acid to rise. Even with the mask, he almost vomited. The cows smeared with sauce foamed at the mouth and nearly fainted from the stench. Fighting back the urge to throw up, he splashed out the last bottle of perpetual grass juice, pulled out a flame striker, and lit a large bunch of smoked grass next to the table. Looking up at the sky, the formless dragon still hadn't arrived. But he didn't dare linger. He quickly dove into a nearby tunnel, lifted a prepared stone, and sealed the tunnel shut. He then ran along the tunnel, racing towards the circular tunnel and lighting the smoked grass fire points along it in succession. He completed all these actions within 5 minutes. Even with the physique of a sky knight, such exertion left him sweating profusely. Finally, he hid in a bunker, ready in advance, peering through a window at the picnic table not far off and the sky above it. The air was filled with the scent of smoked grass. The flames crackled as they burned, thick smoke billowed up into the sky, accompanied by the sounds of cows mooing, pigs grunting, chickens clucking, and ducks quacking. "Come join the feast, old friend," Liszt said, having already removed his clothes tainted with the smell of smoked grass and thrown them into a water tank in the bunker. He called out the smoke mission. Noticing the completed prompt, "Mission complete, reward, gemstone of the formless dragon." Still a gemstone of the formless dragon? Aren't the dragons infected by the bloodline included in the reward? Liszt wondered, though he didn't dwell on the question. The last time, the 4 dragon breed cows that were infected through the bloodline weren't counted as part of the formless dragon's gifts. It seemed bloodline infection required time to ferment. The smoke gradually morphed before his eyes, forming new serpent script. Just as he made out the content of the script, Liszt's gaze froze in an instant. Mission: the formless dragon has arrived, its aura fills the entire sky. For you, well prepared, it is a giver of riches, but its arrival will also trigger the rampage of the little fire dragon in its fledgling flame form. Please calm the little fire dragon. Reward: the rebirth of the fire dragon. Chapter 515 I want to ride at the rebirth of the fire dragon. Seeing this reward, Liszt couldn't help but breathe rapidly. Ever since the resurrection from the dragon bone, he had been anticipating the birth of the fire dragon time and again. Yet, it started with creating a magic fire seed, followed by a budding magic fire seed, and then to the form of a little fire dragon. It was constant back and forth without coming to be. Although the nurturing of the fire dragon was convoluted, the benefits it brought were evident. By relying on dragon chi, he was able to use the level of a common Sky Knight to overwhelmingly crush Sky Knights of the Sword Saint level, his strength astonishing. And now, the little fire dragon that had dwelled within his heart for so long was finally about to be born. Dragon. A true dragon. Considering the relationship between me and the mini little fire dragon, have we formed the contract of a dragon knight? He mused, suppressing the surprise that flashed through his mind. Regardless, given his own painstaking nurturing, after the little fire dragon was born, it shouldn't turn its back on him. If it dared to be ungrateful, Liszt would dare to slay the dragon on the spot, earning the title of a hero. Killing a newly born dragon should also count as being a dragon's lair. He didn't have much time to ponder. Looking up, he saw signs of magic power in the vision of the Eye of Magic. In the sky above the distant sea, a point of chaotic grayish-white magic radiance appeared, drawing closer by the moment until he could clearly make out its shape, unmistakably the formless dragon that Liszt had profoundly memorized. It wasn't large in size, compared to the sapphire dragon, it was actually quite small. Its body was only as big as a single cabin, and with wings spread, It only grew by the size of 2 cabins, more slender than the dragons in the illustrations of Knight's novels, with a very long tail. Its bat-like wings, 2 short and thin forelegs, and the slightly sturdier hindlegs, along with a striking row of dragon horns were all prominent. Unfortunately, once Lee Ct closed his Eye of Magic, he could no longer glimpse its form. He could only use the Eye of Magic again to outline its shape through the magic radiance emitting from its body. The light at the position of the teeth was the brightest, with all 42 dragon teeth clearly visible. There's a reason why it is said that within the dragon's teeth resides its soul. It's finally here. Lee Ct's mind was inexplicably complex. Following the trail of smoke from the burning smoked grass, the formless dragon spiraled down from the sky, reducing its height, and before it even landed, the frightening dragon might spread out, making him shiver with fear. Woo-yee-ya! A strange, shrill, skin-crawling howl accompanied the formless dragon's descent, emanating from not far away. Lee Ct indeed broke out in goosebumps, a sense of panic rising within his heart for no reason. Even though I have become a Sky Knight now, I still can't resist dragon might. My body naturally produces a stress response. It seems dragon might is a form of higher-level magic power that's invisible and intangible but very real. While the Eye of Magic could see the magic power within the dragon's body, it couldn't see dragon might. Of course, it was debatable whether or not dragon might was magic power. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the formless dragon landed, it flapped its wings repeatedly, stirring the surrounding smoke into disarray and scattering the neatly arranged food. Undoubtedly, the ground must have been a mess the moment it landed. How rude. Lee Ct strove to withstand the dragon might. He could feel that this dragon might not only caused his skin to crawl but also seemed to be waking the mini little fire dragon that had been soundly asleep inside him. There it was in his heart, pulsating rhythmically. This was not a good sign. If the little fire dragon were to run amok now, it would undoubtedly reveal itself. As a Sky Knight facing the formless dragon, Lee Ct was not confident. He could only try to transmit his emotions to the mini little fire dragon at the position of his heart, communicating as he usually did, "Stay quiet and sleep, or you'll go hungry in the future." There was a momentary pause in the rhythm. Then it continued pulsating. Lee Ct couldn't help but increase his emotional investment. "Stay quiet and sleep, or you won't get anything to eat." Rhythm. "Stay quiet and sleep." Rhythm. "Sleep quietly." Rhythm. "You're looking for death, aren't you?" Oh ho. The mini little fire dragon, half asleep and half awake, let out a submissive sound and then stopped its rhythm. List finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued to watch the formless dragon, the beautiful, rude creature that had started to feast on several live cows tied to stakes, seemingly with a preference for the younger calves. It seemed to have no particular fondness for the cooked meat around it. With a casual tear of its claws on the wings, a calf was screamingly dismembered and then stuffed into its large mouth where it crunched and chewed. It was unclear how its tongue cooperated with its teeth, but soon enough, it spat out a pile of cow bones devoid of any remnants, with superb efficiency. After finishing off the calves, it issued a sharp, high-pitched dragon's chant, "Uchiha." Within the bunker, List's eyes swirled with starry brilliance. This call seems a bit excited. Does it look like it's having a blast? The formless dragon dining at the table had no idea that someone was secretly watching it eat. Perhaps it had sensed List's presence but simply had no interest in searching for a bug hiding underground. However, judging from its eating habits, it was still very vigilant, occasionally lifting its head to look around. It also glanced over in List's direction a couple of times. The last time the formless dragon visited, List had noticed this behavior, but he didn't give it much thought. This time, however, he had a different association. As a presence at the top of the food chain, the peak of power in this world, what does a dragon have to be wary of? Even if it is another dragon, it's just a fight, right? Dragons are not social creatures. It is almost impossible to find two dragons together. Does a creature without natural predators need to be so vigilant while eating? List did not know, but he suspected that the formless dragon's vigilance was due to the existence of something that could threaten it. To pose a threat to a dragon. Touching his chin, he thought, perhaps the formless dragon is just a young dragon? If it were a juvenile, then such vigilance would make sense. With a 100-year juvenile period before growing up, its strength would certainly not be strong enough, necessitating caution and care. Its body is indeed very small compared to other dragons, which easily measure tens of meters in length, including its tail. This one is barely under 10 meters. By that measure, its size was just a few sizes larger than a landwalker bird. Even standing on the ground without looking up, Loki might be slightly taller than the formless dragon. After all, Loki had long legs. Watching the formless dragon, having finished the calves and now searching for cooked food on the ground, scraping around aimlessly with its legs. A fiery idea suddenly crossed his mind. If it's a juvenile, could I possibly capture it? I am a Sky Knight, and I have dragon chi. It's just a young dragon. Why can't I conquer it? Those dragon knights, before they had dragons to ride, with the strength of a completion-level Sky Knight, managed to conquer dragons. Others can ride dragons, so can I. He was shocked by his own thoughts, yet he couldn't suppress them. He had always thought that he esteemed safety above all else. But whenever crisis and opportunity coexisted, a surge of adventurism would emerge from deep within him. Ride dragons. Ride dragons. Ride dragons. This thought arose and was almost uncontrollable. However, just as he was about to leap out and sprint towards the formless dragon, his heart suddenly constricted as if someone had grabbed it with their hand. The many little fire dragons started to rage, causing him to grunt in pain involuntarily, and all thoughts scattered. Only the tense emotion remained, comforting the many little fire dragon. Sleep quietly. Oh ho. Sleep quietly. Oh ho. Make noise again and I'll kill you. Oh. Ho. The many little fire dragon quieted down once more. List also exhaled a turbid breath, his gaze on the formless dragon gradually becoming lucid, and he couldn't help shaking his head. If it weren't for the little fire dragon getting in the way, I would have succeeded in riding the dragon by now, damn it. Chapter 516 Kiss Me on the Lips Now Uchiha. The smoke was swirling around, and within a few kilometers, likely always the peculiar smell of smoked grass, the sounds of cows mooing, pigs squealing, and chickens and ducks calling from the wooden house could no longer be heard. It was unclear whether they had been knocked out by the smell of the smoked grass or fainted from the formless dragon's dragon might. Through the smoke, the eye of magic could barely make out what the formless dragon was doing. After it had finished eating the calf, it became picky, biting something on the left and then throwing it away and doing the same on the right. It was uncertain whether it had eaten any other food or not. Occasionally, it would lick the wine in the water jar but didn't seem to immerse itself. It appeared to have no love for fine wine. Uchiha. Suddenly, it raised its head with another sharp call. The intent was not clear. It was unknown whether it was enjoying the meal or feeling bored. However, since it didn't leave and was still picking food here and there on the table, it seemed that it wasn't bored and was still enjoying the picnic. Then, it was seen to suddenly focus on a particular food and started to devour it. It simply sat on the ground, continuously grabbing food with the claws on its wings and stuffing it into its mouth. It occasionally stuck its head into a jar full of wine, constantly licking with its tongue. That's good, with wine and meat, this meal must make you feel completely relaxed, get excited quickly. List pressed his hand against his chest, his gaze firmly fixed on the formless dragon. The little fire dragon's frenzy was almost too much to suppress, but he had to keep it under control and dared not reveal his struggle. Leave the gemstone, release your bloodline magic power, then, you can't leave gracefully. He was feeling conflicted now. He hoped that the formless dragon would happily enjoy its picnic and then leave behind the treasure, yet he also wanted it to leave soon so that he could deal with the increasingly troubling frenzy of the little fire dragon. The many little fire dragon's mood was more excited than ever before. It was an excitement like that of being drunk and going on a rampage. The formless dragon isn't excited yet, but you are getting ahead of yourself. Wait until I have a spare moment, and then I'll teach you how to be a dragon, List reasoned. Taking deep breaths and circulating his chi, he had to divert half of his attention to suppress the little fire dragon's rampage. Time slowly ticked away in this standoff, and a quarter of an hour had already passed. On the other side, the formless dragon had been eating, drinking, and making Uchiha noises for a while. It definitely got excited, but it was uncertain how much bloodline magic power it could release or how many space gems it would produce. Suddenly, the formless dragon made another Uchiha call, left the dining table on foot, used its wings to maintain balance like a bat crawling. Its crawling direction, however, was toward the fortress where List was. It hadn't crawled more than a few steps before suddenly it spread its wings, pushed off with its hind legs, and flew up in an instant. Is it leaving? Just as List was thinking this, the formless dragon suddenly descended. Its landing spot was right where List's fortress was situated. List had barely time to react when the formless dragon accurately crashed down 5 meters in front of the fortress, raising its head and letting out a long Uchiha. Diverting his attention to suppress the little fire dragon made List's reactions somewhat slow. Only then did he remember to retract to the tunnel inside the fortress and make a quick escape. But as his gaze fell on the formless dragon, his feet remained unmoved. The formless dragon in front of him seethed with magic power, undergoing some transformation. He couldn't see its eyes, but he could feel it was staring straight at him. It was a peculiar feeling, a gaze without hostility. Moved by a thought, List stopped shifting his feet and dispelled the eye of magic, reverting to normal human vision. Upon seeing this, he was astounded to find that the formless dragon in front of the fortress was no longer invisible. It revealed its form, like a flowing mercury, shimmering with a faint multicolored light. I can actually see the formless dragon? It revealed itself to me on its own initiative? What does this mean? Is it like what the adventure of Ranger Griff described, that I've earned the friendship of the formless dragon? List stood in front of the fortress window, cautiously still, his mind whirring at high speed, analyzing the current situation. The posture of the formless dragon didn't appear as if it wished to hunt. For hunting, being invisible was the best strategy, unless it intended to play a game of cat and mouse, otherwise, there was no need to reveal itself. So, should I step out now and meet it? Watching the slender shape of the formless dragon, yet his feet hesitated to move. A dragon is a dragon, and just standing there, its dragon might was so oppressive that he, a sky knight, could hardly breathe, let alone engage it in face-to-face communication. 1 minute swiftly passed by. The formless dragon did not continue to approach the bunker, it merely revealed its body and sat on the ground, watching the bunker. List, however, was struggling within himself, wanting to step out but not daring to do so. He wished the mini little fire dragon near his heart would act up again to interrupt his impulse. Yet, at this moment, the mini little fire dragon was unusually quiet, not making a single move. Should I go out or not? With the might of a dragon, even if I hide in the tunnels, it could easily snatch me out, couldn't it? So, go out? He gritted his teeth fiercely and made a decision. Then, I'll boldly step out and present myself with good manners, that way, at least if I am slain by the dragon, it will be a dignified death. Immediately after, he shook off the mud clinging to his clothes and pushed aside the stone blocking the entrance of the bunker. With inner tension and an outwardly calm demeanor, he stepped out of the bunker. The air outside was thick with a foul odor of smoked grass, even wearing a mask, he couldn't resist it. Feeling nauseous enough to vomit. Praiseworthy though, was that the disgusting smell somewhat eased his tension, allowing him to relax considerably. The formless dragon, 5 meters away, still fixed its gaze on List. It sat tall, perfectly concealing the rising sun behind it, giving it a golden halo. Compared to its form sketched by magic power, its current form truly showcased the elegance of a dragon. Every line was incredibly beautiful. Especially its long, triangular head, which possessed a combined elegance of a lady and the dignity of a gentleman. Its eyes were also elongated and did not appear sinister but, on the contrary, exuded an odd enticing power. The pupils were deep black, revealing a touch of human-like quality. It opened its mouth and softly called out, "Uchiha." It hasn't attacked me, indeed, it bears no malice towards me. List didn't understand what the other was yelling, but he knew that he hadn't made the wrong decision. The behavior of the formless dragon was friendly. Thus, he walked towards the formless dragon calmly. A 5-meter distance required just a few steps, and soon they were face to face, closely observing one another. Uchiha. What? Uchiha. I don't understand. A dragon and a man thus commenced to converse. After a few exchanges, seemingly realizing that List was a simpleton, a hint of helplessness flashed through the narrow eyes of the formless dragon. Then it quietly lifted its left forelimb, stretched it out, and shook it. It called out to List once more, "Uchiha. What are you doing? Are you asking me to put my face there?" Unprompted, List remembered a short video he'd watched. A man extended his hand, and his girlfriend would promptly place her face upon it. Regardless of what she was doing, whenever the man reached out, she would come and rest her face on his hand. He didn't know what it meant, but he had been quite annoyed after watching the video. He detested people who flaunted their affection publicly. Of course, the formless dragon wouldn't be so frivolous, and List understood its intention after a moment of reflection. He then mimicked the gesture by extending his own left hand. The next moment, the formless dragon lowered its head and drew close to his left hand. Chapter 517 The Fire Dragon finally takes flight. Open your mouth. Spit out 3 gemstones as bright as diamonds, each the size of a fingernail. That was all the formless dragon did. It left List with 3 space gems and then, with a high-pitched woo-yee, kicked with its hind legs, spread its wings, and shot into the sky, never looking back. It didn't turn invisible again, maintaining the appearance of flowing mercury. The twinkling, multicolored light, like a rainbow, faded in the distance. Watching the calm sky, List gripped the space gems in his hand, feeling a sense of loss. His first close encounter with a true living dragon had just happened and ended like that. His dreams of becoming a dragon knight didn't seem to have landed on the formless dragon, and he had to go back to cajole the little fire dragon. But it's already worth it, 3 space gems, plus the original one. The formless dragon gave me 4 space gems. The value of 4 space gems was incalculable. In fact, just 1 space gem was priceless. These gems, having their own independent space, were essentially the stuff of legends and couldn't be bought with money. Thanks to the generosity of an old friend, List now owned 4. He could be described as filthy rich. I'll wear 2 on my left hand, 2 on my right hand, sorted. He thought to himself delightedly. Of course, he wouldn't make them into rings right now. He still chose to keep them close to his body to prevent exposure. The formless dragon was gone. List stowed away the space gems and walked toward the dining area, carefully searching to see if the formless dragon had left any additional space gems behind. However, he used his eye of magic to inch his way through the chaotic mud field and found nothing. At this point, he realized something. It seems that dragons can control the production of their gemstones. And it's very likely that the space gems the formless dragon dropped last time were intentionally left behind as a meal ticket. From the fact that the formless dragon had approached him on its own and left behind 3 space gems, it was evident that the formless dragon's intelligence was by no means low. It understood that this picnic wasn't naturally occurring but was a deliberate gesture of goodwill from humans. So after eating, it left payment for the meal. It didn't freeload. Ahem, it didn't mooch off. Speaking of this formless dragon, indeed, dragons seem to lack gender. There was nothing under its belly, no reproductive organs. But it seems, I didn't even find its excretory opening. How does it excrete dragon feces? According to the dragon rearing manual, isn't the excretion of a dragon a liquid? The dragon rearing manual had rather detailed descriptions of dragons, including a section on dragon feces. Dragon feces weren't like the waste of ordinary creatures. It was a fluid-like substance that, once released from the excretion opening, quickly merged with the surface of the ground and formed crystal mines in the nearby area. One could say, many crystal utensils used by nobles are evolved from dragon feces, and even the crystal table wherein List's castle might also have been transformed from dragon feces. However, like the residual magic power excreted by the mini little fire dragon, dragons are, after all, extraordinary creatures. Their entire makeup can be explained by magic power. From the breeding situation of the little fire dragon, it is corroborated that dragons are composed of and born from magic power. Such creatures, even their feces, are valuable products. Too bad elves don't excrete feces, or else elf feces might also be a significant resource. So when the formless dragon was eating just now, did it not excrete? If it did excrete, there should be crystals under the ground nearby. I wonder what kind of crystals are formed by the formless dragon. Crystals are usually accessory minerals to gemstones and have the same properties. But their quality is much lower than that of gemstones and can only be used as materials for magic equipment. Once the residual magic power from the dragon is used up, the crystal becomes mere crystal, merely attractive to look at. Half an hour later, he didn't find any gemstones. He didn't discover any crystal mines either. List no longer wasted his efforts. He walked into the wooden house to check on the 3 dairy cows. He found them all fainted, foaming at the mouth, and if they weren't breathing, List would have suspected they were dead. The 2 fat pigs had also collapsed, surrounded by filth, with nothing but their breath left. I hope you'll soon give birth to dragon breed cows and dragon breed pigs. The dairy cows are expected to be due in the fall. It'll be another month and a half before the fat pigs are expected to give birth. A cow's gestation period is about 280 days, close to 9 months. It is now the end of February, and considering the days they had already been pregnant, the calves are likely to be born around September or October. A pig's gestation period is about 114 days, which is about 3 months and 3 weeks plus 3 days, so they should give birth in April. The good mood brought by the expectation of dragon breed cows and dragon breed pigs was lost upon entering the chicken and duck coop. That was because List found that the hens and ducks in the cages had died, scared to death or crushed by the dragon might. Only 5 chicken eggs and 5 duck eggs were left, unsure if they could still hatch into chicks and ducklings. He covered them with dry straw, planning to take them back and let other hens and ducks incubate them. The last were 10 eggs of green-headed ducks, showing no changes. These duck eggs were easily dealt with, just needed some sunlight for hatching, and didn't require a mother duck. Essentially, that marked the end of the formless dragon's visit. Suddenly, he once again clutched his chest, feeling the mini little fire dragon that lived in his heart going berserk again. No matter how he tried to soothe it, he couldn't suppress the rampage. Oh. The mini little fire dragon's emotions wildly spilled over, a complex mix of restlessness, excitement, fear, anticipation, anxiety, and urgency. Since I can't calm you down, let's let you go berserk, prepare to be reborn. List stopped trying to suppress it. After all, the formless dragon had left, and it was very safe here. He simply welcomed the rebirth of the fire dragon. No sooner had he released the suppression than he felt a powerful sucking force at the position of his heart. Just like the last time, the little fire dragon directly drained all his chi. Then, through the channels of chi, it rapidly headed towards the palm of List's left hand, as if it were expelling chi normally. The mini little fire dragon burst out directly from the palm, in the form of a cluster of flames. Oh! The voice was no longer rising within his mind but by his ear, as the cluster of flames swiftly solidified into a small little fire dragon. This little fire dragon could now exist independently of List. It fluttered its wings, slowly circling in front of him, and kept calling oh. Oh. It seemed to be anxiously awaiting something. Do you want fire dragon magic power? List asked weakly. Without the G, he felt very uncomfortable, as if his body was hollowed out, which indeed it was. Oh. The little fire dragon nodded with almost human-like understanding. This intelligence was definitely not low, but List sighed and said, my last of the fire dragon magic power was already fed to you this morning. There's only a bit left at the fire dragon brick factory and glass workshop. I'll take you there to get it. Struggling to his feet, he prepared to take the little fire dragon and set off for the port town. But the little fire dragon was not willing to leave. Oh! List guessed with bewilderment, do you want the fire dragon magic power now? The little fire dragon nodded frantically, appearing very anxious. Oh! Where can I get you some now? Perhaps you could take some medicine in the meantime, List suggested, as he pulled out a handful of magic potion from the space gem, prepared for his daily practice. Seeming to understand that the fire dragon magic power would not be available, the little fire dragon charged toward List's palm and directly ate all the magic potions in List's hand, along with the glass vials, crunching them down. After eating, it again raised its head to List. Oh! You want more? List, with no choice left, had to take out another handful of magic potions. He took out 5 handfuls in total, handing over all of his monthly supply of magic potion, and only then did the little fire dragon, still seemingly unsatisfied, stretch out its tongue of flames to lick its lips. The next moment, it soared high with a powerful flap of its wings. Mid-flight, the solid flames burst with a bang, creating a rain of fire across the sky. As the dazzling fire rain hit the ground, the form of a bright red fire dragon gradually emerged in midair. The fire dragon's body was ablaze, but the flames were dying down, and the color was increasingly becoming black-red. Ultimately, the flames extinguished completely, and a fire dragon covered in black-red scales, flapping its wings and raising its dragon head, let out a resounding roar. Oh! The fire seed form of the little fire dragon had finally been reborn, grown into a real creature of flesh and blood. Now it could be called a fire dragon. Chapter 518 The Stubborn Little Fire Dragon. Oh ho! Oh ho! Oh ho! The little fire dragon flew excitedly in the sky, while List sat on the ground, enduring the lingering smell of smoked grass, and crazily devoured magical beast meat to replenish his nutrients and accumulate a bit of G. Crunch crunch, a piece of magical beast meat with bone was chewed twice. He swallowed it without even tasting the flavor. His thoughts, however, were entirely focused on the little fire dragon. This guy is so excited, I wonder if it will release any hereditary infection of magic power? He didn't delve deeper, the thought passed quickly. Then, he began to frown, noticing a serious problem. Now that the little fire dragon is newly born and has become a creature of flesh and blood, its body is not exactly large, but it is definitely not smaller than Loki, and it's only half the size of a formless dragon. There's no way to hide it. A fire dragon with a body as large as a bull becomes even larger when it spreads its wings. List didn't know how to hide it. Exposure was definitely not an option. Once exposed, he believed it wouldn't take 3 days before people started targeting the fire dragon. Then, the Sapphire Duke would personally arrive on Black Horse Island riding the Sapphire Dragon. By the time, he would either have to ride the little fire dragon and abandon his family business to lead a wandering life, or he would have to obediently hand over the fire dragon. Even Black Horse Island would have to be surrendered, given that it was the birthplace of the fire dragon. I will choose neither of these options. However, the more critical issue is, what exactly is my relationship with the little fire dragon right now? List's brows were tightly knit. As for hiding, it was not impossible. He could declare a certain area of his domain off-limits, erect walls, and block roads, allowing only himself in. The little fire dragon could happily live inside. But the problem was what their relationship was and how to make the little fire dragon behave and not wander off. He had eaten his fill of magical beast meat, and the chi began to slowly emerge. His worry did not disappear but rather accumulated deeper and deeper. Watching the little fire dragon still rolling and roaring in the sky, unable to contain its excitement, his expression was troubled. Once upon a time, becoming a dragon knight was his greatest dream. Now he was not far from achieving it, but the biggest difficulty laid before him. The little fire dragon had a 100-year juvenile period. Even though a young dragon has fighting power, it certainly wouldn't be very strong, at least not enough to qualify as a dragon knight. He also doubted whether the little fire dragon would even allow him to ride and whether it might suddenly turn hostile and fly away. A quarter of an hour later, the issue of turning hostile could be put aside. The now tired little fire dragon finally landed from the sky to the ground in front of List. Its body was fully displayed before List's eyes. Compared to the slender formless dragon, the fire dragon had a more robust build, with lines that exuded a tough beauty. Its muscles were knotted, yet they didn't appear abrupt. They always seemed just right, clearly containing boundless strength at a glance. The scales were fine and dense, black with hints of red. In some parts, black was more intense, in others, red was more intense. On the triangular head, there were 5 dragon horns, symmetrically distributed. The central dragon horn was straight and long, while the horns on the sides were slightly curved and the eyes had blood-red pupils. It looked somewhat intimidating, but upon close inspection, one could see the clarity and purity in its gaze. Oh ho! The little fire dragon stood on the ground, taller than List, and opened its mouth to softly call out, seemingly greeting List. This action and expression always made him feel that what stood before him was not a dragon but rather a child in dragon skin. Eye contact, tone, demeanor, all carried an intelligent aura. List rubbed his face to appear more amiable, and locked eyes with the little fire dragon. Then he reached out his hand and boldly touched the little fire dragon's head, which was nuzzled towards him. The touch felt a bit rough, and the scales of the little fire dragon were very hot to the touch. Little fire dragon. Oh ho! I want to ride you, List said calmly. The little fire dragon immediately bared its teeth, making a fierce face. Coupled with its inherently menacing appearance, it indeed looked quite ferocious. However, its eyes betrayed it, only pretending to be tough, especially when it saw List already walking around it, contemplating how to mount it. The look in its eyes became even more frantic. Oh ho! Let me ride you, don't move. You have to know who it was that painstakingly hatched you, who fed you mouthfuls of magic power to raise you. The little fire dragon stiffened its neck, showing its teeth and refusing to budge. List quickly changed his strategy, his tone becoming more enthusiastic. Little fire dragon, we are partners, companions who fight side by side. Find alongside me, and together we will become mighty dragon knights. Do you know what dragon knights are? They are the pinnacle of power in this world, and no one can defeat a dragon knight. Oh ho! You got that? Alright, then let me ride you, he said, attempting to mount. The little fire dragon immediately struggled, stepping back 3 steps and looking at List warily, once again baring its teeth. Oh ho! Then it turned and leapt into the sky. Where do you think you're running off to? Oh ho! Having flown to a certain height, the little fire dragon folded its wings and plummeted like an arrow to the ground, landing amidst the chaos of the dining table and began searching for food left by the formless dragons. The cows tied to the stakes hadn't awakened, and the little fire dragon sniffed at one before munching away at the calf with a clatter. By the time List arrived, he saw the little fire dragon eating beef while also using its wings to fan away the surrounding smoke, clearly disliking the scent of smoked grass. An idea suddenly struck him, and he approached the little fire dragon, saying, "Little fire dragon, these cows are mine, I don't permit you, you can't eat them." The little fire dragon didn't bother looking up, blood splattering from its mouth as it ate. Oh ho! If you eat my cows, you have to let me ride you. Oh ho! If you don't let me ride, then don't think about eating beef ever again. Oh ho! If you let me ride, then I'll give you a cow every day. Oh ho! No matter what List said, the little fire dragon was unwilling to let List ride, leaving him with a pent-up frustration he couldn't release. Despite having spent all his accumulated fire dragon magic power to nourish this little fire dragon, it wouldn't allow even a single ride. He could only stand to the side, watching it rudely gnaw at the beef. Meanwhile, he observed the little fire dragon's back, where there was a flatter spot near the neck and shoulder blades underneath the scales, seemingly covering a single piece of bone. This made him wonder, this area seems to be a dragon knight's seat, its flatness seems perfect for sitting, and the narrow grooves seem just right for securing one's feet. Why does it feel like this part of the dragon's neck is specifically shaped for riding? Without any information on dragons, he had to guess almost everything about them. Before long, the little fire dragon gobbled down an entire cow, burped with satisfaction, and lazily licked at the jar of liquor beside it. However, after just one lick, it shook its head vigorously and stuck out its tongue, showing no interest in the liquor. Little fire dragon, are you going to let me ride you or not? The little fire dragon was adamant. Oh ho! List's face darkened, wanting to discipline the little fire dragon but feeling uncertain he could actually win. Despite its size, the little fire dragon radiated a dragon might just as overpowering as that of a formless dragon. Moreover, there was always a sense that flames were burning beneath it. It was like a volcano waiting to erupt. Perhaps this was the embodiment of an elemental dragon's strength, expressing the nature of magic power to its extreme, bringing about an unimaginable fighting force. Fine, you are stubborn. We'll discuss the issue of dragon riding later. List tried hard to suppress his anger, patted its head, and felt the scorching heat. The thought, will it burn my butt? Flickered through his mind. But the thought was fleeting and didn't interrupt his dialogue. Your arrival brings not only flames but danger too. We are in the Duchy of Sapphire, home to a grown sapphire dragon that will not allow your existence. Therefore, you need to follow my instructions and hide. Cocking its head. It seemed not to understand, or maybe it did. List went on to detail his plan, intending to settle the little fire dragon on Seagull Island, north of Black Horse Island, to keep its existence a secret. He also planned to have the sea sprite meet the little fire dragon, to help take care of it, provide it with food, and keep it from running amok. Out of everyone, List trusted the sea sprite the most. However, before he finished his lengthy explanation, the little fire dragon suddenly let out a fierce roar, "Oh ho!" Then, its body quickly transformed into a blaze and lunged at the unguarded List. List had no time to react, and it seemed as though a tremendous roar echoed in his ears. The flame that the little fire dragon had turned into rushed into his body and disappeared. No, not disappeared. It transformed into a ball of magic power and converged at his chest. Taken aback, he quickly shed his coat and cuirass, undoing his inner shirt. Looking down at his chest, where there had been only snow-white clean skin and no chest hair, a pattern of flames had now solidified, forming a lifelike fire dragon soaring in flight. Even more astonishing was that the fire dragon pattern seemed to move. The pattern showed the fire dragon opening its mouth without a sound, yet resounding familiarly within his mind. Oh ho! Chapter 519 Inventory of Task Gains. A little fire dragon could actually reside inside my body? List was completely stunned as the wonders of dragons refreshed his understanding yet again. Dragons of flesh and blood could seemingly switch at will between flesh, blood, and magic power. The fire dragon pattern extended from the position of his collarbone down to his abdomen and the sides of his ribcage, and it remained ever-changing. One moment it would spread its wings as if to fly, another moment it would contract them as though lying down, and then it would start walking upon his chest. It even hung upside down over his chest at times. List could feel it, and he could continue with his previous cultivation method. The little fire dragon was still able to refine his newly generated chi, then excrete the impurities of magic power, aiding the evolution of his chi towards dragon chi. This might well be the true cultivation method of a dragon knight. The little fire dragon residing on his chest seemed quite smug, its emotions reconnecting with List. He could sense it, though it was a vague connection. It was probably mocking List for making a fuss over nothing. However, List didn't pay attention to the little fire dragon's temporary squall. The risk of exposure was now essentially resolved, leaving only the issue of dragon riding. With his experience in taming blizzard beasts and landwalker birds, dealing with a newly born juvenile dragon didn't seem like an insurmountable task. He put on his clothes and silently communicated with the little fire dragon, releasing his feelings. Just stay quietly on my chest. When you want to come out for air, let me know in advance, and I will take you somewhere deserted to get some fresh air. Also, if you want to drain my chi again, give me a heads up. Being drained twice consecutively made List quite angry. Oh ho! The little fire dragon reluctantly agreed. Although it was resistant to the idea of List riding it, it was not an irrational wild creature but rather more like an intelligent being capable of thought. Feeling it still faintly releasing dragon might, List added, also, don't carelessly emanate dragon might. Keep your dragon might in check. Oh ho! The little fire dragon was a bit displeased as it liked to manifest dragon might, a symbol of its dignity as a dragon. But knowing that uncontrolled dragon might could expose it, it seriously reined it in, not letting even a trace leak out. Then, after yawning, it curled up on his chest and fell sound asleep. He touched his warm chest. Standing in place, List took 3 minutes to sort through all his experiences that morning, making sure nothing was overlooked. Only then did he summon the smoke mission, summarizing his gains for the day. Complete the mission. Reward: the birth of a new fire dragon. Mission: the long-awaited fire dragon is now yours. From this moment on, you will need to strive for dragon raising. Its appetite will not be small, so work hard to cultivate and save. Become a qualified fire dragon breeder. Please complete this year's spring plowing without leaving any fields fallow. Reward: 22 dragon breed pigs. Seeing the new mission content, he clenched his fist in excitement. As expected, successful. The formless dragon's bloodline infection of magic power has created a new dragon lineage species for me, dragon breed pigs. From now on, even the ordinary pork I eat can provide plenty of nutrition, saving consumption of magical beast meat. 22 dragon breed pigs. Considering the average litter size of about 10 piglets, this meant the offspring of 2 pigs could all be dragon breed pigs. Pairing them with each other, it wouldn't take long to breed a large number of dragon breed pigs. Then by mixing dragon breed pigs with ordinary pigs, maybe even more hybrid pigs with diluted dragon bloodline could be cultivated. Essentially, they are all dragon breed pigs but with varying degrees of bloodline dilution and quality. I'll need to mark out the lineage of dragon species in the future, classify them according to the dilution and mixing of blood. Might as well issue lineage certificates, List thought. On Earth, to ensure the pedigree of pet cats and dogs, Specialized organizations would issue lineage certificates. They record health conditions, training results, and more of the pet and its ancestors up to the third generation. He prepared to imitate this method, establishing archives for the dragon species of the territory, issuing bloodline certificates, and meticulously recording every detail of the breeding, mating, and kinship of each dragon breed horse, dragon breed cow, dragon breed pig, and possibly dragon breed chickens, ducks, and green-headed ducks. Only in this way could the dragon bloodline be ensured to flow strongly for generations. Otherwise, it would continuously be diluted by ordinary bloodlines, and the creatures of dragon lineage would ultimately degenerate into ordinary ones. She had already accumulated quite a bit. After carefully erasing the footprints of the formless dragon and the fire dragon, List leapt into the sky, soaring 100 meters high, and flew towards Green Tea Town in the distance. Sky Knights used chi for flying, which allowed them to travel at incredible speeds, but it couldn't last long since ascending to high altitudes consumed a great deal of chi. However, for short distances, it was manageable. Green Tea Town had not yet been developed. Currently, it was just flat land with a few planned streets and residential areas. However, a team of serfs, along with officials and knights, were waiting there. "My lord, have you completed your cultivation?" Galtai stepped forward to greet him. "It's done," List said with an expressionless face, though feeling a bit embarrassed inside. The so-called cultivation excuse wasn't exactly a solid alibi, especially when preparing such a large quantity of food, smoked grass, and pregnant cows and pigs, along with chickens, ducks, and eggs. But none of his followers dared to question him. After a pause, he continued, "Take some people to clean up the area where I was cultivating. Remove the smoked grass and food, and take those cows and pigs back carefully, so they aren't injured. Also, handle those chicken, duck, and green-headed duck eggs with care and continue incubating them." "As you wish, my lord." Consultant Galtai, "This batch of cows, pigs, and eggs has been specially improved by me using unusual methods. Each one is extremely valuable. I require that you treat them with great care, documenting the breeding of each one in archives and then choosing the finest breeds for pairing to form an industry." "As you desire, my lord." Thinking it over, he still felt uneasy. How about this? Build a cattle farm and horse ranching town specialized in raising these 3 pregnant milk cows, construct a pig farm in Red River Town for the 2 pregnant fat pigs, and if the chicken eggs and duck eggs hatch, also establish a chicken farm, a duck farm, and a separate green caterpillar, green-headed duck breeding garden in Red River Town. Horse ranching town, adjacent to the high-quality Black Horse Ranch, was very suitable for raising cattle. The estuary mangrove forest at the mouth of the Red River in Red River Town had abundant water grass, and the mangrove forest itself bore many fruits not consumed by humans, which was perfect for pig breeding. Moreover, a large number of green caterpillars had already been bred, providing exceptional feed for raising chickens and ducks. All the arrangements were made. It was now noon. After lunch, List gathered all the officials for this year's spring cultivation meeting. "We are about to enter March, and as the weather warms up, spring cultivation will begin soon. Some crops might already have arrangements for spring cultivation. Consultant Galtai, you will preside over this meeting and arrange the spring cultivation matters." It was said to be presided by Galtai, but everything was under List's control. He arranged the core content of the spring cultivation according to the requirements of the smoke mission, ensure that no farmland lays fallow. Every piece of land must have seeds sown, especially beans and corn seeds, sown as widely as possible. Corn could be planted carelessly without management, all that mattered was survival, and there would be some yield, however little. Leguminous plants were for the slight chance of producing rhizobia. There weren't enough pea plants to rely on their production of rhizobia yet. In this year's spring cultivation, all officials must participate to gain experience. The newly constructed towns need many officials. Whether you can secure a post as a chief officer will depend on your performance this time. List threw out the biggest bait at the end of the meeting, causing the officials to become restless. For the sake of promotion and salary increase, they would fully commit to the spring cultivation. Chapter 520 The Stigma of Lord Landlord. What is this? Corn. Is there an elf for corn? Mickey. On the stones used to mark boundaries in the fields, a group of serfs dressed in patched clothes gathered together, drinking water, eating bread, and dipping it in peanut butter. Mark, a clerk without patched clothes, was holding a stick, pointing at the corn seeds on the ground, and asking the group of serfs. This was a time for field teaching. Since most of the new serfs were from the Eagle Kingdom and only spoke wind language but not serpent script, to increase the sense of belonging and facilitate communication, Lord Landlord decreed that the official language of the territory would be serpent script, and everyone must learn the serpent script for daily communication. Only the night class needed to learn both serpent script and wind language. Mark's wind language was not good, he only knew a few words, and he had learned those from Mr. Grantaire. In fact, his serpent script wasn't much better. He could read and speak but not write. However, his level was barely sufficient to teach the serfs the everyday language they needed to know. Now it was the spring plowing season. The serfs couldn't possibly have a fixed time to learn serpent script, so Mr. Grantaire proposed to Lord Landlord to make use of the serfs' rest time for organized teaching. Lord Landlord agreed, and thus, the clerks responsible for teaching had to run to the fields every day, to join the serfs in working the land. Many clerks sighed in exasperation. They had managed to get into the office work with great difficulty, but still couldn't get away from the muddy fields. But Mark did not complain. Because he was ambitious. Remember, Mickey is the third little minor elf of Lord Landlord, the corn miner elf. Mark shouted loudly, otherwise, the serfs wouldn't concentrate or listen to what he was saying. Now tell me, what is Lord Landlord's name? Tulip. Black Horse Island. Sky Knight. The great offspring of the Tulip family, the ruler over all, Viscount Black Horse Island, the Sky Knight, List Tulip. The serfs recited the standard serpent script fluently. This was the serpent script they had been taught since they had first arrived at Black Horse Island. At that time, there wasn't the Sky Knight part, but after they learned of List's promotion, the officials immediately added this title to Lord Landlord's name. Undoubtedly, this method of teaching was brute, inferior, simplistic, and awkward propaganda. Every day, the serfs were repeatedly reminded of these slogans by the teaching clerks. At first, it might not be effective or might even cause resentment. But after thousands and tens of thousands of times, these contents would be deeply etched into everyone's brain, becoming indisputable. Actually, List was not very willing to use this method of propaganda. He knew that strength was the primary condition for ensuring loyalty to the territory. But since the officials were willing to flatter him and brainwash the populace in this way, he had no reason to stop it, since it would be contrary to undermine his own rule. As a modern man, he was very aware of the significance of public opinion. Seeing the serfs chanting in unison made Mark very satisfied. It was the result of his teaching efforts over time. He had been assigned to a farming area in Grain Town to be responsible for teaching serpent script to the serfs who worked the land in this field. Unlike the other clerks who slacked off and played tricks, he took every teaching moment seriously. He didn't even let up during meal times. At this moment, seeing that the serfs he taught clearly had better pronunciation in serpent script and knew more vocabulary than those taught by others, he was filled with anticipation. Lord Landlord will commend the officials who worked hard during the spring plowing season. I've been so diligent, I am certain to receive an award. After the plowing ends, I will surely get a promotion, from an ordinary clerk to a cultural scribe. Perhaps a manager will take notice and choose me to be an assistant directly. The official hierarchy in Black Horse Island was List's newly reformed system, which largely followed the previous administrative model, but had become more segmented and clear. Compared to the past system, which had only a few managers and a multitude of clerks in a chaotic and crude structure, the current hierarchy of officials was very clear. Take the town hall for example. The lowest level was like a career position for a clerk, responsible for various errands and miscellaneous tasks. Moving up a level were the regular department clerks, who were primarily in charge of the specific affairs of each department. Further up were manager assistants, who were akin to candidate officials. These three levels all belonged to the clerk class. The real officials were the town's department managers, also known as affairs officers. The number and functions of affairs officers varied according to the development directions of each town. Affairs officers generally comprised administrative officers, finance officers, defense officers, legal officers, cultural affairs officers, and diplomats, which are the standard positions in other lords' territories. In Black Horse Island, additional affairs officers were established, including worm affairs officers, marine affairs officers, traffic affairs officers, construction affairs officers, and fishery affairs officers. All affairs officers needed to report to the town's advisors. However, once the future harbor town is upgraded to a harbor city, a new set of city officials will be established to manage all the towns. The city's affairs officers, along with the town's advisors, would jointly oversee the work of the town's affairs officers. This was meant to avoid having a single advisor's monopoly and to balance the power of officials. Mark dared not hope to become an affairs officer, as this position required one to be an apprentice knight, and he was just a civilian who had never practiced G. His greatest wish was to become an assistant to an affairs officer and then marry a beautiful wife. As he fantasized about his successful future while teaching serpent script, a procession suddenly approached along the field path on horseback. As they drew closer, Mark realized in astonishment that it was Mr. Grantaire, the cultural affairs officer from the port town who was highly regarded by Lord Landlord and who had been leading the teaching of serpent script and wind language throughout the territory. He hastily stepped forward to pay respects. Clerk Mark, greets the cultural affairs officer. Mark, I remember you were quite attentive during my lectures, Grantaire said as he dismounted, scrutinizing as though he recognized Mark. Mark trembled with excitement. To be remembered by the Cultural Affairs officer is an immense honor for Mark. Grantaire nodded, though in fact, he didn't actually remember who Mark was. Back when Black Horse Island was under construction, the administration had urgently recruited a large number of clerks for pre-job training. It must have been several hundred people. I am here to inspect the teaching progress of you clerks, Mark. Have all the civilians ready? Yes, Cultural Affairs officer. The spring plowing work, he delegated. List stopped paying much attention after that. He returned to Fresh Flower Town the next day because the magic potion had all been consumed by the little fire dragon, forcing him to resort to purchasing a new batch through Tool Up Castle's channels. This was going to cost him upward of 1,000 gold coins. And what was even more troubling was that the little fire dragon clearly was not going to be satisfied so easily. Upon waking on his chest, it started clamoring for more food and drink. To grow, it needed to consume more resources, with magic potions being just one of them. The cost of a few thousand gold coins in magic potions per month was likely to be insufficient. And then there was List, as a Sky Knight, who also spent no small sum daily on potions and food for himself. Relying solely on Black Horse Island's output is too arduous. If it weren't for the profitable trade in spirits and glass, I might not even be able to sustain my own training. I truly hope the Pioneer Mandate arrives sooner. I need to quickly earn military merits, plunder more spoils of war, and subsidize the consumption, he thought. At this stage, he could only scrimp and scrape by. Chapter 521 Generate revenue and reduce expenditures for dragon upkeep. It is commonly believed that the lifespan of a dragon is 1,000 years. As for whether this is credible, List has no way to discern the truth and can only tentatively believe that this information is real. Before the age of 100 years, a dragon is considered young. From 100 to 800 years old a dragon is adult, and after 800 years old, it becomes an elderly dragon. Elderly dragons leave their living area to fly to the Valley of Dragons. What he can discern now is that dragons do not necessarily die in the Valley of Dragons. An evil dragon could be killed by a dragon's lair. The fire dragon of Black Horse Island belongs to the evil dragons, and its death was mysterious. It may not have died of old age but possibly was murdered. Then again, even if a dragon dies, it seems to be capable of resurrection, its life appearing to be a cycle of rebirth. Raising a dragon really costs a fortune, but now I'm wondering, those evil dragons that no one rears, what did they eat to grow up when they were young? List was full of doubts. Asking the little fire dragon was obviously not going to provide answers, as smart as it is. It only knows what to eat and what not to let people ride. In the Maple Leaf Duchy's Red Maple Mountain, there resides a light dragon. When the light dragon came to Red Maple Mountain and what it ate to grow into an invincible adult dragon, even the people of the Maple Leaf Duchy do not know. There are some other places that seem to be inhabited by evil dragons, which occasionally invade human towns. In the depiction of knights' novels, evil dragons snatch humans' riches, eat people, and livestock. However, no author describes where these evil dragons came from. They are usually the protagonist, the righteous knight who passes by somewhere, hears about people being threatened by an evil dragon, or a noble being coerced by one. Then the protagonist steps in to help, eliminating the evil dragon. In the end, they win the beauty and return home. The dragon rearing manual that the Marquis of the Bull often consulted does not record anything about young dragons. It seems that young dragons are a vacuum zone. All dragons that humans have contact with are adult dragons, and the dragons raised by various countries are also adult dragons. As if the dragons ridden by dragon knights are all adult dragons. There must be dragon knights who have found young dragons and then established a companionship to succeed in dragon riding. I do not know why they chose to conceal the information about young dragons. List looked at the clear flame pattern on his chest in the mirror, frowning. Perhaps they have the same idea as me? He dares not reveal that he has a young dragon. Other dragon knights might also dare not expose themselves during the young dragon stage, but why still not disclose the situation of the young dragons after they become adults? Perhaps it's not that no one has disclosed it, but the information about dragons has been hidden by the dragon-rearing families? This thought made more sense. After all, families that own dragons certainly would not want those without dragons to get them. They would undoubtedly want to monopolize the dragons of this world. The little fire dragon in the mirror yawned and then started to cry out, "Oh ho, oh ho," it was hungry. List ignored it. This little fire dragon had too strong a digestive ability. In the few days since its return, he had already secretly fed it more than a dozen cows. But one cow only kept it full for 4 hours. After 4 hours, on time, it would cry oh ho out of hunger, sometimes even waking List up in the middle of the night to eat a cow. Gradually, List discovered that it would cry out, but it was fine even if not fed for half a day. so he consciously controlled the little fire dragon's eating time. A pity though, he could control it from eating cows, but he couldn't stop it from consuming magic potions. Every day it consumed 5 times the amount of magic potion that List used for practice, and if not given, it could whine all day long. With such a consumption rate, List simply couldn't afford it even after advancing to a Sky Knight. Even though the loss rate of dragon chi was slow and with the diminishment from breath decay, he still needed a huge amount of magic potion. He and the little fire dragon combined were equivalent to the consumption of 6 Sky Knights taking magic potion together. Even a regular marquis family could not easily provide for 6 Sky Knights to consume magic potion together. Not to mention that List was only a viscount, with his territory just beginning to be developed. It was unimaginable how to meet such an enormous consumption of magic potion. I don't even know what wild little fire dragons eat to grow up. Since increasing revenue wasn't working out, the only option was to cut costs, and after much deliberation, it seemed that controlling the little fire dragon's food intake was the key, providing it with more inexpensive meats and reducing its dependency on magic potions. The little fire dragon might suffer from malnutrition, he said with a self-mocking laugh, but what else can be done, given that its rider is about to change his name to List Jones. Jones would be penniless. There was a twinge of guilt. Thankfully, he knew how to comfort himself. Since it won't let me ride it anyway, why should I worry about feeding it till it's full, he. After lifting his spirits, he soothed the little fire dragon's roaring and dressed himself. He walked to the window and gazed at the apple tree sprouting new leaves outside, lost in thought. Knock knock knock. A knocking at the door. Butler Carter's voice came from outside. My lord. List didn't turn around, simply responding, come in. Once Carter entered, he asked, is Mrs. Morrison feeling better now? After taking the serpent blood fruit potion, her fever has subsided, and she has just gone to sleep, Carter replied. Just a while ago, Mrs. Morrison had probably caught a fever. The local folk healer's treatments were futile. In the end, List had to make a decision and, according to the prescription detailed in Arisa's true herb classification related to serpent blood fruit, prepared the serpent blood fruit potion. After Mrs. Morrison took it, her condition quickly improved. Not only is serpent blood fruit effective in treating snake venom, but as recorded in Arisa's true herb classification, it also has healing effects on many common illnesses. Now, looking back, the decision to desperately kill the 6-headed king serpent and use its blood to irrigate the 4 serpent blood fruit bugs was indeed useful. Turning them into commonly used potions could save many sick serfs' lives in this world. The normal mortality rate of serfs was not low, with most dying of illnesses. Once the production cost of the serpent blood fruit potion could be lowered, it would definitely form a profitable industry. However, since commoners couldn't afford expensive medical fees, and List's conscience wouldn't allow him to sell the potion at a high price, being able to make a slight profit above cost without wasting the effects of the serpent blood fruit bugs was already enough. Mr. Carter, tell Mrs. Morrison to rest assured, take her time to recover, and no longer toil over the castle's affairs. Her most important task right now is to get well, he instructed. Carter said with a smile, my lord, I'm afraid the thing Mrs. Morrison misses the most is not being able to brew the milk tea for you anymore. Indeed, Maisie's brew has a touch less finesse, it's not quite as exquisite and well-balanced as Mrs. Morrison's milk tea, where the aroma of the black tea fruit and the scent of milk blend perfectly, List said, slightly exaggerating. In reality, he was just accustomed to Mrs. Morrison's milk tea. Milk tea was quite simple, just a mix of milk and the fruit of black tea brewed together, but the brewing time, temperature, and proportions all influenced the final taste. After discussing Mrs. Morrison, Carter reported the reason for his visit. March 9th is your birthday, my lord, and now that you are illustrious as a Sky Knight, ruling over everything in Black Horse Island and Fresh Flower Town, the celebration for your birthday needs to be grander than last year's. I have come to consult with my lord on how to approach the grandeur. Well, Mr. Carter, I'll leave it to your discretion, List said with a smile. At the moment, all his thoughts were on the little fire dragon. He had no real expectations for his birthday. Moreover, hosting a birthday celebration would waste so much money. He wondered if it was possible to recoup half of the costs by receiving presents currently. List Jones was indeed poor. Chapter 522 Let's learn to swim together. The castle was already busy preparing for List's birthday celebration. In the past few days, apart from fretting over how to care for the little fire dragon, List didn't have much else to do, so he dedicated more of his energy to the glass greenhouse. The magic medicine seeds, with a 1/3 germination rate, had begun to grow robustly, albeit at a slow pace, but they were still healthy. The seed shipwood was also thriving, growing slowly as well. Normally, plants grow fastest in the seedling stage, but this rapid growth was hardly noticeable in the magic medicine seeds and seed shipwood. Watering the plants, fertilizing the soil. He had high hopes for these magic medicine seeds. If they all could grow into magic medicines, that would indeed be a tremendous fortune. Currently, what List lacked the most was magic medicine. It wasn't just that he couldn't afford to buy them, it was also that he had no way to buy them in sufficient quantities. Magic medicines were products needed by any noble, and not many were put on the market. Like in his own domain, the magic medicines produced, including the black tulips, had already been retained for his own use. He had never sold a single magic medicine to the outside world. I really wish I could sell a space gem and exchange it for endless wealth to support myself and the little fire dragon, he thought as he touched the 4 space gems hanging on his chest. Of these 4 space gems, 3 were already filled, leaving only 1 as a commonly used space, ready to be filled whenever necessary. The 3 full ones mainly held books, mithril, blue steel, cast aluminum, magic medicine seeds, seedship wood, jade, crystals, magical beast meat, dragon breed milk, and so on. Previously, 1 space gem was not enough to hold everything, but now it was, so he certainly wouldn't leave his fortune exposed. Keeping it in a warehouse always felt unsafe. The 4 space gems, the size of fingernails, had been made into a necklace, set in the line of a sapphire pendant, giving off a crystal-like appearance unless one looked closely. Attractively adorned with a few brightly colored crystals, typical for a gemstone pendant's design meant for aesthetics. This way, the pendant around his neck appeared to be just an ordinary gemstone accessory to others. For a Sky Knight, not having gemstone equipment would be inconceivable, possession was the norm. And no one would target a Sky Knight for just 1 gemstone. Therefore, the exposure risk of these 4 space gems was very small, making them very secure. Actually, the biggest risk of exposure came from their use. Especially since he would occasionally bring out items that should not exist, which could arouse suspicion over time. Of course, he didn't need to worry too much about this. Firstly, as a landlord and a Sky Knight, his followers would not dare question him. Secondly, few people knew of the formless dragon legend, and even fewer knew about space gems. Even if someone became suspicious, they wouldn't necessarily link it to the legendary item like a space gem. The concept of an independent alternate space didn't even exist in their minds. List soon sighed, it's better to use them less when possible, even the smallest risk is still risk. If the space gems were exposed, then the formless dragon's secret would be impossible to hide. While the little fire dragon certainly has great potential in the future, I still harbor ambitions for the formless dragon. Not being naturally optimistic, he sighed more often when faced with troubling matters. His greed was also never fulfilled. Struggling to sustain the little fire dragon, he still found himself longing for the time when he could also ride the formless dragon, wondering if he would be rendered unconscious by the stench of smoked grass if the formless dragon enjoyed soaking in it. Right now, I don't have the ability to keep a dragon, but that doesn't mean I can't in the future. My goal is to find a dragon to contract with and become a dragon domain landlord, then keep another dragon specifically for riding. The best would be to contract with the immortal dragon that symbolizes life. Successful contracting might mean I could have eternal life. Dragons, such captivating creatures, naturally the more the better. Feeling the warmth of the little fire dragon on his chest, a bold thought suddenly struck him. I really want to raid Blue Dragon Island and snatch the Grand Duke's Sapphire Dragon too. And that Dragon Knight's Chi secret Manuel must be obtained as well. The sapphire that can amplify strength is priceless. Fantasy could only temper one's spiritual power. It's not beneficial to reality. After having lunch, List once again obediently left Fresh Flower Town to come to the deserted lands to the west of the small town and released the little fire dragon. It freely flew around by the seaside. It could switch between its fleshly body and magic power at will, but it still yearned for the freedom of flight. Oh ho! The cry of the little fire dragon drifted over the sea. Next to List, the landwalker bird Loki shivered. Under his command, it had stopped running away from the little fire dragon. But due to the suppression from its instinctual bloodline, it still deeply feared the little fire dragon's dragon might. Actually, it's much better now. Previously, every time he released the little fire dragon, it would be scared witless. Get a good feel of the little fire dragon's dragon might. I hope you can become the first animal that isn't afraid of dragon might. Since he couldn't ride the little fire dragon, Loki was still his exclusive mount. Just at that moment, the little fire dragon suddenly folded its wings, plunged into the seawater, and then began to cry out oh ho, in distress, struggling and flapping its wings non-stop on the surface of the sea. It couldn't swim. This useless dragon. List quickly pulled out a rope and threw it towards the little fire dragon, and after catching its wings, he dragged it out from the sea onto the shore. This series of movements was very proficient, clearly not the first time he had done this. The reason is simple: every time the little fire dragon was by the seaside, it wanted to conquer the seawater, to become a fire dragon that could swim. However, it was really terrible at swimming. Even though List had taught it many times, it panicked whenever it touched water. If List wasn't there to save it, it might have been the first dragon to drown. Ho. Lying on the shore and coughing up water, the little fire dragon called out weakly. It was a bit dizzy after choking on water, and partly dizzy from hunger since it hadn't eaten its fill. Seizing the opportunity, List continuously stroked it with his hand to deepen their bond. You useless dragon, you're a fire dragon, you know. Why should a fire dragon learn to swim? You're supposed to soak in magma inside volcanoes. Volcanoes? Magma? A sudden burst of inspiration struck him, leading to an important question. The might of an elemental dragon is clearly the ultimate display of the nature of its magic power. The magic power of a fire dragon is the pinnacle of fire attribute chi, capable of changing the environment between heaven and earth, constantly nurturing the eruption of volcanoes. The magic power of a wind dragon can continuously create storms. Following this line of thought in reverse, does this mean that where storms exist, there is extreme wind attribute magic power? And where volcanic eruptions occur, could there be extreme fire attribute magic power? If I throw the little fire dragon into magma, could it grow quickly? He remembered the descriptions in Knight's novels. Fire dragons always live in volcanoes, ice dragons amidst ice and snow, water dragons always dwelling in the great seas, earth dragons living next to deserts, wind dragons' lairs are constantly blasted by fierce winds, and lightning dragons always appear during stormy, thundery nights. The appearance of light dragons is accompanied by various illusions, while when dark dragons appear, everything goes pitch black. These were indeed scenes fantasized by down and out noble writers, but they also might not be a natural kind of common sense. It's very likely that fire dragons live in volcanoes. Volcanoes, little fire dragon. List's eyes sparkled. Chapter 523 Death of the Dragon Egg. The Duchy of Sapphire had quite a few volcanoes, with large islands like Blue Dragon Island and Ironhoof Island dotted with active ones. Even Coral Island had a volcano, albeit an extinct one, situated between Birch City and North Valley City. List had even explored air. He even conjectured that Black Horse Island was an extinct volcano. Should the little fire dragon be raised inside a volcano? He frowned in contemplation. It made logical sense for a young fire dragon to hide within a volcano. It was even possible that juvenile fire dragons didn't need to eat at all and could simply bathe in magma, a magical creature formed by magic power. It was hard to imagine in what way it needed to survive. List watched the little fire dragon that had recovered and flown into the sky again, thinking, without a volcano to support it, perhaps the little fire dragon needs to consume ordinary blood food and magic potions to provide the nutrients needed for development. But I have no means to raise it within a volcano. The active volcanoes in the Duchy of Sapphire were all within other nobles' territories. Other extinct or dormant volcanoes were difficult to access magma from and naturally would not foster the magic power required by fire dragons. Should I secretly take the little fire dragon and place it into a volcano, let it soak in the magma? This thought flashed through his mind and was quickly dismissed. If the little fire dragon's whereabouts were exposed, it would be troublesome. Moreover, it is not yet certain whether the volcano can indeed help the little fire dragon grow. It would be best to find an island similar to Hawaii in the sea. There is a Hawaii Volcanoes National Park on Hawaii Island. Inside there are two active volcanoes, Mauna Loa Volcano and Kailea Volcano, the latter being the world's most active, having not stopped erupting since 1983. Almost every day magma spurts out from the volcano, making it the prime spot for observing a volcanic eruption. Alas, finding this world's Hawaii Island was as difficult as finding another fire dragon. After all, finding an active volcano didn't guarantee the sight of magma, as most of it was hidden inside the volcano, and only constantly erupting ones like Kailea Volcano made it easy to access the magma. He shook his head. He gathered up his rope, buoyed himself up and said, no matter what, at least I have thought of a way to cultivate the little fire dragon. I will slowly investigate and find an island with a volcano in the sea of azure waves. When the pioneer mandate is fulfilled and I am promoted in rank, I will take an island with a volcano for myself. Viscount promoted to Earl. The islands would definitely need to be expanded. One could either choose a new large island to develop, or, if not averse to hassle, combine many small ones. While List was scrimping and saving, another piece of bad news was delivered into his hands by the steward in charge of the chicken farm. The steward, a veteran in chicken rearing, found that the 5 eggs List had sent over were dead and could no longer hatch chicks. Are you certain they are dead? In the chicken farm of Freshflower Town, List stared at the poultry farm steward with an unpleasant expression. The steward reported with trepidation, Lord Landlord, the eggs are indeed dead. I examined them under the sunlight, and they are dark and red, and they have started to smell bad. Accompanying the steward was Administrative Officer Isaiah, who added, My lord, old Vossi the steward is the most knowledgeable person about eggs in the chicken farm. He can tell with a glance whether an egg is dead or alive. He arranges the hatching for the mother hens in the chicken farm, and his judgment is almost never wrong. Taking a deep breath, List said indifferently, "I understand, these eggs. Throw them away." "Yes, my lord." "Isaiah, go check the duck farm again. I need to know whether those duck eggs have also all died. Also, have someone check those 10 green-headed duck eggs to see if they are dead." Having accepted reality, he immediately thought of the 2 types of duck eggs. The duck farm's report came quickly. Indeed, just like the chicken farm, those duck eggs had died, only the steward of the duck farm was not yet sure and was still having the ducks continue to incubate. 1 day later. News also came from Black Horse Island. Of the 10 green-headed duck eggs, no one could be certain if they were dead, but one of the eggs had turned black and seemed to have already gone bad inside. Basically, this batch of eggs, infected with magic power by the dragon bloodline, had all died. List's efforts had been in vain, and he was in a bad mood. He had been hoping to obtain dragon breed chickens, dragon breed ducks, and dragon breed green-headed ducks to provide nutrition and improve the food conditions of his territory. Now he could only hope for the dragon breed cows and dragon breed pigs. "My lord, perhaps only some of those duck eggs have died, the remaining eggs might still hatch into ducklings," Butler Carter said, trying to console List, seeing his poor mood. "I am very aware that all those chicken and duck eggs are dead," List said with a slight smile, as if unaffected. "Don't worry about me, this is just an unexpected setback. Scientific experiments are bound not to go smoothly all the time. This time, the breed improvement failed, but the next time I'll adjust again, and I will eventually get the results I want." He was quite certain that the chicken and duck eggs were all dead. The reason was simple. The reward for the latest smoke mission was 22 dragon breed pigs, not dragon breed chickens and ducks. According to the incubation time, chicken eggs only needed 21 days, and duck eggs just 28 days, much shorter than a sow's gestation period. The rewards for the smoke mission should have been the chicken and duck eggs first. After all, these were dragon-related creatures, worthy of being smoke mission rewards. Their absence, with dragon breed pigs appearing instead, indicated that the dragon breed chickens and ducks had not been successfully infected. They might have been killed by the dragon mite on the spot. He now pondered another issue. Perhaps poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese are too weak to withstand the dragon mite or the infection of dragon bloodlines. Green-headed ducks are supposed to be magical beasts, yet even they couldn't resist. Why is that? Could it be that as life forms, eggs cannot accept dragon bloodlines? So he thought. To obtain poultry dragon-related creatures, perhaps the focus of infection should not be on the eggs but rather on the hens, female ducks, and geese. It was unlikely that common poultry would be successful. Landwalker bird Loki, a type of bird, exists, which shows that birds can be infected with dragon bloodlines. And it was originally just a low-level dragon beast, infected from a low-level magical beast. From this, it is apparent that green-headed ducks, also low-level magical beasts, have the potential to be infected. Next time, I should bring female green-headed ducks for the infection. As a good friend of the formless dragon and a knight of the little fire dragon, List was confident that he would have many opportunities to obtain dragon-related creatures in the future. Therefore, he was only momentarily disheartened by the death of the chicken and duck eggs and promptly recovered. And time, unknowingly, marched swiftly into March, quickly reaching the 9th, bringing his 18th birthday. In the Duchy of Sapphire, one was considered an adult at 16, 18 was just an ordinary birthday, but for Transmigrator List, turning 18 meant the coming of age according to his homeland's customs. As the sun rose, he stood under the apple tree cordyceps, holding a mug of milk tea personally brewed by Mrs. Morrison after her recovery, admiring the new tender alfalfa on the grasslands surrounding the castle. He was invigorated. Becoming a dragon knight before turning adult, my achievement must be unprecedented and likely unsurpassed. Difficulties are only temporary, the future is destined to be bright and splendid. Chapter 524 Grandmother comes to deliver potted plants again. Happy birthday, List. Happy birthday, List. Thank you, Levi's and Gloria, for the gifts you brought. Happy birthday, List. Thank you, Levira. At 10:30 in the morning, a string of carriages arrived. It was all the members of the Tulip family, including Lady Penelope, who was not in the best of health, but had come in person. They were there to celebrate List's birthday. My boy, you've grown another year older, and yet, you are still the youngest Sky Knight in the Duchy of Sapphire, Lady Penelope said with a smile as she embraced her grandson, List, now her proudest grandson, enjoying a warmth of affection reserved just for him. However, her attendants and servants, holding a potted plant, handed it over to List's servant. Even with all her pride, the gift was still a potted plant. List laughed and instructed his servant to move the potted plant to the flower garden. At this point, he wasn't really expecting to get any more elf bugs from Lady Penelope. How could his small balcony spawn so many? Yet out of habit, He still swiftly applied the Eye of Magic, scanning the somewhat peculiar potted plant. Lady Penelope had introduced it earlier as a green yuanbao, a leguminous plant. As for why it was called green yuanbao, looking at the roots on the surface of the pot, there were 2 seeds the size of chicken eggs, shaped like yuanbao and green, hence the name was clear. These were the seeds of green yuanbao, which, after sprouting, stretch downward to form the roots and upward to become the trunk. This tree is a type of tall hardwood that can grow up to 4 meters high. Its young saplings, because of the large seed lobes, unlike typical sprouted seeds that get absorbed, instead become leaf-like and continue to photosynthesize, are very ornamental, making them a popular choice for potted plants. Its fruit is a pod known as the green yuanbao, which can be roasted and eaten, though it tastes average, similar to a low-quality potato. And yet, with just one glance, immediately, a faint trace of magical feedback shined, caught by List on the left seed lobe. "Wait a moment!" he exclaimed at once, stopping the servant from moving the green yuanbao and instead examined it closely, confirming the presence of light within the seed lobe, a sign of an elf bug in gestation. "What's wrong, List?" Lady Penelope seemed to realize something and leaned in. "Is there something wrong with my potted plant?" List smiled and opted not to hide it, expressing his joy. "Granny, my dear Granny, if I'm not mistaken, this green yuanbao might be nurturing an elf bug. I don't know how to thank you. This is the 3rd elf bug you've given me." "What?" Lady Penelope exclaimed in surprise. "Does it really have an elf bug?" From her tone, it was clear she hadn't thought her potted plant would continue to bear elf bugs. She probably never considered this when giving the plant. Her years of life experience had long taught her to be frugal, leveraging the previous 2 elf bugs to save some money on gifts. But at that moment, no one cared about her tone. Standing by, the Earl and his wife, the Levi's couple, Levira, Lidun, and the rest of the nobles all crowded closer, eager to see for themselves. The Earl spoke directly. "List, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is this truly a cordyceps that nurtures an elf bug?" "Father, my perception of magic power is very sensitive. I have felt the magic power of the elf bug on the green yuanbao, and I definitely am not mistaken. The issue is whether it can be cultivated or not, but I have some insights into breeding elf bugs. So far, I have never lost an elf bug from any cordyceps I've discovered." "Good heavens!" Lady Marie covered her mouth, in disbelief. She was not surprised by an elf bug, she was surprised that the elf bug belonged to List and that it was nurtured by a potted plant belonging to Lady Penelope. Viscount List truly is the son of glory. A noble started to flatter immediately. "My dear brother, why does the knightly honor always favor you? Grandmother's potted plants have already birthed 3 elf bugs, all given to you," Levira said enviously. List smiled again. "You should wonder why grandmother's potted plants always give birth to elf bugs. The knightly honor favors grandmother just the same." Lady Penelope laughed heartily, without her usual restraint. "Even though I am just an old lady, the knightly honor has not forsaken me. You always thought I was fooling you with my potted plants, little did you know every one of my potted plants is a treasure." The green yuanbao was solemnly moved to the flower garden. However, the compliments did not stop, as the nobles tirelessly discussed how knightly honor favored List, and family members continuously congratulated him. The unborn green yuanbao bug became the catalyst that further lifted the spirits of the birthday celebration. Listening to everyone's flattery, List felt an indescribable sense of superiority in his heart. A mere elf bug caused such envy among the other nobles. If they knew there was a little fire dragon sleeping on his chest, would they not be green with envy? Although it could not be ridden and would take 100 years to mature. Nonetheless, the little fire dragon continued to help him enhance the level of his dragon chi, and his power kept increasing. He now dared to assert that, with the refinement and output of the little fire dragon over this period, his dragon chi had surpassed that of a completion-level Sky Knight. In the Duchy of Sapphire, he was only second to the Grand Duke. Dragon Knight. Incomparable to Sky Knights. It seemed like beyond the completion-level Sky Knights was the Dragon Knight, but in reality, the gap between them was a chasm as deep as the abyss. Only by obtaining a dragon could one build a bridge over the divide. List was very fortunate to encounter his dragon at the age of 18. The only downside was that the fire dragon only consumed without producing. With a mentality of "I have a dragon, but I keep it low-key," List cordially entertained the guests, enjoying a lavish lunch in the dining hall. Although he didn't have enough money for potions, the castle never lacked for regular food. Mrs. Abby and her team of chefs had long since mastered new dishes such as stir-fries and roasts. Seafood was plentiful, desserts were numerous, and even the staple foods came in several varieties: dumplings, noodles, bread, buns, cornmeal rice, and more. Regrettably, Chef Paul still could not make tofu, which infuriated List so much he wanted to kill him. The man was a charlatan who had scammed him out of 10 gold coins in sponsorship funds. Otherwise, with tofu alone, countless variations could be created to add even more richness to the castle's dishes. Even so, after the luncheon, the nobles still could not stop praising the castle's sumptuous fare and inquired whether they could send chefs to learn from Mrs. Abbey. List cleared his throat and said, aside from some secret recipes, Mrs. Abbey will surely be willing to teach the other dishes. However, the most authentic dishes can only be tasted in Fresh Flower Town. I welcome you all to visit Fresh Flower Town on regular days to enjoy these delicacies. Fresh Flower Town will take trade as the future direction of development, and culinary delights are a great idea to attract merchants. Chapter 525 Black Pearl Pendant and Estuary Pig. After his birthday, List carefully checked the gifts brought by the guests, which, aside from the unexpected green on bow elf bug that his grandmother had given, were mostly various resources. For instance, the gift from the Earl and his wife was a batch of valuable jade, while the Levi's couple sent 10 pounds of lead metal. The function of lead metal is magic resistance. By mixing it into equipment, it can increase resistance to magic power. Therefore, the value of lead metal is high, and it serves as an excellent auxiliary material for casting armor and weapons. In fact, every metal possesses properties related to magic power, which are detailed in a magic book called Metal and Magic Observation Notes. Iron has good magic power conductivity, copper has good magic power adhesiveness, silver has good magic power coagulation properties, and gold has good magic power amplification properties. Of course, compared to their minor magical properties, the greater value of gold, silver, and copper is as currency in circulation. The total value of these gifts only reached 2/3 of the birthday banquet's expenses. As expected, I knew celebrating a birthday would be a loss, List muttered, tossing aside the ledger, too lazy to look any further. He directly left the castle, mounted Loki, and flew towards the Seaview Villa in the sunset. The sea sprite Ake did not go out and was busy producing magic equipment according to the experiments recorded in the magic books. Having reached the stage of Grand Magician, her research on magic power had fully shifted to magic rays. The strength of a Grand Magician lies in the understanding of magic rays. In this aspect, Ake's talent was outstanding, with progress that was astonishingly swift. She had already mastered the 2 advanced magic spells, Water Wave Shield and Waterfall. Although she still couldn't cast them instantaneously like common magic, she had managed to reduce the casting time to within 3 seconds. Another water system advanced magic spell, Strong Water Column, that Telkerson had recently brought, she also learned quickly. It was only a pity that she could only learn water magic, so her improvement was limited. If Ake's talents were transferred to a human, who could resonate with all types of magic power, her improvement would be terrifying. Compared to her, another Grand Magician, Chris Truth, who was overseeing the construction of the Mage Tower, was far behind in learning advanced magic. She hadn't even mastered Water Wave's shield, and her training progress was full of hitches. In fact, among human magicians, Chris was already exceptionally talented, but her comparison was with Ake. Brother. Ake greeted List with a smile. This little sea monster, now 42 years old, had gradually matured through her interaction with List and magic books. However, what remained unchanged was her innocence and her growing dependence on List. What magic equipment are you making? It's a black pearl pendant. Ake is almost finished with it. Brother, those small black pearls of yours can be used by Ake to make pendants and then sell them. Selling the finished magic power pendants will definitely be more profitable than selling the raw black pearls, said Ake cheerily. She had gradually come to understand economic principles, knowing that processed products were more profitable than raw materials. In fact, this has always been List's approach. As a modern person with an advanced civilizational soul, he was very aware that the income from selling raw materials was far less than the profits from selling processed goods. His vision for the development of his territory was also against selling raw materials, preferring to sell them after fine processing. Be it the same millet, once distilled into liquor, the price could increase 100 times, 1,000 times. So, he would never consider selling millet as soon as it was harvested. Besides consumption, all the millet and grains were to be used for brewing. To the extent that he would import basic agricultural products such as grains and, after processing, produce alcohol, pastries, and then sell them. Ake is very capable, praised List, and then he took out a few books. These are the magic array notes organized by Grand Magician Chris. Take them for reference, and if you have any insights, you can write some notes, which I will then pass on to Chris for her consideration. The exchange of ideas is the best way to explore truth. Ake took the notes and nodded vigorously. The mangrove minor elf flew over from a shell, holding a peanut candy in its hand and offered it to List. Chirp. It was treating him. List had no particular interest in peanut candy but instead took out the latest chocolate-covered peanut candy produced by the Peanut Processing Workshop and handed it to Nami. Here, Try the tastier chocolate-covered peanut candy. Squeak. Nami tilted her head, took the new candy wrapped in dry leaves, and then revealed a sweet smile. After peeling off the leaves, she held the chocolate-covered peanut candy and crunched off a corner. She only chewed twice before making a sour face and handing the chocolate-covered peanut candy back to List, shaking her head and going back to hugging her peanut nougat candy. Don't you like chocolate? List wrapped the chocolate-covered peanut candy, then I'll take it back and give it to Mickey to eat. He loves eating chocolate-covered peanut candy. Nami quickly said, squeak, squeak, squeak. List was puzzled. Ak raised his head and translated for List. Brother, Nami wants to play with Mickey but doesn't want to play with Jayla. Clearly, no elf liked to play with the temperamental Jayla. Actually, most elves didn't enjoy playing with other elves. They possessed the independent spirit of plants and didn't like communal living. Alright, next time I come, I'll bring Mickey along. Squeak. Nami was very happy, being a little minor elf that enjoyed playing with other elves. But the truth was, Mickey didn't like playing with Nami. He too was an elf with an independent nature and only liked to play by himself. After chatting with Ak for a while, List teased Nami, then pet the kelp bugs, laver bugs, redstone flower bugs, horsetail bugs, and inkingle bugs swimming in the seashells, and then left the sea view villa, not wanting to disturb Ak, who was diligently studying magicians could easily become engrossed in experiments, and his visits to chat with Ak were more about helping Ak relax. Constantly experimenting, he was worried that Ak might develop the bad habits of magicians and become psychologically disturbed. In truth, he treated Chris the same way, not wishing her to turn into a crazed grand magician like those at the goat assembly. This relaxation was what List called mental therapy, and he considered himself a mental health specialist solving magicians' psychological issues. Such days continued until early April. The territory officers, striving day and night for promotions and raises, had finally seeded the nearly 3 million acres of Black Horse Island. Regardless of whether the seeds would sprout or whether there was enough manpower for the next steps of cultivation, they at least completed the task of seeding. Complete the task and receive a reward of 22 dragon breed pigs. At the newly established estuary pig farm next to the Red River mouth in Red River Town, 2 old sows being fed a large amount of high-quality pig feed, finally began to give birth one after another. The pig farm steward who was responsible for delivering the babies, successively carried out 22 small piglets. The good news spread, and List personally went to the estuary pig farm. After confirming that all 22 dragon breed pigs were healthy, he immediately rewarded the farm's feeders with 1 silver coin each as a benefit. Then, he categorized the new dragon breed pigs separately, naming them estuary pigs. This would be another special produce of Black Horse Island. Chapter 526 1,000 acres of mushroom greenhouses. The birth of the estuary pig means that dragon breed pork is not far from arrival. According to the information List exchanged with the pig farm steward, the original breed of the estuary pig is the long strip pig, which is a fast-maturing breed that can become sexually mature and mate in about 6 months. This means that by this October, the estuary pigs should be able to mate, and by next January or February, there could be a litter of piglets. The breeding pigs reserved for mating definitely can't be eaten, but the piglets from crossing them with ordinary long-strip pigs, of course, can be eaten. By next February, there should be piglet meat to eat. Very good, dragon breed pork. I wonder what it will taste like. He secretly anticipated. At the same time, he thought of the dragon breed cows. In Horse Ranching Town, they have already set aside half of the slope of Needle Grass Hill to relocate alfalfa cordyceps, cultivate the alfalfa that milk cows love to eat, and build the Banpo cattle farm. Once the pasture is abundant, we can relocate the dragon breed cows there. The cows can get pregnant at the age of 2 next year, produce milk after giving birth a year after, and then the true dragon breed milk will arrive. With the construction of the Banpo cattle farm, the dragon breed cows also got a new name: Banpo cattle. Estuary pigs, Banpo cattle, all are to conceal the dragon bloodlines within them, together with Black Horse Ranch's black blood treasured horses. These are the dragon breed livestock that List owns. After inspecting the estuary piglets, he mounted Loki and took a round trip around Black Horse Island to inspect the construction progress of all the new towns. Currently, on Black Horse Island, New Harbor Town has already started to take shape, becoming increasingly prosperous with the migration of a large number of industries, now almost on par with Fresh Flower Town. Especially the ever-growing glass workshop, housing over 800 workers. The other side, now renamed as Black Horse Kiln Factory, the Fire Dragon Brick Factory, has absorbed more than 1,300 workers, with subordinated workshops for pottery, bricks, charcoal, and new materials, continuing research and development of porcelain, cement, lime, etc. If it weren't for Fire Dragon magic power as fuel, by now New Harbor Town would have been shrouded in thick smoke. So as an elemental dragon, the only output of a fire dragon it seems, is to fire up the boilers. Beyond New Harbor Town is also taking shape. The new port has been completed, and the shipyard has begun renovations of old ships, reassembling the three-masted large sailing ship Sunset, and transferred some of the carpenters and woodworkers from Fresh Flower Town's woodworking workshop to build a new sampan workshop here, focusing on producing sampans for fishermen's use. Additionally, Red River Town and Horse Ranching Town are taking shape, Grain Town has just started construction, Thorn Town is barely breaking ground, and Green Tea Town is still on paper. Overall, things are looking up. After making the round of inspections, List returned to New Harbor Town, first to check the progress of the Mage Tower under construction. 2 out of the 5 planned stories were already completed. Then he met with Chris Truth, who had moved the entire magic workshop here, for a conversation. He also picked up this month's magic potions, mainly the Ice Flame potions. Feeling the whole box of Ice Flame potions in the gemstone space, List was very excited. This year, after expanding the scale of the Ice Snow Flame mushrooms, despite the lack of manpower, the yield was still bountiful, finally allowing me to enjoy myself. These should be enough to sustain me and the little fire dragon for 10 days, he silently calculated. Now the Ice Snow Flame mushroom greenhouse has been expanded to 500 acres. Apart from the 150 acres of greenhouse in Fresh Flower Town's mushroom hamlet, the rest are here on the south side of Needlegrass Hill on Black Horse Island. The north slope is where Banpo Cattle Farm is. 500 acres, the scale is still not enough, we need to expand by another 500 acres, to quickly reach 1,000 acres of greenhouse and complete the new task. With the Dragon Breed Pig task completed, a new smoke mission was already issued. Mission: the bountiful harvest of iced snow flame mushrooms has slightly eased your need for magic potions, showing the importance of magic potions not cultivated by elves. Please continue to expand the scale of the mushroom greenhouses to reach 1,000 acres. Reward: giant algae forest. List didn't know what a giant algae forest was. It sounded like the algae had formed a forest under the sea, possibly containing a wealth of fishery resources. He had already asked Hack to pay attention to any patches of giant seaweed. Giant algae forests would definitely be in the sea, and only Hack could discover it during his swims. Cultivating crops on 1,000 acres of farmland is easy, but growing mushrooms in 1,000 acres of greenhouses is much more difficult. Mushrooms, including the mutated flame mushrooms and ice snow flame mushrooms, require a high level of skill to cultivate, which not just any ordinary serf can do well. Nowadays, the number of people in the territories who can cultivate these 3 types of mushrooms doesn't exceed 300. Of course, flame mushrooms were the only magic potions List could obtain and mass-produce quickly, so he devoted a considerable amount of energy to it. He arranged for these 300 mushroom farmers, each to take 10 apprentices, and after training them, to go on to teach even more apprentices. Moreover, with division of labor and cooperation, the mushroom farmers were responsible for the raw materials, temperature, and greenhouse management, while the apprentices were responsible for the heavy labor. Only by continuously opening up new greenhouses could they plant more flame mushrooms, because the ice snow flame mushrooms could no longer be cultivated as the weather got warmer. Consultant J. The mushroom greenhouses must be expanded to 1,000 acres within half a month. The number of mushroom farmers also needs to be constantly increased. I've decided to build a new town here, called Mushroom Town. It will be dedicated to serving these mushroom farmers and become the main production base for the potions I need. J. Who had become immune to List's impulsive actions, nodded without hesitation and said, "Rest assured, my lord, I will transfer a group of officials to come and build Mushroom Town. This is a crucial task, flame mushrooms are very important to me. Your cultivation is critical to the future of all your followers, and we certainly cannot afford to be negligent. You should know that, as your follower, I am excited every day and filled with boundless fighting spirit. Even though I do not have your talent, to follow you, who has such a grand future, is already more than what many other knights of the territories could hope for," said J. This blatant flattery didn't cause any displeasure for List, nor did it give him much of a thrill, because J. frequently offered flattery, and List was similarly immune to it. He smiled and said, "You are my family tutor, and you have taught me much of my knowledge. As long as you follow me wholeheartedly, I will certainly promise you a bright future." J. immediately kneeled on one knee, offering the grand gesture of a knight. "I thank you, my lord. J. swears fealty to you unto death. Rise, the territory needs you. Complete the construction of the mushroom greenhouses as soon as possible." Understood. Leaving Black Horse Island, List did enjoy a full 10 days of indulging in potions with the little fire dragon, who was so delighted it kept calling out oh ho every day. List also acquired a large amount of impure magic power, upgrading his own dragon chi. His strength steadily increased, getting stronger with each passing day. While indulging in potions, he often rode Loki, rushing to Birch City. His destination was the dead volcano located between Birch City and North Valley City. This volcano had no official name, similar to Thorn Ridge, it was just a desolate mountain. The serfs in the area called it Broken Tooth Mountain because the crater had a big gap, which from a distance looked like a half-missing front tooth. Upon reaching his destination, he landed in the center of the volcano crater and released the little fire dragon to circle freely. He then rode Loki, constantly exploring around the rim of the volcano crater. Although it's very likely a futile effort, and there's no chance of finding the so-called lava channels that lead to the underground magma river. I won't be satisfied without thoroughly searching several times. Chapter 527 Underwater Giant Algae Forest. The lava passage was, of course, not found. He used the Eye of Magic to try and pick up some stragglers, to find a couple of elf bugs, but similarly came up empty. Broken Tooth Mountain, as a dead volcano, probably had died a long time ago and had completely weathered into a normal mountain range, with no trace of magma and not even any geothermal heat. There were no hot springs, no steam, no caverns, just a regular mountain range. Loki, let's go back. List called out. The little fire dragon that was circling in the sky chasing small birds immediately dived down, and just less than 3 meters from List, it suddenly turned into a ball of flames. With a loud bang, it rushed into List's body, almost knocking him over. Steadying his body with 2 steps back on his hind legs, he immediately scolded the little fire dragon in his mind, "Keep it steady, how many times have I told you, be gentle when coming home." Oh ho! The little fire dragon let out a response, but without any emotion. It didn't listen to a word List was saying. Training it like one would train a blizzard beast was not easy, perhaps because dragons have such long growth cycles. They are undoubtedly smart, but their adaptation is measured in years. In any case, the most significant change in the little fire dragon over this past month of training was that it had accepted its new name. Leo. As to why List wanted to name the little fire dragon that, probably only List himself knew. Leaving Broken Tooth Mountain. Riding on Loki, List flew to the southern beach of Coral Island to visit an intermediate magical beast, the purple sand crocodile. This crocodile was leisurely sunbathing on the beach. Upon List's arrival, it immediately became alert, raising its head in a posture ready to attack. I really want to slaughter it, skin it, and eat its meat, but it's a bit embarrassing. I somewhat understand that the Earl probably deliberately left the purple sand crocodile to maintain the diversity of magical beasts on Coral Island. The relationship between humans and magical beasts on the continent is one of mutually hunting each other. But in the Duchy of Sapphire, isolated overseas, magical beasts are considered rare species. Often they are domesticated and raised or protected in their habitats to allow the beasts to continue breeding, ensuring a continuous supply of magical beast meat. Like List's previous approach of killing off all the beasts in Thorn Ridge, it is very ill-advised. The purple sand crocodile in front of him wasn't aware of what the human was thinking. But sensing the danger that had descended upon it, it opened its mouth and spewed out magic, the water wave's shield, instantly a pale blue halo completely enveloping it. Seeing this, List slowly drew the sky-cleaving greatsword, as powerful dragon chi surged within him, ready to burst forth. Boom! The one to attack first wasn't him, but rather the purple sand crocodile, as the large crocodile crazily unleashed magic, water arrow barrage, countless water arrows piercing like sharp arrows toward List. With his legs pushing off the ground, List leaped high, deftly avoiding the crocodile's magic. The sky-cleaving greatsword swung violently in midair, sending forth a crimson dawn burn which struck the purple sand crocodile's water wave's shield as a line of fire. With a thunderous blast, the purple sand crocodile's water wave shield didn't hold up and shattered in a second. The not yet fully dissipated high-level fire attribute dragon chi then splashed onto the crocodile, casting a purple sheen over its scales, instantly scorching the scales of the purple sand crocodile. Woo-goo-goo. The purple sand crocodile let out a scream of agony. It couldn't block List's sword strike at all, but of course, this could only be considered a superficial wound. Seeing its state, List gently landed, put away the sky-cleaving greatsword, and with a whistle, called over Loki. He hopped on without a backward glance and left the sandy beach. He could feel his own strength had explosively increased. An ordinary intermediate magical beast had great difficulty resisting his charged sword strike. It was just a test of attack power. There was no need to kill the purple sand crocodile. I wonder how many sword strikes can the Earl now withstand? If the Sapphire Duke were to come, without relying on the Sapphire Dragon, just by matching Dragon Chi and Chi secret techniques, could I withstand his 2 or 3 strikes? Surely the Sapphire family must possess Chi secret techniques centered on lethality, although I have 2 Chi secret techniques, both are auxiliary in nature. When measuring against the Earl, List's strength had already surpassed all Sky Knights. But for the Grand Duke who might become a Dragon Knight, he had no way to gauge. My current strength is quite far from that of the Marquis of Bull. Originally, the Marquis of Bull was capable of fighting dozens of Sky Knights by himself. Although he was ultimately forced to flee, his strength after transforming into a lich was unquestionably formidable. List now felt confident he could strongly overpower 2 or 3 Sky Knights, but if there were more, he could only beat a hasty retreat, a far cry from the Marquis. Of course. His strength was in a rapid growth phase, improving every day. After all, he was a dragon knight about to ride a dragon. This self-assured dragon knight, who had not yet ridden a dragon. After returning to Fresh Flower Town, his mood was no longer so cheerful. The reason was simple, he was out of magic potions again. The little fire dragon began to howl for its medicine, and his own cultivation slowed without the aid of magic potions. The interruption to his rising momentum was uncomfortable. It's mid-April now, about 5 or 6 months away from the Pioneer Mandate. I really want to charge straight into the Eagle Kingdom and plunder a batch of resources, preferably capturing a Marquis or Earl or 2. The ransom money alone would probably be enough to satisfy me. When there were no magic potions to consume, List would always unconsciously have thoughts of plundering. While suppressing this greed, he couldn't help but ponder, no wonder wars happen every year. The resources consumed in night cultivation always drive the nobles to compete with each other. Even someone like me, who grew up in a peaceful era, can't help but get involved. Enduring. Night fell. When he went to the Seaview Villa to chat with Ak suddenly mentioned something interesting. Brother, Ak discovered a colorful big fish near Black Horse Island. It looked like a beautiful rainbow dolphin, definitely a sea monster. Ak wanted to catch up with it to catch it for brother, but it swam very fast and disappeared into a large mass of seaweed, nowhere to be seen. Rainbow dolphin? What kind of sea monster was that? List's surprise about the rainbow dolphin was fleeting, and his attention quickly focused on another point, a large mass of seaweed. Yes, there's a very large forest of seaweed under the sea there, like an undersea forest. Ak almost got dizzy trying to navigate it. It's very strange seaweed, the first time Ak has ever discovered so much seaweed gathered together at the bottom of the sea. There are many fish living among it. A vast expanse of seaweed, an undersea forest. These 2 pieces of information quickly flashed through List's mind, making him think of the smoke mission. Without much thought, he immediately summoned the smoke mission. Indeed. The content of the mission had changed. Complete the mission, reward, giant algae forest. About 1,000 acres of mushroom greenhouse had already been built, so the new mission was also promptly released. Mission: the keen perception of the sea serpent detected something unusual about the giant algae forest, but she lacks the cultivation of the eye of magic and cannot peer into its essence. Perhaps you need to dive into the water and explore it yourself to uncover the secrets of the giant algae forest. Reward: an elf bug. Hidden within the giant algae forest was an elf bug. It was likely a giant algae bug, and although List was currently unable to afford to develop underwater cultivation, he still looked forward to each elf bug. Ak, where did you find this giant algae forest? After thinking for a moment, Ak replied, it's about 500 meters from the southeast corner of Black Horse Island, with a depth of around 30 meters. There are many rocks on the seabed, and those giant algae are growing on the rocks. It's like ropes extending towards the surface, dense and seemingly endless. Guide me there, Ak. I want to explore it myself. Chapter 528 Extreme Diving Breathholding. At the southeast corner of Black Horse Island, there is a barren sandy beach, sparsely dotted with a few wooden huts. Although it's impossible to grow crops here, the beach boasts abundant seafood resources. The sampan fishing teams from the harbor town often come here to catch seafood, providing food for the territory. At this moment, List, wearing only a close-fitting leather armor and shorts, was personally sitting in a sampan, rowing out to sea. All his servants stayed on the beach. He had came to explore the giant algae forest beneath the sea on his own. Since he needed to communicate with Sea Sprite Ake at all times, it would be inconvenient to bring servants along. With Ake to guide him underwater, they easily reached above the giant algae forest, where he lowered a rope for Ake to secure the sampan. Before preparing to dive to the seabed, Lee asked, Ake, although I can swim, it's difficult to exert my strength in the sea. After all, I possess fire attribute Chi, so I will need you to guide me a lot. Brother, don't worry, Ake will protect you, just like brother protects Ake. Currently, my limit for holding my breath is 15 minutes. To expedite the exploration, you need to lead me while swimming. Ake's swimming speed was very fast. If Lee swam by himself, he would spend most of his 15-minute breath-holding time swimming and would barely have any time to explore the giant algae forest. Taking a deep breath. Splash. Lee jumped directly into the sea and, following the currents controlled by Ake, quickly dived towards the bottom. His strong physical constitution allowed him to use his chi to slow down his oxygen consumption if the physical rules of this world were the same as those on Earth, where burning and breathing both utilized oxygen. In this world, ordinary people could hardly hold their breath for a minute, and fishermen who trained regularly could normally hold their breath for 3 to 5 minutes. Any longer would require the use of chi. On Black Horse Island, there was an apprentice knight who often dived, capable of breath holding while swimming for 20 minutes and 30 minutes while still. Lee Ct hadn't trained much, but with the help of chi, his record for breath holding while swimming was 15 minutes, and 18 minutes when still. The seawater was exceptionally clear. Although the underwater visibility was narrower than on land, it was still possible to see a great distance. Ake controlled the water flow from within a seashell, carrying him swiftly to the edge of the giant algae forest. Looking out, the entire forest really resembled a forest growing on the seabed. The giant algae stretched straight towards the surface, breaking the sunlight into tiny specks of light. Their colors were mostly yellow or green. They looked a bit like kelp. However, giant algae had a single main stem with many long, slender leaves that swayed left and right with the movement of the seawater. Their roots clung to the rocks at the bottom of the sea, with many small fish darting between the algae. Sometimes, the fish would disturb the algae, causing them to entangle with each other. The seafloor was also dotted with a large number of corals, anemones, and other life forms. Lee Ct was not in the mood to admire the underwater scenery. He quickly deployed his eye of magic, scanning over the algae, but found no glow of magic feedback. He then patted Ake's shell. Understanding the gesture, Ake immediately controlled the water flow, taking Lee Ct swimming into the giant algae, though mostly staying near the periphery of the forest's near shore end. The eye of magic continuously scanned, searching for the possible presence of cordyceps. 15 minutes passed in a blink, and he did not spot any cordyceps. Resurfacing, Lee Ct took deep breaths, giving himself a moment to recover. Once again, he had Ake take him toward the next area of the giant algae forest underwater. Indeed, the undersea forest was boundlessly vast, with no visible end in sight. Inside the giant algae forest, the poor lighting and limited visibility made it even harder for the eye of magic to observe. But Lee Ct's nature was all or nothing. He never left anything half done. Time and again, he extended his search through the expanse of the giant algae forest. Finally, after 3 hours and on his 9th dive, he saw the luminosity he had hoped for. The chaotic colors of the light spread over a 30-meter-long piece of giant algae. It nearly reached the surface. Swimming quickly towards this piece of giant algae, Lee Ct soon found the elf bug nestled at the root of the kelp, a yellow-brown elf bug. Originally, Lee Ct had thought to let Ake contract with this giant algae bug, but since he had already put in so much effort, he decided to do it himself. So he took out some jade powder and sprinkled it at the base of the giant algae. In the seawater, the jade powder shimmered, not easily adhering, but it still successfully attracted the giant algae bug, which slowly swam over to lick the powder. Then, as it opened its mouth, Lee Ct forced his finger in. A snap. A sensation of soul connection came through. He had successfully bonded with the giant algae bug, feeling the little fellow's peaceful, tranquil, and relaxed mood, as if embodying a quietly stretching piece of giant algae in the sea. With the giant algae bug in tow, he quickly surfaced. Phew. He exhaled deeply, purging his lungs of stale air and breathing in the salty, fishy air above the sea. When Ake also emerged and opened his shell, Lee Ct threw the giant algae bug into Ake's shell. Ake, take good care of this giant algae bug for me. Now, Ake's shell had all but become a little worm room for the elf bugs, following him around every day. After I rest for a bit, we'll head back, Lee Ct said, being kept afloat on the water by a current controlled by Ake, as he recovered his strength. He also called out to the smoke mission. Mission completed, reward 1 giant algae elf bug. 3 hours of hardship for an elf bug was well worth it, although the only regret was that the seaweed crops cultivated by these sea elf bugs were still in the ocean. The kelp bugs and laver bugs, kelp and laver had already become food for fishermen to harvest. But the crops planted by the redstone flower bug, the horsetail bug, and the inkingle bug had yet to be utilized. As for this giant algae bug, whether its corresponding giant algae was edible was not known. If it was, it could potentially be harvested by fishermen. In a daze, the serpent-like script made of smoke had already twisted to reconfigure its message, mission. The giant algae elf bug seems to be just one facet of the secret of the giant algae forest. This vast undersea forest is worth your deeper exploration, to thoroughly uncover its secrets farther and deeper within the forest. Reward, a new variety of giant algae. Lee Ct was surprised. He hadn't expected that the giant algae forest mission was not over yet. It seemed to be a chain mission. What kind of new variety could this giant algae be? Could it be magic medicine? No matter whether it was magic medicine or not, The exploration of the giant algae forest had to continue. The morning was already late, and he had arranged with Ak to continue in the afternoon. He then swam to where the sampan was anchored and rowed himself to shore. Surrounded by his servants, he put on flak middeldatabay and returned to the port town for lunch. After lunch, a short rest. The search continued. This time, Lee Ct and Ak divided the work. Lee Ct mainly scanned the giant algae forest broadly for possible magic light feedback, attempting to find magic medicine kelp, while Ak meticulously distinguished between each piece of giant algae, looking for non-magic medicine mutant varieties. Chapter 529 Secrets follow one after another. Lee Ct had already overestimated the area of the giant algae deep forest, but as he continued to explore underwater, he was still amazed by the vastness of the giant algae forest. It was outrageously large, and that afternoon, he and Ak almost got lost among it. Fortunately, after relentless effort, List's Eye of Magic finally located the radiance of magic feedback, which was a whole patch of giant algae emanating magic radiance. They looked almost identical to regular giant algae, perhaps just a wee bit finer, but overall they still exceeded the length of 20 to 30 meters. Intermixed with the regular giant algae, there was no doubt that this was the new secret hinted at by the smoke mission, the giant algae magic potion. And it was giant algae magic potion in large quantities. Looking at the endless, densely scattered giant algae magic potion releasing chaotic magic radiance, List involuntarily took a sharp intake of breath. Then he choked on the water, and Ak promptly reacted, lifting him above the surface. But he still gulped down several mouthfuls of seawater, continuously coughing on the ocean's surface. "Brother, are you alright?" Ak asked with concern, patting his back to help him catch his breath. It took List quite a while to stop coughing. He floated on the surface taking deep breaths, but his mood remained excited. "I'm fine, just choked on some water." "Ak, do you know what I found in the giant algae forest? It's magic potion." An entire swath of giant algae magic potion, as far as the eye can see, all giant algae magic potion. "Wow, giant algae magic potion." Ak cheered along. "Yes, it's the giant algae magic potion. Recently, I've been in desperate need of magic potions, and the ones produced in my territory can't satisfy my use, and purchasing from the outside is very difficult. I never expected the giant algae forest you discovered to be filled with so much giant algae magic potion." Ak rejoiced sincerely for him. "That's great, brother can continue to consume magic potion without a hitch." List smiled proudly. Warmth radiated from his chest. Clearly, the little fire dragon had sensed his emotions and understood that it would soon have magic potion to eat. Sending an emotion of patience to it, List took a deep breath and gestured to Ak to continue diving with him to ascertain the extent and quantity of the giant algae magic potion. Most crucially, he needed to find the second giant algae bug, besides the likes of mushrooms, which are abandoned cordyceps. Any plant with magic potion would have elf bugs. This patch of giant algae magic potion is far away from the previous giant algae cordyceps, that means another giant algae bug must be concealed nearby. There are also plants without elf bugs that could mutate into magic potion carriers, but they would regress to ordinary plants after 1 or 2 generations and can't breed. Diving. Searching. Today was destined to be a day of abundance, and Ak soon found a new giant algae bug and its cordyceps. Then, List once more successfully lured the giant algae bug with jade powder and smoothly contracted it. After the contract, he tossed it into Ak's shell. The sea elves preferred the environment of the ocean. Splash. Breaking through the seawater, floating on the surface, List felt exceptionally relaxed. The sun had already set below the horizon, its afterglow reddening half the sky, and the seawater glowed red as well, like clusters of flames dancing on the ocean's surface. Time to go back. Watching the sun nearly disappear, he smiled faintly. "Tomorrow, we'll arrange for the fishermen to come harvest these giant algae magic potion and clear out the non-magical giant algae as well. We'll move the 2 giant algae cordyceps over here, expanding the growing area for the giant algae magic potion, letting the ocean cultivate more magic potion for me." Concentrating slightly, he soon called up the smoke mission. Mission completed. Reward, giant algae magic potion variety. Then he glanced at the new mission. The swathes of giant algae magic potion are a tremendous discovery, and they can effectively alleviate your need for magic potions. However, it seems the area of the giant algae magic potion has gone beyond the influence of the giant algae elf bug. Please locate the other elf influencing the giant algae magic potion. Reward, 1 giant algae minor elf. What? At first, List didn't take much notice, thinking that contributing 2 giant algae bugs and a piece of magic medicine kelp from the giant algae forest was already a very worthwhile harvest. He hadn't expected the main event to be yet to come. There were even giant algae minor elves hidden within this giant algae forest. He steadied his breathing, suppressed the surge of emotions, and calmly said to Ak, have you noticed that the range of the magic medicine kelp seems to have extended beyond the influence of the giant algae cordyceps? Ak was very smart and caught on quickly, his big eyes shining brightly. Brother, are you saying there are other giant algae bugs here? Perhaps not just giant algae bugs, but also giant algae minor elves. This giant algae forest is really too vast, it's hard to know how many years it has grown and exactly how many elves it has nurtured. List thought more and more that his line of thought was correct. Ak, there must be more elves inside, waiting for us to explore. Brother, shall we continue the search? It's getting dark, the light is dim, and diving again would be very inconvenient. There's no rush, Ak, let's go back for now and resume the search tomorrow. Back in the port town, List had already sorted out how to deal with this giant algae forest. Undoubtedly, when the magic medicine kelp was discovered, it had transformed from an interesting underwater plant into an indispensable strategic resource for the territory. With Ak's help, I can easily determine the area of the seaweed, but for the fishermen, the location of the giant algae forest and the area of the magic medicine kelp are difficult to distinguish, they don't have coordinates to confirm it. So I need to help them mark the coordinates of the giant algae. He immediately ordered his servants to prepare ropes and sampans. Using ropes to secure the sampans, he marked the edges of the giant algae forest and the distribution area of the magic medicine kelp. Of course, this is just a temporary measure. The best method is to learn the maritime cultivation techniques from Earth, using buoys to plan the cultivation fields in the sea. Regularly harvest the magic medicine kelp and strive to explore the cultivation techniques for the giant algae. So far, we have yet to determine the full extent of the giant algae forest. Judging from the areas explored at present, this giant algae forest is likely to span tens of thousands of acres. List and Ak had only explored a fraction of the area. So the next day, he took the ropes and sampans and spent the entire day not diving in search of the giant algae minor elves, but busy marking the borders of the giant algae forest. Setting them every 1 kilometer, he placed the sampans and had Ak secure them with ropes. Working tirelessly until nightfall, it took 23 sampans to map out the border of the giant algae forest. Then he rode Loki to survey from above the giant algae forest, drawing the positions of the sampans. The result showed that the giant algae forest took on an irregular, elongated shape. Then, he sketched it to scale on thick paper, and after a rough calculation, concluded that the giant algae forest might span 24 square kilometers, approximately 36,000 acres. This area was about the size of Fresh Flower Town. It's truly immense. It's time to search for the giant algae minor elves and determine the range of the magic medicine kelp. Having found the kelp, it was time to send people to harvest it, then take it to the magic workshop for Chris Truth to make magic potions. Days without magic potions to nibble on were indeed hard to bear. Chapter 530 This jade powder smells amazing as a powerful sky knight. List had a strong ability to adapt his body. Just 2 days ago, he could only hold his breath for 15 minutes, but now he was able to do so for 25 minutes. In the process of searching for magic medicine kelp, the surprises kept growing because the distribution of the magic medicine kelp far exceeded his imagination. At first, he thought it was just over 100 acres affected by one giant algae bug and over 800 acres affected by one minor elf, but now it had reached over 1,000 acres, and he still hadn't seen the end of it. Based on the normal distribution of elf influences, a greater elf influence is about 6,000 acres, a minor elf around 800 acres, and an elf bug around 100 acres, with the fluctuation in their influence not exceeding 20%. That is, the maximum range of influence for a minor elf wouldn't exceed 960 acres, and an elf bug wouldn't exceed 120 acres, he said. 960 acres plus 120 acres equaled 1,080 acres. This meant that under the current known elf influences, the area of magic medicine kelp in the giant algae forest would not exceed this number. However, even after the area exceeded 1,000 acres, List had yet to explore the edge of the magic medicine kelp. There are still elves. There must be more elves. This is truly amazing. How many surprises will this giant algae forest bring me? Murmured List, growing more and more excited as he patrolled underwater, monitoring the magic feedback light. He felt that this trip would really make him a fortune. The azure sea that he had pinned so much hope on had not let him down. The wild magic medicines were growing in patches. Just at that moment, Ak suddenly took him to a giant algae, and then she pointed to the base of the giant algae, where, all of a sudden, a yellow-brown giant algae bug was perching on the pediolata root. Another elf bug. List did not hesitate. He took out jade powder, sprinkled it in the water to lure the giant algae bug, and then extended his finger for it to bite down on. Mind connected, contract established. The third giant algae bug was secured. The appearance of this giant algae bug was an unexpected delight, but it did not disrupt List's process of searching for the giant algae minor elf. He continued to search for the giant algae magic potion with X's help, continuously discerning where there might be giant algae cordyceps. Cordyceps mixed in with the magic medicine kelp were hard to find, given they all emitted a magic feedback light. Eventually, it was still thanks to X's keen observation. She patted List's shoulder and then pointed towards a cluster of giant algae in front of them. Following the direction of her finger, List could vaguely see a light point that was different from the others. He dispersed his eye of magic to observe with his naked eye and found the light point was behind the frond of a giant algae. Although it wasn't clear, that shape was definitely a minor elf without a doubt. List quickly gestured for Ak to swim with him towards the minor elf, but as soon as they approached, the nimble minor elf fled and left the giant algae. The wild minor elves were highly vigilant, unlike the mangrove minor elf Nami, who was a wild minor elf and, upon seeing Ak, would be unable to move and willingly offered a contract. This giant algae minor elf was different. It had no intention of approaching Ak and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Let's go up," List gestured to Ak to surface. They took a breath, revitalizing themselves. He said, "Later, you'll take me to that giant algae again. I have observed it. It is definitely the cordyceps of the giant algae minor elf. The base is very thick, not much smaller than a water bucket, and although it winds and twists below the surface, its length definitely exceeds 60 or 70 meters. Brother, but the giant algae minor elf will run away," Ak said. "I will use jade powder to lure it and see if it can be attracted, then I'll attempt to initiate the contract. If that doesn't work, I'll need you to control the water flow to bind the giant algae minor elf so I can then contract with it," he explained. Ak nodded. Although she was kind and innocent, she did not have the mindset of minor elves are so cute, how can we harm them? In fact, the law of the survival of the fittest had often been a part of her upbringing. Being hunted by sea monsters wasn't an exception, she often faced them when she was a child. So to List, the means of dealing with the elf were quite normal, and the act of killing sea monsters was taken for granted. She probably wouldn't oppose even if List asked her to kill someone, for her sense of right and wrong differed considerably from that of humans, not to mention, being around List all the time, one couldn't help but be affected by his influence. To be tinged with the same hue. A moment later, List had fully recovered and returned to the root of the giant algae cordyceps, taking out a powder ground from jade and sprinkling a large patch of it. Jade powder would float with the currents and settle to the bottom in the seawater, but due to density, quite a bit would still adhere to the cordyceps. No one knows how the jade powder tempts the elf, but the elf certainly loves jade. As expected. Without waiting more than 3 minutes, List noticed the giant algae minor elf cautiously coming back. It hid behind the giant algae's leaves, approaching stealthily, unaware that the magic radiance on its body had already given away its position. List, without a change of expression, pointed out its location to Ak. Ak nodded to signal she was ready to capture it. Only then did List relax and take out another handful of jade powder, tossing it towards the location of the giant algae minor elf, though the powder didn't spread far in the water. Yet the scent it emitted successfully attracted the giant algae minor elf. 2 minutes later, it brazenly appeared in List's line of sight, only to retreat and reappear twice or thrice before it started to approach List, licking the jade powder sprinkled on the giant algae cordyceps. It occasionally turned its head to look at List, opening its mouth to emit a vague sound. The sound was akin to a gurgle. It was also amber-colored, crystal clear like a gem, with a super miniature piece of giant algae on its head. Its big eyes were very expressive, though its teeth inside the mouth were quite sharp, giving it a fierce edge amidst its beauty. It had no wings, but had structures like transparent fins on its ears, armpits, calves, and tailbone. Clearly, the structure of the minor elves in the sea was significantly different from those on land. List didn't disturb it, instead just watched it with interest as it licked the giant algae clean of jade powder. Only then did he take out another handful of jade powder and slowly extend his hand towards the giant algae minor elf. If it were a human child, not even a kindergarten kid would fall for such crude enticement. However, the other party was just a giant algae minor elf. After coaxing its head for a dozen seconds and grinning broadly, it quickly swam over and started licking the jade powder by hugging List's hand. List took the opportunity to quietly stand his middle finger up and slip it into its mouth. It immediately responded with a bite. It hurt. It instantly drew blood from List's finger, but the contract was also completed in a flash. In the moment of heart-to-heart connection, List could feel its wariness, nervousness, and a surge of aggressive emotion, which was quickly replaced by feelings of confusion and affection. Probably the giant algae minor elf was bewildered. Why does this annoying person feel so dear to me? Little guy, I've got you now, List said, activating his dragon chi to stop the bleeding on his finger and cradling the giant algae minor elf in his palm. He gestured to Ak to take them to the surface of the water. The giant algae minor elf, now above water, seemed upset. It didn't like being away from the seawater, Gurgle. The noise it made was clear, resembling a pigeon's call but even more crystalline. Clinging to List's finger, it swayed its body back into the water, soaking in the sea, and then it cheered up, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Chapter 531 Ak chases the sea monster. The giant algae minor elf, burbling away, became the fourth little minor elf under List's command. Its arrival signified the massive potential of the giant algae magic potion behind it. 3 giant algae elf bugs and 1 giant algae minor elf should be able to cultivate at least 1100 acres of magic medicine kelp, List said, looking happily at the giant algae minor elf hanging from his arm and swaying with the waves. The temper of the giant algae minor elf was clearly not so gentle. It wasn't nearly as fond of Ak as it was of Nami. When I tried to touch it, it twisted its body to evade, then turned its head and bared its teeth at Ak with a gurgle. It was warning Ak not to touch it. Little guy, this is Miss Sea Serpent, do you understand? When I'm not in the sea, you follow her, got it? Gurgle. Stop gurgling. She has some jade powder you like to eat too, List signaled to Ak with a look, hinting for her to take out some jade powder. Sure enough. A mother is she who has the milk. Once Ak took out the jade powder, the giant algae minor elf didn't hesitate for more than 3 seconds before rushing over to start eating the jade powder that Ak fed it. When Ak reached out to touch it again, it had no reaction whatsoever, just like when List first tempted it. It simply couldn't resist the allure of the jade powder. Good thing an elf contract, once established, cannot be undone by others unless willingly released by the owner, otherwise, it could be led astray by others within 3 days of being raised. List no longer paid attention to the giant algae minor elf that was munching on jade powder and showing a truly delicious emotion and instead started to focus his attention. He summoned a smoke mission. Task completed, reward, 1 giant algae minor elf. The next mission followed, task, the giant algae forest remains unexplored. In fact, you have only uncovered a corner of the forest and haven't discovered its core secrets. Ak is a good helper, why not let her assist you to dive deeper into the sea and find more secrets? Reward, 1 low-level dragon breed sea monster. Low-level dragon breed sea monster? What's going on here? It feels like ever since the smoke mission started and I received the power of destiny from the smoke dragon, I seem to have tied my fate with dragons and dragon-related creatures. Dragon-related creatures include flying dragons, sub-dragons, dragon beasts, and dragon breed beasts. List has come into contact with flying dragons, including the light dragon from the maple leaf duchy, with Paris being the black dragon child of the light dragon, the sapphire dragon, the guardian dragon of his nation, which he saw once on Ironhoof Island, the smoke dragon, which he has never met, but the smoke mission is always there. He'd met the formless dragon twice, who brought him 4 space gems, and it could be considered an old friend by now. Lastly, the fire dragon that died on Black Horse Island and the little fire dragon Leo that was born from the remains of the fire dragon's skeleton, which constantly cries out oh ho, clamoring for magic potions. Sub-dragons, he had only encountered 1, and the situation is somewhat unclear. Marquis Merlin had given him a phoenix feather, which the little fire dragon swallowed before he could even warm it up. Afterward, when List wrote to Marquis Merlin to ask about the phoenix feather, he learned that this feather was the only one confiscated as part of the Long Taro family's pioneer mandate. Loki is a dragon beast. Banpo cattle, estuary pigs, and black blood treasured horses are all dragon breed beasts. Now, 1 more low-level dragon breed sea monster will be added, which is a type of magical beast and can be considered a dragon beast. A sea dragon beast. What species could it be? A fish, or a whale? Or maybe a crab, lobster, shellfish, starfish? No matter what, the exploration of the giant algae forest is still incomplete, and even the extent of the magic medicine kelp has not been clearly determined. In this undersea forest, elves still exist. And perhaps even more explosive secrets. But for today, there's no more time to search. Unbeknownst to him, the sunset had already fallen upon the sea. List prepared to take the giant algae minor elf back with him, but the giant algae minor elf was reluctant to leave the sea. If it were just an elf bug, then it would be taken away just like that. Alas, it was a little minor elf with independent thinking and could no longer be simply regarded as a farming tool. Then you shall stay the night with Ak. List did not force the giant algae minor elf to leave the sea. However, he had already planned that when he built the new castle in the future, he would definitely construct a sea worm room in the canals that connect to the sea beneath the castle, to provide shelter for the elves of the ocean. Before parting, Ak, holding the giant algae minor elf, suddenly asked, "Brother, what name will you give this giant algae minor elf?" A name. After pondering briefly, List made a decision. Let's call it Fizz. The meaning of this name is Tide Spirit, and it is an ocean elf born alongside the tides. Fizz. Ak offered no comment on the name. What she focused on was another piece of information in List's words. Brother, since Fizz and the others are ocean elves, then what is Ak? Brother, you said that Ak was the ocean's elf. When she asked this question, the little sea monster felt a bit dejected. Perhaps the original title of the ocean's elf was exclusively hers. List smiled gently, stroking Ak's deep blue hair. Ak, you are a sea serpent, and sea serpents are the elves of the ocean. Fizz and the others are farming elves, simply living in the ocean, but inherently they have no direct connection to the ocean. Hee hee. After parting with List, Ak, with Fizz in tow, continued to meander through the giant algae forest. She was a sea serpent, and the ocean was her realm to roam at will. She planned to continue searching to see if she could encounter new elves, to reduce the workload for List. At that moment, her vision blurred. A colorful fish swam past through the giant algae forest, and Ak's eyes lit up. It's that huge dolphin. She had initially chased this sea monster, which resembled a dolphin, and that was how she had discovered the giant algae forest. However, she ended up allowing the sea monster to escape without capturing it. Now, she directly followed, determined to hunt the sea monster once more. Using a giant algae as cover, Ak's white giant shell quietly trailed the sea monster from afar. The relaxed sea monster hadn't noticed her, swimming leisurely around, occasionally chasing after the fish in the vicinity. It was completely carefree, treating the giant algae forest as if it was its playground. Little did it know, danger was approaching. However, just as Ak was about to make her move and hunt the sea monster, she suddenly stopped, hiding behind a few strands of giant algae, keeping her form concealed and quietly observing in her view. The dolphin-like sea monster seemed to want to attack a strand of giant algae. Yet before it could get close, a faint yellow light swept across its body, and then tiny strands of giant algae grew on its skin, entwining it. The sea monster had no choice but to dash towards the nearby rocks to scrape off the giant algae. Then, not giving up, it circled around, trying to attack again, but was repeatedly blocked by the yellow light. In the end, completely covered with giant algae, it reluctantly swam towards the depths of the giant algae forest. It's a giant algae minor elf, a giant algae minor elf. Ak was very surprised. She had just contracted a giant algae minor elf with List an hour ago. She had not expected to encounter another one so soon. The clever Ak immediately remembered that List had said the area of the magic medicine kelp was vast and not yet fully explored, so, encountering another giant algae minor elf was not strange. She firmly memorized the location of the cordyceps where this giant algae minor elf resided before chasing after the colorful sea monster. Unfortunately, the figure of the sea monster had already vanished. Chapter 532 The battle between Fizz and Tam. The rainbow dolphin sea monster vanished without a trace, and Ak grew a little anxious. It wasn't that she was worried about not being able to hunt it, but rather she feared that the sea monster would find other elf bugs and eat them. In the current giant algae forest, 3 elf bugs and 2 little minor elves had already been discovered. It was difficult to guarantee that no other elf bugs would be found. All the elves of the entire giant algae forest belonged to her brother List. They couldn't be spoiled by the sea monster. After a careful search, she still couldn't find any trace of the sea monster, so she could only comfort herself. The sea monster probably didn't target the elves, it might have just been curious about them. I've never heard brother mention any animals that feed on elves, nor have I read about it in books. Besides, discovering an elf bug was also very difficult. The sea monster might not actually be able to find a second one. Sea monsters don't have the eye of magic, she murmured as she swam gently through the giant algae, feeling a little regretful. What a pity that Ak is not a knight and doesn't possess chi, unable to cultivate the eye of magic. Otherwise, Ak could help brother quickly find all the elves and magic potions in the sea. The eye of magic is a chi secret technique, which only knights can cultivate, magicians naturally cannot. She searched in circles. Night had completely fallen. She returned to the spot where she had seen the new giant algae minor elf for a while before leaving the giant algae forest and swimming toward Mangrove Island. On Mangrove Island, Nami was holding a green-headed duck that had hatched just a few days ago, waiting for Ak's return. Sometimes Ak would take Nami with her, but now with the responsibility of taking care of the duckling, Nami spent half of the nights on Mangrove Island. It also liked Mangrove Island very much, as it was born there. When she saw the seashell emerging from within the mangrove forest, Nami immediately put down the duckling, flew up excitedly, and called out Peep as she rushed towards the seashell. By the time Ak flew out of the seashell, Nami had just crashed into her arms. Nami, brother List brought you a new friend, Ak said. Peep. Blurp. Without waiting for Ak's introduction, Fizz emerged from the shell, baring his teeth at Nami. His sharp teeth instantly frightened Nami into hiding in Ak's arms. Fizz, you are not allowed to scare Nami. Blurp. Fizz turned and bared his teeth at Ak again. Although having a mother was important, this did not mean that Fizz would bow to Ak. Unless she took out the jade powder. Smack smack. Having received the jade powder, Fizz no longer provoked Nami and quietly licked the jade powder. Nami, getting bolder, began to size up Fizz and occasionally peeped at Ak. Ak explained softly, it doesn't have wings because it's a little minor elf from the sea. The little minor elves in the sea have fins instead of wings. See its fins? Don't they look a bit like Ak's fin wings? Ak's fish fins were also transparent behind her ears and back. In fact, the sprites of the sea and the elves from within the sea shared great similarities. A moment later, Fizz had finished eating the jade powder, and upon seeing Nami looking at him, he started baring his teeth again. However, now that Nami knew it couldn't fly, she was no longer afraid and peeped as she turned and flew away. In a flash, she had taken 2 peanut toffees from her cordyceps leaf. Beep. She handed one of the peanut toffees to Fizz. Blurp. Fizz paused, sniffed with his nose, then reached out his hand and accepted the peanut toffee. Seeing Nami bite down on hers with a crunch, he too mimicked and crunched on it. However, after just a couple of bites, he spat out the peanut toffee and threw away the candy in his hand. Again, he started baring his teeth. Nami pouted and turned back to communicate with Ak with a peep. Then Ak took out some jade powder and handed it to her. She immediately grabbed the jade powder and flew towards Fizz for the second time, and as expected, Fizz eating the jade powder was not at all resistant to Nami. Nami let herself be petted on the small patch of giant algae atop her head. Ak watched from the side, finding the whole affair quite amusing. Nami truly was a clever little minor elf and quite adept at making friends. Another giant algae minor elf? The next morning, after meeting up with Ak, List was utterly shocked. Just as I suspected, this giant algae forest harbors too many elves. Anyway, can we still find that rainbow dolphin you mentioned? I'm really interested in it. If possible, try not to hunt it but capture it. His astonishment at the minor elf soon gave way to suspicion that the rainbow dolphin could very well be the low-level dragon beast sea monster hinted at by the smoke mission. A large fish with colors of the rainbow, looking similar to a dolphin, fit the profile of a dragon beast. The landwalker bird Loki also sported rainbow feathers. Regardless, the search for the new day began with Ak leading him straight to the cordyceps of the giant algae minor elf. It was the same routine with the same result. The gluttonous giant algae minor elf couldn't resist the temptation of the jade powder, and List took the opportunity to extend his finger for a quick contract with a smack of his lips. After surfacing, List was quite proud of himself. Ak, these little elves really are easy to tempt. Brother, if it were Nami, she definitely wouldn't be lured so easily. Ak recounted in detail how Nami had befriended Fizz the day before. Is that so? Nami is so cute. However, I disagree with you. Perhaps without my intervention, Nami would approach me on her own and contract with me, just like she voluntarily contracted with you. Ak was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, it seemed likely that that was the case, given that Nami naturally enjoyed making friends. While they were talking, a commotion arose from the shells. Fizz and the newly arrived giant algae minor elf couldn't see eye to eye and had started to scuffle in the water, exchanging punches and bites in a fierce fight. Stop! List immediately commanded them to cease, and while the 2 little elves dared not disobey, they still glared at each other, baring their teeth and grimacing. Although they were both born in the giant algae forest, and their species and appearances were similar, the 2 little fellows were clearly not of a sociable nature, daring to brawl upon their first meeting. Such fiery tempers. From now on, you are forbidden to fight and even more forbidden to bully any elf. Did you hear me, Fizz, and you? You'll be called Tam, which means King of the River. As for why you should be called that, given your hot temper, you're bound to be the tyrant of the castle's canals. Fizz and Tam continued to glare at each other. The power of the contract prevented them from rejecting List's orders, and they no longer dared to fight. Time ticked away, and the day came to an end. The bounds of the magic medicine kelp were finally determined to be approximately 2,500 acres in size. Although not every acre was covered with magic medicine kelp, many regular giant algae were also mixed in. The yield of these magic medicine kelp would definitely not be less than that of the rapid growth magic thorn. List had observed through the eye of magic that the magic medicine kelp was not only enormous, but also had a high concentration of magic power. The amount of magic potion that could be extracted from a single plant was incomparable to ordinary magic potion. Ak, we need to keep searching within this magic medicine kelp. According to my calculations, there should be at least 2 more elf bugs, and I have a rough idea of their locations. Previously, List had ridden Loki to carefully map out the distribution of the magic medicine kelp and the locations of the 4 cordyceps. Based on the positions of these 4 cordyceps encircling their reach, he found that they wouldn't cover all the magic medicine kelp. In the areas outside of the cordyceps range, He speculated carefully and concluded that there had to be 2 more elf bug cordyceps to account for the spread of the magic medicine kelp. This was a calculation derived from scientific method. The accuracy was high. List gazed out over the vast sea, thinking to himself, the mission isn't complete, which means the core secret of the giant algae forest has yet to be discovered. So, is it about finding all the giant algae elf bugs, or is there some other secret I need to uncover? Could it be possible that there is a giant algae greater elf lurking in there? Chapter 533 Harvest and Experiment. The giant algae forest was distributed in a long strip, covering a total of approximately 36,000 acres, with the western end close to the seashore and the eastern end far away from the sea. So far, List had explored the area at the western end near the sea, which was about 1/3 or around 12,000 acres, of which approximately 2,500 acres were covered in magic medicine kelp. Further east, the water was gradually getting deeper, reaching depths of 80 meters, and the seafloor was uneven, with some areas even exceeding 100 meters. The fish that lived in this part of the giant algae forest were also getting larger, and ferocious predators such as sharks even lurked on the ocean floor. Of course, even underwater, where List's chi was not as agile, he could still easily kill the ferocious sharks, especially with the help of Ake, the water system Grand Mage, by his side. As long as no sea monsters appeared, he would be safe on the ocean floor. The eastern region of the giant algae forest is not very suitable for marine culture due to the deep water and sharks. It is very dangerous for ordinary fishermen to harvest the giant algae here. Even if the territory promotes chi and ordinary fishermen may be able to have chi in the future, it would still be dangerous. A knight's domain is the land and sky. The sea is not included. Even knights who possess water attributes are restricted in the sea and could easily drown. Not just knights, but magicians, too, cannot conquer the sea. The human flesh and blood is naturally not suited for action in the sea. Whether one becomes a dragon knight or an archmage, going into the water spells trouble. This is also the reason why the Duchy of Sapphire tirelessly attacks the mainland. Even island nations find it difficult to conquer the sea, let alone those countries on land. Without the existence of the sea sprite Ake, List would also have a hard time developing the sea. At least until technology evolves to allow for underwater operations, the sea is synonymous with danger. Even on Earth in the age of technology, humans cannot completely conquer the sea. Confronted with a resource-rich sea, they can only look on helplessly. Very few countries are even capable of extracting offshore oil. However, with Sea Sprite Ake, the ocean is no longer so mysterious to List. Ake, exploring the giant algae forest takes quite a lot of time. Today, we will start by developing the magic medicine kelp. I have redesigned the placement of the giant algae cordyceps. In the future, the planting range of the magic medicine kelp will gradually move toward the seaside. Underwater, cut down all the magic medicine kelp in this area so it floats to the surface. I will send fishermen to salvage it, List instructed. Ake was a hardworking and obedient sea serpent, never refusing the tasks assigned by List. Watching her skillfully dive into the sea, List felt quite moved. The smoke mission brought him many rewards, the most important of which was Ake. She even surpassed the little fire dragon Leo in his heart. If he had to choose one to give up, he would rather give up Leo. Of course, he would never reveal such thoughts to Leo. Otherwise, Leo might get his fur in a fluff and quite possibly fly away, though it was hard to say. As he was well fed and cared for by List, he might not be willing to leave at all. The operation to harvest magic medicine kelp was quickly underway. About 600 acres of magic medicine kelp were not in List's planned area and could be cut down. Distinguishing between magic medicine kelp and regular giant algae was not difficult. The ones with longer leaves were magic medicine kelp, and those with slightly thicker leaves were ordinary giant algae. There was no doubt about Ake's working capabilities, and soon large clusters of yellow-brown giant algae were floating on the sea surface. The sampan fishing fleet from Black Horse Island had grown to over 300, and List drafted 100 of them to swarm the surface, searching for magic medicine kelp drifting with the waves, and transporting it to shore. Then, serfs would load the magic medicine kelp onto carts and haul it to the magic workshop in Port Town, handing it over to Kristruth. It was inevitable that some ordinary giant algae were mistakenly cut by Ake in haste, but magicians had ways to differentiate between the magic medicine and ordinary plants. List did not forget to instruct the official in charge of transportation, do not throw away the incorrectly cut ordinary giant algae. Send someone to explore whether they can be eaten and if there is any other value they might have. If the 36,000 acres of giant algae couldn't be eaten or used, that would be too wasteful. The preparation for harvesting the 600 acres of magic medicine kelp was slow, as only Ake was cutting it continuously. List would also dive underwater to harvest as much magic medicine as he could. His diving and breath-holding ability was getting stronger. Now, he could swim underwater for 25 minutes without needing to breathe. This was without using the currents to help him, which showed his rapid progress. First, based on the plan for the magic medicine kelp nursery he had devised last night, he brought the 2 contracted giant algae minor elves and 3 elf bugs, and started to transfer the cordyceps. He aimed to transplant them as close to the coastal areas as possible, ensuring that the ranges of cordyceps coverage did not overlap, to maximize planting area. Then he selected a section where the water depth was no more than 20 meters and marked out an experimental field. He would experiment with the growth, harvesting, and reproduction of the giant algae. Based on his understanding of algae, they were a very primitive form of plant. In fact, some algae couldn't even be classified as plants but as primitive life forms. But in this world, most algae could nurture elf bugs and were naturally classified as plants. He had previously observed kelp. The leaves of kelp had little bumps. When the kelp matured, the bumps on the leaves would burst, likely containing the seeds of the kelp he had asked Take to experiment, and planting a piece of mature kelp into the silt quickly resulted in the sprouting of kelp seedlings. Giant algae were probably similar to kelp and could also reproduce in this manner. Moreover, with the help of Fizz and Tam, it was even easier for him to breed the giant algae. They could just let the minor elves reproduce on their own using jade powder as the driving force. All minor elves had a planting type of magic. For example, Jayla could casually plant thorns, Nami could easily plant mangroves, Mickey could plant corn at will, and Fizz and Tam could also casually plant giant algae. However, the minor elves were not professional farmers after all. When they planted, they would just scatter seeds without concern for quality, density, or position. After scattering, they did not attend to them, and all of these steps required human intervention to manage. Especially during the seedling stage, the seedlings spread by the minor elves varied in strength, with many being substandard. Human-selected and bred seedlings were somewhat more qualified. The only regret was that the minor elves could not distinguish whether the seeds they scattered were magic medicine seeds or ordinary seeds. Essentially, the magic medicine still needed to be bred manually. Now, List was not in a hurry to plant the giant algae. His main experiment was with the harvesting of giant algae and their continued growth. He cut the giant algae in the experimental field into pieces of 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, etc., leaving behind giant algae of various lengths to see whether they would die or continue growing. If they could continue growing, then the giant algae could be harvested time and again. If they could not, then it would be necessary to cultivate new seedlings. As evening approached, List joined Ake, who had been busy all day, and received good news. Brother, while harvesting the magic medicine kelp, Ake found another giant algae elf bug. Really? Take me to it quickly. Diving, finding the elf bug, enticing it with jade powder, the contract was successfully made naturally. He had now obtained 2 minor elves and 4 elf bugs from the giant algae forest. He had practically stumbled into an elf nest. And there was still 2/3 of the giant algae forest waiting for his exploration. The smoke mission hinted at more core secrets. Perhaps it would indeed be the greatly anticipated Greater Elf. Greater Elf, oh Greater Elf, don't be in a hurry. As soon as I harvest this patch of magic medicine kelp, I'll come looking for you. Chapter 534 The Pharmacist of the Magic Academy. Viscount, the giant algae magic potion you discovered in the sea is truly unbelievable. There's even magic potion in the ocean, and elves live there too. Nighttime. The magic workshop was illuminated with crystal lamps, with 4 installed in the workspace alone, brightening every corner. These crystal lamps were all provided by List, who had initially handed over many crystals to the crystal craftsman Brad to carve, before turning them into magic equipment. This included over 30 crystal lamps. As Truth refined the magic essence from the giant algae magic potion, she conversed with List, who had came to inspect. This is a remarkable discovery. It's a pity I can't swim, otherwise I really would like to see the giant algae forest you described. Each strand of the giant algae is so huge, the giant algae deep forest must be incredibly majestic. It is indeed majestic. However, the visibility is rather limited underwater, so besides being majestic, it also feels a bit gloomy. Yes, sometimes when I travel by boat, looking at the profound blue depths will involuntarily provoke a sense of fear in me, as if the sea could swallow me up at any moment. That's thalassophobia. List said with a smile. The deep sea possesses all the elements that can frighten people: ferocious sea monsters, unknown creatures, oppressive colors, unpredictable weather, being far from the mainland with no help, just a tiny speck in the vast waters. At any moment you could be drowned by the sea. These can all lead to thalassophobia. In summary, it's just one sentence: God knows what's beneath the water. Chris didn't quite understand. Is that an illness? It's not an illness, just a psychological effect. The fear comes from the unknown. With effort to face it, you can largely overcome it. It seems I should learn how to swim. Indeed, As an islander, it's a bit embarrassing not to know how to swim. Liz didn't linger on the topic, but after some small talk, he got straight to the point. How's the production of the giant algae magic potion? Is it superior to land-based magic potions? If we compare the same weight of potions, the yield of the giant algae magic potion isn't excellent, as the magic power it contains is somewhat more diluted. However, each strand of giant algae is tens of meters long, and a few can be refined into one potion. Viscount, you've sent too much giant algae magic potion, and I fear I can't finish it alone. Is that so? Then I'll stop the harvest tomorrow, and we'll resume once you have some free time. I estimate that this batch of giant algae magic potion will keep me busy for 3 days, and I can probably produce about 400 bottles, said Chris. The standard dose of magic potion required 10 bottles a day for List, and the little fire dragon needed 60 bottles. That adds up to 70 bottles. 400 bottles of giant algae magic potion, without delving into its efficacy, could last for about 5 or 6 days. The giant algae magic potion harvested today was less than 100 acres. The 600 acres of giant algae magic potion ready for harvest could keep him and Leo going with their potions for a month. And the remaining 1900 acres, once harvested, could maintain another 3 months. This meant that the giant algae forest's magic potion was enough to keep him and the little fire dragon comfortable for 4 months. Indeed, it was a fortune. In those 4 months, more magic potions would be successively produced in the domain, and with additional purchases from the outside, it's estimated that it could sustain another 3 months' worth. That is to say, this year, there is no need to worry about magic potions. By next year, the scale of the flame mushrooms should have developed. By then, flame magic potions, thorn magic potions, and giant algae magic potions will be the mainstays, supplemented by dark magic potions and ice flame potions, as well as the aid of Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine. Most of his needs for magic potions will have been solved, with only a small part left to figure out, which should not be difficult to resolve. With his worries gone, his mood instantly brightened, and all the previous suppressions dissipated. He suppressed the smile of delight and said gently, "Chris, I am currently in a critical period of my training and need to take a large number of magic potions. So, I may need to trouble you to make more potions during this time. Having you work day and night really troubles me. You need not worry so much. As a grand magician, my technical manipulation has become more and more precise. Extracting magic juice from the potions is very simple, and the difficulty of turning it into a magic potion is not great. It's just a few fine operations that might take some effort. Viscount, I would like to take on a batch of apprentices." "Taking on apprentices? That's a good thing. You can choose from the children at the orphanage and the commoners' children," List said, fully supportive with both hands and feet. In fact, he had long wanted Chris to take on magic apprentices. The magicians of this era might have some mental quirks, but that's because the goal of pursuing the truth twisted their worldviews. On the Black Horse Island domain, List would directly intervene in the growth of magicians, ensuring they stay on the correct path of ideology. He would rather train magicians into scholars who study magic power, runes, and magic rays. They don't have to fight on the battlefield. They just need to learn how to produce magic potions, create magic equipment, and conquer various magic array schemes to achieve the integration of production, study, and research. Chris nodded and said, "At the Grand Magician stage, much of the research work needs to be carried out over a long period and with great detail. One person's ability is very limited. I finally understand why those Grand Magicians from the Goat Assembly trained us common magicians. I plan to start with 10 magic apprentices. Chris, I have a suggestion for you to consider," he said. "Please speak, Viscount." "I want to build a magic academy. No, it should be called a Magic Power Academy. It should be responsible for cultivating productive and research-oriented magicians, rather than seeking both magic and combat. Some students from the Magic Power Academy would specialize in learning how to make magic potions, or even just learn one aspect of potion making, while others would learn another aspect, others would learn how to create magic equipment." He was thinking of breaking down magicians into assembly line workers. After all, training a magician not only requires resources but also time. He did not have the patience to wait for several years or even a decade for apprentices to become enlightened and turn into magicians. Quickly trained assembly line workers are the best choice. Chris considered carefully and answered, "If we focus solely on producing magic potions, this method is indeed viable, but producing magic equipment is quite difficult, as only magicians can grasp the concept of magic rays. Then let's focus on training students to produce magic potions. In fact, we can classify potion production separately as pharmacology. Students capable of producing magic potions could be called pharmacists. How about that?" "Pharmacists?" Chris smiled and nodded. "I have no objections and am willing to take on the work of the Magic Power Academy. However, Training students is very energy consuming, so I hope the Viscount can hire a few magicians from elsewhere to assist me in managing the Magic Power Academy. No problem. Chapter 535 Massive as a wall. As for the planning of the Magic Academy, List left it to Chris and Galtai's care without any further involvement. Back in his temporary quarters in the port town, he immediately took out the dozen or so giant algae magic potions that Chris had temporarily completed. He started chomping on the potions one by one and took out thick parchment paper to record his observations. Only by analyzing the properties of the giant algae magic potion could he effectively treat his condition and enjoy the potions more effectively. Oh ho! Oh ho! Oh ho! Little fire dragon Leo was fussing on his chest, clamoring for magic potions. List had no choice but to comfort him. Easy now, I need to analyze the properties of the giant algae magic potion first. Once I'm done, there will be plenty for you to feast on. Oh ho! Oh ho! Leo kept howling for magic potions, ignoring List's explanations until List took out a few more giant algae magic potions and fed them to him, barely pacifying him. Only then did he have the opportunity to study the properties of the remaining 3 giant algae magic potions. After writing an entire piece of thick parchment, the basic characteristics were quite clear. The effects of the potion were chaotic in nature, similar to the dark magic medicine, though not as potent as the thorn potion. However, for List and Leo, these were clearly not as beneficial as the flame magic potion and the ice flame potion, as both were fire attribute magic potions and fitted the man and dragon perfectly. It's a pity there's no dragon Ku auxiliary medicine, otherwise I could have tried the combination of the two. After popping the medicines and circulating his dragon chi for a while, List found he had nothing else to do. He didn't go to sleep immediately but continued to write and draw on the thick parchment paper, pondering over the relevant matters of the giant algae forest, mulling over how to best place the cordyceps for maximal benefit, and the possibility of a giant algae elf's existence. However, developing agriculture at the bottom of the sea was obviously very challenging. It would be ideal if Ak could get a clear grasp of the seabed terrain around here and then improve the location of the giant algae forest, try to enable the giant algae to grow towards the shore for convenient management and harvesting. But it's premature to talk about transformations when we haven't even fully explored the giant algae forest yet. He put away the paper and pen. Suddenly, he had an idea. It's very inconvenient to write with parchment paper and a quill pen. Now that I have the ability to protect myself, it is time to invent white paper, and if possible, figure out how to make pencils and fountain pens. It's probably impossible to make roller ball pens and ballpoint pens. The tips for gel pens and the ball for ballpoint pens are not something that current technology can achieve. Fountain pens are a bit simpler, but the technology for making them is still quite complex. The easiest to invent is probably the pencil. However, the core of a pencil seems to be made of graphite, and List has no idea where graphite mines are. It seems he will have to continue writing with a quill pen. Or he could invent the brush pen, which is relatively easy to make and the materials are readily available. But while brush pens make beautiful Chinese characters, they aren't necessarily more convenient than quill pens, especially since both serpent script and wind language consist of various twisted lines, and the strokes produced by hard-tipped pens like quills may be more comfortable to write. Regardless, if I can find graphite, I should quickly invent the pencil. For now, I will arrange for people to try making brush pens to see whether they are more convenient than writing with quill pens. And so it was. A night of good dreams. The next day, after communicating with Ak, List stopped harvesting the magic medicine kelp and continued the search for the remaining giant algae forest. He also arranged for fishermen to dive in the nearshore waters to harvest ordinary giant algae, to make space for planting magic medicine kelp. Searching for cordyceps in deep waters. This was a great challenge, especially since the water pressure in deep sea areas was immense, posing a significant challenge to List's ability to hold his breath. Unfortunately, he couldn't teach Ak the Eye of Magic, so he had to keep diving and surfacing himself, using the Eye of Magic to scan every part of the giant algae forest. An entire morning passed, covering thousands of acres, but not finding a single elf. He rowed back a little disheartened. He had just come ashore when he was captivated by a piece of news. Servant Thomas vividly recounted, "Master, many serfs saw lame Billy fall into the sea, about to drown when a rainbow-colored sea monster suddenly rushed out and lifted Billy up, carrying him all the way to the shore. I was standing at the shoreline at the time and saw it all very clearly. It was indeed a rainbow sea monster." A rainbow sea monster? Saving someone and bringing them ashore? Can't Billy swim? "Master, many of the newly joined fishermen haven't learned to swim yet." "Is that so?" List immediately thought of the rainbow dolphin mentioned by Ak, which he believed to be the low-level dragon beast rewarded to him by the smoke mission. So a rainbow dolphin might actually save people? This seems somewhat consistent with what I've heard about dolphins on Earth rescuing people who fall into the water. List had watched documentaries that claimed dolphins pay great attention and display a selfless enthusiasm to help objects in the water that don't move actively. Many people have claimed they were rescued by dolphins that pushed them to the surface when they fell into the water. There have also been experiments showing that dolphins do the same for dead sea turtles, old air mattresses, life buoys, or thick planks. Marine mammal experts believe this stems from the nurturing nature of dolphins toward their offspring. As mammals, they don't have gills and need to surface to breathe. But young dolphins often can't make it back to the surface in time, so mother dolphins will help them by lifting them up to the surface. Now, this rainbow dolphin had done the same, saving a serf who had fallen into the water. This made List feel a sense of affinity, and he quickly devised a plan to capture it. Have someone pretend to fall into the water to lure it to their rescue, then cast a net to capture it. However, capturing it now, wouldn't that mean changing the mission? He called up the smoke mission, and seeing that the content hadn't changed, he confirmed that the secret of the giant algae forest was still undiscovered. If I interfere with the mission now and miss the real secret, wouldn't it be a loss rather than a gain? Giant algae chain quest. It likely involved the giant algae greater elf, and List did not dare to be careless. The value of the giant algae greater elf, even if he were offered 100 low-level dragon beasts, he would not want to trade. After all, a dragon beast is only slightly more advanced than a magical beast, but a giant algae greater elf can cultivate at least 6,000 acres of magic medicine kelp, the value of which is immeasurable. The reason why the Tulip family grew powerful, able to support a large family, and train a great number of Earth Knights, was by relying on the Tulip Great Elf to continuously plant magic medicine. Without the Greater Elf, even sustaining a single Sky Knight would be difficult, let alone maintaining large-scale Knight orders and the consumption of castles. Let it be free for a few days. After I find the giant algae Greater Elf, I will then tame this rainbow dolphin. Having a dragon-kind sea monster as a mount seems very stylish. With that, the day passed in a flash. At dusk, List had left, while Ak, as usual, stayed late, planning to return to Mangrove Island only after the sky went completely dark. Navigating through the increasingly thick strands of giant algae, she kept exploring new regions. There were fierce sharks that even dared to attack her, but she just controlled the water current to slap them and the sharks quickly fled. As for killing them, it was even simpler. List had told her a method: just flip the shark's belly up, and they'd quickly pass out. Ak had tried it, and indeed it was so. After being flipped belly up, the sharks would lose consciousness, their lives left completely in her control. Scaring away the sharks, she then saw a giant starfish and wondered if it was a sea monster. But after approaching, she didn't feel the presence of magic power. It was still just an ordinary starfish. Just as she continued her search, suddenly, a strand of giant algae ahead caught her attention. She couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise, wanting to shout out. The term giant algae no longer sufficed. It should rather be called an underwater column. The thick base of the giant algae clung to the rock bed 100 meters deep in the seafloor, almost blending in as one with the rocks, having at least a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. The leaves above were also immense, twisting and turning in the sea, altogether resembling a huge sea serpent. Elf cordyceps. Ak instantly realized, this is elf cordyceps, and moreover, it's the giant algae greater elf cordyceps that my brother is most eager to find. Only the elf cordyceps of a greater elf could grow this massive. Chapter 536 The ferocious giant algae greater elf. Upon waking up and opening the window, I was greeted by the beautiful sunshine. Another clear day. As April's pages kept turning, the weather on Black Horse Island got better day by day. After the spring farming ended, the surf army had returned to construction. Wooden houses in several small towns were rising rapidly, roads were connected in succession, and craftsman workshops started operating one after another. The transfer of the cordyceps was also gradually completed. Now, except for the apple tree cordyceps, the tomato cordyceps, and the Venus flytrap worm planted in Fresh Flower Town, all the other cordyceps had been moved to Black Horse Island. The planting gardens in various small towns were demarcated, and the cordyceps were settled there. Even a group of castle servants had been divided to stay in the port town, serving List specifically. By the way, they were also adapting to the life in the port town, contributing to the future establishment of the new castle. The number of castle servants was just over 30 people, but there were also 30 or 40 children interning. In this world, there was no law against the use of child labor. For the children interning at the castle, whether it was the quality of life or future employment opportunities, there was ample guarantee. Many civilian parents wanted to send their own children to intern at the castle. After a quick wash, without taking a bath. Since I was going to get into the water anyway, there was no need to take another bath. After breakfast, it was not yet 7:30, and the fishermen who harvested the giant algae by the seaside had already started their hard work. List went to the seaside, jumped onto a sampan, and prepared to keep rowing towards the giant algae forest. At the same time, he habitually summoned the smoke mission to take a look. Just one glance, and he was suddenly astonished. Complete the mission, reward, a rainbow dolphin. The reward was not unexpected. He had guessed 2 days ago that the rainbow dolphin being chased by Yak would be his reward, a low-level dragon-kind sea monster. What was unexpected and surprising was the new smoke mission. Ak has already discovered the most central secret of the giant algae forest at the bottom of the sea. It is a huge giant algae cordyceps that belongs to a ferocious giant algae greater elf. Ak can't even get close to it. You may need a new helper, why not first get a water mount? Reward, a giant algae greater elf. Giant algae greater elf. It's really a giant algae greater elf. Ak has already found its cordyceps. Clearly, he has already had contact with it. List had been dreaming of this giant algae greater elf for a while, not even sure if it existed, but now he finally had confirmed information, and one could imagine his feelings. A greater elf was a symbol of an earl landlord status, only families with greater elves dared to call themselves nobles. Now, through the giant algae chain mission, he would finally obtain a greater elf, joining the ranks of the nobles. If he were to release Leo, he might instantly join the ranks of dragon knights, launching an assault at the king. Of course, he might also be pinned to the ground by the Sapphire Duke, who would forcefully take Leo away. Since the little fire dragon couldn't be exposed, a greater elf would be his best symbol of status. Inhale. Exhale. He took several deep breaths before he could calm down. The appearance of the giant algae greater elf means I can plant over 6,000 acres of giant algae magic potion. But the pressing issue is how to contract it. I've only heard about contracting wild greater elves in Knight's novels, where they usually voluntarily contract with humans. Knight's novels are beautiful fantasies. Not only do elves eagerly seek to contract with the protagonist, but even dragons beg to be ridden by the protagonist, and there's a heap of noble ladies throwing themselves at the protagonist. But in reality, elves that actively contract with humans are very rare. Minor elves like Mangrove Minor Elf Nami, who take the initiative, are an exception. The elves of giant algae certainly do not fall into this category. They do not get close to humans, and they do not even get close to their own kind. Before contracting with Fizz and Tam, they both snarled at List and Ak, and without the true jade powder, it would have been impossible to make a contract. Even after contracting, they argued often. If it weren't for List's strict orders, they probably would have fought each other by now. And this giant algae greater elf, described in the smoke mission as ferocious, clearly indicated its temperament. The minor elves possess the magic of planting, while the greater elves' planting magic is even stronger, and they already have considerable power. Even Ak can't get close, so I think it must be very difficult to contract with it underwater. I must bring enough jade powder, and be prepared for a standoff mentally. Most importantly, I need to capture the rainbow dolphin. The rainbow dolphin was a key hint in the smoke mission. List still hadn't completely understood the principles or rules of the smoke mission, let alone how powerful the smoke dragon's power of destiny was, or how it generated connections by manipulating threads of fate. However, following the cues of the smoke mission was obviously the fastest way. In contemplation, he had already taken a sampan and paddled past the fisherman in the nearby sea, heading further away. Ak had been keeping an eye on List underwater, so she quickly surfaced to meet up with him. The shell opened, and Fizz and Tam swam over with 4 elf bugs, circling around him. "Brother, you finally came," Ak found the giant algae greater elf. As soon as they met, Ak excitedly shared her encounter. She had accidentally discovered a huge patch of giant algae cordyceps while working overtime. Upon closer inspection, she successfully found the greater elf. It was the size of a baby, the same yellow-brown as the minor elves, transparent and shiny all over, like a huge gemstone. It opened the transparent fins on its body and swam joyously and tirelessly around its cordyceps. Sometimes when fish approached it, it would simply wave its hand and scatter a ray of light, and in an instant, giant algae would burst out of the fish, turning it into a pile of minced meat. It's very fierce. After it spotted Ak, it chased me for quite a distance. Ak didn't want to harm it and was scared it would implant the giant algae in me, said Ak in a subdued voice. In a real fight, she could certainly defeat the giant algae greater elf, but with her hands tied, she could only be chased. The giant algae greater elf is that fierce? Have you tried luring it with jade powder? I tried, but it just chased Ak away before going to eat the jade powder. As soon as Ak approaches it again, it stops eating jade powder and chases Ak away again. Brother, this giant algae greater elf is really fierce, and its big mouth looks terrifying. The giant algae minor and greater elves were all beautifully made, except for the mouth and the teeth inside, which were somewhat frightening. If the giant algae greater elf is not easy to contract, then let's come up with a solid plan to settle it in one strike, List said, changing the subject. But before that, I plan to catch the rainbow dolphin. I saw it save people, maybe it can understand human nature. Oh, that big sea monster can save people? Ak said surprised. List briefly explained the surf falling into the water and then said, this way, I'll arrange for a surf to fall into the water to lure out the rainbow dolphin and then try to communicate with it. You just hide nearby. If things go smoothly, that would be great, but if they don't, we'll have to capture it first. Okay. With the plan set, Ak dived and followed List back to the nearby sea area. He found some swimming-capable surfs and had them pretend to fall into the water to attract the rainbow dolphin. They had no idea where the rainbow dolphin was lurking or how far it had gone. The pretend drowning continued from the morning until the afternoon without a single sighting of the rainbow dolphin. Just as List thought it was hopeless, suddenly, a surf frantically screaming for help in the water was suddenly lifted out of the water by something. Instantly. From not far away, List, through his telescope, clearly saw a rainbow-colored dolphin beneath the surf's body. The dolphin was large, much larger than any he had seen in aquariums on Earth, and it might have been comparable to the size of an orca. It had the streamlined body typical of dolphins, and its skin color, under the reflection of the sunlight, was shimmering with iridescence. To be precise, it actually looks more like a beluga whale. List marveled quietly, as he subtly rowed his sampan closer to the rainbow dolphin. In his sampan, he carried several dozen small fish with an exceptionally delicious flavor for both people and animals. Eating is a primary driver of survival, and using food as a lure is the least technical, yet most effective, method. As he was approaching the rainbow dolphin, which was originally nudging the surf towards the shore, suddenly turned around and pushed the surf towards List. Seeing this, List couldn't help but let out a surprised, huh? Chapter 537 Rainbow Whale Night. The rainbow dolphin, or perhaps more aptly, the rainbow whale. Carrying the fallen surf towards List's sampan, its intention was clear, it aimed to deliver the surf onto the sampan. List made no move, but his body was already tense, ready to leap into the air at a moment's notice and have Ak capture the rainbow whale should it dare to attack. However, as the rainbow whale drew closer to the sampan bit by bit, it showed no sign of aggression, only the earnest effort to save the person. Upon reaching the sampan, it arched its head forcefully, catapulting the surf onto the sampan. List's sampan was rather large, and he himself used his chi to stabilize it, preventing it from being capsized by the surf's impact. Seeing that the surf was safely on board, the rainbow whale's head floated on the water surface, joyfully calling out, "Jio! Jio!" It sounded somewhat like a magpie, melodious and varied in tone, as rich and diverse as human speech. Feeling its joyful mood, List relaxed as well. The 8 or 9 meter long creature appeared to indeed be very friendly towards humans. He quickly grabbed a small fish from the bow and tossed it to the rainbow whale. This type of small fish was a specialty of Pearl Lake, known as silver stripe, tasty and a staple in List's daily diet. Upon seeing the small fish, the rainbow whale immediately opened its mouth to catch it and swallowed it whole. Whether it savored the taste was unknown, but it seemed to enjoy the feeding, lingering beside the sampan. It kept its head above water, continuing to gaze at List with its small eyes. List was not stingy, and threw out another silver stripe. "Jio! Jio!" The rainbow whale ate with great excitement, extending its head to the edge of the sampan, mouth open, eagerly awaiting more. It was unclear whether it was delighting in the taste of the silver stripe or simply the joy of free food. Its head indeed resembled that of a beluga, with a large, round forehead, and a somewhat large mouth, but few teeth. Its eyes, small in comparison to its body, were situated at either side of its head. The colorful sheen of its skin seemed not the natural color of the skin itself, but rather caused by a layer of oily secretion reflecting the sunlight. From different angles, the colors constantly shifted. A rather peculiar secretion. Utilizing his eye of magic, List fed the rainbow whale another silver stripe and took a closer look at its body. The body was full of blue and white magic power, characteristic of the water attribute. Most sea monsters in the ocean were of the water attribute, naturally, given that they were immersed in seawater all day. That layer of secretion was also teeming with the colors of magic power, and it was very active, constantly in motion. This secretion feels like some sort of magic, doesn't it? List was unsure, but that didn't impede his communication with the rainbow whale with food. It is said that cetaceans are highly intelligent, second only to chimpanzees, ranking second among animal intelligences. Some theories even suggest that orcas, part of the dolphin family, are smarter than chimpanzees. After all, humans rule the land while orcas rule the seas, and since both are sovereigns, their intelligence likely isn't far off from each other. Moreover, like dolphins, orcas are friendly towards humans. There are no records of wild orcas ever killing a person. After a few silver stripes, List felt that the time was ripe. He couldn't help but extend his hand and stroke the rainbow whale's big head. The rainbow whale did not resist, it allowed him to pet its head. Thus, after a bit of back and forth, List felt that he had established a friendship with the rainbow whale. The smoke mission suggests that the rainbow whale is a suitable water mount. Should I take it for a ride? It doesn't seem very friendly to just hop on. Maybe I'll jump into the water first and then mount it? As soon as he thought it, he acted upon it. He first used a horn to make a sound, alerting Ak to protect him, then grabbed a silver stripe in one hand and jumped into the sea. Gio. The rainbow whale immediately started circling List, occasionally brushing against him gently, but it showed no intention of attack. Its pair of small eyes stayed focused on the silver stripe in his hand, but it didn't rashly snatch it away. Seeing this, List had already realized that he had successfully mounted the rainbow whale halfway. He stuffed a silver stripe into the rainbow whale's mouth, then groped for another silver stripe from the sampan to feed it. At the same time, he filled his waist pack with silver stripes and slowly hugged the rainbow whale, before swiftly flipping over to sit on its back. He grabbed its dorsal fin. His body was ready to be flipped over. However, to his surprise, the rainbow whale did not throw him off but instead remained still, emitting a peculiar tone, Gio. Gio. The meaning of which was not entirely clear. But List quickly produced another silver stripe, still in front of the rainbow whale, and with a surge, the rainbow whale snapped up the silver stripe and ate it. It moved slowly on the surface of the water, still not throwing List off. Lord Landlord is so great! Exclaimed the serf who had fallen into the water earlier, sitting on the sampan and staring mouth agape at the sight. In just a short moment, the great Lord Landlord had mounted the sea monster, truly worthy of being the great Sky Knight, effortlessly subduing even a sea monster. Following this, he watched as Lord Landlord rode the rainbow whale farther and farther away. Accompanied by the melodic calls of the rainbow whale, Gio, Gio, and the hearty laughter of Lord Landlord, they eventually disappeared from sight. So great! Riding the rainbow whale, creating splashes on the water's surface, List was drenched from the splashing but still laughed joyously. Riding dogs, birds, or even dragons was nothing special, but riding a fish was truly cool. The silver stripes in his pocket had all been fed to the rainbow whale, but their friendship, built upon the bridge of silver stripes, was now unbreakable. The rainbow whale carried List, roaming freely in all directions. At that moment, it called out high-pitched, Gio. Then, with a dive, it plunged into the water, and before List could hold his breath, he too sank into the sea with the rainbow whale. He was immediately shocked, feeling like he was about to gulp down water. But the expected choking didn't come. Instead, his body was enveloped by a cool sensation, and he was surprisingly able to breathe freely underwater. Breathing wasn't as comfortable as it was above water, but it didn't hinder the intake of oxygen. Once he regained his composure from the shock, he realized that his body was also emitting a rainbow glow. Is this the rainbow whale's magic? List was stunned for a moment, then used the eye of magic to see that his body indeed had an active layer of magic, just like the rainbow whale's, circulating continuously. A moment later, understanding the principle, List laughed heartily underwater, absolutely adoring the rainbow whale. This was a natural aquatic mount that could even help a knight breathe underwater. The colored grease-like protective layer was clearly a type of magic, a magic unheard of. No wonder the smoke mission had hinted that the rainbow whale would help him contract the giant algae greater elf. The rainbow whale's magic was essentially granting him the ability to move underwater, no longer having to hold his breath until his face turned red and frequently surfacing to breathe. Very good. He couldn't help but pat the rainbow whale's back, shouting loudly, "Well done, rainbow whale, from now on you are my best mount in the water." With the protection layer like magic, he could now speak freely underwater, and his hearing and vision were not impaired at all. Gio. The rainbow whale responded with a cheerful call, though it was unclear if it understood. Chapter 538. Sharp teeth. When Ak appeared, it caused the rainbow whale to have an extreme reaction and turn around to flee. However, after List's soothing and half an hour's struggle, it finally accepted Ak's presence and was no longer afraid of the sea serpent that had captured it before. It was all thanks to List letting Ak catch some small fish and throw them to the rainbow whale that he successfully eliminated its hostility towards Ak. Food is always the best tool for communicating with animals. But what moved List the most was that, while avoiding Ak, the rainbow whale never once threw him off its back, nor did it cancel the protective magical layer covering him. Carrying List while dodging Ak greatly reduced its speed, otherwise, with its velocity, it could have easily gotten rid of Ak. Ak was a sprite of the sea, much faster than ordinary fish, but still far behind the rainbow whale. List suspected that the rainbow whale's speed could reach up to 120 km per hour, or even 80 km per hour when carrying someone. Because Ak's top swimming speed was just 80 km per hour. Since you are a female rainbow whale, I shall call you Rose. The reason he thought of the name Rose was simply because, while writing it, the image of Jack hugging Rose in Titanic floated into List's mind, equally cool. List referred to Rose's protective magic layer as the rainbow breathing membrane. Its main function was breathing underwater, seemingly using magic to gather oxygen from the seawater and provide it directly for nasal breathing. A very peculiar kind of magic. List had never seen it in any magic books, as if it was a magic unique to the rainbow whale. We can now talk directly underwater. After having a simple meal on the surface, List began patrolling the giant algae forest while riding the rainbow whale. The rainbow whale was very human-like. List just needed to manipulate its dorsal fin, tilting it to the left, it would swim left, tilting right, pulling up, or pushing down, it would correspondingly swim. It seemed to enjoy such interactions, probably because it was too lonely. Just like the mangrove miner elf Nami, loneliness made her approach others proactively. The dragon beasts that List had encountered were few, but whether it was the landwalker bird Loki or the rainbow whale Rose, they lived alone. He had never heard of such a species of dragon beast before, clearly indicating their extreme rarity, to the extent that humans had not yet discovered them. Dolphins lived in groups, but the rainbow whale moved alone, a sign of its loneliness. Brother, Rose is really nice. Ak reached out and touched Rose's belly. Rose immediately let out a joyful cry. Its call in the sea was different from its call on land, a bit deeper, yet one could still feel the same cheerful tone. Zayuhurulululu. Let's go and meet that giant algae greater elf. I can rest easy once we've formed a contract with it. Now that he had the rainbow whale as a mount and their minds began to understand each other, List was confident enough to contract with the ferocious wild giant algae greater elf. Of course, he still needed to be cautious. Because he couldn't release chi on the rainbow whale's back, once the chi burst forth, it would quickly break through the rainbow breathing membrane, causing trouble both for List and the rainbow whale. It seemed that after using the rainbow breathing membrane for too long, the rainbow whale was no longer accustomed to holding its breath underwater. He would primarily be evading in the confrontation with the giant algae greater elf. Under Ak's guidance, they quickly made their way deeper into the giant algae forest, and soon, they arrived at the location of the giant algae cordyceps. Brother, it's here. I see it. List signaled Rose to stop and quietly observe the huge cordyceps ahead. The giant algae's roots clung to the rocks in a deep pit, as Ak had described, at least 2 or 3 meters thick, resembling a colossal pillar. The cordyceps stretched straight up for 40 meters above its roots, and after the 40-meter mark, it started to curl and wind its way through the shallow seawater, almost forming a forest with a single cordyceps. This suddenly reminded List of the legend of the Elf King. According to legend, the Elf King was the ultimate evolution of the dragon elf, with immensely large cordyceps, each cordyceps forming an entire forest. Even countless magical beasts, elves, and dragons lived in the forests that sprang from the cordyceps of the Elf King. The giant algae greater elf's cordyceps before him, though much smaller compared to the legend of the Elf King, with its enormous size and densely extending leaves, truly deserved to be called a cordyceps that could expand into a large forest. The expanded area was at least as big as a soccer field. The giant algae minor elves' cordyceps, merely as thick as a bucket, were already impressively huge. It was unimaginable that the giant algae greater elf's cordyceps could grow to such an exaggerated extent. Brother, the greater elf is over there. Ak quickly found the giant algae greater elf and pointed it out to List. List followed the direction she pointed, only to see a baby-sized elf holding onto a leaf of its own cordyceps, swinging in the water like a swing. Using the eye of magic, they could see the intensely concentrated magic radiance within its body. The jade powder was amply prepared. They could boldly and confidently lure the greater elf. List traded whispers with Ak for a moment, agreeing that the main plan would be to tempt with jade powder for half an hour. If they couldn't manage it in that time, they would attack from both sides and capture the giant algae greater elf. List had chi. He wasn't afraid of the greater elf's magic at all. Plus, his snakeskin armor had a strong magic resistance. He not only wore it himself but also clad Ak in one. It was Ak's first time wearing clothes, but to List's disappointment, when she donned them, the opaque bands of water that coiled around her body didn't disappear. The leather armor was clearly too big, ill-fitting, and wearing just one piece looked quite odd. Yet within the oddness, there was a hint of a strange allure. If it were any other time, List might have expressed his admiration. But at that moment, his attention was more focused on the giant algae greater elf. They made their preparations, and List piloted the rainbow whale close to the giant algae greater elf. This successfully caught the greater elf's attention. It immediately bristled, and the small-sized giant algae on its head, the length of a palm, stood up instantaneously. It charged at List and threw several beams of light, planting giant algae. The beams traveled fast, unavoidably scattering over both man and whale. The seeds, made of magic, swiftly burrowed into their bodies. However, the rainbow whale had magical defenses, and List had his armor and chi to block them. The seeds could only grow on the surface and were wiped off by List before they could even grow an inch. Just like described, it's irritable and ferocious. List scattered a handful of jade powder, didn't fight back, and directly steered the rainbow whale away from there. The giant algae greater elf pursued them for a distance. Seeing it couldn't catch up, it swam back and started searching for the jade powder that had settled on the rocks. List had a half-hour window to hold it off. Yet no matter how he scattered the jade powder or made friendly gestures, he couldn't elicit even a shred of gentleness from the giant algae greater elf. All he got in return were incomprehensible shouts like gurgle, angry, blada, and so on. Most of these noises were dominated by deep growls. The greater elf could speak, but since no one had taught this giant algae greater elf how to do so, it could only roar and shout meaninglessly. Time ticked away second by second, and patience was exhausted. List's expression turned grave as he slightly narrowed his eyes, finally determined to change the plan. He called out to Ak, who was hiding in the distance, "Gentle measures are useless, Ak, let's take action." Boom. Ak instantly turned into white lightning, rushing towards the giant algae greater elf while releasing a spell water whirlpool, disrupting its movements. On the other side, the rainbow whale also charged towards the giant algae greater elf, driven by List's guidance. Without using combat skills or drawing a weapon, List simply pulled out a finely meshed fishing net, prepared in advance and stored in the gemstone space, and cast it directly over the giant algae greater elf. A water system Grand Mage and a Sky Knight, both exerting full force to capture the alertness-deprived giant algae greater elf. Clearly, there was no difficulty at all. Desire quickly enveloped the greater elf, which reacted fiercely, biting the net madly with its razor-sharp teeth, tearing the net apart in just a few bites. Just as it struggled to break free, the instant escape seemed possible. List had already rushed over and grabbed the greater elf. Then, with the speed of lightning, he thrust the tip of his finger into its mouth, felt a sharp pain as he bit down, and the finger began to bleed profusely. Had he not been mentally prepared and quickly withdrawn his finger, the greater elf's sharp teeth might have bitten it off. However, that pain was soon replaced by a wondrous sense of mental linkage, as if his consciousness had split in two, one part suffering as List, the other experiencing novelty as the giant algae greater elf. Gurgle. The giant algae greater elf also froze, its eyes clouding with confusion, unable to determine its own identity or purpose for a moment. Wondering why there was another set of strange emotions in its mind. Chapter 539 The First Greater Elf. The contract with an elf could be considered a strange form of contact magic, with the primary point of contact being the elf's mouth. As long as it bit any part of the human body, an unbreakable contract would be established. There was no need to break the skin, only a forceful touch was necessary. As for the principle behind it, List didn't know, and countless magicians and knights who had studied elves didn't know either. Many magicians had published their views on elf contracts in magic books, but very few actually had evidence or insight. However, a hypothesis previously provided by Chris Truth had led him to his own deductions. At that time, List gave Chris the elf bug Amber to study in order to help her break through to Grand Magician, and indeed Chris had made some discoveries. She believed that the elf bug itself was a complex magic array, and very likely was a form of magic power composed of a more advanced magic array. The forms of magic arrays, from basic magic arrays, common magic arrays, to dynamic magic arrays, each level was more complex than the last. Higher tiers of magic arrays definitely existed but involved the field of archmages, about which Chris was clueless. She could only speculate that perhaps at the end of magic arrays lay elves or even dragons. Actually, List rather believed such a theory. The triangular theory of magic power, material, and spirit, along with the structural theory of magic arrays, could integrate well. Especially the entire process of nurturing little fire dragon Leo was the best proof of the triangular theory. An elf might just be a touch-sensitive magic array, a slight touch would trigger the magic array and conclude the contract. Gazing at the giant algae greater elf still lost in confusion. Suppressing his excitement from owning his first greater elf, List whispered to Ak, "I've had some inspiration regarding magic arrays. Ak, later I'll write a book, The Unification of Triangular Theory and Magic Array Structures, and you could help me reference it." "Ah, brother, have you made another new discovery?" Ak barely kept up with List's train of thought. One moment he was contracting with a greater elf, the next moment he was thinking of writing a magic book. "It's the inspiration that contracting this greater elf brought to me. Ak will definitely help brother review it carefully." While they spoke, the rainbow whale couldn't help but touch the befuddled giant algae greater elf. It was interested in the elf, but it had no intention of eating it. With its touch, the giant algae greater elf suddenly jolted awake. Glub. Ange. Roaring, It cast a seeding spell toward the rainbow whale, light flickered, and soon countless giant algae sprouted out of the rainbow whale's body. Frightened, the rainbow whale twisted its body to scrape the giant algae against the rocks to rid itself of them. Reacting quickly, Lys directly wiped off the giant algae from its body and communicated with the giant algae greater elf, using emotional pressure to stop it. Stop, giant algae greater elf, don't recklessly use magic. Glub. The giant algae greater elf turned its head and bared its teeth at Lys. How dare you bare your teeth at me? Glub. We have already contracted, I am your master, understand? Lys wasn't angry but found it quite intriguing. Clearly, there was a mental link with the giant algae greater elf, and they could sense each other's emotions very clearly. Yet, despite this, the giant algae greater elf was still unfriendly toward him. He sensed chaotic thoughts in the other's mind. On one hand, the power of the contract made it impossible to reject the imposition of will, yet on the other hand, it indeed harbored hostility toward Lys, an innate enemy towards invaders. Looking at the snarling greater elf, he understood it lacked training. Domesticated elves like the tool-up great sprite Xiang were naturally close to people, but the giant algae greater elf was a wild elf who had lived in the wild for who knows how long. Its wildness had taken over most of its instincts, and even the mental connecting power of the contract couldn't immediately erase its wild nature. Luckily, the contract could at least influence the giant algae greater elf, preventing it from attacking Lys or running away. How to tame it was a matter of Lys's patience. And so, decisively, Lys took out the jade powder and placed it in the palm of his hand, calling out to the giant algae greater elf, "Stop barking, come here and eat the jade powder. Remember, if you follow me, you will never lack jade powder. This time is just a greeting gift, but if you roar at me again, it means no jade powder for you. Only if you stop roaring will you get to eat the jade powder." With the telepathic contract, it was very easy to communicate these intentions to the giant algae greater elf. After understanding the meaning, it hesitated, twisted and turned, and finally approached Lys cautiously, standing on the back of the rainbow whale and lowering its head to eat the jade powder from Lys's hand. Lys stretched out his other hand and touched the miniature giant algae on its head. It immediately raised its head, baring its teeth and grinning once more. But Lys instantly sent out an emotional exchange of "roar again, and you'll get no jade powder," which made it unnaturally retract its mouth. After struggling for a few seconds, it gave up its dignity and buried its head in eating the jade powder, no longer caring about how Lys touched it. Even after a few times, it started to enjoy being caressed by Lys. With the contract binding, training it is just too easy, Lys thought contentedly. Today was indeed a huge harvest. He had acquired a low-level dragon beast, the rainbow whale mount, which would allow him to breathe underwater, and successfully made a contract with a giant algae greater elf, giving him the illusion that his life had suddenly reached its peak. In his pride, he couldn't help but say to Ak with a beaming smile, "From now on, the land is mine, the sky is mine, and the sea is mine too. Hee, now that brother has a greater elf, you will definitely be able to become an earl, or even a marquis," Ak replied. "I will also become a dragon knight and establish a new nation, ascending to the throne as king." Ak had no doubt about it. Brother will become a king. Rainbow Whale Rose also joined in the fun, her. Hearing the call of Rainbow Whale, the giant algae greater elf, still engrossed in eating the jade powder, didn't even lift its head and just waved a hand, casting a ray of light to grow more giant algae on the body of the rainbow whale. It couldn't reprimand Lys, but could it not teach official lesson? Mission complete, reward, 1 giant algae greater elf. The smoke mission had been completed the moment he mounted Rainbow Whale Rose. The new mission was naturally issued immediately. Mission: the core secret of the giant algae forest has been found, and a water mount has been acquired. It's now time to complete the final exploration of the giant algae forest and to rearrange all the giant algae cordyceps, replanting the giant algae forest. Reward: a shell that produces pearls. After the successful contract with the giant algae greater elf, Lys planned to strike while the iron was hot, finish searching the giant algae forest as soon as possible, and discover the remaining elves. He suspected that in this vast giant algae forest, there were still elves to be found, as he had only explored half of the area. Now every giant algae elf was a strategic resource. Before setting out to search, he did not plan to bring the giant algae greater elf along. Firstly, it was not yet well trained and the giant algae greater elf still harbored a strong sense of resistance. Secondly, it would be inconvenient to bring it along as it would not be directly restrained by Lys like the little minor elves and elf bugs. If it saw other elves inside X's shell, it might start a scruffle and that would not be good. He would have to wait until he had completely tamed it before he could introduce it to the other elves and take it back for protection. I'm thinking of giving the giant algae greater elf a name. Now that the greater elf can talk normally like a human, It needs a name for easy reference, List said as he stroked the miniature giant algae on the head of a giant algae greater elf. I have 3 names here, help me choose one. Sure, brother, tell me, Ak responded. One is Nautilus, meaning the deep sea titan, another is Aloy, meaning the beast priest of the sea, and the last is Pike, meaning the phantom of Blood Harbor. Chapter 540. Pike and Listak thought the name Aloy was nice to hear, but ultimately, List still rejected it. For the sake of tradition, let's go with Pike. The so-called tradition was the naming style he had used all along for the mounts, magical beasts, elves, and dragons he had trained: Fire Dragon, Lee Dragon, Dowson, Wanfu, Lightning, Jayla, Nami, Loki, Mickey, Leo, Fizz, Tam, Roz. So, following convention, the giant algae greater elf was named Pike. Blood Arbor Ripper Pike, a very ferocious hero in League of Legends, matched the temperament of the giant algae greater elf quite well. You're called Pike, got it? Gurgil. Your name is Pike, follow me and say it. List used his thoughts to communicate, pointing at it, and then pronounced clearly in serpent script, Pike. Pike turned its head away, ignoring List. List smiled and took out a handful of jade powder. Pike. Gurgil. Pike's eyes were glued to the jade powder, unable to look away, and only after a while did it reluctantly speak, Pike. It's Pike, Pike, List insisted, clenching his fist, still smiling. Pike. On the third try, the giant algae greater elf finally clearly called out its own name, Pike. Good boy, here, this is for you. I have to leave for a bit now, but I'll come find you in the evening. He handed the jade powder to Pike. List waved his hand, riding the rainbow whale rose, and along with Ak, left Pike and its giant cordyceps behind. Once their figures disappeared into the giant algae forest, Pike, who had been downcast eating jade powder, suddenly stopped, raised its head, and stared blankly at where List had left as if lost in thought. A quarter of an hour, perhaps 2/4 of an hour. Pike opened its mouth and softly called out, Pike. It continued calling, Pike. 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 The calls grew louder, and eventually, it simply started laughing with delight, shouting, Pike. 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 It was excited to have a name for itself. It had lived in the sea all its life, never thinking about giving itself a name. Mimicking List's way, it pointed to itself and pronounced distinctly, Pike. Its voice was shrill, but the tone was pleasant to hear, although the teeth in its mouth detracted a bit from its beauty. After calling out Pike for a long time, it even forgot to eat the jade powder in its hand. Just then, a fish darted over, seemingly wanting to taste the jade powder. Before it could nibble, a flash of light twinkled, and countless giant algae burst from the body of the fish, tearing it apart alive. Pike turned its head. Looking at the remains of the dead fish, it roared, shouting, Pike. The other fish that had come close, seeing the dreadful end of the dead fish and hearing Pike's roar, were instantly terrified and turned to flee. For a time, the area around the cordyceps was quiet except for Pike. It continued to eat the jade powder, then returned to its own cordyceps, curling up a leaf to wrap itself inside. A vague murmur could be heard, Pike. Soon, the place became a territory for various fish, shrimp, and crabs again. I actually felt Pike's emotions, a childlike happiness at getting a toy. List had just left when he received Pike's emotional feedback. He wasn't quite sure why Pike was so happy, not even when he fed it jade powder had he seen such a display of emotion. Shaking his head without giving it much thought, as long as it wasn't the panic that came with danger, it wasn't something to worry about. With Rainbow Whale Rose, his speed of searching the seabed made great advances, and though there seemed to be 10,000 acres of giant algae forest left to search, it was essentially just a matter of making a round trip. The Eye of Magic continued without interruption. Despite the narrow field of vision underwater, the water was clear, so he could still see dozens of meters away. A quick glance would reveal whether there was any feedback of magical light, thus eliminating the cumbersome process of identification. It could be said, the Eye of Magic, this Chi-secret technique, existed for the purpose of finding elves. Suddenly, a brightness caught his eye, a point of magic feedback light attracted his attention. Immediately he urged Rose towards the light, and upon getting closer, indeed, it was a giant algae cordyceps, with an elf bug wandering around its base. With nothing left to say, he sprinkled jade powder, extended his finger, and snap, just like that. The fifth elf bug contributed by the giant algae forest was in hand. The appearance of this elf bug proved List's hunch was correct, there were still elves in the giant algae forest. Therefore, he continued his search with rejuvenated spirits, exploring every corner. In the evening, just before planning to return, he made a new discovery this time. The cordyceps he found belonged to a giant algae minor elf. The third giant algae minor elf. Happiness has been hitting my face so frequently it's overwhelming. I need to go back and take a breather, List used the usual method and successfully contracted this minor elf. After much thought, he named it Teddy. Besides following tradition, he could not come up with a suitable name for the many mounts, magical beasts, elves, and dragons. Therefore, Eddie became a name without any particular meaning. This probably also had something to do with the timing of its appearance, who asked it to show up after Pike. Having contracted a greater elf, it was inevitable for List to slightly neglect the little minor elves, and Eddie was just the icing on the cake after a barrage of happiness so dense that he was already numb to it. He couldn't be bothered to come up with another pleasing name. Many nobles' little minor elves didn't have names, only identified by their cordyceps as a code. Soon, he too was stepping into the ranks of the nobles, and in the future, there would be more and more little minor elves. He stuffed Eddie into eggshell, and before the 3 giant algae minor elves could bare their teeth and snarl at each other, he forbade it from fighting with Fizz and Tam. He curbed the elves' wildness. List called to Ak, preparing to return. Riding on Rose's back, he felt a bit dazed. As I keep increasing in strength, the number of elves, mounts, magical beasts around me will grow, and those companions I once treasured will gradually become marginalized. In fact, it's been a long time since I cared for the fire dragon horse, Lee dragon horse and lightning. Loki has already replaced them. A touch of subtle sadness. But that's life. Like the toys of childhood, they inevitably retire quietly at a certain point in time. At least they can still enjoy a proper life on my territory, receiving conscientious care from the servants. List put away his sentimentality. He wasn't a person given to melancholy. He was striving towards his ideal. Quickly returning to the location of the giant algae greater elf cordyceps, he woke up the sleeping Pike, lingered a while to practice a few pikes, and told Pike his own name. List. He pointed at himself, then pointed at the giant algae greater elf, Pike. This time, Pike behaved very harmoniously. It first pointed to itself, Pike. Then, pointing at List, it said clearly, List. List immediately smiled, then pointed at the nearby sea serpent, Ak. Pike's expression suddenly changed, as if about to roar, grumble. Ak felt somewhat disappointed. But List comforted her quickly, don't worry, Pike will get used to you over time. Yeah, Ak knows. Chapter 541 Followers' astonishment. After training Pike for a short while, the sunset was rapidly sinking towards the sea's horizon. List also had to return to the port town, back to land to rest, but he was worried about Rainbow Whale Rose. Although they'd had a pleasant time today, it would be embarrassing if Rose were to wander off and couldn't be found the next day. So, he planned to entrust Rose to Ak, just as he entrusted all those sea elves to him. Rose, follow Ak and don't run around. You'll live in the waters around Black Horse Island. I'll treat you well with good food and drinks in the future, and Ak will take good care of you. Jill. The rainbow whale didn't know if it understood, but it seemed very cheerful. It originally held great hostility towards Ak, who was bent on hunting it, but now it had completely forgotten and was able to accept Ak's embraces and petting. Upon reaching the seaside, List stood in the shallow water and waved to the rainbow whale. The rainbow whale dared not swim ashore, but it lingered in the shallow water, unwilling to leave, and clearly reluctant to part from List. It wasn't until List left the shore with the waiting servants that it, urged by Ak, reluctantly returned to the sea and was led by Ak toward Mangrove Island. Meanwhile, upon List's return, he was immediately visited by Consultant Galtai. This territory advisor had been very spirited recently. His wife and children had moved from Coral City to settle in Freshflower Town, and then he quietly moved his mistress, Freya, and his illegitimate son, Donald, to the port town. When he went to Freshflower Town, he was with his aging wife and 2 grown children. When he returned to the port town, he was with his young lover and a 2-year-old illegitimate son. The joy of family life was unending. My lord, I hear you subdued a sea monster out on the ocean? It seems you've already heard. Yes, it's a rainbow whale, and it has become my mount. I can ride it to roam the vast and boundless ocean, which to me is like a backyard, List said, his brows raised in pride. He indeed had reason to be proud. Galtai expressed his amazement. A sea monster can become a mount? There's no difference between a sea monster and a magical beast. If I can ride a magical beast, naturally I can also ride a sea monster. Consultant Galtai, look beyond the land for a moment, and consider the sea. Everything the land has to offer, the sea has as well: magic potions, elves, sea monsters, and even those pearls. I understand, my lord. It's just a bit sudden. You actually discovered 2 little minor elves and 4 elf bugs in the sea, all giant algae elves that can cultivate magic medicine kelp. It's simply incredible, Galtai said. Your information is a bit outdated. I now have 3 giant algae minor elves and 5 giant algae elf bugs, and moreover. List left a bit of suspense. It wasn't exactly suspense, He was weighing the pros and cons of whether to reveal the existence of giant algae greater elf pike right now. But after 10 seconds of deliberation, he decided to reveal it. The concept of hidden wealth could be applied to the little fire dragon Leo. As for a greater elf, there was no need for such caution. As a Sky Knight, acquiring a greater elf was no issue at all. So, while Galtai listened earnestly, List spoke calmly, I also contracted a giant algae greater elf in the giant algae forest. As expected, the response was spectacular. Galtai nearly jumped. What? My lord, you mean, a giant algae greater elf? A greater elf, as in? That kind of greater elf? He became incoherent, stammering with surprise and disbelief, his gaze filled with utter astonishment. There's no need to be surprised. It is indeed a greater elf, not an elf bug or a little minor elf, but a greater elf. List took a sip from his green tea on the table. Its name is Pike, and since it's a wild greater elf, it hasn't yet learned to speak and needs time to adapt to human life. Yes, wild greater elf, needs time, Galtai managed to say, still not recovered from his shock. List called for his personal servant Thomas, summoned the town's officials here. I want to hold a meeting. Yes, my lord. A moment later, the officials remaining in the port town arrived one by one under the leadership of Teacher Marcus and Blair. List wasted no time, stating directly, I've summoned you here tonight to share some good news. Today at sea, I discovered a giant algae greater elf and have completed a contract with it. The Dominion's first greater elf has been born, and its name is Pike. Ah. My lord, did I hear that correctly? A greater elf. A giant algae greater elf? Incredible. A greater elf, oh, how much magic medicine kelp it could produce. Gasp of shock and exclamations of astonishment intermingled, rising one after another among the officials, all dizzy from the unexpected news of the greater elf. The presence of a greater elf signified a noble's family, as families that owned a greater elf could almost effortlessly accumulate military achievements and be ennobled as earls. After all, a greater elf represented a wealth accruing over time, which nobility had to cultivate over generations. Some marquee families possessed only 1 or 2 greater elves at most. List was merely a viscount, an ennobled viscount of less than a year. Yet he had become a Sky Knight and even obtained a greater elf that could cultivate magic potions. The future of such a landlord was so dazzling, that it hardly took any thought to imagine. And as his followers, serving a landlord with limitless prospects naturally came with many benefits. At this moment, all followers were thankful for the favor of knightly glory, including those knights who had been won over. An increase in the followers' loyalty followed, as if by an unseen force. List was satisfied with his followers' reactions, but he still maintained his usual noble composure, unruffled and nonchalant. I shall send a knight to deliver a message to Tulip Castle, setting a date for a celebration. Teacher Marcus, I entrust you with this task. As you wish, my lord. Marcus responded, exhilarated, as he knelt on one knee, performing the knightly salute. Watching List, sitting in the seat of honor, calmly sipping his tea, he seemed to see the glory of knighthood as a cloak, draped over his own student. Marcus himself had once been a commoner student at the Coral Island Knight Academy. Though not among the top in strength, he was considered a practice genius among commoners. After advancing to an elite Earth Knight, he was assigned by the Earl to be List's home tutor, responsible for teaching List's knightly practice. At first sight, he had lofty ambitions, prepared to assist List in accomplishing great deeds. After all, being a commoner himself, he wasn't eligible to follow the Earl's heir, Levi's, the second son of the Tulip family. The second son needed continuous war to earn nobility. However, the initial List was simply a youth with poor aptitude and a timid character, not favored in Tulip Castle. Indeed, ultimately List was made a baron, bypassing the process of struggle, but Marcus couldn't be happy at all. He didn't believe List would participate in wars, vie for glory, and following such a landlord would not allow him to achieve his noble ambitions. Before departing for Freshflower Town, he was often in despair. But he couldn't defy the command of the Earl. However, the List who arrived in Freshflower Town had changed, as if a completely different person, maturing inside and out in an instant. Even more surprising, starting with the rearing of the fierce earth dog Dowson, knightly glory had been lavished upon the land and the landlord like water, without cost. In just 1 year, List, originally of mediocre talent, had grown at a startling pace into an elite Earth Knight and had even defeated him head-on. In the 2 subsequent wars, his performance was nothing short of exceptional. On his first participation in the Pioneer Mandate, he broke through and became a Sky Knight, dazzling all of Coral Island. It's also imaginable that even across the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, there would be nobles discussing the 17-year-old Sky Knight List. This signified the rise of another nobility star within the nation. And today, the youngest Sky Knight had made a pact with a greater elf. Such a greater elf, that noble families need generations to bring forth, was obtained so effortlessly, as if crossing the struggles of several generations within a mere 2 or 3 years. Apart from Son of Glory, no other title could describe him. Marcus felt a fiery passion in his heart and brimmed with expectations for the future. Becoming a follower of the Son of Glory, glory was within grasp. He even couldn't suppress the thought, as the Son of Glory, how long will it take for List to become an earl, to become a marquis? He became a Sky Knight at 17, is there a possibility of dragon riding in the future? Dragon riding might be remote, but he believed at the very least, List's future would see him become a marquis. Chapter 542 The Earl's shock. The clatter of hooves was urgent. The towering Tulip Castle was already in sight, and Marcus could not recall how many times he had visited this grandest castle on Coral Island. Since following List, entering and leaving Tulip Castle had become as common as having a meal at home. He advanced along the causeway leading to the castle. Soon, a patrolling night squad approached to greet him, with a captain who was clearly an acquaintance calling out from a distance, "Captain Marcus." "Captain Kusagakure." After explaining the reason for delivering the message, the night squad immediately escorted Marcus to the castle gate. He had been here many times, and each time he could sense the varying changes in the glances cast upon him by the knights. When he first visited Freshflower Town, mockery and contempt were common, as everyone believed he had lost his eligibility in the contest for nobility. Later, when he came with Dalson, some began to express surprise. After the birth of Jayla, he finally enjoyed the gaze of admiration. The knights understood what a little minor elf meant. Moreover, after the battle for Iron Hoof Island, List became famous in a single fight, and the knights looked at him with even greater admiration, and after the issuance of the Pioneer Mandate, the admiration turned into envy. "After today, with what sort of gaze will you be watching me?" Marcus tried to maintain his composure, yet his mood was so elated he wanted to burst into song. Of course, he had never sung before. His personality was always stern and rigid, and, even with rich emotions within, he was reluctant to show them. The castle's new deputy butler greeted him. "Captain Marcus, what brings you here today?" "I bring a message from Lord Landlord for the Earl." "Ah, a message from young Master List. Please wait in the drawing room, I will inform the master at once." The deputy butler left briefly and soon returned. "Captain Marcus, the master is in his upstairs study, please go there." "Thank you." At the study's door, Marcus straightened his attire, still full of reverence for the Earl. After entering, he promptly performed the knightly courtesy. "Marcus greets the Earl." "Please, take a seat, Marcus," said the Earl from behind his desk, gesturing for Marcus to sit down before asking, "What message does List send me?" It's such a short distance from Freshflower Town to Tulip Castle, he could have arrived in an hour's ride on a landwalker bird, yet he had someone deliver a message. "Lord Landlord is attending to important matters on Black Horse Island and couldn't spare the time, which is why he sent me with the message." "Very well, go ahead." Marcus cleared his throat and spoke formally. "Lord Landlord invites you and your lady to Freshflower Town on the 14th of April to attend the Greater Elf birth celebration." The Earl didn't immediately grasp the news, and after a 3-second pause, he suddenly realized, "What did you say, a Greater Elf birth celebration?" "Yes. List has a Greater Elf? Which little minor elf evolved, Jayla, Nami, or Mickey?" "Jayla and Mickey just evolved, so it seems unlikely they would evolve again." "Could it be Mangrove minor elf Nami?" The Earl was well aware of List's little minor elves. "Earl, the Greater Elf that Lord Landlord has contracted is not a domestic one but a wild Greater Elf. It's a giant algae Greater Elf. Lord Landlord personally dived into the sea to explore the giant algae forest made of giant algae, discovered and contracted it. Its name is Pike." After Marcus finished speaking, he added a few more details. "Pike was born in the giant algae forest, and besides that, Lord Landlord also discovered and contracted with 3 giant algae minor elves named Fizz, Tam, and Eddie, as well as 5 giant algae elf bugs. 1 greater elf, 3 minor elves, 5 elf bugs?" Even with his seasoned composure, the Earl couldn't help but gape in astonishment, taking a while to recover from the shock. "Marcus, tell me what giant algae are. Is there really a forest in the sea, and do all these elves live in the ocean?" "Yes, Earl. Giant algae is a plant that grows on the seabed, dozens or even hundreds of meters long. They grow densely together, forming vast seabed forests. Those giant algae elves live within these giant algae forests. Moreover, Lord Landlord also found vast areas of magic medicine kelp." "Magic medicine kelp?" exclaimed the Earl once more. Marcus was not accustomed to seeing the always lofty and dignified Earl lose his composure, but he dared not show any unusual expression and replied respectfully, "Yes, there's a wide expanse of magic medicine kelp. Lord Landlord has decided to expand the cultivation of magic medicine kelp in the sea, allowing all giant algae cordyceps to farm it. Stop there a moment. The Earl waved his hand and then let out a long breath, leaning back in his chair and seeming to drift off into thought. After a moment, he came back to himself, his voice steady again. Sprites in the sea, that is indeed a surprising discovery. A celebration is indeed in order for contracting so many elves capable of cultivating magic potion. Lord Landlord will be looking forward to your and your wife's arrival in Freshflower Town. There's no need to wait. I'm preparing to visit Black Horse Island right now. By the way, where was the giant algae forest discovered? Off the coasts of Black Horse Island. You still have to notify others, right? Go ahead, and when you go back, tell List that I plan to leave the day after tomorrow for Black Horse Island, to see the giant algae forest and Greater Elf Pike for myself. Certainly, I will convey your arrival to Lord Landlord. Marcus bowed and took his leave from the study. The study quieted down. The Earl leaned back in his chair, falling into deep contemplation. He too had contracted with a Greater Elf, although he had now passed Greater Elf Xiangxian to his son, Levi's. When he received the contract from his father, Greg Wafers, Xiangxian was still a little minor elf. Then, the news of his father's death on the battlefield arrived, and at that time, he was still an Earth Knight, striving to grow stronger and avenge his father. Shortly thereafter, Xiangxian suddenly advanced to a Greater Elf, and his family truly encountered an opportunity for development. Although he had ascended to the rank of Earl through constant pioneer mandate wars, the true foundation of his family's success lay in its heritage. Compared to List, he lacked almost nothing in terms of resources during his youthful years of training. However, now, the thought of List owning a Greater Elf, 6 little minor elves, and dozens of elf bugs left him feeling profoundly conflicted. On one hand, he was proud that his son was so favored by knightly glory, on the other hand, he felt a sense of loss at the thought of his son far surpassing himself. In combat, he was already no match for his son's exceptional talent, and now it seemed his son's wealth might even surpass his own. The Tulip family had a Greater Elf, 12 minor elves, and over 100 elf bugs, but that had been the result of over 20 years of cultivating Coral Island. In comparison, the gains over 3 years were no match for List's. Perhaps, he will soon separate from the family. Melissa, if you could see List's achievements now, you would be so pleased. Your son has started a new family dynasty. The Earl shook his head. Melissa had been dead for over a decade, and he should have long forgotten her, but with every achievement of List's, he couldn't help but be reminded of his late wife. After all, the only one in the family who inherited Melissa's beauty was List. Chapter 543 Shock after shock. I just saw Marcus from Black Horse Island leaving the castle. Did he come here for something? Lady Marie entered the Earl's study, bringing a cup of green tea, and asked. She had been learning the art of tea recently. List sent over a lot of tea leaves from Freshflower Town, along with instructions on how to brew tea. The Earl very much appreciated the taste of green tea and had made it a part of his daily beverage routine. Lady Marie took it upon herself to master the skill of brewing tea. Holding the teacup in his hands, the Earl spoke very calmly. List has found some elves in the sea and is planning to hold a celebration, inviting us to participate before April 14th. Lady Marie was momentarily stunned. There are elves in the sea too? Why can't there be? When I was on Blue Dragon Island, I saw a great elf of the Sapphire family, which lived in Tranquil Lake among the water chestnuts. The vast water chestnuts all thrived on the surface. If elves can survive in a lake, then it's not surprising to find them in the sea. The sea is so deep, how did he find them? I don't know either. I plan to visit Black Horse Island the day after tomorrow. I haven't been there since List was ennobled as Lord of the Island, and this opportunity is perfect to explore it thoroughly, said the Earl. Then remembering something, prepare a substantial gift. The main character of this elf celebration is a giant algae Greater Elf. Lady Marie suddenly tensed. Ah, a Greater Elf? Putting down his teacup, the Earl seemed to understand his wife's thoughts, placed his hand on her shoulder, and gave it a squeeze. Its name is Pike, along with 3 giant algae minor elves, and 5 giant algae elf bugs, a whole nest of elves. I was as surprised as you when I heard it, but considering List's luck akin to the Son of Glory, it seems not so hard to understand. My dear, but it's a Greater Elf. That's why I feel proud of him. Lady Marie touched her chest, calming herself, with a complex look in her eyes. I still can't believe it. A Greater Elf. The Tulip family has strived for so many generations and we only have Xiangxian. It seems lacking compared to such ethereal luck. Perhaps we should also search the seas around Coral Island. Of course, I will do that, but the sea is different from land after all, with many unknown dangers and it's difficult to develop. We can't just throw civilians into the sea to farm. Then how is List developing those giant algae? Not clear. Once I'm there, I will naturally find out. Don't overcomplicate things. Prepare the gift, and if you wish, you can come with me. Me? Lady Marie pondered for a few seconds, then shook her head. Never mind, I'll wait until April 14th to go. You and your son should have a good talk. After all, your family. If he's able to obtain elves from the deep sea, he must have a special method. The Tulip family will prosper even more with such technology. Southeastern Sea region of Black Horse Island. Close to the shore, Sampan shuttled back and forth on the sea, harvesting a large amount of giant algae. These algae, having been tested, were non-toxic and edible, but not particularly tasty. Livestock and poultry could consume the algae occasionally, but it couldn't serve as a staple diet. Moreover, 80% of the algae was water, and despite its vast volume, it shrank significantly after drying. Nevertheless, it was still a very important seafood product, effectively easing the demand for fodder within the territory's animal husbandry. The fishermen were harvesting giant algae on such a large scale in order to clear space for new magic medicine kelp cultivation areas. There was no magic potion under Pike's influence of cordyceps. So, Liz tempted Pike with jade powder and, coupled with emotional exchanges, persuaded Pike to move its cordyceps to the nearby sea area. Its cordyceps could cover an area of over 6,000 acres, almost instantly embracing the entire nearby region suitable for giant algae growth. Add in the cordyceps of Fizz, Tam, and Eddie, along with the original 5 giant algae bugs, and it's possible to affect over 10,000 acres of the sea region. The entire nearby sea will be planted with magic medicine kelp, while other areas will let ordinary giant algae grow freely, irrespective of whether they thrive well or poorly, as long as the production of magic potion is ensured. A few kilometers away from where the fishermen were harvesting giant algae, the sea's surface rippled slightly with waves. Suddenly, splash! A flurry of water sprayed into the air as a rainbow-colored large fish leapt out of the water, with someone riding on its neck. It was none other than List, who had been searching the giant algae forest, and his newly tamed mount, the rainbow whale Rose. Phew! List let out a long breath of murky air from atop Rose, his tone filled with a sense of relieved ease. After a week's time, I've finally cleared the entire giant algae forest. Unfortunately, not much was discovered in the deep water areas, only 3 giant algae bugs were found, making a total of 8 giant algae bugs harvested. In these last 2 days of searching, he only located 3 giant algae elf bugs. The giant algae forest, spanning 36,000 acres, had nurtured 1 greater elf, 3 little minor elves, and 8 elf bugs. It was definitely a tremendous treasure of the sea. Axe surfaced as well, looking at List with a frown of concern. Brother, Axe's shell is so messy. Fizz, Tam, and Eddie just won't behave, and the 8 giant algae bugs keep bullying the kelp bugs, laver bugs, redstone flower bugs, horsetail bugs, and ink angle bugs. Her shell was indeed large, but unfortunately, the temperament of the giant algae elves was terrible. Not only was the greater elf savage and the little minor elves fierce, but even the usually peaceful and tranquil elf bugs would sometimes show their domineering side. Taking advantage of the moment when Ak wasn't paying attention, they would always bully other elf bugs or come to blows among themselves. I'll have the Seaview Villa in Fresh Flower Town expanded into a small coastal castle specifically for these sea elves to live in. 1 elf, 1 room, with no one infringing on another. A new castle will soon be built in the port town, and by then, Ak, you'll also have a room of your own. Will Ak have one too? Of course, you're my sister. Although your identity must remain hidden for now, you'll be one of the castle's owners, List said with a smile. Ak broke into a happy smile and asked, can Ak have a slightly larger magic laboratory? Absolutely. Thank you, brother. If building structures under the sea weren't so difficult, I'd even be willing to build you an underwater mage tower, List boasted grandly, since it wasn't something he had to actually deliver on. Hee, Ak is very satisfied just to have a larger magic laboratory. A little sea monster so understanding and cost-saving like Ak, how could List not cherish her? He gestured for Ak to bring her head closer and gently tousled her deep blue hair. At that moment, Ak resembled a little kitten, squinting her large eyes, enjoying the caress from List. The scene atop the sea was so heartwarming that even Rose only made soft noises, unwilling to disturb them. In quiet concentration, List summoned a smoke mission, but it remained unchanged, indicating it was not yet complete. The mission required him to properly place all cordyceps and plan out the giant algae forest. He hadn't had the chance to place the cordyceps of the giant algae bug found today in the nearby seawater. So after a brief moment of warm interaction, he and Ak, riding on Rose, swam towards the nearby seawater. He had a complete plan and knew exactly where to place the cordyceps. Meanwhile, at Tulip Castle's estate, far away, Levi's, who had just finished his chi cultivation lesson, was already shocked. What, Marcus, what did you say? List has contracted a greater elf. Chapter 544 New glory of the family. How could that be possible, finding an elf in the sea, and not just any elf but a greater elf leading a group of little minor elves? It's impossible. Levi's shook his head, still finding it hard to believe. The messenger Marcus had already left, but the impact of his message had yet to settle. Loria, whose pregnancy was beginning to show, was busy with the account books. She had taken on the role of managing the couple's affairs. Of course there can be elves in the sea. My father once found 2 Alisma elf bugs in a river. If there can be elves in a river, there must surely be elves in the sea too. It's just that I have no idea how List managed to dive into the sea and find them. But that's a greater elf, my dear, isn't that astonishing to you? What is there for me to be astonished about? The Golden Weed Sheaf family has 2 greater elves, the Golden Grain family also has 1, and among my father's followers, several earls each have their own greater elf. List is already the youngest Sky Knight in the country. Isn't it fitting for him to own a greater elf? Loria's expression suggested it was simply to be expected. Levi's opened his mouth, almost choking. Almost all greater elves are cultivated from home-raised little minor elves, but List's giant algae greater elf is wild. Such luck is truly enviable. He is the son of glory. Of course, I know he is favored by the knight's glory, it's just that, deep down, I feel a bit unsettled. Loria looked up at him. Levi's, I know you've been the prodigy of Coral Island since childhood, while List's talents weren't apparent when he was young, which has thrown you off balance. But you need to accept the reality, he is a Sky Knight. Even my father praised his bright future in the letter, and now our own business is provided by List. You should learn to be grateful. Loria, don't get it wrong, it was we who provided him the channel. If List were just an ordinary noble's second son, as a channel supplier, of course we should earn more profit, Loria said, her tone even but in command of the conversation. But he is not an ordinary second son, he is a Sky Knight, a future noble's. My father even thinks he might surpass my own father's achievements. That seems unlikely. My father is a strong contender for the title of Marquis. I cannot say for sure about the future, but my father's judgment is not poor. List's talents shine so brightly that even the serfs in the countryside of Coral Island are illuminated by them. We cannot ignore it. Regardless of whether he had contracted with a greater elf, I was planning to suggest to you to renegotiate business shares with List. We can no longer take the lion's share, we need at least an equal split. Levi said nothing. He was reluctant to give up his share of the business profits. Loria spoke indifferently. Levi's, the Tulip family will ultimately be yours to inherit, but for now, what you need to do is train hard and break through as a Sky Knight. Only by doing this can we gain the upper hand in our contest with Lady Marie, and prevent resources from flowing towards Lydon. Without sufficient resources, how am I supposed to break through quickly? It is precisely because we lack resources that we must compete with Lady Marie for them, to curb Lydon. List is your own younger brother, someone you can rely on, but we cannot let Lydon become another List. Having said her piece, Loria lowered her head again and continued with the accounts. Levi's looked at his wife and suddenly felt a bit cold, but he quickly shook off the feeling and said, you needn't worry about Lydon. List may be the son of glory, but he is not. His talent is indeed good. He became an Earth Knight at 13, but I was also an Earth Knight at 13, it's not much pressure. I'll handle the gifts and business affairs, you focus on your training. Next to Coral City, in a small castle, Lady Penelope was busily choosing potted plants, occasionally discussing with Levere behind her. What do you think of this azalea? Does it look like it's about to nurture an elf bug? I can't tell. Of course you can't see it, you don't have the glory of a knight to favor you, can't even find a suitable mate. So naturally you won't find an elf bug. Grandmother, how can you say that about me? Miss, hurry up and marry off to a noble knight, then I will treat you with courtesy. Weren't you always worried about arranging List's marriage before? Why have you suddenly turned your attention to me? Levere said with a look of annoyance. In the past, List was a young man with potential who needed his grandmother to worry for him. But now he is a rising star of the nobility in the Grand Duchy. Naturally nobles are knocking at his door seeking to be united in marriage. Those noble ladies will compete to become his wife, no longer needing the effort to search. Levere said, but I see that List has no intention of looking for a wife. He's not in a hurry because he's still young, he is focused on his career and cultivation. As a noble with exceptional talent and diligent efforts like him, there will always be suitors. I believe on your father's side, there are already many nobles communicating with him, discussing their children's matters. That is true. Now List has contracted with a greater elf, one capable of growing magic potions. Oh heavens, I can imagine how many noble ladies view him as a knight in shining armor. Perhaps the Grand Duke even regrets not having a third daughter. You shouldn't make light of the Grand Duke. Isn't it just you and me here? You should know that the Grand Duke may send someone at any time to evaluate List. Such a promising young man should choose to be loyal to the Grand Duke rather than follow your father. Possessing a greater elf and being the youngest Sky Knight, he has enough to start a new family, bringing branches and leaves to the Tulip family. Lady Penelope said this, pointing to a pot of sunflowers and speaking to the servant. Move this pot to the place with the best sunlight, it will be my gift to List. Perhaps an elf bug is being nurtured within it. Lyvira rolled her eyes. I see no sign of it nurturing any elf bugs. You can't, but List can. Perhaps I should let him choose one himself. Never mind, he can take away my potted plants whenever he wishes in the future. You're too partial. If you could bring growth to the family, I would be partial to you too. Lady Penelope said and suddenly became contemplative. If your grandfather were still alive, he would be very gratified. A son who brings glory to the family with the Tulip name, and a grandson about to start a new family, what a glory. List was unaware of others discussing him behind his back. Of course, even if he didn't know, he could guess the impact he had on others. A greater elf, just like that, casually contracted. Anyone would be envious, amazed, and bewildered. However, with his dragon chi continuously improving and a supply of giant algae magic potion flowing endlessly, both he and the little fire dragon's strength were skyrocketing. He didn't care how others saw him. I will stand at the top, overlook all the other mountains. It was probably this feeling. He rode the rainbow whale Rose, traveling repeatedly over the sea, directing his underlings, organizing serfs to harvest giant algae, and burying the mature parts of the magic medicine kelp in the sea area after harvest for experimental planting. He was busy until April 13th. Only then did he completely plan out this sea area, and on the sandy beach shore, he decided to build the 9th town after Port Town, New Harbor Town, Thorn Town, Horse Ranching Town, Green Tea Town, Grain Town, Red River Town, and Mushroom Town, the giant algae town, which will devote its efforts to managing the giant algae industry and its associated fishing industry. It was at this time that calling upon the smoke mission finally led to a change. Chapter 545 The Glory of Pike. Complete the task. Reward, a pearl-producing shell. Task, the Mage Tower is about to be completed, and the Magic Academy is also about to start enrolling students. Chris Truth is ready, but the magician assistant needed has still not arrived, and it is Lord Landlord's duty to resolve this. Reward, drifting fruit. Rewards distributed, new tasks issued. List looked at the changing smoke, pondering, a pearl-producing shell, is it similar to the pearl oysters bred by the Sapphire family? I wonder how powerful such sea monsters are, and the quality of the pearls they produce. It's indeed time to find a magician assistant, but what exactly is this drifting fruit? He guessed it was some kind of edible fruit that drifted along the ocean currents. But whether it was edible or not was still unknown. He should go about the task now. In fact, he had previously sent someone to convey a message to Elkson True in hopes of hiring him as a teacher for the Magic Academy. However, Elkson had already discovered the charm of being a second-hand dealer and had no desire to engage in research or teaching, preferring a carefree life. Although he settled in Coral City, he frequently visited the outer islands, experiencing different local customs and doing business with various people. Of course, List was always his top-quality customer. To make money, he had to came to Fresh Flower Town. The magic casting schemes were becoming increasingly difficult to continue with, there weren't so many spells, and now he mainly dealt in selling magic books. He had even recently written to List, asking to visit the Steel Ridge Kingdom. He had made contact with a magic assembly there and could purchase more magic books. Elkson True was unwilling to come, and Grandini True was rather obstinate. Before, there was also Merlise True, who had passed away. Besides that, there were the cooperating magicians of the Tulip family, but List certainly couldn't recruit them. Still, it's best to contact Granny. Despite his stubborn and conceited nature, this guy has a formidable talent for crafting magic equipment. With Chris, a grand magician, as bait, he shouldn't refuse. Then recruit 2 more magicians from other territories, and that should be enough to support the Magic Academy. He immediately dispatched retainer knights to contact Granny and wrote to Levi's to ask for his help in recruiting 2 magicians from the outer islands. Having taken care of these matters, time quietly moved to April 14th. The Greater Elf birth celebration was about to begin. Apart from a few supervising officers who remained on Black Horse Island, other officials and knights had already gathered in Fresh Flower Town. The castle's servants, under Butler Carter's leadership, were busily and orderly arranging the banquet. The castle had hosted numerous banquets over the past years and had accumulated a great deal of experience. So, everything was proceeding in an organized fashion. Although the townspeople didn't get a day off, everyone received double wages today, sharing the joy with Lord Landlord. In the apple orchard in front of the castle, Dowson and the Earth Matron were coiled up together, lazily basking in the sun. 8 blizzard beasts were locked in 4 cages, not allowed to come out. Their destructive power was too strong, and without List's constraint, They would be a disaster if released. In front of List, they were the well-trained Blizzard Beast Squad. Once List left, they became unafraid of anything, troublemakers, and the servants simply couldn't stop them. There was even one time they blocked the main road of Fresh Flower Town with rock spikes, taking serfs days to clear and restore traffic. Nowadays, they've sequentially learned a new spell, Rock Grenade. As for the other two spells Dowson knew, Rock Wall and Firmstone Armor, they hadn't learned yet, and it was uncertain whether they could still learn them. Their aptitude seemed to be much inferior to Dowson's. If Dowson was an intermediate magical beast of average level, they were intermediate magical beasts of inferior level, probably because half of their lineage came from the Earth Matron, a low-level magical beast, Fierce Earth Dog. In a more distant meadow, hardly any horses were being raised anymore. The horses that were originally bred by the castle had all been transferred to Black Horse Ranch. Only the horses for the merchants and riding were still grazing on the meadow. One-eyed Barton, the blind and lame coachman, was still diligently caring for these horses, occasionally boasting to the 5 horsemen behind him, "I've been to Black Horse Ranch, where I helped deliver many of the majestic black blood treasured horses. Even Galtai asked me to teach at the Knight Academy." Then he would sing praises of List. "Lord Landlord is kind and magnificent, he has given old Barton a wonderful life. His greatness shines like the sun, illuminating every corner of the land, even the greater elk in the sea submit to him. Ah, what a great Lord Landlord." With a lyrical tone, One-Eyed Barton was pleased with his own words. And the Lord Landlord, great as the sun he spoke of, was at that moment in the Seaview Villa. After several days of rushing the work, the Seaview Villa had undergone a great transformation. What was originally a 2-story building had expanded into a row of 3-story buildings, towering above the seawater. All was constructed during low tide. Rubber water could solidify in just a few minutes. It was simply a divine artifact in the construction industry. Rock was in inexhaustible supply, as the Blizzard Beast Squad produced large quantities of rock each day, and now some of the wealthier commoners in Fresh Flower Town had begun to purchase rock to build their houses. Stone houses replaced wooden ones, offering fire resistance, sound insulation, and considerable sturdiness. However, rubber water was not for sale to the public. They could only use ordinary grass, ash and mud to cement the stones. For a considerable length of time, the rubber production from the rubber trees would not be able to meet the needs of the territory's infrastructure development, even if List had the rubber bug triplets use the triphase force to restore the rubber trees every month. "Lord, the construction of the seaside castle is complete. You can allow the elves to move in now," Isaiah came over and reported. List nodded. He took out a whistle from his pocket. This whistle was his latest invention. Of course, he only had the idea, and he left everything else to the carpenters of the woodworking workshop to figure out. After constant exploration, they eventually designed a whistle that could produce a very loud sound. This was a cylindrical whistle, not the kind that looked like a snail. He put it in his mouth and blew. Instantly, the piercing sound cut through the sea surface, and a few dozen seconds later, a huge fish with rainbow colors swam in through the artificial channel all the way to the beach. It was the rainbow whale Rose, and she had already learned to understand the whistle. List mounted her and, under the watchful gaze of numerous officials and serfs, dove into the sea. Many who saw List ride the rainbow whale for the first time issued a chorus of amazed exclamations. But their amazement didn't last long, as List already emerged from the sea on the rainbow whale's back. He rode directly to the seaside castle, with the officials hurrying into the seaside castle. Then, they saw List with 1 large and 3 small elves lying on his body, and holding an elf bug in his hand, dismounted from the back of the rainbow whale. He walked up the steps from the sea, placing the elves into different small rooms one by one. Elves are quite marvelous. They actually spend most of their time sleeping. Even if they have personalities, these will be gradually smoothed out under the contract, and ultimately they cannot resist their master's commands. List ordered them to stay in their respective rooms and used jade to build beds, which was enough to settle them down. Each room had one side installed with glass for viewing, ensuring that the elves' condition was always normal. The official stood in front of the glass, pointing and gesturing at the elves. "That's the giant algae greater elf pike. Indeed, it's exceptionally beautiful. I've seen the greater elf Xiangxiang at Tulip Castle. Pike is just as beautiful as it. Its teeth have a bit of character. So many elves, all nurtured by the giant algae. Amazing. Praise be to the Lord, praise the giant algae. Pike is the embodiment of night glory, only the Lord Landlord can be graced by it." In the midst of praise, List had already taken a shower in the next room and changed into a sharp flak middle-bae suit. Just then, retainer knights hurried over to report to him, "Lord, the carriages from Tulip Castle have entered the main road of Thorn Ridge and are about to reach the castle. Direct them straight to the seaside castle. I will wait for them here." "Yes, Lord." 20 minutes later, the procession of carriages slowly drove through Oyster Village along the main road, with Lady Penelope, the Earl and his wife, the Levi's couple, Levira, Lydon, and others electing one by one. Grandmother, father, Lady Marie, Levi's, Loria, Levira, Lydon. Welcome to the birth celebration of the Greater Elf Pike. Oh, List, my lucky lad, your grandmother can hardly wait to see the Greater Elf Pike. List smiled, assisted Lady Penelope, and said to everyone, then please follow me. Pike, Fizz, Tam, and Eddie are all here. Chapter 546 A conversation with the Earl. Waves washed ashore as thick, transparent glass blocked the seawater, with elves soaking in it, snoring soundly. The visiting crowd stood behind the glass, chattering and admiring, offering their comments. It was somewhat similar to the underwater glass passageways of an oceanarium. Look how beautiful that greater elf is, Pike, it's so plump, though it lacks wings, Lady Penelope said with a smiling face. Levira followed. Elves are the most beautiful creatures, they are like giant gemstones, even more beautiful than the gemstones themselves. They don't have wings but fins instead. Is this the difference between sea elves and land elves? Levi's craned his neck, trying to get closer to the glass for a better look. At that moment, Pike seemed to sense the commotion outside the glass from the soundproof room. Groggily rubbing his eyes, he got up, turned around, and saw a big crowd peeping at him. He was immediately enraged and opened his mouth to curse, gurgle. Ange. With that opening of the mouth, rows of sharp teeth were revealed without reservation. Lady Marie let out a scream on the spot. It's teeth, how can they be so sharp? List hushed Pike's unfriendly behavior inwardly, while smilingly explaining, rows of sharp teeth indeed don't look very nice, but they are wild minor elves, and probably having sharp teeth helps protect themselves better. After all, countless dangers hide in the ocean, where even we humans cannot maintain footing, let alone the elves. Never mind what its teeth look like, it's a greater elf, its value is what's most important. Lady Penelope cast a disdainful glance at Lady Marie, then pulling List aside, said with a warm smile, Grandmother has already seen these elves, and you have brought so much glory to our family. List modestly said, I was merely fortunate with the night's glory, I was just swimming in the sea when I came across them. That was a joke. Yet it made many people behind him grit their teeth in secret. Only Loria laughed, because you're the son of glory. These elves appeared before you on their own to accept your contract. I think so too. There was no need for a long visit with just a few elves. A quarter of an hour later, everyone left the seashore castle under List's leadership. They then watched List command the rainbow whale Rose with a whistle to frolic by the seaside for a while, showering praises like beautiful, magical, blessed with glory, and the like. Before they knew it, it was already 11 o'clock, the sun was high in the sky, and the temperature began to heat up. The group returned to their carriages, heading back to the castle. The Greater Elf birth celebration had not invited too many guests, mainly just List's own followers, and members of the Tulip family. Other nobles were followers of the Earl, and List did not want to court them, now that he was a Sky Knight, soon to serve the Grand Duke over the Earl. That was the implication, as Lee William's title limited List's prospects for advancement. Even if he did not take the initiative to leave, the Earl would persuade him to do so. In the second-floor drawing room, there was just the family and Galtai, the honored knight who lightened the atmosphere. The first floor was where the territory officers and knights chatted lively. Lady Penelope sipped the excellent green tea List had offered to entertain them. The old lady seemed not to favor the green tea, barely taking a sip before putting it down. She asked List very seriously, my young man, you now have your own greater elf. It's common for nobles to change their family name and establish a new household when they possess their own greater elf. Like Loria's grandfather's generation, the Golden Wheat family split into the Golden Wheat Sheaf and Golden Wheat Grain families. Do you have any thoughts? Levi's interjected directly, you could change your surname to Giant Algae, the Giant Algae family, sounds quite wonderful. My dear brother, in a blink of an eye, you could even start a new family. Giant Algae family, List Giant Algae, I also think it's not bad, Levira chimed in. Even Lydon added, if those giant algae are really tens of meters tall, starting the Giant Algae family would indeed give off a commanding presence, brother. List just smiled. Then, in a subdued response, he said, Grandmother, the day before yesterday, when Father was touring Black Horse Island, I discussed this matter with him. He glanced at the Earl. The Earl also nodded at the right time. List has his own thoughts. I have no intention of changing my surname, nor do I have any immediate plans to start a new family. After all, I am still very young, and I want to establish a solid foundation first. Father said that the Grand Duke might have already sent someone to assess me. Perhaps in a couple of years, I will pledge my loyalty to the Grand Duke, and that will be the time to talk about surnames and family issues. He had indeed discussed this matter carefully with the Earl. 3 days earlier, the Earl had arrived by boat on Black Horse Island, and List had accompanied him on a thorough tour, visiting various towns and even diving underwater to admire the giant algae forest. The father and son also had many heart-to-heart conversations. After all, the Earl knew he was no match for List and had mentally started to treat him as an equal, especially after seeing the thriving development of the Black Horse Island domain, the magic-driven Black Horse Kiln Factory and the Glass Workshop, the towering grey-white Mage Tower, and the exceptionally handsome black blood-treasured horses. All of this helped him gain a deeper understanding of his second son. "I know there are secrets hidden within you. Is there something you would like to tell me?" Standing on the pier of Giant Algae Town and watching the sampans ferrying giant algae in the distance, the Earl asked with a hint of emotion. The situation on Black Horse Island. Any discerning person could see that many aspects were conspicuously unusual. List did not attempt to hide much, and so, he wasn't surprised by the Earl's question. "Indeed, I have some secrets, or perhaps luck, about me." "Father, do you believe in the notion of the Son of Glory?" "I do not. Knightly glory can favor a person, but effort is the key to earning glory." As a seasoned sword saint, Li Huiliam had a keener insight and a better understanding of the essence of things than most humans who devoutly believed in knightly glory. List spoke the words he had prepared in advance. "When I first came to Fresh Flower Town, I accidentally ate a poisonous fruit in Thorn Ridge and almost died. That was my negligence. I overlooked you too much before. All that is in the past now. In fact, my misfortune turned into a blessing. Not only did I survive, but it also triggered changes in my body. My talents were fully revealed, and most importantly, my eyes can now sense magic power. So, as you have seen, I discovered many elves." "Oh, is that so?" the Earl said in surprise. He had considered various secrets List might have, but they never anticipated such a secret. List nodded. He couldn't disclose the secret of the smoke mission, it was too far-reaching, especially being related to the smoke dragon. Nor could he reveal the secret of the gemstone space, which was likewise linked to the formless dragon. And little fire dragon Leo was out of the question as well. Perhaps the Earl would keep his secret and might even be willing to support his dragon riding. But there was no guarantee that the Earl could truly keep a secret. If Lady Marie found out, and if it accidentally leaked, there would surely be people who, for their own gain, would silently sell the secret of the fire dragon. By then, List would be in big trouble even though he was not afraid of someone showing up at his door, since he could always ride the Rainbow Whale Rose and roam the world at any time. But Black Horse Island would not be safe, and his years of effort would be wasted. Therefore, choosing another secret to divert the Earl's attention was the best method. He could not rely on the Earl to forever ignore the manifold incongruities of Black Horse Island. Just like with the magic medicine kelp, he could choose to hide news of the greater elf, but the continuous production of magic potions could not elude the notice of those who were paying attention, and the truth would eventually be exposed. Better to steer the conversation proactively than to wait and react later. Since the Earl was planning to visit Black Horse Island for a tour, List conveniently guided the discussion. In essence, he had intended to bring up the chi secret technique, the Eye of Magic, but in the end, he couldn't bear to do so and simply fabricated a tale about his eyes undergoing a mutation. In the end, the Earl chose to accept this explanation. "This is a mutation others can only dream of having. Perhaps, I shouldn't dismiss the notion of the Son of Glory. The transformation you've undergone is itself a profound sign of the knightly glory. List, you will create a family that surpasses the Tulip family. Father, I would prefer to help you ascend to the rank of Marquis first, and afterward, I will work hard to strive for my own elevation to Marquis," List said with a smile. This was not without an implication of deal. The Earl would stop delving into his secrets, and he would help the Earl compete for the title of Marquis. The more important reason, of course, was that List didn't care for the surname Giant Algae. He was a man with a dragon in his blood, destined to ascend to the skies on dragonback. If he were to change his surname, it would be to one associated with dragons. Names like Smoke, Fate, Formless, Other Dimension, and Flame, Magma were powerful and commanding surnames. How could he possibly be content with a name derived from a greater elf? Chapter 547 Thorn Castle and Giant Algae City. The Earl stayed on Black Horse Island for half a day. Before leaving, he exchanged much information about the sea elves with List. List did not choose to withhold information. For people nowadays, developing the sea was very difficult. Without mounts like the rainbow whale or a sea serpent sister like Ak, diving could only be done near the shore. However, it was almost impossible to discover elf bugs by diving near the shore. Without the Eye of Magic, searching for cordyceps with the naked eye was like finding a needle in the ocean. In fact, according to the Earl's introduction, many nobles were aware that there were elves in the sea, but few were willing to develop the technology, manpower, and resources required to farm in the sea. How much would that cost? Moreover, Most of the sea is populated by algae, which, apart from serving as feed for livestock, doesn't seem to have much value. If there had not been magic medicine kelp discovered in the giant algae forest, just ordinary giant algae, it would not be worth the effort for List to develop it so intensively. The cost of cultivating giant algae was better spent putting more effort into farming on land. But it was different with magic medicine kelp. Spending a bit more to cultivate magic medicine in the sea still had huge benefits, especially since magic medicine kelp had a large yield. Therefore, all things considered, apart from List, it was hard to find a second person who could develop elf bugs in the sea. He certainly was not afraid to exchange the technology. All in all, the Earl's tour around Black Horse Island probably wasn't very pleasant. Fast forward to the Greater Elf birth celebration 3 days later, his impression of giant algae Greater Elf Pike was similarly not so good. It wasn't that Pike's tooth ruined his entire face or that Pike lacked value. It was the thought that he couldn't develop the sea elves and the near impossibility of finding a giant algae elf like Pike that left him brooding with frustration. Before setting foot on Black Horse Island, he had come with high spirits. Indeed, Lady Marie was behind pushing him, and he himself truly hoped for a new source of elf bugs. Sadly, only his son reaped the benefits. Why can't I encounter a magical beast or sea monster mount? He lamented, recalling how astounded he was when List first told him of the magical spell of Rainbow Whale Rose, the rainbow breathing membrane. It allowed one to breathe underwater. It completely made the sea as trivial to tread as land. Envy blazed fiercely in the Earl's heart, but alas, the object of his envy was his own younger son, whom he could not directly vie with. Even if it weren't his offspring, it seemed he couldn't best list now between Loki, who flew in the sky, Roz, who swam in the water, and a host of blizzard beasts. One man was like an army. Therefore, he could only wait patiently, leaning back in his chair, continuing to listen to List's seemingly casual but actually bragging chat. At that moment, the family was just discussing List's new castle. Only to hear List say, "I plan to build a 5-story castle because the terrain of Black Horse Island is flat without steep cliffs to serve as barriers, so I have to build it taller. Although the castle will feel somewhat empty with just me living in it, you are also welcome to vacation at my castle." "Have you thought of a name for the castle?" Gloria asked. "Not yet. Let's call it Giant Algae Castle, just like Tulip Castle, both named after greater elves," Levira proposed. List smiled and disagreed. "Actually, I favor calling it Thorn Castle." He snapped his fingers, and immediately a woo-ah cry sounded throughout the castle. In the next moment, Thorn Minor Elf Jayla had flown over and landed on List's shoulder, yawning. He continued, "Pike is an elf of the sea. It doesn't like to reside in castles, whereas Jayla is my very first minor elf, and naming the castle after it is more meaningful." Woo-ah. Jayla didn't understand what List was saying, but that didn't stop it from echoing his words. Out of all the elves, Jayla was List's favorite, despite its terrible temper. This was his first minor elf, and he personally witnessed its indomitable spirit, its struggle to transform from an overlooked thorn bug during the fat pupa stage into a minor elf who plants magic medicine. He still remembered the shock that struck his soul when he saw Jayla's hand reaching out from under the gray, deteriorated skin of a thorn bug. He had grown accustomed to Jayla rudely flipping through his food at every banquet, eating a bit and throwing some away. Jayla wasn't the most precious among the elves, but in his heart, it was the most special. Lady Penelope glanced at Jayla and pretended to sigh. "Oh, my poor Pike, it didn't even get a family surname, let alone a castle named after it." She was somewhat unhappy that List didn't change his surname and start a new family line to gain glory. "Let's just call it Thorn Castle." List didn't want to discuss it further. "However, after the port town develops into a city, I can name it Giant Algae City." The liveliness of the luncheon goes without saying, with a series of toasts and compliments under the nightly glory and dish after dish brought to the table, eating to one's heart's content and bringing the event to a joyous close. After dining, everyone also enjoyed a newly arranged stage play, Varsity Knight's Loyalty Song, with Avril Mask impressing everyone as the female lead. Applause surged wave after wave. Especially Lady Penelope, who really liked this new form of stage play. "It's so captivating, much more moving than those monotonous and dull comedies. This is an art form akin to piano music. I would like to stay here and watch their performances every day." List responded, "This is a play arranged by the Black Horse Island Drama Troupe. They are still training newcomers. Once the performance matures, I will have them perform on Coral Island, and you can enjoy their wonderful performances at home, along with a richer repertoire. That would be marvelous. I can't wait to see their performance on Coral Island," Lady Penelope said. She had her servant grab a handful of copper coins and scatter them onto the stage. This was the main income for slapstick plays, relying on the audience's tips. But List no longer planned to charge in this manner. He chose to rent out houses to transform into theaters, build large stages indoors, and sell tickets to the public, taking a more high-end approach. After Varsity Knight's loyalty song, the Greater Elf birth celebration officially ended. List personally saw the carriage team off from the castle. He knew that the name Pike would spread quickly to the entire Coral Island with the departure of the carriages and even further to distant islands, and his own name would once again enter noble society's conversation within the Grand Duchy, reminding those nobles that there were indeed geniuses in this world. Chapter 548, The Grand Magic Work debuts. With the territory returning to peace, the officials and knights retreated to their posts, and the civilians praised Lord Landlord and Greater Elf Pike together with the double wages they received, as the influence caused by the giant algae elves had settled. Following an afternoon nap, List rode on the landwalker bird Loki to a secluded place where he and the little fire dragon Leo indulged in magic potions. The continuous supply of giant algae magic potions made by Chris really kept both the man and dragon ecstatic every single day. Scorching sun sting. In midair, man and sword united, List plummeted toward the ground, and his surging chi like the sun smashed into the earth, producing a massive crater with flames erupting all around. Drenched in flames, List maintained a half-kneeling posture to calm down the chi that had just violently erupted within him. Oh ho! The little fire dragon Leo, circling in the sky, saw List engulfed in flames, folded its wings, and landed on the edge of the crater. Then, opening its mouth, Leo exhaled a light yellow flame of dragon breath that instantly enveloped List. Instead of harming him, the breath seeped into his body, aiding in the expansion of his cellular capacity. This was the latest training method that List and Leo had agreed upon, which he named Dragon Breath Tempering. The former training method where he unified with the dragon to expel impure magic power was named by him Dragon Magic Refining Chi. Dragon Magic Refining Chi aimed to upgrade Dragon Chi, while Dragon Breath Tempering focused on developing cellular capacity. These two distinct training methods were both constantly enhancing List's strength. Even though he hadn't received the Dragon Knight Chi secret manual from the Grand Duke, he had still independently figured out how a Dragon Knight should train, though it couldn't really be said that he figured it out on his own, since Dragon Magic Refining Chi was a function inherent to the little fire dragon. In contrast, Dragon Breath Tempering came about during training when Leo unexpectedly sprayed him with Dragon Breath, which had initially terrified List as he thought Leo intended to murder him. In the end, it was a false alarm, and he discovered the Dragon Breath had properties like a magic potion, capable of helping him strike at the chi capacity in his cells. So, now, List would generally hand over all the magic potions to Leo to consume, and in turn, Leo would help him with Dragon Magic Refining Chi and Dragon Breath Tempering, striving towards becoming a Dragon Knight. Unfortunately, Leo was still too young, and its Dragon Breath was scarce. After spraying for a short while, it began to droop and look utterly exhausted. Continue. List directly stuffed 10 vials of giant algae magic potion into its mouth. Leo, which had previously looked dejected, suddenly revved back to life with energetic co-hose and took to the skies with a powerful leap. After a casual flight, it suddenly transformed into a ball of flame and rushed into List's body. List shook off the ashes that were once his clothes, threateningly stating, "You're lively when feasting on potions, but try to be sly during training sessions. Leo, you can't escape, it's your destiny to be ridden by me." "Oh ho!" Leo responded with a disdainful cry. List just chuckled. Regardless of how smart the little fire dragon was, it was still just a young drake. Even the craftiest fox couldn't outwit an old hunter. Now, List's dragon taming manual was already taking shape in his mind, and sooner or later, he would create a dragon riding masterpiece more detailed than the Dragon Knight Chi manual. A legacy to be passed down to his progeny for generations. After changing into a new set of clothes, he whistled. Clomp. Not far away, Loki, who was grazing, came striding over with long legs, clearly not averse to being ridden by List. Awarded a handful of superior wheat kernels. List issued an order, home. The next morning, early, Mr. Grandini Truth had packed his magic experimental tools and was riding a carriage to Fresh Flower Town, having accepted a teaching position at the Magic Academy as an instructor for magic equipment, teaching the first batch of students. List received Mr. Grandini. Despite this stubborn magician, he still showed respect. "Mr. Grandini, I'll have to trouble you with the teaching duties at the Magic Academy. You can rest assured, Viscount." Mr. Grandini exuded an air of arrogance, but facing List, who had been promoted to Sky Knight, he knew to maintain the proper etiquette and spoke much more politely. "You will take a ship to Black Horse Island, where someone will receive you. The Mage Tower has just been completed and the Magic Academy is on its first floor. Arrangements for your daily living have been made by a dedicated person. I hope you enjoy your life on Black Horse Island. Thank you for your concerns, Viscount." Mr. Grandini did not stay in Fresh Flower Town. He took that day's merchant ship directly to Black Horse Island. Unfortunately, he was the only magician who had arrived, The other two magicians who had been hired hadn't reached Coral Island yet, so the smoke mission was still incomplete, and it was unknown what kind of drifting fruit the reward would be. Practiced multi-arrow in the apple orchard for a while. He also pondered over the unification theory of triangle theory and magic array structure, which he was writing. He wasn't a magician, but this was the second magic book he had created. The previous one, Theory of Tri-State Magic Arrays and Reality Interaction, received high praise from Chris Truth. According to the clues I hold now, the products formed by magic power should be separated out of the material sequence, or to say, removed from the physical realm and listed under a separate magic category. He wrote a series of characters on the blank thick paper magic molecule rune magic array and magic elves and dragons. In his view, magic molecules were the basic units that constituted magic power, which arranged and combined into runes, with runes then forming magic arrays and crafting various types of magic. The level of the magic array determined the power and effect of the magic, and at a higher level, the magic array possibly became magical beings. The so-called magical beings included magical beasts, elves, dragons, sea serpents, and so forth. Even magicians could be considered artificially created magical beings. They were all direct users of runes and magic arrays, the difference being that the bodies of magical beasts and magicians belong to the physical realm, and also possess the capabilities of the magic category. While elves, dragons, and sea serpents not only had the abilities of the magic category, their bodies also belonged to the magic category the body of a dragon was always producing. Elves were the same, and even the sea sprite was very different from humans, seemingly an incarnation of magic power. Perhaps, there are two sets of fundamental rules in this world, one is the physical rules, and the other is the magic rules. They interfere with each other yet remain independent. Along with the intermediary spiritual rules, they form this strange world. That is the core idea I wish to explicate. For a moment, he felt a sudden rush of inspiration. After the Grand Tome Dragon's fight in the wild by the historical inventor stagnated, the flurry around Liszt's piano collection by the renowned piano king subsided, and following the preliminary successes of three-phase magic array and reality interaction theory and the Earth Chronicle of Liszt, he was now embracing his role as a theoretical magician. He threw himself wholeheartedly into the creation of the unification of triangular theory and magic array structures. A sweeping masterpiece of 30,000 words was finally completed that day. Gazing upon 15 pages of thick paper still reeking of ink, along with more than 9 hand-drawn diagrams, he felt immensely satisfied. He planned to show it to Ake first for feedback. After receiving her opinion, he would revise it slightly before showing it to Chris for her input. Perhaps it could even become a textbook for the Magic Academy. Chapter 549, The Golden Pearl of the Golden-Lipped Clam. When Liszt arrived at the seaside castle, he just happened to find out teaching Pike to speak. Elves are truly easy to please. After only a few days of contact and the right amount of jade powder, Pike had already stopped resisting it. Even the rainbow whale Rose could play around the castle without being attacked by Pike. Not to mention the 3 little minor elves, Fizz, Dam, and Eddie, who were already jumping for joy upon seeing it. It made Liszt wonder if, should the contract be revocable, these 3 little guys might promptly throw themselves into Ake's arms. Liszt. Liszt. Upon seeing Liszt, Pike called out loudly. Liszt crossed through the glass door and stood on the shore inside the room. He waved to Pike, "Pike, study well." Pike grinned, his teeth glaringly out of place. He pointed his finger at Liszt, then at Ake, and finally towards himself. Liszt, Ake, Pike, family. Then he pointed at the rainbow whale Rose outside and said disdainfully, "Rose, fish." "Rose is not a fish, she's a rainbow whale, a member of the dolphin family, a mammal just like humans," Liszt wanted to say. But then he thought about the existence of magic in this world, the richness of the species far surpassing that of Earth, and seemingly without the need for detailed classification. Whether the rainbow whale is truly a fish or a dolphin need not be pursued. He waved his hand, indicating Pike to go play, then prepared to take out his grand magic work for Ake to review. However, Ake spoke first. "Brother, near Rocky Island on the seabed, I found a group of very large shell sea monsters. When they open their mouths, there is a big golden pearl inside each one of them." As he spoke, he controlled the flow of water and swept up a pale golden shell about the size of a basin towards them. Seeing the shell, Liszt immediately used the Eye of Magic. Clearly, the shell emanated a bright magic radiance, yet another mollusk sea monster. "Brother, be careful, it can release magic, water bullets, and it's a bit dangerous," Ake quickly added. However, there was no need for such a warning. With the Eye of Magic, Liszt could clearly see the flow of magic on the sea monster, thereby determining whether it was releasing magic. He picked up the pale golden shell and threw it directly into the room. Then he drew out the sky-cleaving greatsword and stabbed it into the shell's gap. The shell was tightly closed, and held together with great strength. Nevertheless, Liszt's dragon chi surged, and he forcefully prodded the sky-cleaving great sword into it, then pried it open with effort, causing the two halves of the shell to fall apart instantly. Even the flesh inside the shell was torn to shreds. Without casting any magic, the pale golden shell had already been violently killed by List. Though it was dead, the lustrous golden pearl inside was perfectly revealed. Gently slicing open the enclosing membrane with the blade, a round golden pearl as large as a grown man's fist unfurled, shining brilliantly as if it were a sphere made of pure gold. There was only this one, but its rich blue-white magic radiance already displayed its value. This is probably the reward for the last smoke mission, the pearl-producing shell? List already had his suspicions, and it was quite clear that this group of shells discovered by Yak was the belated mission reward. He looked at the now dead shell. He noticed within the shell's flesh at the gap, there was a line of golden coloration, resembling lips. Golden-lipped glam. Golden pearl. It took him only 3 seconds to determine the name of this shell, and the pearl it produced. The official record of sea monsters was scarce, and nearly every new encounter with a sea monster was a new species with naming rights resting in the hands of the discoverer. Was this golden-lipped clam found near the seabed around Rocky Island? As a woman, Ak's eyes sparkled when she looked at the pearl. Yes, brother, do you think its pearl is beautiful? It's golden, just as lovely as the black pearl from the Tridacna. Indeed, it's very beautiful, but I'm not sure about its usefulness yet. I need to study it carefully. If it's of great value, our territory will gain a new specialty product. Even if the pearl is worthless, the meat of the sea monster is highly nutritious. Black Tridacna, Fenhilwo, and now golden-lipped glam. All of them are specialty products. Regrettably, the technology to farm and mine them hasn't been figured out. Fishermen can only do some auxiliary work or plant gravel for the black Tridacna. For a sea monster like Fenhilwo that releases magic, the serfs are unable to cope. Mining them still needs to be done by Yak or List personally. The golden-lipped clam is likely the same. However, should the golden pearl prove to be of immense value, even if it requires personal mining, List will not find it tiring. Setting the golden pearl aside for the moment, he took out his magnum opus, the unification of triangular theory and magic array structures, and passed it to Ak. This is a guess I have about the magic power system. There might be some errors with data referencing, or perhaps logical errors I haven't noticed. Help me review it. Alright. Ak was now a water system grand mage in her own right, even if she progressed through talent rather than accumulating knowledge, but she still read a great deal of magic books seriously. Not like List, who would pick magic books that contained interesting little stories to read. He gathered a huge collection of amusing tales, but his knowledge remained half-baked. No longer disturbing Ak's reading. He called draws and headed straight for the ocean. Following the location indicated by Ak, he prepared to go to the waters of Rocky Island to find that group of golden-lipped clams and study them closely. Ever since he had the rainbow whale Roz as his mount, List nearly went down to the sea on it every day to appreciate the splendid scenery of the ocean. For many people, the sea is an unknown forbidden land, always associated with various mysterious legends, unknown sea monsters, and pitch-black abysses. Ordinary people dare not set foot in the seas lightly. Back when he was searching for the giant algae forest, had it not been for Ak's company, List wouldn't have dared to go into the sea rashly. But with the number of times he went into the sea increasing, he has overcome his fear of the deep sea and fallen in love with the sensation of galloping and swimming freely in the sea. The ecosystem there, so different from that on land with its colorful fish, coral, seaweed, and seafloor dwellers, as well as sharks, sea turtles, and more, all deeply attracted him. The rainbow whale, even as a low-level dragon beast with only one type of magic, the rainbow-breathing membrane still reigned as a tyrant of the sea with few threats. In the waters around Coral Island and Black Horse Island, there was no danger. Even when he once encountered a large group of sharks, the rainbow whale bravely charged at them, flipping one over and easily tearing open its belly to eat its liver. The remaining sharks were all scared away. Even when they encountered a humpback whale tens of meters long, seeing the rainbow whale, it turned and swam away, not daring to approach. As sea monsters, creatures like the Fenhilwo and the golden-lipped clam are probably akin to the fire rabbits and rock goats kept by nobles hardly capable of any real combat. Whereas, this rainbow whale, a low-level dragon beast, probably holds the same status and combat power as an intermediate magical beast like a Dowson. Having safely reached Rocky Island, he couldn't help but reflect. Chapter 550, Searching for Dodo Islands. Surrounding Black Horse Island are 4 other islands: Mangrove Island, Sandy Beach Island, Rocky Island, and Seagull Island. Mangrove Island is Nami's hometown, populated with many green caterpillars and green-headed ducks. Sandy Beach Island is full of fragrant coconut trees, and the cordyceps from the trees have also been transplanted here. Seagull Island also has a mangrove forest, but it has not yet been developed. Rocky Island, however, has always been overlooked. Because the island is entirely made up of basalt columns and it was once mined, revealing no volcanic glass buried underneath, it was completely abandoned. Standing atop the basalt columns of the island, List carefully determined his bearings, then, guided by Axe directions, rowed the rainbow whale rose towards that area of the sea. Upon diving into the ocean depths, he could see that the island's base was all rock, with little silt. Many corals clung to the rocks, forming coral reefs. All kinds of fish and shrimp lived among the coral reefs. List, making use of the Eye of Magic, continued to search the seabed as he followed Rose's movements, hoping to find golden-lipped clams and perhaps even encounter an unexpected surprise. Unfortunately, the ocean seemed infinitely vast, but objects radiating magic radiance were scarce, and even sea monsters were far fewer in number than magical beasts on land. So, after swimming around for half a day, not a trace of magic radiance was found. When he did detect a glimmer of magic radiance, he had entered the habitat of the golden-lipped clams, not far from Rocky Island. However, he had moved away from the rocky reef area of the seabed into the silt area, where the water was about 100 meters deep, and the pressure was considerable, making breathing difficult. Nevertheless, List's physique was strong. He and the rainbow whale had tested that without protection, they could dive to a depth of 400 meters, which was barely their limit. As for the rainbow whale Rose, according to Ak, she could dive down to a depth of 1500 meters, which was also Ak's limit. Usually, Rose would swim within a range of 200 meters below the surface. Indeed, there is a vast area of golden-lipped clams. It's a pity I have little fighting power underwater, otherwise, I'd really like to open more clams and extract a batch of golden pearls for research. List gestured to Rose to swim around the periphery, not to intrude into the territory of the golden-lipped clams. I'll have Ak catch the golden pearls later. After observing for a while, he saw that the largest golden-lipped clams were about the same size as the one Ak had brought back, the size of a wash basin. There were hundreds of them, and their distribution was not extensive. There was no longer any value in continued observation. He then patted Rose's belly to signal her to leave. They did not return to Fresh Flower Town but headed towards Black Horse Island. After reaching the shore, he signaled Rose to wait and quickly switched to a horse, galloping towards the Mage Tower. He gave the golden pearls to Chris for her to research their properties. Only then did he return to Fresh Flower Town. However, just as he reached the seaside of the little town, he suddenly noticed several white objects floating on the sea surface, which from a distance looked somewhat like human skulls. His gaze sharpened as he quickly directed Rose toward the white floating objects. Only upon getting closer did he see that these were not human skulls, but rather some kind of white fruit. Fruit? Could these be the drifting fruit mentioned in the hint for the smoke mission? He quickly scooped up one of the fruits and found it was indeed the size of a human head and definitely a fruit, which immediately reminded him of a type of fruit he had a vague memory of. It seems, it resembles the human skull fruit that old Danner once mentioned. He called for the smoke mission. And indeed, the mission was already completed. Complete the mission, reward, drifted human skull fruit. Just as I thought, these are human skull fruits, the fruits of the human skull tree. Old Danner had said that when he was a child living on Dodo Island, the island's natives relied on eating these fruits to stave off hunger. List's memory was good, and he still remembered the conversation from 2 years ago. At that moment, the smoke serpent script before his eyes changed. Mission: does the discovery of human skull fruit remind you of a past memory, of the island destroyed by a volcanic eruption? Old Tanner can no longer remember the location of Dodo Island, but it should not be far from here. Why not search for it? Reward: the volcano of Dodo Island. The volcano on Dodo Island? List suddenly recalled what old Tanner Phil had mentioned. He said that Dodo Island was named after the volcanic eruption that destroyed a large number of human skull trees, causing the indigenous people to lose their source of food. Thus, the natives cut down trees to make canoes and subsequently drifted from place to place. The author of Philip, Scion of the Sun's diary had been on the same canoe as old Tanner Phil. Unfortunately, Philip himself accidentally fell into the water while fishing and perished, leaving behind only his diary, which was collected by old Tanner Phil as a keepsake and eventually ended up in the hands of List. I never considered that the volcano on Dodo Island, which had erupted decades ago, might still be active and could erupt again. The little fire dragon had always lacked a volcanic environment for growth. List had inquired about many islands in the Duchy of Sapphire, but there were no active volcanoes ready to erupt. The few active volcanoes with a history of eruptions were all on distant, larger islands, and List simply couldn't reach them. To think that the smoke mission directly rewarded me with the volcano on Dodo Island, could it mean that this volcano is active and that it's quite likely I could find magma from its crater? An active volcano doesn't necessarily indicate the presence of magma. Basically, most volcanoes expose their magma only during an eruption. Usually, this magma and high temperature are hidden deep underground, tens to hundreds of kilometers below. Whether the volcano on Dodo Island has visible magma is uncertain, but at least there's a chance. Even setting aside other factors, the island itself is valuable. Deserted islands are seen by many landlords as burdens with no value for reclamation, but for List, every inch of land can be utilized. I need to prepare. When I find some time, I will set out to search for Dodo Island. 2 magicians applying for a job were waiting in the castle. Their names were Garcia Truth and Randolph Truth, both ordinary magicians, not young and with limited potential, otherwise, they wouldn't choose to be teachers as a profession. Of course, the opportunity to interact with the Grand Magician Chris Truth was one of the reasons they applied. After all, the chance to discuss truths with a Grand Magician doesn't come by often. Since you two have accepted the job offer, you have also accepted the regulations of Black Horse Island. As long as you don't violate the regulations, you have complete freedom on the territory. Someone will also take care of arranging your living necessities, so you don't have to worry about the details. I wish you a pleasant life on Black Horse Island. Thank you, Lord Viscount. Rest assured, we are magicians with good records and won't violate the territory's prohibitions. After a brief reception, the two set sail for Black Horse Island. List then had a servant call old Tanner Phil. Phil's tanner's shop had not been relocated to the harbor town. He had lived in Fresh Flower Town for half his life and was not willing to move again. Though he had not adopted the manservant Jesse as his son, he had married a middle-aged widow and his life was looking up. However, his wife had not become pregnant, and the blood of the child of the son still needed to be obtained from old Phil. Old Phil, how much do you remember about Dodo Island? Lord Landlord, I was very young when I left Dodo Island. Drifting in a canoe, I could hardly distinguish any directions. However, I remember Philip mentioning that 800 kilometers south of Dodo Island was the island where he used to work, Hot Spring Island. I also drifted southward, eventually reaching Hot Spring Island, old Tanner replied. Hot Spring Island is located to the west of Coral Island, about a day's voyage away, and is the territory of an earl. Therefore, the approximate location of Dodo Island is somewhere in the sea north of Hot Spring Island and Coral Island, but its exact position cannot be pinpointed. Only known to be over 800 kilometers away. It would take about 2.5 days by boat to travel 800 kilometers, riding the Rainbow Whale Rose would take about 10 hours. List calculated silently, it's not too far, I can ride on Rose, bring Ek, and thoroughly search the sea territory 800 kilometers north of Hot Spring Island. Ek has already self-taught a lot of nautical knowledge and is able to determine directions, so we should not get lost. With this thought, he sent old Tanner away and went directly to the seaside villa to find Ek. Ek, I've received some news. 800 kilometers north of Hot Spring Island there is a place called Dodo Island. I want to find it with you. Can you navigate at sea? Ek, setting down the unification of triangular theory and magic array structures, nodded and said, yes, Ek has learned how to use a sailor's guide and can also use the stars for navigation. Plus, Ek naturally remembers sea routes and won't get lost aimlessly in the sea. That's right, you are a sea serpent, a spirit of the ocean, naturally, you won't get lost, List decided at once. Then get ready, the day after tomorrow we'll go together to search for Dodo Island. Chapter 551 Marquis Merlin's resentment. On the day before setting off in search of Dodo Island, another delightful event occurred. The elf bug that had been gestating in the green yuan bao bonsai gifted to List by his grandmother on his birthday was finally born. After the contract was made, it became List's 38th elf bug. Up until now, including the elves contracted by Ek, he had a total of 1 greater elf, 6 little minor elves, and 43 elf bugs. With such a large family and business, gone were the days of his humble beginnings in Fresh Flower Town. He was not much different from some of the lesser noble earl families. He reminisced about the birthday party at Mi'abao, where he met Lady Martha Yunianbeng, the widow of the feudal Marquis of Diagonal Island. When she mentioned that by simply staying at her Daisy Castle for a while, he could obtain a little minor elf, he was almost tempted. I agonized over a single little minor elf back then, and now I have so many elves. But why does it still feel like there's an agony within me? He had thought he could easily overlook the invitation to Daisy Castle, only to find that he was still hung up on that little minor elf. To stay for a while and obtain a little minor elf, what else in the world could be more profitable than that? The image of Lady Martha would occasionally surface in his mind, a lady in her 30s, graceful and of noble temperament, with an irrepressible allure in her brow and eyes. One could imagine that in her prime, she must have been stunningly beautiful. Unfortunately, after Mi'abao's birthday banquet, he never saw Lady Martha again. And they did not exchange contact information. While he didn't correspond with Lady Martha regularly, List always maintained correspondence with the Long Taro family. Frequent trade relations were kept between Coral Island and Red Crab Island, with fresh flower brew, glass, and fresh flower soap, all having caused quite a sensation on Red Crab Island, receiving wide acclaim. At the moment, within the main bedroom of Long Taro Castle, Marquis Merlin suffered a relapse of his old illness and was resting in bed. Yet he couldn't idle away his time. He buried himself in writing at the small desk on his bed, summarizing the achievements of his life. Just then, Miyabow knocked and entered with a smile. "Grandfather, a letter from List has arrived, and you won't guess what has happened." "I've read the letter and I can still hardly believe it." Marquis Merlin raised his head, his face etched with the wrinkles of old age, the flame of life flickering like a candle in the wind. "Did he become a sword saint so quickly?" "Not that, it's about the elves." "Has he obtained another little minor elf?" Knowing he should not tease Marquis Merlin too much, Miyabow spoke directly with an astonished tone. "It's a greater elf. A giant algae greater elf that can cultivate vast quantities of magic medicine kelp, and it's even found in the sea." Marquis Merlin was taken aback but soon regained his composure. Encountering a wild greater elf in the sea is indeed praiseworthy, but how will he overcome the numerous obstacles to cultivate magic potions in the ocean? The letter did not mention these details, but List has written that he has planned out 10,000 mu of coastal sea area, all to be planted with magic medicine kelp. In doing so, he must have a way to cultivate magic potions in the sea. I remember he has always been interested in the ocean and always sends me a lot of oyster sauce. Oyster sauce is indeed a delicacy, and the seafood he mentioned, enjoyed occasionally, has a distinctive flavor. Marquis Merlin nodded. All the beauty and intelligence of Melissa have passed on to List. William is a lucky fellow indeed. When List was undervalued in the Tulip family, I thought it was due to his lack of talent, so I always wanted to look after him a bit more. But it turns out he simply hadn't shown his abilities. After being in FF these past 2 years, his development has been so rapid, he has already become a Sky Knight. Miyabow's eyes held much envy, yet his admiration was sincere. The Earth Chronicle of List he sent to me has been very enlightening to my cultivation, and I feel I am close to a breakthrough as well. Perhaps in another year and a half, I could become a Sky Knight too. I look forward to that day. The Long Taro family will eventually be in your hands. I understand. Marquis Merlin motioned for a servant to place a pillow behind his head before continuing. That notebook was well written. Among all the descendants of the Long Taro family, his understanding of cultivation is the most profound. He has even come up with many innovative methods of practice, far surpassing how he performed when he visited me the year before last. I wonder what the limits of LCT could be in the future. Grandfather, do you think Uncle Li William could become the 7th feudal marquis in the Grand Duchy? The territory of Ironhoof Island could be divided among 3 marquises, and the Grand Duke is also planning to expand the Blue Blood Alliance, making room for 2 more marquises. Out of the 5 marquis positions, Li William should be able to secure 1 without any problem, and he might even become the feudal marquis of Ironhoof Island, as he probably wouldn't be interested in the Blue Blood Alliance. The titles within the Blue Blood Alliance consist of only 1 city, and all its resources depend on the support of the Sapphire family. It's far less appealing than a feudal title. After all, who would want to be a lackey when they could be an emperor in their own right? Marquis Merlin rested a moment, then continued. As for List, he's the rising star among the country's nobility, with a bright future. Perhaps the Grand Duke has already taken notice of him. Indeed, after all, he's the youngest Sky Knight in the country. I've seen many people, and Li CT is a good character, one to be relied upon. However, what's most important is to rely on oneself. This country. It's a time of many troubles. Grandfather, it can't be as bad as you think, can it? When Angela went back to visit her family, everything with the Grand Duke and the Sapphire Dragon was normal. Marquis Merlin squinted his eyes, and his gaze flickered as if recalling something, but eventually, it turned murky again. Is there still no sign of Angela being with child? Caught between embarrassment and anxiety, Miyabow replied, we've been trying hard. Then he hurriedly found an excuse to leave Marquis Merlin's bedroom. Watching his grandson flee, Marquis Merlin sighed with a complex expression, then buried his head back into his writing, furiously documenting his life. The aged butler brought over a cup of green tea. My lord, this is the new tea that young Master Sun Li CT just sent. The color and fragrance after brewing are much better than before. After finishing the tea, you ought to rest. You've been writing for 2 hours straight and shouldn't overexert yourself anymore. I don't have much time left. My lord, I am certain you will live a long and healthy life. There's no need for comforting words. We've known each other for over 50 years, and although there's a difference between master and servant, we're both of the same age. There's no need for noble platitudes, Marquis Merlin said with a carefree smile before sighing again. I've had many splendid times in my life. I thought I could die contented, but ultimately there are many things I am concerned about. Is the master worried about the young lord and young master's son? The descendants of the Long Taro family are few in number. I only have Mizero for a son, and Mizero only had Miiabao. With Miiabao, there has been no word from Angela for half a year. Young Master Sun and his wife are still trying. You should have confidence in them, my lord. Let's not talk about that anymore. Have you heard any news from that old man Wallace recently? All is quiet on Deep Throat Island. It's said Marquis Wallace is in good health, capable of eating 3 pounds of magical beast meat in one sitting. The more Marquis Merlin thought about it, the angrier he became. That old scoundrel, about the same age as me, still hopping around, chasing young men on the battlefield, it's shameless. What's even more irksome is that the progeny of Marquis Deep Throat, Wallace Pineapple Green, are many in number, with 3 sons all married with children, and his eldest son even has a grandson. Comparing oneself to another is indeed infuriating. Chapter 552, The Sea Monster That Glows All Over. The troubles and worries of Red Crab Island did not affect List's expedition to find Dodo Island. He meticulously organized the 4 space gems, storing all necessary survival supplies, from the large items like magical beasts, milk, magic potions, and weapons, to the smaller essentials such as brewed tea. He then inspected Black Horse Island, Fresh Flower Town, and the surrounding seas, and held 2 meetings to arrange the construction tasks for his territory. After the preparations, he notified Dake, mounted the Rainbow Whale Rose, and set off to search the northern seas. To the north and west of the Sea of Azure Waves lies the Devil Sea, a place of legend where devils roam and even dragon knights cannot cross. The Duchy of Sapphire has been established in this archipelago for 153 years, but aside from opening up sea routes in the Sea of Azure Waves, almost no one has charted courses toward the Devil's Sea. Therefore, Coral Island and Hot Spring Island are basically the furthest north that humanity has explored. Dodo Island is the kind of place that even if someone knew of it, they wouldn't have any designs on it, so no nautical charts would point to this island. Ake could only rely on her seafaring knowledge and her affinity with the sea to lead List through the vast ocean. A distance of 800 kilometers, with time spent eating and resting en route, took approximately 12 hours to reach the predetermined area. Big brother, based on the map we drew earlier, we need to start from here and continue to search this area of the sea, Ake said. I've noticed a problem before. What problem? List said, this area of the sea is very deep. Generally, islands form either within continental shelves, from volcanic eruptions, or from the continuous deposition of coral reefs. The islands of the Duchy of Sapphire are primarily continental shelf islands. They cover large areas and boast numerous islands. The waters of the Sea of Azure Waves are shallow, with an average depth of only a few hundred meters, without any areas surpassing a kilometer deep. Several hundred kilometers west of Coral Island, there are deepwater areas exceeding 1,500 meters. List felt that Coral Island and Black Horse Island might already be at the edge of the continental shelf. Further out lies the continental slope. The continental slope descends toward the bottom of the ocean, leading to the true underwater world. Of course, List was not a geographer or oceanographer and had only a superficial understanding of continental shelves and slopes. He also couldn't explore the deepwater areas firsthand since he could only dive a few hundred meters deep, and even the sea sprite Ake could only dive to 1,500 meters. 1,500 meters is not enough to reach the true seabed. Fundamentally, the Sea of Azure Waves is a continental shelf region, while the Devil's Sea represents the true deep sea, with unknown creatures living there. With his thoughts racing, he continued, Dodo Island should be a typical volcanic island. To find it, we could actually look at the underwater terrain. A volcano erupting from the seabed would form a gentle slope on the mountain. If we find that kind of terrain, we can follow it to find Dodo Island. As he spoke, he took out a thick piece of paper, ink, and a quill pen to draw a demonstration chart on the back of Rose. After Ake studied it, she quickly grasped List's intention. Big brother, Ake understands. Next, Ake will examine the seabed carefully. Just wait for Ake on the surface, she said, knowing that List couldn't dive to the seabed and that Ake would be the main force in the search. However, even with a method, finding Dodo Island did not become much easier. Ake indeed dived to the seabed, over 800 meters deep, but she couldn't discern the underwater terrain, which rose and fell unevenly. Take your time searching, I'm already prepared to spend a week in these waters, List, lying on the sampan, soothed the somewhat anxious Ake. The sampan was naturally stored in the gemstone space. As long as his chi could envelop the sampan, he could stuff it into the gemstone space. He wasn't a fish, he couldn't sleep in the sea, so he had to bring a boat and sleep on it. With the calming wind pearl and the water calming pearl, the sea's winds and waves couldn't affect him. Ake's large shell floated beside the sampan, and she looked enviously at Rose, who was wandering in the distance. It would be nice if Ake could sleep like Rose. Rose, a member of the dolphin family, would sleep with one eye open and the other closed, her body constantly moving. This was because her left and right brains took turns sleeping, ensuring she would never drown from falling asleep. "I don't envy Rose at all. One should sleep soundly and think of nothing for the best pleasure," List said, gazing at the stars in the sky, and casually asked, "Ake, do you know what the stars in the sky are?" "Stars?" Ake shook her head. "I don't know. Are they glowing stones?" "Every single star is a sun." "A sun?" "Yes, most of the glowing stars are stars like the sun, with only a few probably being planets orbiting around a sun. The world we live in is one of those planets." "Of course, these are just my guesses." List didn't dare make definite assertions. He couldn't guarantee that this world was truly a planetary world. What if it was flat with corners? What if it was all carried on the back of a giant turtle? Of course, that didn't stop him from showing off his knowledge of common astronomical science from Earth to the little sea sprite, especially the Big Bang Theory, which completely befuddled the little sea monster. But after the initial shock, she seemed to begin pondering deeply, and even her conversation seemed less engaged. Seeing this, List had no more interest in boasting about his half-true, half-false, pretentious understanding of the Big Bang Theory. He just wondered to himself, with Ake in this state, could it be that my talk about the Big Bang Theory inspired her to gain new insights into her magic practice? If that's the case, then her talent really is incredible. Thinking this, he decided to quiet down and enjoy the stars by himself. A bright Milky Way hung in the resplendent night sky. He wondered if this was the Milky Way galaxy or some other galaxy. His thoughts drifted, his spirit wandered beyond the material. Just then, a sudden clap of a giant wave sounded in the distance, jolting him back to reality. He quickly turned his head, peering into the darkness. The night was too dark to see clearly, but it seemed like some kind of fish was causing a commotion at a distance. Whatever was making such a loud noise had to be a big fish. He immediately deployed his eye of magic, wanting to see if it was a sea monster. The next moment, his vision was filled with dazzling blue and white light, a giant whale made up of intense magic power, its concentration far surpassing all the magical beasts and sea monsters he had ever seen. It was rolling on the sea surface, leisurely slapping the seawater, swimming towards his direction. He abruptly stood up, his skin crawling with goosebumps, with such intense magic power. Could it be an advanced sea monster? Chapter 553 The Whale Action Blockbuster. Lost in thought, Ak also noticed the movement in the distance, and even Rainbow Whale Roz rapidly swam over, carrying the sampan carrying List, while emitting an urgent squeak sound. It was signaling danger. "Brother, Ak feels a very great pressure. It's a sea monster whale, huge in size, abundant in magic power. I suspect it's an advanced sea monster," List quickly said. "Ak, be careful, follow me, and we'll avoid this whale. Its sheer size suggests it shouldn't be interested in us." "Big whales are very gentle sea creatures," Ak breathed a sigh of relief, following List and swimming to the side to avoid the path of this enormous creature. The sea monster whale size was truly colossal. Wherever it went, it constantly slapped the seawater, splashing huge waves with a smack. And it would also make a strange noise, a sound that was ethereal, silent, sharp, quiet, and cold, giving off a very eerie feeling, as if one was in the midst of deep-sea terror. Boom. Smack. The sea monster whale suddenly burst out of the water and then crashed back down onto the sea surface, creating even larger waves than before. It rolled and swam around, apparently without a clear target, oblivious to not far away List and Ak, simply indulging in its own solitary play. "Brother, what is this big whale doing?" Ak asked, using the faint starlight to barely discern the sea monster whale's movements, the commotion being too great. List squinted his eyes, thoughtfully saying, "Perhaps, it's courting." His words became a prophecy. Half an hour later, the two suddenly discovered, apart from the whale that kept rolling on the sea surface, another slightly smaller but equally magic-powerful sea monster whale approached from afar. It circled around the rolling whale, swimming in continuous loops, seemingly assessing the other. Seeing this newcomer sea monster whale, the roller intensified its rolling. It kept roaring as if to show off its robustness. Its body length was at least 50 meters, and each roll and crash caused roaring waves. Moreover, it could release magic, an impressive feat indeed. The sea monster whale's surrounding seawater was pushed out by some strong magic force, creating a huge ring of vacuum. But quickly the vacuum was filled by intense pressure and exploded. It was an explosion without smoke or dust, immense force tossing tens of thousands of tons of seawater into the air. If there were any fish nearby, they would undoubtedly be crushed into powder by the sheer explosive power, and List could distinctly feel that surging force in his eye of magic vision. Even he, if caught within the range of this magic, would probably be mercilessly torn apart. I suspect these two sea monster whales might not just be advanced sea monsters but should be classified as super sea monsters. The magic they exhibit is unprecedented yet astonishingly powerful. There is no clear boundary between super and advanced. Indeed, The classifications of low-level, intermediate, and advanced magical beasts are vague beyond the difference in the number of magics. The strongest among the low-level beasts can even kill the weakest amongst the intermediate ones. Just like the current landwalker bird Loki, an intermediate dragon beast, whose fighting ability, aside from its skill at escaping, might not outdo a fierce earth dog. Even some fierce wild animals are capable of hunting magical beasts. List had witnessed with his own eyes a hunting dog at Tulip Castle, which took down a low-level magical beast fire rabbit in just 10 seconds. The fire rabbit, readying its fireball technique, was bitten to death. The fire rabbit, a magical beast bred for its meat, is basically a disgrace amongst magical beasts. In summary, the classification of magical beasts is chaotic. There are no clear changes like those seen with Night G, only differences in physical condition, magic power dissipation, and the number of magics. Describing these two enormous creatures as super sea monsters is not at all far-fetched. With their body size alone, the water pressure caused by their rolling could annihilate some low-level sea monsters. Just like earlier when this sea monster whale slapped the water, if List approached too near riding the rainbow whale Rose, it's not surprising if they were instantly smashed into a mush. Of course, should an actual battle begin, List wouldn't foolishly dash towards the sea monster whale to be flattened. The sea is the monster's domain, while the sky is the battlefield of a sky knight. At this moment, the whale and he, well, they kept to their own waters. In fact, it even provided a free live show of a behemoth's courtship for him to observe and learn from, which turned out to be quite interesting. After releasing the incredibly powerful magic known as Vacuum Water Burst, which List had named, the subsequent sea monster whale finally took a fancy to the tumbling sea monster whale. Approaching slowly. And then the two sea monster whales, just like that, swayed shoulder to shoulder, emitting calls that sounded like singing. After that, the bigger sea monster whale slowly placed its pectoral fin on the smaller one, rubbing to find the right spot. With a forceful thrust, it began a piston motion. Ugh, my eyes, List uttered with a click of his tongue. These actions could only be seen through the perspective of the Eye of Magic, and the outline of the organs made of magic radiance was clearly visible, showing the brilliant light at the mating spot. It was as if the magical essence of the two sea monster whales was mingling, with the magic power rapidly rotating and mixing. However, the eye-watering process only lasted a brief 30 seconds before hurriedly coming to an end. The female sea monster whale seemed to be quite satisfied, cheerfully emitting strange calls, and swam away shoulder to shoulder with the male sea monster whale. Until they disappeared from sight. The sea returned to calm, and Ak asked as he looked at the dark ocean surface, "Brother, have the big whales gone?" "They've gone." "Ah, what a pity it's night." Ak couldn't see clearly what the big whales look like. List took out the sampan again, laid down in it, and smiled. "There's not much to see anyway, they look pretty much like ordinary whales, just larger in size." In the legends of sailors, seeing a whale meant good luck. This seemed to be just a wishful thinking of the sailors, but the next day, good luck indeed followed, as Ak discovered a mountain range-like gentle slope on the sea floor. Immediately, he swam up the gentle slope, and eventually, they saw an island with faint smoke rising from it. Dodo Island. List perked up. He had estimated it would take a week to find Dodo Island, yet after watching a free whale action movie, good fortune had swiftly followed. On the second day of reaching this sea area, they had found their target, Dodo Island. Looking at the volcano-shaped island, the shoreline surrounded by lush forests, and the volcano crater at the top shrouded in smoke. He already understood that the volcano he was searching for was right here. It was very likely the kind of active volcano that was currently erupting. Oh ho! Oh ho! Oh ho! Feeling the presence of the volcano, little fire dragon Leo, who had been soundly sleeping on his chest, woke from its slumber, urgently crying out. List could empathize with its extreme longing for the volcano. Stay calm. Chapter 554. The unfamiliar white-eye dragon. Dodo Island was just a small island, possibly not even 1/10 the size of Black Horse Island. The Sun descendants who originally lived on Dodo Island numbered fewer than 300. The entire volcano occupied about 80% of the area of Dodo Island. At this time, the sun had not yet set. From where List had landed, he could just see the sun hanging on the edge of the volcano crater. A faint mist swirled around the sun, and as it reflected the sunlight, there seemed to be a barely visible rainbow suspended in the scene. It was exceptionally beautiful. "Ak, you and Roz, wait here for me. I'll go search the island first," he said. "Okay," came the reply. Without a mount, List needed to walk. He first looked at the tree line by the shore. Just as he had speculated, these tall trees were the human skull trees. Hanging from them were mature, immature, human skull-like fruits, the edible human skull fruits. He had tasted a few that had drifted at sea. After opening the outer shell, inside was a soft, white flesh that tasted sweet, had a chewy texture, and a faint citrus aroma. If he had to make a comparison, it was somewhat similar to the jackfruit List had eaten on Earth, only different in taste and color. They weren't particularly delicious, but they weren't bad either. Indeed, the human skull fruit was quite filling and could be eaten as a meal. List only glanced at the forest and did not linger. He headed straight for the volcano, starting his climb. Beyond a height of 50 meters on the slope, there were basically no human skull trees to be found, only some shrubs and weeds. Higher up, even the shrubs and weeds disappeared. All that remained was the pitch-black mountain. Stepping on it, List clearly saw that the mountain covered in cracks and pores was nothing but cooled lava. It was unclear how long it had cooled for, but it was definitely not from a recent eruption. Oh. The little fire dragon in his chest could no longer hold back, anxiously wanting to come out. List did not let him out, as he needed to determine the environment of the volcano before deciding whether the little fire dragon would cultivate there. Jumping up. Climbing toward the volcano crater, as he got closer, the temperature rise became noticeable. Approaching the summit, the heat became so intense it was like being in a sauna. Enduring the scorching heat, List jumped onto the edge of the volcano crater and looked inside. He saw the crater, as large as a football field, with a depth of 20 to 30 meters filled with large black rocks. On the right side, there was a pond, bubbling and releasing large amounts of steam. On the left side, there was a pool of rolling deep red color. That's lava. List exclaimed with joy. Indeed, this active volcano was in the midst of an eruption. As the stench of sulfur from the bubbling lava assailed him, he could no longer stop little fire dragon Leo from bursting out of his chest, transforming into a majestic, 10-meter-long fire dragon, emitting a loud dragon cry, "Oh!" It glanced at List, then immediately dove into the volcano crater, plunging into that pool of deep red lava. The deep red lava, in truth, was not exactly a liquid, it was more like melted rock, moving slowly like thick mud. Leo plunged right into it. Just as List thought it might get stuck, it suddenly transformed into a ball of flame and merged into the lava. List, watching the lava as calm as ever, could no longer see Leo. After using the Eye of Magic, he immediately perceived that the entire volcano crater seemed to be enveloped in a faint red magic power. The red magic power at the lava's location was the most intense. And Leo's magic power seemed to form a net, spreading throughout the lava. However, this net was thinning and soon disappeared from sight. List didn't know what this meant and waited for a moment. Leo did not surface. As the sun sank lower, about to dip below the horizon, he began to worry Leo certainly wouldn't be drowned by the lava, but if Leo went in and never came back out, that would be no laughing matter. He had no choice but to call out loudly, "Leo! Leo! Leo!" No response. This ungrateful white-eyed dragon. List cursed under his breath, his dragon chi circulating as his figure immediately soared into the air before plummeting down onto the black rocks inside the volcano crater. Upon landing, he felt the air blisteringly hot and the smell acrid, as if he himself were about to be roasted. "Leo! Leo! Leo!" He called out to the lava again, moving towards it as he endured the high temperatures. The lava must have been several hundred degrees, with even the air temperature reaching tens to hundreds of degrees, mixed with a large amount of sulfur. From 10 meters away, he didn't dare get any closer to it, he could only hold his breath, stand still, and shout. After 10 minutes, still no response. He had already cursed Leo to high heaven in his heart, having raised it from a magic fire seed, through its birth until now, a full 6 months. He had fed it who knew how many invaluable servings of fire dragon magic power, spent who knew how many magic potions and beef, single-handedly causing the price of beef on Coral Island to skyrocket several times over. And yet, without so much as a goodbye, it just ran into the volcano's lava and disappeared from sight. Utterly heartless. "Leo!" He called out several more times, unwilling to give up, still no response. By now, the sun had completely set, leaving only a sliver of light on the horizon. Inside the volcano crater one could only see by the red glow of the lava. Looking at the slowly churning lava, List had a sour expression on his face. For the first time, he felt that there was a lack in his method of training little fire dragon Leo. With a mature dragon, perhaps compromise and adaptation were the way to live together, but with a young dragon, to give in was a mistake. Perhaps strict training was the correct approach. Only in this way could it properly understand its role as a mound. A miscalculation. He rose to his feet, leapt up onto the walls of the volcano crater, and sat there, attempting to wait a little longer. A moment later, misty smoke began to materialize before his eyes. Complete the task, reward, Dodo Island Volcano. Next moment, the smoke serpent script transformed, task, Dodo Island Volcano will become an important habitat for little fire dragon's growth, and it will also be an important place for your dragon knight training. Take a good look at this island and establish an appropriate training plan. Grow together with little fire dragon. Reward, One elf bug. Grow together? This guy has already forgotten about me. List looked at the task content with a very bad mood, but he wasn't panicked. After all, Leo was inside this volcano, and sooner or later he would be caught again. That was when he'd need to whip it into shape and let it know that some behaviors were unacceptable. From my observation just now, there don't seem to be any animals on this mountain, and if there are, they're small creatures. Even though Leo has the volcano for company, it still needs to eat. With hundreds of kilometers of sea all around, it can't survive on its own. This is my opportunity. List stood up, suppressing all his negative emotions, his mentality returning to calm. If I cut off its food supply, won't it still be at my mercy to mold as I please? He sneered cruelly. He turned and slowly left the volcano crater. Preparing to talk to Ak and start touring Dodo Island tomorrow, and to draft a new training plan. Chapter 555 Brother has a dragon by the seaside. A crystal lamp illuminated the beach at night. List sat on a rock, pondering how to communicate with Ake. Ake, have you ever seen a dragon? A dragon? Ake really wants to see a dragon. They say dragons are the most beautiful creatures in the world, but Ake has never seen a real dragon. Even as a sea sprite, she harbored an unending yearning for dragons. Dragons are indeed very beautiful. In the end, List decided to share the secret of the fire dragon with Ake. Actually, Big Brother has a dragon, a young little fire dragon named Leo. But this little fire dragon is quite disobedient, even somewhat ungrateful. Seeing Ake's mouth gape in astonishment, he didn't forget to add a few bad words about the little fire dragon. Ah. Does Big Brother really have a fire dragon? Yes, it's a little fire dragon I revived from the remains of a fire dragon on Black Horse Island, and that is my biggest secret. A dragon's influence is simply too great, so I haven't mentioned it to anyone. Therefore, Ake, you are the first person to know this secret. Ake was both surprised and delighted, nodding earnestly. Ake will definitely keep the secret of the fire dragon for Big Brother. List stroked her azure hair, smiling. Actually, when it comes down to it, Ake, you are my most precious secret. Who would have thought that I would have a sea sprite sister? Hee hee. Ake squinted her eyes, as comfortable as a contented little kitten. List wasn't lying. In his heart, Ake was far more important than Leo. The relative he recognized most was Ake, not the Tulip family. Perhaps his physical blood ties couldn't be severed from the Tulip family, but his soul was incompatible with the Tulip family, as it was with this world. Only the pure and blank sea sprite Ake was his warmest emotional refuge. I came to Dodo Island to find a volcano, to provide Leo with a suitable habitat, but Leo forgot about me the moment he burrowed into the volcano. Ah, what will Big Brother do? Don't lose Leo. No worries, ever since its rebirth, Leo requires food to sustain its flesh and blood body. There aren't many animals on Dodo Island to stave off its hunger, so sooner or later it will fly over from the volcano on an empty stomach to apologize to me. As if she could envision the little fire dragon apologizing to List, Ake chuckled and said, hee hee, hearing Big Brother say this, Leo also sounds quite adorable. No, it is a poorly trained capricious young evil dragon. Perhaps Leo is still too little to understand. Big Brother could be a bit more patient with it. I believe that one day Leo will recognize Big Brother and become your most important companion. Like those legendary dragon knights, standing atop the most supreme power in the world. I think so too, which is why it needs proper guidance. List shared his plans. I need to constantly develop my territory to provide for this fire dragon, so I won't often stay on Dodo Island. I might visit every few days to train with Leo, and when I'm not here, I'll need you to take extra care of him. Moreover, if I take part in the Pioneer Mandate, I'll be gone for months, and the care of the little fire dragon will also fall to you. We can't really let it starve to death. Being young, Leo would just be a burden if he followed him into battle. Apart from providing no help, there was also the risk of exposure. Ake can catch fish for it to eat. Once I find it in the volcano crater, I'll bring it over for you to meet. But be careful with Leo, he has a bit of a vile temperament, and you don't want to get hurt by him. Don't worry, Ake will take good care of herself, said Ake with an expectant expression, her eyes almost sparkling with stars. Even as a sea sprite, she was utterly defenseless against dragons in this world. Dragons represent all that is wonderful, even if there are evil dragons. The little fire dragon Leo belonged to the rank of evil dragons. Humans could, without hesitation, valiantly set out to slay evil dragons to earn the heroic title of Dragon's Lair. They could also bestow countless positive epithets upon any dragon. After revealing Leo to Ake, List suddenly felt much more relaxed. He hid too many secrets with nowhere to vent. Secrets such as the smoke dragon and the formless dragon were manageable, bearing no burden and could be kept for a long time. But the secret of little fire dragon Leo couldn't be kept forever. He always needed someone to help share the burden. Originally, He was inclined to tell the Earl about the secret of the little fire dragon, so that the Earl could help him raise the dragon. However, with the discovery of the giant algae forest, it was possible to maintain the independent care of little fire dragon Leo in his territory. So, he extinguished the idea of seeking family help in raising the dragon, trying to minimize exposure risk as much as possible. Now, revealing the secret to Ake was the most suitable choice. She could take care of little fire dragon Leo in List's absence. He couldn't expect a dragon, less than a few months old, to take care of itself. List didn't know how other young dragons were nurtured and grew. Perhaps they were naturally strong enough to cope with crises. Just burrowing into the vast forest, they could grow up safely. But Leo was different. He was a fire dragon, born on an island in the sea. He couldn't turn invisible like a formless dragon, so he couldn't hunt without revealing himself, nor could he swim in the sea to catch fish. Hunger could expose him to human sight at any time, and then he might be captured by powerful knights, ending up either being forced into dragon riding or converted into a dragon domain landlord. Meeting List was his good luck. He helped him revive, fed him sparingly to grow up, didn't try him or force him, and even put in great effort searching for a volcano. Like this. After talking about dragons for half the night, they each went to sleep. The next day, before dawn broke, List had already gotten up, taken his toiletries out of the gemstone space to carefully clean up, and then enjoyed a hearty breakfast. He hurriedly went up the mountain. The path was familiar, he could just fly up directly. Soon, he arrived at the volcano crater. The pool was still boiling, the magma was still tumbling, and the smell of sulfur was still pungent and acrid. Leo! 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 Besides the echo from the volcano crater, there was no response. Even using the Eye of Magic, he couldn't spot any trace of Leo. Despite being mentally prepared, the lack of response after a night still made him feel instantly terrible. It took a while to adjust before he went down the mountain to explore the human skulltree forest. The island wasn't very large, and the human skulltree forest was even more distinctly ring-shaped around the island's shore, making it easy to scan with the Eye of Magic. So by the afternoon, he had explored the entire Dodo Island, and he had also found the elf bug, a human skulltree elf bug awarded for the smoke mission. On a noticeably taller human skull tree, the human skull worm was comfortably basking in the sun. Suddenly, a lot of delicious jade powder fell from the sky, which it ate and ate until it bit onto a finger and instantly contracted to become List's 39th elf bug. Mission completed. Reward, 1 human skulltree elf bug. The human skulltree forest had no potential for development on Dodo Island. List had no plans to develop this island. It was just a training ground for himself and Leo. Therefore, this cordyceps was to be taken back to Black Horse Island for cultivation. He quickly turned his attention to the new smoke mission. Mission: the astronomical knowledge you brought has greatly inspired Ake, leading her to gradually refine her understanding of magic power. Perhaps more knowledge could provide her a better reference to understand the essence of magic operation. Reward: Ake's new magic. Chapter 556: Draining the Little Fire Dragon. Indeed, my half-baked knowledge of astronomy has given Ake a deep inspiration. Perhaps my remaining half-baked knowledge of physics, chemistry, biology, and geography can also inspire Ake. Magicians are always seeking the truth, and my knowledge is truth too, right? This world is different from Earth. In addition to the category of physical rules, there are also the rules of magic power. Therefore, simple Earth knowledge cannot measure this world, but those physical category rules and knowledge are obviously a very meaningful reference. Dodo Island had already been explored once over, and little fire dragon Leo still hadn't come out. With time to spare, he naturally prepared to have a good chat with Ake and explain more astronomical, geographical, physical, and chemical knowledge to her, inspiring her cognition of the truth. He found a stretch of beach. Picked up a stick. He drew a star system on the sand. This is a star, the ones you see in the sky at night. Stars emit light and heat. Many planets that don't emit light revolve around stars. These planets might be very cold or very hot, uninhabitable, but there are also worlds like ours. Ake kept nodding her head. She was digesting List's knowledge. She even actively asked questions. Big brother, why can those planets revolve around the stars? Planets revolve around stars because of gravity. All objects produce gravity. The larger the object, the greater its gravity. A star's gravity can capture a planet, making it revolve around it. That's why you see, the sun is always the sun, it doesn't go far or come close. Then why don't the planets crash into the stars? If they attract each other, they should come together quickly, right? Well, List coughed. He apparently didn't really know why. It seemed to have something to do with rotational speed and centrifugal force. Requires further exploration. It seems related to the rotation of the planet, like when you spin a ball tied by a string, it flies outward, perfectly offsetting the gravitational pull. Oh. Ake didn't seem to understand. Then she asked another question: why can't stars hang in the sky, won't they fall down? The universe doesn't have the concept of falling down. Why not? How come you have so many whys? List forcibly changed the topic. No reason, the essence of the universe awaits exploration. Now, let's talk about the relationship between stars and galaxies. Based on the information I've received and some deductions, innumerable star systems make up huge galaxies, possibly revolving around central black holes. As for what black holes are, in the following 2 days, List was either filling Ak with his superficial knowledge or searching for Leo at the volcano crater. Unfortunately, Leo never responded, and he couldn't jump into the magma to look for him. He could only wait passively. It's been 3 days without eating, it should be getting hungry. Even if the volcano holds extreme fire attribute mana, it can't use it as food. However, little fire dragon Leo still hadn't shown up, but on the morning of the 4th day on the island, Ak, who had been pondering and meditating by the seaside, suddenly sprang into action. She stood on a shell, slowly raising her hands, then with a nightingale-like chirp, a glimmer of light flashed on her palms, and a huge explosion happened far out at sea. Boom! The explosion was so big, it was almost as powerful as the vacuum water burst created by the sea monster a few days ago, and it took a long time for the waves on the sea to calm down again. Such commotion naturally drew the attention of List, who hurried over and asked, Ak, are you creating a new magic? Ak replied with a hint of excitement, yes, brother. Ak listened to what brother said about stars and planets orbiting each other, and the principle of nuclear fusion where 2 atomic nuclei merge into one. So Ak condensed a dynamic, spinning magic array and forced a merger, ultimately causing an explosion. My Ak is impressive. List couldn't help but exclaim with envy and admiration. The talent of this little sea monster was terrifyingly astonishing. With only a smattering of knowledge, she had created such a powerful magic. He then asked, is your magic considered advanced magic, or is it of an even higher level? It is just one form of a dynamic magic array, so it should still be classified as advanced magic, having not broken through the properties and principles of a dynamic magic array. Give it a name. Brother, you name it. It seemed Ak trusted Lee CT's ability to name, and without declining the task, he thought for a moment and said, just call it Whirlpool Convergence. The name aptly encompassed the 2 principles constituting the magic. Brother, Ak will write down the spell scheme for advanced magic Whirlpool Convergence right away. You can give it to Her Excellency Chris for reference, said Ak, aware of Chris's existence, though Chris was unaware of Ak's. In a way, Chris could be considered Ak's teacher since she answered many of the difficult questions Ak posed. She will be delighted to see a new magic spell scheme. Actually, after brother told Ak so much fascinating knowledge, Ak has many more inspirations to test and create new magic. Then don't rush to write the spell scheme. First, hold on to those inspirations. Chris has many other series of advanced magic to learn. There's no hurry to learn Whirlpool Convergence. Ak nodded and continued with her magic experiments. List, on the other hand, leaped toward the volcano crater once again, looking for little fire dragon Leo, while simultaneously calling out the smoke mission, complete the mission, reward, Ak's new magic Whirlpool Convergence. Immediately thereafter, a new mission was issued. The stubbornness of the little fire dragon has angered you, altering your attitude towards it. Now that you have come to understand the little fire dragon's nature, why not exhaust it completely this time to make it fundamentally recognize its mistakes and adjust its behavior? Reward, a large swath of hemp rope vine. Seeing this mission, Lee CT fully understood that the smoke mission was a projection of his own spiritual power. At least in the formation of the mission, his personal will played a dominant role. It was somewhat akin to the adage the day's thoughts become the night's dreams. Exhausting the little fire dragon to teach it how to be a proper dragon was precisely the issue List had been contemplating over the past few days. Now it was truly reflected in the smoke mission, much to his satisfaction. The reward for this mission is a large swath of hemp rope vine. What kind of plant is that? With so many species of plants, List's knowledge was limited. He had never heard of hemp rope vine. Judging by the name, it should be a vine-like plant that grows like hemp rope. Its purpose was unknown, as was whether it grew on Dodo Island, Black Horse Island, or perhaps even in Fresh Flower Town. He didn't pay too much attention to the hemp rope vine. Eager to figure out how to exhaust the little fire dragon, just then, the fading light of the setting sun barely cast its last rays on the volcano crater. The slowly rolling lava erupted with a boom, and immediately a flame burst forth, rapidly outlining the shape of a dragon, accompanied by a loud of a roar. The flame slowly extinguished, and the figure of little fire dragon Leo appeared, spiraling as he flew towards List. Chapter 557 Grilled Beef and Hunger. Oh ho! Leo landed in front of List and began to shout at him. Such actions and tones signified that he was hungry and wanted List to feed him beef. You want beef? List's face was expressionless, but his actions were resolute. Leo, I know you are smart and can understand my words. Now I give you two choices. The first choice, continue to resist my commands, wander freely, and then starve to death. The second, obey my commands, let me ride you and fight by my side, and you'll have meat and potions aplenty. Leo took a step back, grinning. Oh ho. He rejected both choices. If that's the case, then go hungry, List said without further ado, and turned around to leave. Of course, he still needed to be wary that Leo might rebel, although with his current strength, the young little fire dragon was no match for him. It fundamentally lacked any substantial fighting ability. Seeing List leave the mountain, the little fire dragon paused, then snorted with disdain like a horse. It then flapped its wings and flew towards the foot of the mountain. It intended to hunt on its own. However, after circling the forest at the base of the mountain and scorched a small area of human skull trees, it didn't even spot any prey as large as a rabbit. It barely saw a few flightless birds, whose calls sounded like dodo, but the dodo birds would dive into holes hundreds of meters away, completely beyond discovery. Oh ho! It let out a reluctant roar, which was in vain. Until the night turned pitch dark, it still had not found any prey. It wanted to fly out of Dodo Island, but looking at the tumbling waves of the seawater, it was too frightened to go down. A few experiences of nearly drowning left a deep impression on it. Without List there to protect it, it didn't have the courage to fly over the ocean. Unable to find anything to eat, it flew into the sky and saw a bonfire in the distance. List was roasting some magical beast meat. The fragrance wafted through the air, and even from a kilometer away, it was discernible. However, the little fire dragon turned around and headed towards the volcano crater, determined not to bend for 5 bushels of rice, preferring to starve rather than accept charity. But upon reaching the volcano crater, and standing on the scorching lava, it attempted to transform into a ball of magic power. Yet it couldn't muster any movement. Its ravenous stomach was bit by bit eroding its will. This was the first time it felt the harshness of the world outside. List had intentionally roasted the meat. The food in his gemstone space was already prepared and could be eaten straight away. However, he still sprinkled seasoning and grilled it over the fire, diffusing the scent of the magical beast meat to lure little fire dragon Leo. He wondered how Leo was faring now. But he wasn't in a hurry. In fact, when he saw Leo demanding food from him, he knew everything was under control. Nearby by the seaside, Ak rested her chin on her hand and pondered. She was still immersed in magic, striving to connect the knowledge List had taught her with magic power. He didn't disturb her. List gnawed on the greasy magical beast meat while cracking open a giant algae magic potion, with a steaming cup of Banpo cattle milk by his side. Even in the wild, every meal he had was of castle standards. He would never allow himself to suffer the slightest discomfort. Oh ho! A little distance away, the call of the little fire dragon came. He activated the Eye of Magic, scanning towards the sound, and through the haze, he saw the little fire dragon squatting halfway up the mountain, seemingly looking in his direction. However, until he finished all the magical beast meat, the little fire dragon did not come down the mountain. On the contrary, after List packed up, it let out another oh-ho and rushed towards the Dodo Island volcano crater, disappearing from view. Quite enduring, alright, let's see how long you can hold out, List said calmly as he put away his utensils. After nodding to Ak, he headed to his makeshift shelter made from human skull trees and tarpaulin and began to sleep. He slept very comfortably that night. The next morning, List went around the volcano crater again and simply took out a luxurious breakfast to feast on by the crater. However, he didn't see any trace of the little fire dragon. After eating, he descended the mountain to look for a large patch of hemp rope vine, the reward for completing the smoke mission, to see if it could be found on Dodo Island. The hemp rope vine is probably a normal plant, so it would require searching with the naked eye, a slightly more difficult task. He searched all morning but found nothing. At noon, he tried once more to tempt the little fire dragon at the volcano crater, and in the afternoon, he didn't continue searching for hemp rope vine. Instead, he rode the rainbow whale rose around the shallow seas surrounding Dodo Island, looking for any marine elf bugs. When he returned to shore in the evening, he saw the little fire dragon circling in the sky. Ak also saw the little fire dragon. It was her first time seeing a real dragon. Brother, is that Leo? Yes, but it's being a bit disobedient right now, rebelling against me. It won't get to eat any meat until it apologizes. Only by being obedient and following training will it be forgiven. When that time comes, I'll introduce you to it, and you might even get to touch it. Ak immediately expressed her surprise. Ah, can Ak really touch a dragon? Of course. Hee, thank you, brother. A moment later, List began preparing food, lighting a fire to barbecue, letting the delicious aroma drift around. This time, the little fire dragon was hovering above nearby, occasionally crying oh-oh without leaving or landing. As the sky gradually darkened, the scent of the food was sufficiently dispersed. List glanced up at the little fire dragon in the sky and slowly began eating, savoring each bite very slowly. Oh! The little fire dragon flew closer and closer, and finally, unable to restrain itself, landed on the beach 10 meters away. Its eyes stared fixedly at the large piece of grilled beef leg in List's hands, saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth, sizzling and evaporating as it hit the ground. List had observed that the saliva of fire dragons was more impure magic that would directly emerge into the air, unlike the saliva of gemstone dragons and metal dragons, which could give birth to crystal mines. It was different. Dragon dung was the same way, with the little fire dragon's dung evaporating into the air directly. And when it took drugs in List's body, the impure magic excreted was definitely not dragon dung. In its magic form, the little fire dragon had no shape or structure, it was merely a converter that could exchange magic power. Sla. List forcefully tore off a chunk of beef leg, then chewed it with big bites. He usually ate with the refinement of a noble, chewed slowly and thoughtfully. However, this time he made a lot of noise as he chewed, smacking his lips loudly. Each smacking sound was a direct hit to the little fire dragon Leo, whose stomach was growling with hunger. By the time he had eaten half a grilled beef leg, Leo finally gave up its pride and called out to List, "Oh!" It wanted to eat meat. List merely glanced at it impassively, without response. "Oh! Oh! Oh!" Leo walked closer step by step, its voice growing weaker with each call. By the time it reached List, it had almost turned into a pitiful plea. Only then did List look at it and asked, the same choice as before. First, starve to death. Second, let me ride you, and you'll eat your fill, top quality beef every meal. Leo threw back its head. "Oh! You don't want to be ridden? Oh! Are you sure? Oh! Then you just wait to starve to death. The nearest island from Dodo Island is 800 kilometers away, you won't be able to fly there. Even if you do, you'll be discovered by humans, then captured. After that, no one will be as easy to talk to as me. If you don't let them ride you, just wait to be slaughtered for your meat." Upon hearing this, Leo took 3 quick steps back, using its wings to prop itself up against the ground, showing resistance. List calmly took out another beef leg and placed it on the fire to roast, brushing a layer of golden yellow oil onto it. The dripped oil sizzled as it hit the flames. Leo couldn't help but swallow its saliva, uttering a low whine. "Oh!" Chapter 558 Humans and Dragons Reach an Agreement. Come here. List waved his hand. Leo sat in place and only after a while did he slowly crawl over to List. A dragon has 4 legs and a pair of wings. It can fly, stand on its hind legs, or crawl on all fours like a dinosaur. However, Leo's current crawl was walking with his hind legs squatting, his forelimbs lifted, and his wings on the ground to maintain balance. His speed was slow, and his posture was strange. Just like the conflict in his heart, which could be felt through the furrowed scales on his dragon face and the struggling look in his dragon eyes. He came closer. Only a meter away, he stopped, swallowing saliva, his gaze unable to drift away from the roasted leg of beef. It was impossible to know what state he was in while in his magic form, but in his flesh and blood body, he needed to eat bloody food. During the time List had been raising him, he naturally did his homework thoroughly, summarizing clearly everything about the little fire dragon's habits, sounds, and logical thinking. The intelligence of a dragon was definitely on par with that of a young human, even if Leo was just a newly born youngling. It was much higher than that of a greater elf. The intelligence of a greater elf was about equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child, who could speak clearly, communicate normally without obstacles but wouldn't actively contemplate problems. Animals with higher intelligence were obviously easier to communicate with. Apart from the barrier of language, the communication between List and Leo could basically be assisted by language, behavior, and emotion. Achieving barrier-free communication, Leo could directly understand List's serpent script, complemented by facial expressions, to grasp the meaning. List could also infer Leo's intentions from his tone and behavior. When Leo lived on his chest in his magic form, they could even vaguely sense each other's emotions, making communication more direct. This was more efficient than relying on the power of a contract to suppress barriers, like with a greater elf. There was no contract between List and Leo, and influencing each other through communication alone was really challenging, especially since Leo was quite stubborn. Without using some means, it wouldn't be easy to tame him. "Want to eat this?" He held up the roasted leg of beef, made an incision with a small knife, and suddenly the fragrant aroma of the roasted meat intensified. Leo nodded involuntarily. "Oh ho. It's still the same choices as before. First, starve to death. Second, let me ride." List cut off a strip of beef leg, tossing it to the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon opened his mouth, caught the strip of beef, and gobbled it down. Then, with a conflicted gaze, he stared at the roasted leg of beef, not responding to List. List cut another strip of beef leg, fed it to him, then stopped the knife in his hand and asked calmly, How is it, the taste of the roasted beef leg, your favorite dish? I've prepared a lot here, just let me ride, and when you come out of the volcano after training, there will be beef leg meat waiting for you. If he hadn't tasted it before, Leo might have been able to resist the temptation. However, the remaining taste of the 2 strips of beef in his mouth was enticing him, and he simply couldn't refuse, only able to hug his own dragon head with his tiny front legs, shaking it wildly in an attempt to stop his will from sinking further. But the more he resisted, the less he could change his degraded attitude. Finally, he let out a huge, reluctant ho-ho, his body instantly turning into a flame and rushing towards List. Boom! He collided into List's body, lingering at the chi meridians, staying at the chest area. Immediately afterward, List felt Leo trying to initiate an emotional exchange. He first solemnly indicated that he would absolutely not accept the fate of being ridden. Sure you won't let me ride? Oh ho! If you won't let me ride, then you can forget about eating meat. I can take magic potions, but I won't let you have any. Leo expressed dissatisfaction with a no-ho, then released another wave of emotion, suggesting he could help List train in exchange for food. It was resolutely unwilling to be ridden. List was somewhat puzzled. He did not understand why it was so resistant to being ridden. As far as he knew, the Sapphire Duke's dragon had even served as a transport for moving batches of strategic materials back to Blue Dragon Island from the continent. Being able to transport goods meant it naturally could carry people, it's just that no one could become its dragon knight. But now this little fire dragon. It didn't even want to be ridden at all, which was really frustrating. Directly riding the dragon seemed impossible, so List had no choice but to settle for the next best thing, squeezing every bit of training potential out of the little fire dragon by practicing together. After repeated negotiations, he agreed to Leo's terms. I can refrain from riding you for now, but you must help me cultivate with all your effort, no slacking. The dragon magic chi cultivation effect must be more than 5 times the effect I'd get from taking magic potions alone, and for dragon breath tempering, you must ensure it's completely out of reach for you. Oh who? Leo cried out with grievance. You have no reason to feel wronged. I found the volcano for you, which is like delivering the perfect training ground to you, and I will regularly provide you with magic potions to speed up your growth. It can be said that our joint cultivation is a win-win situation. Think carefully with your silly little brain. Moments later, Leo agreed, oh who. Then, bursting forth from List's chest and emerging from the flames, it took shape and landed on the beach. Taking the roasted leg of beef that List handed over, it gobbled down the food. Its appetite was huge, 1 whole banpo cow per meal was no problem. After devouring 1 roasted beef leg, it continued to eat the food List handed over. That included green-haired duck eggs, fire rabbit meat, banpo cow milk, etc. To raise it, List had spared no expense. What he fed Leo was better than what he ate himself. After Leo had eaten his fill, he then said, Leo, stop eating for a moment and came to the seashore with me. I want to introduce you to someone. This person is my kin, and in the future when I return to my estate, she will often come to look after you and bring you food. Oh who? Leo rolled his eyes, showing a don't want to meet expression. If you don't want to go hungry in the future, you'd better meet her. Thus, the reluctant little fire dragon, carrying a big chunk of meat, followed behind List to the beach. Ak was already waiting by the sea. Seeing List coming with little fire dragon Leo, her big watery eyes almost curved into crescents, twinkling with many little stars. Wow, brother, this is little fire dragon Leo, right? It's so beautiful. Ak wanted to get close but didn't dare to. Leo swallowed the meat in his mouth and immediately let out a roar at the sea serpent, showing no affection just because she was a cute, beautiful, and innocent creature. On the contrary, it displayed deep pride and disdain. Perhaps in its mind, List barely qualified as a delivery guy, and all other life forms were mere ants. Out of respect for List, it refrained from attacking Ak. But List needed more. He directly stroked Leo's belly and said, she is Ak. When I'm not on Dodo Island, Ak will be in charge of feeding you. You must not harm her, understand? For the sake of future food, Leo reluctantly responded, oh who. As a sign of friendship, let Ak touch you now. Oh who. Leo instantly bristled, baring his teeth and snarling at List, flames puffing from his nostrils, a sign of anger when challenged. Ak hurriedly said, brother, Leo is angry, Ak doesn't need to touch him. It's good enough just to be able to see him. List was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Leo to react so violently, even daring to bare his teeth at him in front of Ak, which signified the daunting task of taming it was far from over. It's a bit shy on the first meeting, he said, trying to cover up the awkwardness, and calmly continued, so first, I'll go practice with Leo. We'll have plenty of time to interact later, and Leo will come to be friendly to you. Chapter 559 The Unbreakable Hemp Rope Vino. Roar. At the edge of the volcano crater, Leo hung his head, utterly exhausted. He had been spewing dragon breath for a full 10 minutes, completely draining his magic power to assist List with his dragon breath tempering this time. There was no acting, he was genuinely so tired that even taking a magic potion couldn't revive his energy. The flames died down. Shaking off the ash from his body, List let out a long breath of turbid air, having not felt such a satisfying cultivation session in a long time. The effect of today's training session alone was equivalent to half a month of solitary practice. No wonder dragon knights are the strongest fighting force in this world. The assistance of a dragon in cultivation was simply too powerful. Leo was still just a young dragon that hadn't even reached a month of age after birth. Without personal experience, one couldn't understand the pleasure and refreshing feeling that came from cultivating with a dragon, so exhilarating and liberating. During dragon magic refining chi, it felt as if one had just stepped out of a sauna, an indescribable comfort, and during dragon breath tempering, it was like having a full body massage, with bones being stepped on and cracking satisfyingly. Seeing the dejected Leo, List knew he had squeezed dry this disobedient little fire dragon. I probably need 5 days to digest what I've gained from today's training, as doing it too frequently is more than my human body can bear. After all, I cannot compare to the physique of a dragon, List concluded, as he moved his arms and legs to feel his current physical state. Thus, he said to Leo, "Rest well, this is the magic potion you deserve. I will have Ak prepare a pile of fish for you by the sea in 3 days. I will come back here in 5 days, bringing your favorite beef, and then we will continue our training in the same rhythm as today." "Oh, roar." Leo responded weakly and silently swallowed the giant algae magic potion that List had given him. Patting Leo's belly, List waved and said, "Go on, return to the volcano and cultivate properly. I don't know how much longer this volcano can maintain itself, so we must make the most of the time we have. With the volcano's magic power, the assistance of magic potions, and my training, the time for your growth will be significantly shortened." "Oh, roar." Leo nodded humanly and then spread his wings to fly. He plunged into the magma inside the volcano crater and disappeared from sight. List changed into a new set of clothes and returned to the wooden hut at the foot of the mountain for rest. The next morning, he was awakened by a chorus of dodo calls. It's the dodo bird, a unique species on this island, which even gave the island its name. List had seen dodo birds a few days earlier, a kind of bird slightly smaller than a turkey, awkward in appearance and flightless but skilled at burrowing, always hiding in holes at the slightest fright. No matter what was happening outside, they would keep their heads buried and not come out. So, when the ancient sun descendants ran out of food, they would dig out these birds one by one from their burrows. Unfortunately, dodo bird meat was very tough to chew, like eating dry sticks, and was hard to swallow. List had no interest in them whatsoever. But to let them keep making noise outside and disturb his serene dreams was unacceptable, especially since he did not want to wake up so early, which put him in a bad mood. He begrudgingly got up, left the wooden hut, and went to drive away those dodo birds. The dodo birds were about 100 meters away in the forest, seemingly having a frenetic gathering as if many of them had gone mad. When he approached, he realized the dodo birds were not going crazy, but were circling around a thick, black snake. List recognized this type of snake, having hunted one in the Thornridge Forest before, a dark attribute magical beast called Shadow Snake that released the dark magic whirlpool. On the ground were several puddles of what looked like the corroded remnants of dodo birds, clearly the handiwork of the Shadow Snake. But this did not scare the dodo birds away, as they frenetically circled the Shadow Snake, trying to peck at it one after the other, hopping and jumping, their short wings flapping like spinning wheels. Seeing this, List activated his chi and charged forward, lunging to grab the neck of the Shadow Snake, his chi instantly enveloping it. With a gentle push, he stowed it into the gemstone space. Then he kicked the dodo bird with a foot. "Scatter, all of you, stop making noise, a bunch of foul-tasting rubbish." Driving the dodo birds away, he began to examine the Shadow Snake in the gemstone space. In almost just a few breaths, the Shadow Snake was completely devoid of life, dead beyond any doubt. Aside from Virginia Truth, who was in a soul state and parasitizing a soul storage vessel, no creature lacking a soul could survive in the gemstone space. The fundamental reason, List conjectured, was that the gemstone space belonged to a type of alternate dimension, with incomplete rules that couldn't sustain the existence of souls. Even for Virginia, once the soul storage vessel she parasitized was placed into the gemstone space, it would become inert, incapable of even dreaming. According to List's experiments, Virginia could dream within the soul storage vessel, existing in a state akin to dreaming but not. She could feel the passage of time, though not intensely, but at most could sense a slight difference between a day and a month inside. But once placed into the gemstone space, this sense would become muddled, unable to feel the flow of time. Therefore, the ability to erase souls, List used it to hunt low-level magical beasts couldn't resist his chi wrap, so he caught them with certainty. It was ineffective against humans with chi and high-level magical beasts. Because chi would resist, failing to envelop completely and thus unable to be sent into the gemstone space. The complete skin of the shadow snake could sell for over a dozen gold coins. He couldn't bear to let the dodo birds pack it to ruins, nor chop it up himself. Conveniently using this method, he directly eradicated the soul, leaving the intact snake body behind. Not bad, the dodo birds are pretty useless in combat. They didn't damage the snake skin. This is the best quality, should be able to earn 15 gold coins. The snake skin could be sold for money, and the remaining parts could be used as snacks to accompany drinks. Easily pocketing 15 gold coins, any dissatisfaction that arose from his peaceful sleep being disturbed had completely dissipated. Just as he was about to leave, something caught his peripheral vision, a cluster of vines entwined around a human skull tree. Taking a direct look, he saw the vines climbing the trunk, virtually merging with a human skull tree. On several of the neighboring human skull trees, there were climbing vines as well. This should be the hemp rope vine that's meant to reward me, he quickly realized, and advanced toward the human skull tree. As he drew closer, more and more hemp rope vines became visible ahead. Indeed, it was a vast patch. These hemp rope vines weren't magic potions, just ordinary plants, with very small leaves and not particularly thick vines. Some bore pale yellow flowers, while others had pods. Without a close examination, it would indeed be difficult to notice the flowers and pods. No wonder it had not been discovered despite being only 100 meters away from the wooden house. What use are these pods? List picked a few and rubbed open their husks, revealing seed after seed of black, watermelon wedge-like seeds inside. They're so small, they don't seem edible. Perhaps I should collect a sample plant and some seeds to ask others about them. He was ready to pull down a vine. The vines were tightly entwined and could not be pulled down, so he decided to forcefully tear them off. However, as he increased his strength, an embarrassing thing happened. The hemp rope vine didn't break at all, and he ended up tearing off a wrist-thick branch of the human skull tree while the hemp rope vine remained unbroken. It's too sturdy. It's called hemp rope vine. Could it be that its sturdiness is comparable to that of hemp ropes? List's eyes quickly lit up with the realization. If the effect was indeed like that, the hemp rope vine could be very useful. Rope has a very wide range of uses in daily life. The ropes currently used by humans are all hemp ropes, made from flax or sisal, which, while sturdy, are prone to rot. Especially the fishing nets used for fishing in the territory, after being soaked in water for 3 days, require 2 days of drying to prevent rot. If the effects of hemp rope vine are better than those of hemp ropes, it's definitely a specialty worth promoting. Chapter 560. Choosing sides. Complete the task, and you will be rewarded with a large stretch of hemp rope vine. List had exhausted quite a bit of effort to collect 3 strands of hemp rope vine and a large batch of capsules. The hemp rope vine awarded from the smoke missions was truly extraordinary. The thickest vine was no more than the thickness of 2 fingers, yet he could not break it no matter how hard he exerted his dragon chi. Even those vines thinner than a pinky finger could not be snapped immediately, and the vine tendrils, fine as threads, were also incredibly sturdy. Even when cutting them with a knife, it was very difficult to sever them, and they were much stronger than hemp ropes in every aspect. If they don't rot quickly, they would definitely be a valuable specialty, far exceeding the value of hemp ropes. List was very satisfied with this reward. He planned to plant them on a large scale in his domain to replace hemp ropes. It's just a shame there are no hemp rope vine elf bugs. That would make cultivation a bit troublesome. The effects of fertilization alone were far inferior to the influence of elves. However, it was already excellent to have the seeds to plant, so he did not ask for more. He took the specimens and returned to the log cabin to wash up for a moment. In the dawn sunlight, he mounted the rainbow whale alongside Ak and left Dodo Island. He returned to his domain. Calculating the time, he had been away from his domain for 6 days. Including the return trip, he spent a week on Dodo Island. Although the process was complicated, the outcome was positive. The little fire dragon had reached a preliminary agreement, so he no longer had to worry about future cultivation, and as for dragon riding, there was still plenty of time. In addition, he took a human skull worm and a batch of hemp rope vine seeds, reaping a rich harvest. On the other hand, Ak had researched the advanced magic water vortex fusion and was pondering other new magics, gaining a deeper understanding of the magic array. It was laying the foundation for her future promotion to Archmage. List had no doubt about Ak's talent to advance to Archmage. Such talent, even if only shown in the water system, was still astounding. Of course. No matter how exceptional Ak's performance was, it was not as fast as List's progress. He was now a quasi-dragon knight. In the popular language of novels, he could be described as a half-step dragon knight. Even though he was just a half-step into the role, he was much stronger than a completion-level Sky Knight, truly a powerhouse second only to one in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Second in the world. If the Marquis of Bull were still alive and retained the power of the Lich, I likely still couldn't surpass him. But the gap to the level where one could take on several dozen Sky Knights is not far now. I feel that I could take on 7 or 8 Earls at the level of Sword Saints. His ambition soared to the clouds with full confidence, and he even wanted to spar with the Grand Duke to see how strong a real Dragon Knight was if the Sapphire Duke had indeed succeeded in dragon riding. He had speculated more than once about this outcome. Has the Grand Duke succeeded in dragon riding? Earl and Marquis Merlin seem to speculate that the Grand Duke has succeeded, but I've been struggling to ride a month-old little fire dragon, which shows how difficult it is to ride an adult dragon. With the human and material resources of the Sapphire family, aside from the first Grand Duke who was a Dragon Knight, the following second, third, and fourth generations of Grand Dukes all failed to succeed in dragon riding. The current 5th generation Grand Duke had likewise been unable to ride a dragon in the first half of his life. His only chance was through the injury of the Sapphire Dragon, meeting the conditions for dragon riding. It remains unknown why the Sapphire Duke has neither announced his success as a Dragon Knight nor denied his success in dragon riding. Hence the Grand Duke could be referred to as Schrodinger's Dragon Knight. Schrodinger's cat might be dead or alive, the Grand Duke might have ridden a dragon, or not at all. The sea breeze brushed against my face. Waves tumbled over themselves. The rainbow whale, whether swimming underwater or at the surface, maintained a steady speed of 80 km per hour and could swim continuously for a day and a night. Landwalker bird Loki and rainbow whale Roz, both dragon beasts, one excelling in explosive power and the other in endurance. The azure sea was vast and empty. Only white clouds drifted overhead. List still pondered over the Sapphire Duke and the Sapphire Dragon. The reason he revisited this matter was due to the new smoke mission. The Grand Duke's envoy is visiting Tulip Castle. His presence carries the will of the Grand Duke. This is a choice of allegiance. As a follower, you have one opportunity to choose. Make your decision quickly: join the Grand Duke's faction, or remain with the Earls. Reward, Blue Blood Knight suit. This concerned the choice of faction. List had long made his decision. He would continue to follow the Earl, aiding him in his pursuit of the Marquisate. Now, he just needed to reply to the Grand Duke's envoy to complete the mission. A smooth refusal or delay was required. He couldn't afford to offend the Sapphire Duke just yet. However, deep down, List had no desire to follow the Sapphire Duke for no other reason than that the Sapphire Duke had a dragon, and he too had a dragon. Everyone was a Dragon Knight, and no one's dragon outmatched the others. How could a proud Dragon Knight declare loyalty to another? He would rather continue to follow his own blood father, to avoid such a dignity-damaging allegiance. Once I become a true Dragon Knight, possessing the strength to defend myself and capable of triumphing in the dragon fight, I will leave the Duchy of Sapphire to carve out my own nation. Moreover, perhaps I could even choose to topple the Sapphire family and dominate the Duchy of Sapphire for myself? When he arrived at the new port of Black Horse Island, it had been 11 hours and the evening was upon him. The officials in charge of the construction at New Harbor Town swiftly came forth to pay their respects. List didn't disturb them and went straight to the dockyard to inspect. The Sunset, a sky ship rebuilt from a sunken ship, was already preliminarily assembled. In about a week, it could probably be put to water for testing. But to truly become List's flagship, braving the waves, it would likely take a great deal of time to experiment and repair. The person in charge of the dockyard was Captain Coster. The former captain of a merchant fleet from Little Papa Island had grown into the high-ranking official echelon of the territory. He not only had to oversee the training of seamen but also the shipbuilding experiments, always busy from dawn to dusk. My lord, the sampan workshop can now produce single-masted sailboats. Although they can't make long voyages, their efficiency in nearshore operations far exceeds that of ordinary sampans. Keep up the great work. The single-masted sailboat is only a beginning. We need to learn to make double-masted sailboats as soon as possible. While refurbishing the Sunset, we must also accumulate experience in constructing three-masted sailboats. I will try to recruit a group of shipbuilding workers from other islands' shipyards to fill our technological gaps. As you wish, my lord. Without staying for dinner in New Harbor Town, he rode a common horse directly to Black Horse Ranch, switched to King of Black Blood Treasure Horses Lightning, and sped off to Port Town to enjoy dinner and a hot bath. Collected the newly produced giant algae magic potion from the Mage Tower. He then learned about the court envoy's situation through consultant Jautai. The court envoy had already arrived at Coral Island 3 days ago, preparing to represent the Grand Duke on an inspection visit to Black Horse Island and to discuss the allegiance matters. However, since List was not in his territory, the court envoy had stayed at Tulip Castle waiting. I'll meet with the court envoy tomorrow morning and complete the faction choice. Chapter 561 Honor Inspection. Riding on Rainbow Whale Rose, List sped across the sea for an hour and a half to reach Fresh Flower Port. Then, switching to the landwalker bird Loki, He galloped across the land for an hour before arriving at Tulip Castle. Setting out at 7, List had already made his appearance in the living room of Tulip Castle by 10. There, he met the court envoy representing the Sapphire Duke, a middle-aged man. "List, let me introduce you. This is Jonas Glocks, Earl of Moonlight City, serving as the Duke's court envoy to inspect your territory on Black Horse Island," Earl William said. Jonas had a head of thick hair and a full beard. He looked somewhat unkempt. List knew him, one of the Earls of the Blue Blood Alliance, an old brand sword saint powerhouse of the Grand Duchy. He had met Jonas's daughter, a plain-looking noble lady, Joanna Evening Primrose. She had been a bridesmaid for the princess at Miyabao's wedding. At Longtaro Castle, Joanna had not sparingly thrown flirtatious glances at List. "Welcome, Earl Jonas." List greeted Jonas, adhering to the standards of noble etiquette. Compared to the bearded Jonas, whether in appearance or in demeanor, he was the perfect embodiment of a noble. Even as the minor baron of Freshflower Town at banquets and other occasions, he always managed to steal the spotlight. Now, esteemed as a half-step dragon knight, his confidence shone even brighter, naturally elevating his aura. Upon their first meeting, he made Jonas seem inferior by comparison. Seeing the young List who inspired envy due to his youthfulness, the bearded earl felt as though he was the true noble, while he was just a down-and-out small noble. However, Jonas, experienced as he was naturally would not let a young man suppress his own spirit and, assuming the air of an elder, he said warmly with a smile, "Hello, young Sky Knight, Viscount of Black Horse Island, List. I heard that you arrived on Coral Island 4 days ago, Earl. It's a pity that I had left my territory and couldn't receive you in time," List said. "Don't mind it. Your father has been very hospitable. In these past few days, we have discussed cultivation matters together, which has been very beneficial. Moreover, the Duke had me come as the court envoy to visit the beautiful Coral Island as a guest, which has been a rare moment of relaxation," Jonas said with a smile. "I was also hoping to see the Grand Duchy's youngest Sky Knight sooner." "You're too kind, Earl Jonas. Compared to a sword saint like yourself, I still need more experience," List replied. "Such is the way of noble society. You praise me, and I praise you." List could handle such interactions with ease. Typically, however, he was not inclined to engage in such insincere pleasantries. Now, as a quasi-dragon knight, proud and haughty, he was even less inclined. After briefly exchanging courtesies, he shifted the focus of the conversation back to Earl William. Yet clearly, as a young and promising man, he couldn't simply be the invisible man. The conversations always seemed to revolve around him. Fortunately, they were limited to topics like glory, honor, military achievements, and titles, which were all handled by Earl William, with the help of his brother, Levi's, from time to time. List only needed to maintain a smile and gracefully nod his head now and then. Not until Lady Marie came to announce the start of the luncheon. Earl Jonas didn't bring up the matter of his followers. This was his main mission. In the traditions of the Continental Kingdom and the duchies, for followers who are close rivals to their lord, the lord would recommend them to their own superior, which is called honorary nomination. This usually happens when an Earth Knight is promoted to Sky Knight, the only time when there is a substantive increase in strength. List indeed meets the criteria for honorary nomination. However, William did not honorably nominate him, but the Sapphire Duke directly conducted an honorary inspection instead. This kind of honorary inspection often occurs with the offspring of loyal followers of the nobility and is considered a very honorable action generally. Such inspections are more about conferring titles on the offspring of loyal followers as an act of grace. For someone like List, who meets the criteria for honorary nomination to undergo an honorary inspection, it is quite rare. After the luncheon, the group decided that in the afternoon, Earl William and List, along with Count Jonas and several court scribes, would go to Black Horse Island for an inspection. "Is this your mount, List?" Upon departure, Jonas couldn't help but curiously ask when he saw List riding a magnificent giant bird with long legs, colorful feathers, a very beautiful bird. "I have never seen one like this before. Is it a low-level magical beast or an intermediate magical beast?" "Loki is an intermediate dragon breed magical beast." But there was no need to mention that. List simply said, "It's a landwalker bird. When I caught it from the mainland, it was probably still a low-level magical beast. But, I was lucky to find a bloodline fruit and I fed it to it, making it an intermediate magical beast." Indeed, just as the nobility discussed, you are a son of glory. To have an intermediate magical beast as a mount, and a bird-type mount at that, there are not many in the entire kingdom. Even I, once a member of the Hemp Eagle Knights, still keep that old Ashen Hawk that is too old to fly, reluctant to abandon it. The Hemp Eagle Knights are an elite unit of the Grand Duchy, using artificially trained low-level magical beasts, the Ashen Hawks, as their mounts. The unit is made up of only 25 members, primarily tasked with messenger duties. 4 hours later, the group finally arrived in Fresh Flower Town, though it was not part of List's territory. He had only rented it long-term. Therefore, the group stayed in List's nameless castle since the castle was too small. Only Early William and Count Jonas stayed in the castle, while their entourage and the court scribe stayed in the town. Before dinner, Jonas watched with enthusiasm as List trained the blizzard beasts. Early William, are all these blizzard beasts intermediate magical beasts? I heard that List once used a blizzard beast to help the first prince break through the walls of Juniper Castle. You see that largest blizzard beast? That's Dowson, a fierce earth dog that ate a bloodline fruit. Its evolution has been quite outstanding, and it's an excellent intermediate magical beast. The other 8 blizzard beasts are the offspring of Dowson and fierce earth dogs, and although they can also use 2 types of magic, they are more of an intermediate between low level. Dowson could still mate with the fierce earth dogs, couldn't it actually produce more offspring? It's quite difficult. It seems only before Dowson had completely evolved was it able to impregnate the fierce earth dogs. Once Dowson completed its evolution, it could no longer impregnate them, and its offspring, despite also having been bred, didn't have any reproductive capabilities, Lee William said regretfully. Lee William and Levi's were even more enthusiastic about blizzard beast reproduction than List was. As soon as the 8 tiny ones turned 1-year-old and became adults, Tulip Castle immediately captured several female fierce earth dogs and sent them to mate with the 8 tiny ones. Alas, despite round-the-clock mating attempts, not a single fierce earth dog became pregnant. It can be almost definitively determined that the 8 tiny ones have lost their ability to reproduce. Strictly speaking, they are similar to mules on Earth, offspring of horses and donkeys. A mule is bigger than a donkey, stronger than a horse, with greater vitality and disease resistance, far outliving horses and donkeys in terms of service life. Unfortunately, because of reproductive isolation, their pelvic bones cannot open and close, rendering them unable to produce offspring. Upon hearing this, Jonas sighed. That is truly regrettable. Such excellent earth attribute magical beasts are very valuable for sieges. If they could be artificially bred, the nobles would definitely be willing to pay a high price to purchase them. Lee William deeply shared this sentiment. Indeed, it's a great pity. List had once promised him and Levi's that if the blizzard beasts had offspring, he would give a batch to Tulip Castle. Now it seems, there's no chance. Chapter 562 Aquatic Elves and Terrestrial Elves. Everyone's ready, rock grenade. Following List's command, Dowson led the 8 tiny ones to line up and target an abandoned stone house in the distance, casting the magic spell, rock grenade. Boom. Huge rocks formed in the air, densely bombarding the stone house, and with just one round of casting, the stone house was smashed into ruins. The spectacle was magnificent. Count Jonas, watching from the side, couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and it took him a while to squeeze out a word, impressive. The next moment, List issued another command, everyone's ready, multiple rock spikes. Boom. The 9 blizzard beasts once again cast their magic, multiple rock spikes, conjuring countless rock spikes out of thin air on the vacant ground, dense as a forest shooting up from the earth. The area covered hundreds of square meters. Although the distribution was not uniform, the suddenness and lethality were absolutely strong. Clap 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 clap. Count Jonas clapped his hands in admiration. Having such a magical beast squad on the battlefield can play a role that's not inferior to that of an elite knight order, especially in sieges, which are knight's weakest aspect, where blizzard beasts' earth system magic can be unimaginably effective. Early William nodded. Earth system magic indeed shows great strength in destroying buildings. It's a pity we cannot train a second blizzard beast squad. I'm truly envious of you for having such an exceptional son. Not only blessed with remarkable talents but also possessing such powerful magical beasts to aid in battle. At many noble gatherings on Blue Dragon Island, people talk about List, regarding him as a rising star. But I'd say, he will soon surpass us. He has just been promoted to Viscount and Sky Knight, his territory is yet to be developed, and he has a long way to go before becoming an earl. Perhaps others might need to work harder, but List has already entered the Grand Duke's vision. Maybe it won't be long before you and your son become earls side by side. Early William smiled and didn't respond. List had already made it clear that he was willing to help his father become a marquis, so the battle merits accumulated over this period would all be transferred to Lee William, who would only collect materials. After watching the training session, there was still some time before dinner, and List proposed to lead everyone to the seaside villa to take a look and appreciate his giant algae greater elf, Pike. Pike, come here. List beckoned, and Pike, previously hidden in the water, immediately leaped out onto his shoulder. Grabbing his hair, Pike greeted him, List. Although sea elves are not able to fly and have gills, it does not mean they cannot survive on land. They simply don't like it. Pike's temper was still violent, but he no longer resisted List and was willing to follow his commands. Perched on his shoulder, he eyed the unfamiliar people around him with a malevolent gaze, occasionally baring his teeth and making fierce expressions. However, he managed to restrain the impulse to cast magic. Sea greater elves are indeed as magical as those on land, Jonas remarked, unfazed by Pike, a glory of knightly honor. The Grand Duchy hasn't seen anyone bind with a wild greater elf in many years. It seems the land elves are all bound, only the sea still harbors them. Count Jonas, how much do you know about the sea elves? I would like to learn more, List inquired. Jonas stroked his chin. I haven't personally bound any sea elves, or more precisely, they should be classified as aquatic elves, opposite to terrestrial elves. The Grand Duchy's Sapphire family does keep quite a few aquatic elves. They have no wings, but gills and fins. Aquatic. Terrestrial. List pondered the words without interruption. Jonas continued, aside from these two differences, there is no fundamental distinction between aquatic and terrestrial elves. However, the development of aquatic elves, especially those in the sea, is quite challenging and almost devoid of value. Thus, you are quite fortunate, not only to have acquired a greater elf but also to harvest magic potions. A court scribe took note of this on paper and then said with a complimenting smile, Viscount List's luck doesn't stop at a greater elf, he also has 3 minor elves? List said with a smile, my luck has always been quite good. Having been imbued with the power of the smoke dragon, he had scarcely experienced bad luck since his arrival in this world. What others would undoubtedly miss, for him, was a certainty to obtain. Up to now, not once had he failed a mission, and he couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the power of destiny. As a dragon, the smoke mission had even managed to involve both the formless and fire dragons. The fire dragon could, of course, be overlooked since elemental dragons seemed to be a notch below the sacred dragons, but the formless dragon was also one of the sacred dragons. He often queried in his heart, so, am I a special human being influenced by the smoke dragon, or has the smoke dragon's power completely transferred to me? Otherwise, how could the smoke mission involve dragons at the apex of power? This question, for the time being, remained unanswered. And he did not know when the answer would come. But it did not impede List from now enjoying the benefits that the smoke mission brought. His grand enterprise of dragon riding was just a step away, soon to reach the pinnacle of life. After observing the elves, on the way back, Jonas said in a joking tone, List, I'm becoming increasingly optimistic about your future. Perhaps I should introduce my daughter Joanna to you right away. I am acquainted with Joanna. When she served as a bridesmaid for the little princess, I happen to be the best man for cousin Miebao. Since you are already acquainted, that's even better. You are welcome to visit Moonlight City any time. I definitely will when I have the time. This was but a courtesy, and Jonas, understanding with a smile, did not press further. He naturally knew that his daughter was unlikely to catch List's eye. The Marquis families with daughters had probably long been scheming for List, who was now the youngest Sky Knight favored by the Grand Duke. On the morning of April 23rd, Jonas and his party set off for Black Horse Island on the Fresh Flower vessel. They only reached Black Horse Port in the afternoon, immediately met with a flurry of construction activity accompanied by several refurbished old ships being launched. The port's throughput was achieving record highs, necessitating expansion and the construction of larger docks and warehouses. At the same time, the built-up area of the port town had already merged with Black Horse Port, with various workshops rising from the ground. Following last year's pioneer mandate, List had poached many craftsmen from the Eagle Kingdom. Under List's support, these craftsmen started establishing their own workshops. Admittedly, the population of Black Horse Island was still not significant, with less than 20,000, and once allocated across the smaller towns, it became even more sparse. But for a primary development town like the port town, at least 5,000 people settled here, with the majority of the island's trade passing through. The pace of development was naturally rapid. After exchanging pleasantries with the town officials, the group decided to rest first, planning to conduct a formal inspection the following day. So, the night was spent dining and drinking to excess, indistinguishable from any noble feast. To the glory of knights, cheers. Chapter 563 Abandoned Cordyceps and the Magic Web. The so-called inspection often amounts to little more than a cursory overview of the territory's general situation, without the possibility of delving into the specifics of the territory's production and population. Is that a mage tower? Count Jonas asked, pointing to a building in the distance that rose like a cylinder. Yes, it is one dedicated to the service of the Grand Magician, Lady Christruth, who has built it. She is not fond of the social gatherings among nobles and has recently been absorbed in researching a certain magic, so she did not attend last night's dinner, explained consultant Galtai, the guide for the inspection team. Earl William and Viscount List, obviously not wanting to act as tour guides, left Galtai as the most suitable person for the task. The appearance of the Mage Tower is somewhat similar to the Leaning Tower of Pisa, totaling 5 levels. The base level is the tallest, at 9 meters high, housing the Magic Academy. The 2nd through 4th levels each stand at a standard height of 5 meters, with the 2nd level consisting of rooms for the Academy's students and teachers. The 3rd level is a workshop for concocting magic potions, the 4th level is a workshop for producing magic equipment, and the 5th level, at a height of 6 meters, is Chris Tooth's personal space, including her bedroom, study, and laboratory. Hence, the total height of the Mage Tower is 30 meters. Beyond the 5th level, there is also a basement, used for storage. Count Jonas was a bit puzzled. List, did you actually build a Mage Tower for the magician without even constructing a castle? This was not in line with the usual noble style. While it was indeed important to provide for magicians, in terms of importance, it was secondary to the castles where nobles resided. Within the social hierarchy, nobles were always the most esteemed group, and all luxuries should first be available to them before other classes. Liszt could not say he was building up the architect's experience, nor could he say it was to win over magicians due to the Marquis of Bull's dragon-slaying incident. The noble opinion of magicians within the country was quite poor. So he simply smiled. My castle differs significantly in structure from standard castles, so as the design is not yet complete, the Mage Tower was built first. In fact, I quite enjoy staying in the small castle in Fresh Flower Town and am not in a hurry to move into a spacious, famous castle. This rationale was somewhat forced. A normal noble would definitely prioritize the construction of a castle, as their defensive and residential qualities are essential to a noble's standing. However, Jonas did not press the issue further and quickly moved on to the next inspection site. The next site was the mushroom greenhouses in Mushroom Town. The 1,000-acre greenhouse project had been completed and was still expanding, basically reaching a scale of 2,000 acres. With the ice-snow flame mushrooms production halting, flame mushrooms have been largely cultivated here. Liszt was also requesting serfs to continue expanding the cultivated area. And he was already negotiating with the Levi's couple to send serfs to learn the flame mushroom cultivation techniques, with plans to promote it on Coral Island in the future. Profits per acre of flame mushrooms were to be shared with Liszt, with the specific share still under discussion. This is the territory's specialty, the flame mushroom, a type of magic mushroom fostered by abandoned cordyceps, with a fire attribute. We are endeavoring to increase production, Galtai explained, knowing the formula was kept under strict security, so there was no fear of others stealing it simply by visiting. Count Jonas looked at the endless stretch of greenhouses and expressed his surprise. How many acres of flame mushrooms have you planted? About 2,000 acres, and we're still expanding. 2,000 acres? All planted with flame mushrooms? Sensing something off in Jonas's tone, Liszt frowned and asked, "What is it, Count Jonas? Is there an issue with that? How is the harvest of flame mushrooms in your territory, and what about the efficiency of refining magic potions from them? We've just expanded our scale. The first batch has yet to be harvested." Jonas nodded, then said to Lee William, "Lee William, have you not reminded Liszt?" Lee William was clueless. Reminded him of what? Liszt felt the same way. Is there a problem with my flame mushrooms? Unless there is some unforeseeable issue, the quality of these 2,000 acres of flame mushrooms will be very poor, and the efficacy of the magic potions extracted will be greatly diminished. Why is that? It seems your understanding of the abandoned cordyceps is indeed lacking, said Jonas with a hint of regret. Mushrooms, although not restricted by elves, still have a cultivation scale limitation. Within 1,000,000 square kilometers, generally more than 1,000 acres will significantly degrade, and some varieties degrade even if exceeding 600 acres. Is that so? Liszt was clearly baffled, but why? As far as I know, the magic power source of abandoned cordyceps is related to the magic web. The magic web. It wasn't Liszt who expressed surprise, but Lee William. Count Jonas, are you talking about the magic web that only archmages are said to be able to touch? Yes, according to what those magicians say, the world is enveloped by the magic web, and whoever touches it can advance to become an archmage. Jonas shook his head. Unfortunately, I can't tell you more because even the court grand mage doesn't fully understand the magic web. Nonetheless, it's very likely that the abandoned cordyceps are subject to the limitations of the magic web, which would explain the characteristic that only 600 to 1,000 acres can be cultivated within 1,000,000 square kilometers. The limitations of the abandoned cordyceps. The existence of the magic web. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to Liszt's ambitious plans for his flame mushrooms. The total land area of the Duchy of Sapphire was about 2,000,000 square kilometers, and adding the maritime territory, it was only 6 or 7,000,000 square kilometers. Planting across the entire island nation would yield only a little over 6,000 acres at most. As for Black Horse Island and Coral Island, Evidently neither had an area close to 1,000,000 square kilometers, meaning if Black Horse Island had 1,000 acres planted, then Coral Island would have none. To think there are such restrictions. List was somewhat at a loss. He had planned to meet the growing demand for magic potions by continuously expanding the cultivation of flame mushrooms. Jonas then said, "It is indeed unfortunate. You will need to clear the excess flame mushrooms, ensuring only 1,000 acres remain. However, the exact amount you need to find out through your own exploration because different abandoned cordyceps have varying cultivation densities and species differences, which can affect the magic web's restriction. It appears that's the only way." List didn't doubt the other's word. The new batch of flame mushrooms would soon mature, and then he would know whether the quality had degraded or not. Suddenly, Early William asked, "Count Jonas, do you have any abandoned cordyceps in your industries?" "Of course, my Moonlight City grows the blue pine mushroom, a type of water attribute abandoned cordyceps. If List is willing, I can exchange the planting techniques for blue pine mushroom with the planting techniques for flame mushroom. Blue Dragon Island is far from Black Horse Island, so there is no conflict between us." List quickly composed himself. He responded, "Blue pine mushroom, huh? I think such cooperation could be feasible." Jonas added, "The trade of abandoned cordyceps can maximize benefits. I can help you connect with nobles who have suitable conditions for growing abandoned cordyceps, and involve them in the multilateral trade of abandoned cordyceps." The restriction of the magic web. This led to limited regions where abandoned cordyceps could be cultivated, resulting in each noble wanting to sell their abandoned cordyceps to those far from their own lands, with certain terms attached, the most important being to restrict the spread of the abandoned cordyceps to prevent them from eventually making their way back to their own area, causing degradation of the species. However, given the large size of the Duchy of Sapphire, some potential flame mushroom customers could always be found. With Jonas spearheading the effort, flame mushrooms could be better traded with other nobles for abandoned cordyceps, obtaining more varieties of the species, which was a way to indirectly alleviate the restrictions of the magic web. Chapter 564 Blue Blood Night Order Suit Magic Web. A new term that List had never heard before, but now was not the appropriate time to delve into the meaning of the magic web. List was still accompanying Count Jonas, inspecting his own domain. After the inspection of Mushroom Town, they headed straight for Giant Algae Town, but as both of these small towns were still undeveloped, there wasn't much to inspect. Then they went directly to Red River Town and inspected the Red River Mouth Mangrove Forest, where they saw the already sizable breeding base for green caterpillars and green-headed ducks. Green-headed ducks could use the water arrow spell, and ordinary serfs only took care of their feeding, not the killing. To hunt green-headed ducks, traps were needed, and apprentice knights were called to shoot them, of course. So far, except for a few List had killed out of craving, not a single green-headed duck had been killed. In order to continuously breed new green-headed ducks, only those duck eggs that failed to hatch would be included in the menu. Within the scope of Black Horse Island, there were 3 mangrove forests: Mangrove Island, Red River Mouth, and Seagull Island, all of which could be used for breeding green caterpillars and green-headed ducks. At noon, they enjoyed a picnic at Horse Ranching Town. The majestic black blood treasured horses in the distance were undoubtedly eye-catching, but without careful distinction, no one would know these were dragon breed horses. List had arranged for their identity to be that of magical beast breed horses. Count Jonas harbored no suspicions, as dragon-related creatures were very rare. He did not think that an island as small as Black Horse Island could have dragon-related creatures. However, even if they were just magical beast breed horses, they still won Jonas's admiration. Once this batch of magical beast breed horses begins to breed on a large scale, they will surely provide stronger combat power for your Night Order. Having your own magical beast breed horses on an island is a huge fortune. Horse herds were generally only found on larger islands like Blue Dragon Island and Ironhoof Island. They were very rare on smaller islands. It was indeed a rare spectacle to have a group of black blood treasured horses on Black Horse Island, but having said that, compared to the Grand Duke's blue blood treasure horses, black blood treasured horses were of a slightly lower grade in quality. Count Jonas's entourage carried a majestic blue blood treasured horse. Obviously, this blue blood treasured horse was part of a blue blood knight suit. The tall, majestic blue blood treasured horse was almost as impressive as Lightning, the king of black blood treasure horses. List expressed some performative regret. It will take many years to raise and strengthen the herd of horses, and the pasture on Black Horse Island is a bit small, not very suitable for horse breeding. Selling them externally indeed poses some difficulty. Supplying your own Night Order shouldn't be hard. Indeed. Afternoon. After inspecting the thorn plantation along Thorn Town, they went to Green Tea Town to taste several cups of the bitterly flavored green tea. Like many others, Jonas did not instantly take to the taste of green tea, needing time to accept this new tea that was so different from the sweet, rich flavored milk tea. Fortunately, The production of green tea was very low at the moment, and List had no urgent desire to promote it externally. It's best to take things slowly. The final stop of the domain inspection was established at New Harbor Town. List did not bring anyone to the shipyard but simply took a brief look at the sampan workshop. Galtai introduced, Count Jonas, esteemed lords of the court scribes, our sampan workshop can produce small sampans and single-masted sailing ships, but we do not yet have the technology to make double-masted or triple-masted sailing ships. That must be bought from nobles. The technology is too valuable, and the domain does not currently have the extra financial resources to purchase it. We buy old ships to refurbish. Currently, trade is only between Coral Island and Black Horse Island. Sometimes we go to Beer Island, so shipbuilding technology is not an acute need. We might not need it for a long time. Yes, you may purchase from the Sapphire family's shipyard. List said, actually, I would like the court's fast sailboats, but unfortunately, the Grand Duke does not sell to outsiders. I can only use slow-moving merchant ships to transport goods, which delays time and wastes efficiency. Everyone desires fast sailboats. However, the Sapphire family firmly controlled the technology for building three-mast sailboats and did not disseminate it, ensuring that no one on the high seas could contend with the Sapphire family. The technology for two-mast sailboats was also exclusively owned by the Duchy of Sapphire, which prevented the Continental Kingdom from competing with the Sapphire family for naval dominance. In situations where the Dragon Knights could not be deployed, the kingdoms on the continent could only passively take hits. And so, the honorable inspection of the territory came to an end. Bathed in moonlight, the group returned to the harbor town, and in the temporary accommodations, just before the start of the banquet, Count Jonas finally got to the heart of the matter. Early William, I have come to Black Horse Island on behalf of the Duchy of Sapphire to conduct an honor inspection of your follower, who is also your offspring, Viscount List. Now that the inspection of the territory is finished, everything on Black Horse Island is improving steadily and meets the Grand Duke's standards. You have worked hard, acknowledged Lee William with a nod. Jonas continued, now, on behalf of the Grand Duke, I ask you whether you are willing to accept the Grand Duke's recruitment of Viscount List. Lee William responded, I accept the Grand Duke's recruitment of List, and if List wishes to follow the Grand Duke, I sincerely hope that he can contend for glory on the Grand Duke's behalf. Then, Viscount List, you have already met the standards for a follower chosen by the Grand Duke during the honor inspection. Are you willing to accept the Grand Duke's recruitment? List calmly replied, being esteemed by the Grand Duke is an unparalleled honor for me. However, I hope to delay this for a few years. Right now, I wish to help my lord and father, Earl Lee William, earn more military achievements and bring more glory to our family. Jonas was not surprised. From the casual conversations they had earlier, he had already indirectly learned from both Lee William and List that List wished to help Lee William contend for the title of Marquis. This was a very good excuse, and no one could raise an objection to it. I respect your choice, and I believe the Grand Duke will understand it as well, Jonas said, nodding to his followers behind him, and then added, regardless of your choice, it does not affect how much the Grand Duke values you. As the youngest Sky Knight in the Grand Duchy who has proven himself on the battlefield, you deserve the glory of a Blue Blood Knight. He paused for a moment. He then solemnly stated, I hereby confer upon you, as the representative of the Master of the Seas, the Lord of all Islands, the Great Sapphire Duke, List Tulip Viscount, Lord of Black Horse Island, the honor of membership into the Blue Blood Knight Order. I thank the Grand Duke. List is willing to contend for glory for the Sapphire family. List bowed deeply in gratitude. Receiving his Blue Blood Knight suit. A suit of exquisitely crafted mithril armor, Blue Blood armor, a finely forged fine gold longsword, Blue Blood Knight sword, a knight's spear with a shaft made of rock wood, the tip crafted from a mix of fine gold and mountain copper, Blue Blood Knight spear, a set of mithril half-body horse armor, Blue Blood light horse armor, a bow and arrow made from special wood, Blue Blood riding bow, and a previously known Blue Blood treasure horse. This was a mature male horse, already gelded. One by one, he took the Blue Blood Knight suit. List officially became an honorary member of the Blue Blood Knight Order, holding a title of honor. The suit he received was certainly much more than the typical knight's suit, but for a Sky Knight who no longer needed to charge into battle and had shifted to sword fighting, the equipment represented more of an honor. My task is now complete. Count Jonas clapped his hands, marking the end of the ceremony. List handed his suit over to his followers to keep and gestured to everyone with his hand, the banquet is ready. Count Jonas, father, please be seated. Chapter 565 Nodes in the Magic Web. Completion of the task, reward with the Blue Blood Knight suit. Once the faction made a choice, the Blue Blood Knight suit naturally came into their possession, and a lively banquet immediately ensued. Count Jonas, on the second day after the dinner, April 26, set off to return to Blue Dragon Island. He also arranged to convene all the nobles suitable for trading abandoned cordyceps, on June 10, a month and a half later, to come to Black Horse Island for the technology trade of flame mushrooms. Prior to his departure, he made another request: Viscount List, the new style food prepared by your chef, Mrs. Abby, is simply too tempting. I hope to bring a team of chefs to learn some special dishes from Mrs. Abby during the abandoned cordyceps trade. Earl, since you are taking care of the abandoned cordyceps trade for me, the exchange of chefs naturally goes without saying. Feel free to send chefs to learn, and I believe Mrs. Abby would be happy to spread them far and wide, except for those few dishes that can be passed down to offspring. Gourmet food does not make money. Besides some private dishes, which are included in the exclusive menu of the castle, most of the gourmet dishes have been handed over to the restaurants in Fresh Flower Town and the port towns for public business. Tulip Castle, Falcon Town, Shattered Stone Castle, and Beer Castle have all sent chefs to learn dishes from Mrs. Abby. List did not mind Count Jonas took these dishes to Blue Dragon Island, finding the idea of spreading these home-cooked dishes quite interesting. At least as the dishes spread, the names of Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island would also become widely known, broadening his reputation. Task: under the effect of the contract, and with the teaching of Sea Sprite Take, the giant algae greater elf pike has become increasingly humanized and has evolved into a greater elf that can communicate normally. Why not help it break through a vocabulary of 1,000? Reward: a migratory flock of flamingos. This was the latest task. After sending off Count Jonas and his party, the domain finally settled down. List did not rush to expedite the progress of the task, trusting in Ike's teachings to Pike. He also did not pay attention to the reward for the task. After more than 2 years and completing over 110 tasks, he had become numb to the rewards. After all, the rewards were certain to be obtained sooner or later, so there was no point in worrying before getting them. As long as they were not chain tasks, the content of the rewards was not worth fretting over. Early in the morning, he arrived at the Mage Tower and met Chris Truth, not bothering with pleasantries, and directly took out 3 magic casting plans recently written by Ike. One was Advanced Magic Water Vortex Fusion, one was Common Magic, Water Strike Cannon, and one was Common Magic, Ring of Water. Water Vortex Fusion had been witnessed by List himself and ranked among the top in terms of lethality in all systems of high-level magic. Water Strike Cannon was like a high-pressure water gun attack with average power. Ring of Water was special, summoning a ring of water to revolve around the body, which could automatically defend against attacks. Viscount, where did you get these 3 water system magic spells from? I have never seen this kind of magic, not even heard of it. Looking at their casting plans, they seem very novel. Chris, who came from the Goat Assembly and was quite knowledgeable, mentioned after looking over the casting plans, judging the 3 water system magic spells to be creative. List spoke indifferently. I traded for them from outside, they might not be held by magicians of the Duchy of Sapphire. Chris solemnly put away the casting plans. It seems that they were created by magicians from the other side of the continent. I need some time to study and learn them, they are quite interesting. Chris, let's put the matter of magic aside for now. I've come today to ask you, have you ever heard of the Magic Web? Magic Web. Yes, the Magic Web. List meticulously explained the limitations of abandoned cordyceps in relation to the Magic Web. I am currently instructing my people to research whether the quality and scale of flame mushroom cultivation are related. If there truly is a connection, then the existence of the Magic Web might be beyond doubt. After all, it concerns the advancement of archmages, and I think you should pay more attention to it. Chris shook her head. I apologize, but up until now, I've never heard of the Magic Web. Even though it's unlikely that I'll have the opportunity to advance to Archmage in this lifetime, I still wish to research it. Viscount, I would like to take charge of investigating the relationship between flame mushrooms and the Magic Web. That would be fine. You are a magician, and your perception of magic power is keen, so I am assured leaving this task in your hands. Moreover, in a month and a half, I will trade new batches of abandoned cordyceps with other nobles, and you can take over the research then. Thank you, Viscount. Leaving the Mage Tower, List was still pondering matters related to the Magic Web, feeling that there was something extraordinary about it, and that abandoned cordyceps were merely one demonstration of its functions. Even elves and dragons might be related to the Magic Web. In many legends, an archmage is described as a powerful magician who can single-handedly fight a dragon. It's clear to see that elevating from a grand magician to an archmage is similar to a qualitative leap from a sky knight to a dragon knight. Perhaps this leap in quality is related to the Magic Web. According to the basic information supplied by Jonas, the Magic Web envelops the whole world. So could the Magic Web be seen as a rule manifestation within the domain of magic power, just as Earth operates on pure physical laws, representing the magic power rules? He let his imagination run wild. Why can elves farm, And why are they the only ones who can cultivate magic potions? Could it be because elves are a node of the magic web? They utilize nodes to channel magic power, thus cultivating magic potions. Similarly, why are dragons so powerful? Could they also be nodes of the magic web, allowing them to influence physical laws? Gemstone dragons producing gemstones, metal dragons producing metals, elemental dragons producing volcanoes, strong winds, etc., and sacred dragons even impacting fate or accessing other dimensions? Thinking this way, it really does seem plausible, at least the logic holds up. However, List lacked any evidence to prove this, and he wasn't even able to touch the magic web, so naturally, he didn't know what it truly looked like. Perhaps to start researching the magic web, we must wait for Ake's advancement to Archmage? He wondered, riding the landwalker bird Loki towards the seaside castle, ready to share the news of the magic web with Ake. Regarding whether Ake could ascend to Archmage, he still harbored strong confidence. The little sea monster's talent in water magic was truly terrifying. After arriving at the seaside castle, Ake was teaching Pike to speak, capable of multitasking as she studied a book of magic on the side, which made her extremely happy. Ake, I have some information related to Archmages to share with you. It is said that our world is surrounded by the magic web, and to ascend to Archmage, one must touch the magic web. The details are sketchy, but the restrictions of abandoned cordyceps are a manifestation of the magic web, and I suspect that elves and dragons might actually be nodes in the magic web. Magic web. Archmage? Nodes? Ake was evidently intrigued. Have you ever seen a spiderweb? Yes, I have. Each strand of a spiderweb converges at certain points. Those are the nodes. If we consider a spiderweb as a network transmitting information, then the nodes are where all information from the nearby strands is collected. Extending this to the magic web, could the locations where magic power interacts with reality be the nodes? Having finished, List added, of course, this is just my personal speculation. Don't be too quick to believe it, lest you be misled by me. He did not know if the magic web was similar to the internet or if his own knowledge provided any enlightenment. In this area, there was little he could assist with, and the magicians must explore the magic web on their own. Chapter 566 The Secret Seat of the Dragon Knight. The magic web was a new discovery. Neither Chris nor Ak had explored it, so the two of them needed to search on their own. But List, inspired by internet nodes, had his own set of conjectures about the magic web. On the spot, inspiration burst forth, and he prepared to write a speculative book on the relationship between the magic web, elves, and dragons. Although he was a true knight, a half-step dragon knight, that didn't hinder his achievements in the field of magecraft. The two books involving magic theory, three-phase magic array and reality interaction theory, and the unification of triangular theory and magic array structures, were enough to secure his position within the circle of truth. Even Chris and Ak, both grand magicians, gave ample affirmation to his theories. This was much more significant than what those ordinary magicians were fumbling with, such as nonsensical alchemy or enhancing fireball technique, because his writings looked at the essence through the phenomena. It was like Einstein's treatise The Theory of Relativity in the Physical Sciences, a study of theoretical physics. He, on the other hand, pursued the study of theoretical magic power. Nowadays, he had yet another new theory to put forth and was preparing to take time to write the book The Conjectures on the Nexus of the Magic Net, Elves, and Dragons. Maybe in 1,000 years, many grand magicians would rely on this magic book to advance to the level of Archmage. Perhaps humanity could use this book to mass-produce elves and dragons. No, this book can be written, but must not be published. Like my previous two treatises, it can only circulate within my domain. This knowledge isn't ready to be disseminated. If it were to inspire magicians from other lands, it wouldn't be a good thing. Fundamentally, List still distrusted magicians. He certainly didn't want to repeat the mistakes of the Sapphire Duke and the Sapphire Dragon, to have another dragon-slaying incident caused by a magician. Time whisked by. Before even starting on his new work, he rode the Rainbow Whale Rose alongside at Dodo Island. Upon arriving, he summoned the little fire dragon Leo at the volcano crater. Oh hoo! Flames burst out of the lava, forming a fire dragon clad in black and red scales. It might have been an illusion, but List noticed that, having not seen Leo for just a few days, he seemed larger. After consulting Ak, it was clear that Leo indeed grew larger. It was evident how crucial a volcano, alive with magma, was for the growth of a fire dragon. Eat up, this is beef transported from Red Crab Island. To get you your favorite beef, I've bought all the available cattle on Coral Island. As Leo ate, List took the opportunity to stroke him lovingly, to deepen their bond. Without looking up, Leo responded, oh hoo! There's hardly any beef left on Coral Island now, I had to buy it at a high price from Red Crab Island. It's not easy to feed you. And I only come here to train with you every 5 days. Once I receive the Pioneer Mandate, I may not even be here for months. Without my support, how could you live so comfortably? Perhaps language didn't have as much effect as food, but long-term, subtle influences would definitely have a brainwashing effect, making the little fire dragon Leo eventually accept him. He had came to see. Dragons were too proud by nature, even juvenile ones retained an intrinsic aloofness. To succeed in dragon riding, one needed to deepen the bond over years, gradually softening the dragon's pride, eventually becoming partners who fought side by side. Even then, he vaguely discovered something, that there was a flat spot on the back of a dragon, right at the scapula, which seemed ideal for riding, possibly related to dragon knights to be precise, likely a contract spot. Once mounted, unexpected changes might occur. As for why he thought so, it came to him as he reflected carefully, after his enthusiasm for dragon riding cooled down. Because when he had seen the Sapphire Duke riding the dragon at Juniper Castle, he had clearly observed that the Sapphire Duke was standing on the dragon's back, not sitting. Whether it was the Sapphire Dragon, the Formless Dragon, or Little Fire Dragon Leo, the neck and shoulder areas of these dragons all had a spot suitable for riding. The Duke didn't need to show off, standing on the dragon's back instead of sitting in the right spot. So, the Duke might not have become a dragon knight at all, but rather, he might exist in another way as the dragon domain landlord. List speculated in his heart. Years ago, when Anut Longbao sought to become the dragon domain landlord, with the annihilation of him and the magic goat family, it's likely that the technology to be a dragon domain landlord had fallen into the hands of the Sapphire family. Perhaps the attack on the Sapphire Dragon by the Marquis of Bull and the magicians of the Goat Assembly, which left it gravely wounded and transformed into a lich, prompted the Duke to pick up this technology and become the dragon domain landlord. That would explain the scene where he turned the tide of battle, sending the Marquis of Bull back to his original form and capturing him. However, List could not guarantee his conclusion was correct. He had never seen what a dragon knight looked like, so whether the Duke standing on the dragon's back represented a dragon knight or a dragon domain landlord was hard to say. But this did not prevent him from coveting the spot above Leo's shoulder blades. He could now touch Leo's body at will but couldn't climb on and ride yet, so uncovering the secrets of that spot would still take time. Whether riding up there establishes the contract of a dragon knight will surely be discovered by me one day. His heart was burning with passion. Yet his reasoning remained calm, not rushing to ride the dragon. After making sure Leo was well fed and content, the training officially began. He started with dragon breath tempering, pushing Leo to the brink of exhaustion. Then he gave the dragon a short rest and a snack of magic potions. Next, he merged with the flame and absorbed it into his body, performing another exercise dragon magic refining chi and continued to consume magic potions to enhance his dragon chi. Oh ho! After a night had passed, feeling refreshed, he bid farewell to Little Fire Dragon Leo and officially concluded this round of training. At the foot of the mountain, he collected a large batch of hemp rope vine seeds before leaving Dodo Island. The hemp rope vine sample had already been studied, with tensile strength comparable to iron wire of the same thickness and great flexibility. Especially with advice from a master who knew how to make hemp ropes, it could be treated with oil to prevent decay and maintain the vine's flexibility. It definitely could replace hemp rope and become an important resource. So he planned to plant a large batch of hemp rope vine in his domain, add more fertilizer, and strive to cultivate an hemp rope vine elf bug at some point. Have you seen those two advanced magical beasts, the water explosion giant whales, since last time? List asked, gazing at the calm and vast sea. He had named those two gigantic whale sea monsters water explosion giant whales and identified them as advanced magical beasts, believing he was the discoverer, and under Earth's academic rules, the discoverer had the naming rights. The name was based on the sea monster's vacuum water burst magic. These were only the second advanced magical beasts he had seen. Ak shook his head. No, they might have left already. Didn't you say that whales can migrate thousands of miles in the ocean, brother? Indeed. What a pity to have only glimpsed an advanced magical beast and missed each other in a fleeting moment, List sighed. He had watched documentaries where some whales migrated from tropical seas to Antarctic waters, and some even swam from the Pacific to the Atlantic. Other documentaries claimed that whales are social animals, though the range of their group might span hundreds to thousands of kilometers. It was a rare opportunity to see an advanced magical beast that passed by in a flash. However, what he didn't expect was that within a couple of days of returning to his domain, the giant algae greater elf's vocabulary had broken through 1,000 words, then the smoke mission was completed, and the new mission was related to advanced magical beasts. Chapter 567 The Contest of Water and Fire Task Completed, Reward, Migration of the Flamingo Flock. There is nothing much to say about the task reward, but what caught List's attention was the new smoke mission. The migration of the flamingo flock has attracted the predation of an advanced magical beast. Although it is currently diverted by the purple sand crocodile, it may invade your territory at any time to continue preying on the flamingos. Please hunt this magical beast to protect the safety of your territory. Reward: a variety of abandoned cordyceps. Those abandoned cordyceps were something List was about to receive anyway. Using them as a reward for the smoke mission seemed somewhat cunning. Nevertheless, he was captivated by the content of the mission. Flamingo flocks can actually attract the predation of advanced magical beasts? He was startled by this revelation. Unsure of the combat power of advanced magical beasts, but recognizing they should not be underestimated, it seems this advanced magical beast has been lured away by the purple sand crocodile, which means I can prepare at leisure. Perhaps I should visit the purple sand crocodile first. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Now that the smoke mission even provided the whereabouts of the advanced magical beast, there was no reason not to investigate. Being a dragon knight now, he wouldn't be too embarrassed to face an advanced magical beast. As long as he understood its way of fighting, he could gauge the overall strength comparison. The purple sand crocodile, that intermediate magical beast, the Earl probably can't keep it contained anymore. In order to have magical beasts breeding continuously on the island, producing new magical beasts, the Earl had neglected the purple sand crocodile. Unfortunately, it seemed that all these years, the purple sand crocodile had not found a mate to reproduce with and produce new purple sand crocodiles. After returning to his territory, soon he received a report from Galtai. My lord, a flock of strange birds with red feathers has come to the Red River Mouth mangrove forest on our island. These strange birds are capable of spitting fire system magic fireball technique and are fighting with green-headed ducks for the Red River Mouth mangrove forest, having already killed several green-headed ducks. These are flamingos. How have you dealt with them? Captain Palizzi and Captain Marcus each led the knights in an attempt to capture those strange flamingos. However, there are too many flamingos, and several knights have been burned. For now, we've barely managed to let the green-headed ducks and flamingos each occupy half of the mangrove forest, but they have not stopped their ongoing fight. I'll take a look. By the way, have you figured out how to deal with this? Captain Palizzi believes that the flamingos, like the green-headed ducks, are attracted to the green caterpillars. Perhaps we can catch all the flamingos and throw them onto Seagull Island to breed. We have also released a large number of green caterpillars on Seagull Island, which have been very successful in breeding, and we haven't introduced green-headed ducks there yet. It's a very good solution. Let's do that. List nodded in approval. Flamingos were a new magical beast, and there was still no knowledge on how to breed them properly. It would be better to send them to Seagull Island to develop and slowly figure out the breeding techniques. Moreover, the advanced magical beast was after the flamingos, and if it was powerful, it might reduce its disturbances to the Black Horse Island by feeding on Seagull Island. When he arrived at Red River Town, it was almost dark. The patrol led by Palizzi and the Night Order led by Marcus were still trying to capture flamingos as the serfs continued to feed. The green-headed ducks had basically stopped being afraid of humans, so there was no need to capture the green-headed ducks. My lord. My lord. The knights saluted List one after another. Waving his hand to indicate that they needn't be over-courteous, List directly asked, Captain Marcus, Captain Palizzi, what is the situation here? Both captains were covered in duck and bird feathers on their mithril armor, looking somewhat disheveled. Marcus reported, we estimate that there are roughly over 500 flamingos that have invaded the mangrove forest, mostly adult flamingos. The mangrove forest had more than 300 adult green-headed ducks and over 400 juvenile ducklings. So far, we have confirmed the death of over 30 green-headed ducks and more than 20 flamingos, though the ducklings have all run away. Palizzi added, the patrol is responsible for capturing the flamingos, and so far, we have caught over 50, most of which are injured. The flamingos with their beaks and legs bound were placed inside the cage nearby. Their fiery red feathers, their black and huge beaks, as well as their slender legs, made them look a bit like cranes or storks. Keep a few to taste, send the rest to Seagull Island, let them live there, said List as he changed into a set of armor. The remaining more than 400 flamingos, I will capture with you all. We must not let them destroy the green-headed duck breeding ground that has been so hard to build up. Yes, my lord. A dragon knight personally capturing low-level magical beasts was like using a cannon to shoot mosquitoes and overkill. But there was no choice, allowing the knights to capture the flamingos at their slow pace. Who knew how long it would take? It was likely that the flamingos could have wiped out the green-headed ducks before they finished. The territory has over 10 elite Earth Knights, who alas cannot fly and could only shoot arrows at flying magical beasts. The flamingos seemed very suitable for large-scale breeding and domestication. No one was willing to shoot them down. So List took matters into his own hands. Dragon Chi circulated. His form, like a sharp arrow, shot straight into the sky, and a flamingo in flight, before it could react, was caught by the beak. Then he grabbed its legs. Tucking the flamingo's head under its wing, List threw it directly towards the knights on the ground. The knights on the ground instantly caught the flamingo, which couldn't struggle free, tied it with rope, and stuffed it into a cage. Before they finished with this one, List had already caught another flamingo and threw it down in the same manner. In a short moment, the List hanging in the air seemed like a deity descending from the heavens, wreaking havoc among the flock of flamingos. When the flamingos realized what was happening, they began to shoot fireball techniques at him. However, List withdrew his sky-cleaving greatsword with a backhand motion. With a simple chi move, he shattered those small fireballs and landed gracefully on the ground. After taking a brief breather, he soared into the sky again. In one round trip, he captured a dozen or so flamingos. After 3 hours, the sky was completely dark. List, using the Eye of Magic, saw the magical power of the flamingos lighting up in his field of vision like bulbs, thus, they couldn't stop his capture at all. Nearly 300 flamingos were caught by List, with only 100 or so escaping, not knowing where they fled to. Captain Marcus, once any flamingos return, continued to capture them. The caught flamingos, those seriously injured and unable to heal on their own, send them directly to the castle to stockpile food. For those with minor injuries and those unharmed, send all to Seagull Island to nest there. Yes, my lord. List shook off the soot and feathers from his armor. Even though he was a dragon knight, he had still been grazed by the flamingo's fireball techniques a few times, but it was only his clothes that were damaged. My lord, your strength is growing stronger, Paris couldn't help but murmur softly while escorting List toward the harbor town. The gap between her strength and List's was getting wider and had reached an insurmountable chasm. List looked at his black dragon child and light system mage follower with a bit of sentiment. The formidable thief who once was his important bodyguard, who would have thought that in just over a year, he would no longer need any protection from others. How is your progress with light system magic? Strong light bullet, light dust, and refraction, the 3 common magics, I have completely mastered. Unfortunately, there are no more common magics to learn. Now, I only have the advanced magic shadow projection to study, but it's too difficult. Chris has explained the dynamic magic array to me many times, yet I still have no clue. Take your time. Are you still being eroded by the light dragon's magical power in your body? After learning light system magic, it has slowed down, but the root problem has not been solved. I probably have about 10 years of life left. When I first met you, my lord, I sensed I had 10 years left to live. Now, a year and a half has passed, and it still feels like I have 10 years left, so I've already gained back a lot. Paris laughed carefreely. Her intelligence might not be outstanding, but her personality was indeed cheerful. List glanced at her and said softly to comfort her, "Don't worry, I will solve the problem of the light dragon's magical erosions for you. I believe this won't be too difficult for me." As a fire dragon knight, he was confident that as long as he understood the workings of dragon magic power, he would be able to solve the drawbacks of the black dragon wraith. Heartily laughing, Paris responded, "Thank you for your concern, my lord. Actually, this is quite alright. I get to live another 10 years, and in these 10 years, I probably won't be troubled by age." Chapter 568. The Hunter's grand entrance. Dying in the prime of youth might also be a form of beauty. Paris thought so, but List didn't care much for the sentiment. Sooner or later, he would investigate Paris's black dragon child identity, which could provide good insights and guidance for the application of dragon magic power. A black dragon child or a white dragon wraith seemed somewhat evil to humans, but apparently beneficial to dragons. According to Paris, without changes, she would be consumed by the magic power of the light dragon and eventually return to it. The dragon wraith seemed to be a form of cultivation method. If little fire dragon Leo could learn it, shedding 3,000 drops of blood, creating 3,000 black dragon child, wouldn't his growth be rapid? Of course. For the time being, List hadn't even completed dragon riding, and unlocking the mystery of the black dragon child was still a long way off. There was no need to rush. After resting for a night in the port town, he rode the Rainbow Whale rose early the next morning to the southwest beach of Coral Island, which was the territory of the purple sand crocodile. I wonder if the magical beast has finished off the purple sand crocodile. If it has finished feeding, then this trip would be for naught. The beach where the purple sand crocodile resided was vast, but for List, having the Eye of Magic was like being equipped with radar. It was very easy to spot the purple sand crocodile's traces. It was lurking at the edge of the beach in the sea, not yet preyed upon. List didn't disturb it, opting instead to wait nearby. Where is that advanced magical beast? His gaze searched the area, but he saw no sign of the shadow of the advanced magical beast mentioned in the smoke mission. Thankfully, he had plenty of patience. He waited for 2 long hours. As the day grew brighter, the purple sand crocodile finally grew restless in the ocean and began to crawl up on shore. This part of the beach, with many unnamed mixed trees, offered the purple sand crocodile a large range of activity, and it continued along the beach into the depth of the woods. List signaled Rose to stay by the shore while he hastily followed the purple sand crocodile. A moment later, the purple sand crocodile crossed the beach and the marshland, sliding into a swampy lake. Its massive body quickly blended with the mud, leaving only its head above water, waiting for prey to arrive. List climbed up a nearby tree, playing the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, the oriole behind, quietly waiting for the advanced magical beast to appear. In a blink, noon arrived. The purple sand crocodile had not caught its prey and was still waiting, while the shadow of the advanced magical beast had yet to appear. List was still not anxious. He took out the lunch he had prepared and started eating it in the tree. Though he usually dined finely, enjoying his meals, this didn't mean he couldn't endure hardships. He was just somewhat unaccustomed to it. Dining in the castle was clean and hygienic. After finishing a dish, he would wipe his hands, sip some wine, maintaining his demeanor neat and tidy, while not letting the taste of one dish interfere with the next. Outdoors, he could only rely on himself. His hands became greasy, and it wasn't convenient to savor wine. All in all, the flavor of the food and dining atmosphere were greatly compromised. Gradually, the sun began to tilt. List, leaning against the tree trunk, almost dozed off in a daze. At that moment, he activated the Eye of Magic out of habit, scanning the surroundings and was startled. At some point, a colossal creature outlined in red magic power had appeared on the edge of the swamp. It was a bird-like creature, hidden among the shrubs by the swamp. Dispelling the Eye of Magic and invigorating his spirit, List observed this fire attribute high-level magical beast with his naked eye compared to the surrounding trees. Its height reached just to the neck of a 10-meter-tall tree, meaning it stood over 10 meters tall. Its gray-brown feathers, when not considering its head and neck, resembled that of a large crane or stork. However, looking at its thick neck and the massive head upon it, it differed greatly from any crane or stork. Especially the large bird's bill, flaxen and covered in brown spots, it looked like an enormous boot. This reminded List of the dopey large birds he had once seen in online videos, the whale-head stork. When the whale-head stork in the videos was fed fish, it repeatedly dropped them from its mouth, which was truly clumsy. No wonder it was said to be near extinction. The advanced magical beast before him was not one to be compared with a whale-head stork. Although it had a similar appearance, its posture and presence were majestic and intimidating, and its rich red magic power evidenced its strength. It stood motionless in the bushes, its sharp eyes intently focused on the purple sand crocodile in the swamp, not even blinking. Hours passed, one after the other. Might as well call you the boot-beak giant stork. Your beak really does resemble a boot, and your body is like that of a heron or a stork, plus your massive size. This name is quite pictorial and summarizes all about you. List got bored and started naming the bird. By the time he finished naming it, the sky was almost dark. In those afternoon hours, the purple sand crocodile still hadn't waited for any prey, and the boot-beak giant stork was still standing in the bushes, patiently waiting. It has to be said, the patience of animals when hunting is indeed very strong. It made him think about driving a prey to the purple sand crocodile for feeding, then luring the boot-beak giant stork to hunt the purple sand crocodile. Or perhaps, he thought more impetuously about charging straight forward and battling the boot-beak giant stork directly, disregard its status as an advanced magical beast, just hunt it down straight away. Forget it, let's wait some more, there's plenty of time, no need to take risks. The thought had just settled. The scene turned unexpectedly. Suddenly a few grunting sounds of pigs could be heard. Two large thunderfang boars leading several smaller ones ran towards the marshland. Thunderfang boars are thunder attribute low-level magical beasts that can release magic thunder strike flash. Back at Thorn Ridge, List, in cooperation with the knights, had once hunted thunderfang boars, tough-skinned and somewhat difficult to deal with. As these thunderfang boars entered the swamp, they began to roll in the marshy mud, grunting playfully and oblivious to the fact that they were inching closer to the Grim Reaper. Finally, one of the larger thunderfang boars rolled near the purple sand crocodile. The next second, the purple sand crocodile suddenly pounced. Its huge mouth clamped on the thunderfang boar, violently twisting its body and submerging the boar into the swamp. Grunt. Roar. The remaining thunderfang boars frantically scattered. However, the purple sand crocodile did not care about them. The single-ton-heavy thunderfang boar it captured was enough for it to luxuriously indulge in a big meal. Yet, like the thunderfang boars, the purple sand crocodile was unaware that it was not at the top of the food chain. As it was numbed by the struggling thunderfang boar continuously releasing lightning flash and had to surface from the marsh, the boot-beak giant stork that had been hiding in the shrubs all afternoon swiftly struck. Its wings spread wide and its long legs stepped forward, as its enormous boot-shaped beak, alongside its body, shot out like lightning, savagely pecking at the purple sand crocodile's head. Within its beak, a super fireball was brewing, an advanced magic that with each powerful peck on the purple sand crocodile's head, smashed the crocodile, almost charring its skull. Flapping its wings, it also cast another sort of advanced magic, Flame Slash, severely slicing at the purple sand crocodile's body. The purple sand crocodile hastily shook off the half-dead Thunderfang boar, opened its mouth and spat out its own advanced magic, Water Waves Shield, conjuring armor for itself. Then, it fiercely unleashed another advanced magic, Water Arrow Barrage, striking back at the Bootbeak giant stork. As an intermediate magical beast, it was bigger than the Bootbeak giant stork. Its counterattack was also extremely fierce. But it couldn't change its fate. The Bootbeak giant stork was agile, with dodging and swift movements, continually releasing various kinds of magic fireballs in rapid succession, fire resistance rings, Flame Slash, Super Fireball, Flame Tornado, Dancing Fire Snakes. It was like a moving arsenal of spells, relentlessly bombarding the purple sand crocodile, ultimately breaking through the Water Waves shield and brutally charring the crocodile's body. The giant beak didn't forget to keep hammering down on the purple sand crocodile's head, its objective clear to crack open the purple sand crocodile's skull, as the crocodile's skin was too thick and its magic baking apparently hadn't fully cooked its opponent. Gurgling in agony, the purple sand crocodile wailed, but no matter how it rolled, it couldn't stop the Bootbeak giant stork from drilling a hole in its head. Soon, with a crack, the skull broke and even its brain splattered out. The wailing gradually ceased, and the body was left with only simple twitching. The Bootbeak giant stork flapped its wings, uttering a strange call of satisfaction, ready to enjoy today's feast in the afterglow of the setting sun. Phew! Having watched the exciting hunting scene from the tree, List jumped down. Suddenly drawing the sky-cleaving greatsword, he circulated the dragon chi within his body. His legs kicked off, as if shot like an arrow soaring into the sky. Then, wrapped in the vast dragon chi, he executed the move setting sun drop from rising sun blaze. Together with the already hidden sunset in the sky, he shone mutually, diving down towards the Bootbeak giant stork. Now, the praying mantis had caught the cicada, the oriole behind the mantis in. It was time for the hunter to make a grand entrance. Chapter 569 New Special Category of Magic. The Dragon Knight made his entrance with an imposing aura. Enveloped in the mighty high-level fire attribute Dragon Chi, the setting sun drop fiercely struck the advanced magical beast Bootbeak giant stork. The move was so sudden that the stork had barely reacted when the unstoppable chi technique had already hit it. But at that moment, the Bootbeak giant stork instantly released an advanced magic, fire resistance ring. Boom! Huge flames burst from the body of the Bootbeak giant stork, trying to deflect List's attack. However, as soon as the resisting force touched the dragon chi released by List, it quickly collapsed. Following that, the sky-cleaving greatsword brutally smashed into the stork's body, severing a large number of feathers. The stork's body was then slammed into the marshy mud, with its big head screaming as it plunged into the water. That felt weak. List felt an unreal sense of haziness, as he was attacking an advanced magical beast that the Duchy of Sapphire could hardly find a few of. Yet, with one strike, it was like swatting a fly, too easy. Owaga! Pulling out its spurred head, the Bootbeak giant stork was furious and spewed out a long chain of fireballs, shooting in a string like pearls. This was the fire-based advanced magic, Fireball Barrage. List swung the sky-cleaving greatsword, the dragon chi adhering and spurting out, forming a forbidden zone. All the fireballs that slammed in front of him quickly dissipated into nothingness, unable to touch him at all. Magic that can't withstand a single blow. Is this the overwhelming power of dragon magic over ordinary magic power? Overflowing with excitement, List felt that combat was far simpler than he had expected. Ever since his chi had advanced to dragon chi, every battle had been utterly one-sided. Early William was no longer his match. And the advanced magical beast Bootbeak giant stork was just so-so, merely slightly stronger than a low-level magical beast. Scorching sun sting. He lunged forward, thrusting the sky-cleaving greatsword, once again knocking down the Bootbeak giant stork that had not yet stabilized, and dug out a charred hole in the chest and belly of the giant bird. Owaga! In pain, the Bootbeak giant stork ceased casting magic and instead frantically flapped its wings. The strong winds generated by its enormous wings were even more powerful than wind system magic. Importantly, the splashes of mud and muddy water scattered everywhere. Once again, as they were vaporized by List's dragon chi, a mist formed. None of this affected List. He took advantage of the momentum to push off, stepping on the corpse of the purple sand crocodile and flew straight into the sky, then circled back down, performing another setting sun drop, turning into a roaring red sun as he plummeted down. The spewing high-level fire dragon chi turned into a sky-wide inferno, hitting the Bootbeak giant stork head-on. Rumble. The Bootbeak giant stork, like the purple sand crocodile before it, was powerless to retaliate, its speed, attack power, and the nature of its magic power all utterly unable to withstand List. The outcome that awaited it was thus sealed, and 10 minutes later, the boot-beaked giant stork breathed its last. List stood on its corpse, panting heavily. Although it was a one-sided slaughter, high-level magical beasts were after all very enduring. Going back and forth for 10 minutes exhausted almost half of his chi reserve. Such strength was basically equivalent to a Sky Knight at the completion level. The purple sand crocodile consumed a wave of magic power, plus I didn't let it fly away. As an avian magical beast, that probably cut its strength by half. But even if it had fought with all its might, it wouldn't be my match. The overwhelming nature of dragon chi against ordinary magic power is just too strong. He reflected on the details of the fight for a moment, summarizing any shortcomings. By now the sky had completely darkened, and List, looking at the corpses of the boot-beaked giant stork, the purple sand crocodile, and the thunderfang boar, felt a bit troubled. What about these corpses? The boot-beaked giant stork can be taken away secretly, but the purple sand crocodile is after all produced from the Earl's territory, belonging to the Earl's private wealth. Forget it, just take all away. It was the boot-beaked giant stork that hunted the purple sand crocodile. Later, I'll compensate for the loss of the Earl's purple sand crocodile from somewhere else. The meat of an advanced magical beast, List didn't want to give up, but if he handed over the purple sand crocodile to the Earl, it would obviously expose the existence of the boot-beaked giant stork. The wounds couldn't be concealed, only an advanced magical beast could hunt an intermediate magical beast. I'll just make up an excuse and say Seagull Island was invaded by an advanced magical beast, and I slayed it. The Earl should understand later that the purple sand crocodile was hunted by an advanced magical beast. I'll send some boot-beaked giant stork meat to the Earl to taste. This matter should then be over. After all, if I hadn't taken action, the Earl would not have been able to deal with the boot-beaked giant stork. He should be thanking me. Who tells me to be a son, to suffer a bit? Thoughts concluded. He looked at the corpse of the boot-beaked giant stork and sighed faintly. It's a pity that I fought too hard at the time. If I could have held back and tamed it, an advanced flying magical beast as a mount would definitely be impressive. But it doesn't matter, I now have intermediate dragon beast Loki, and in the future there will be dragons. What do I want this ugly boot-beaked giant stork for? The boot-beaked giant stork was an adult advanced magical beast and not easy to tame, a big danger to leave in the territory. The most crucial point was that List really didn't lack mounts, and they were all dragon beast mounts. It was rare to encounter an advanced magical beast, better to kill it for its meat and absolute nourishment. The gemstone space was limited and could not fit such a large magical beast. So he could only leave the 3 corpses here for now, and head back to the beach first, took out the conch-horn, and started playing it rhythmically. Gio. A moment later, a response from Rainbow Whale Rose came over the sea. It hadn't left and was waiting for List all along. Mounting it, List gave the direct command, Rose, let's go. A few hours later, they returned to Fresh Flower Town. He organized the crew overnight, mobilized 2 cargo ships, and set sail for the southwest end of Coral Island. By the time the sky started to brighten slightly, the ships finally reached the beach. The water was too shallow to anchor near shore, so he had to lower the sampans first and send the surfs to drag the 3 corpses to the sea. The magical beast corpses decayed slowly, attracting a few windblade wolves to gnaw on them. These windblade wolves quickly became food for the territory as well. With List personally supervising the dragging of the corpses, no other magical beast could snatch away these benefits. My lord, the 3 magical beast corpses and the windblade wolves' bodies have been loaded onto the ship, someone reported. Set sail, List directed Isaiah, who was in charge of the operation. After we return, remember to keep this quiet. I don't want tonight's events leaked carelessly. Rest assured, my lord. The serfs organized before departure are forthright and dull news serfs. Not only are they taciturn, they have barely learned a few phrases of the serpent script. Besides, we are heading directly to Black Horse Island. These serfs will assist with the construction on the spot, and the crews of both ships will also be reassigned to new tasks on Black Horse Island. That's good then. Although exposing the secret wouldn't be too problematic, this incident was not exactly honorable, and List did not want to cause misunderstandings. The ships sailed on. Advanced magical beast meat was soon to be enjoyed. Smoke mission had already been completed. Complete the mission, reward various abandoned cordyceps. The abandoned cordyceps that belonged to him in the first place, as a task reward, made List quite unhappy. He preferred those unknown rewards brought about by the smoke missions, rather than reaping benefits that were already certain. It felt like moving candies from his left pocket to the right. But he didn't dwell on it. The new task made him frown. Mission: magic medicine seeds have grown robustly, but you have no clue about cultivating them, and the information might be hidden in those sun scripture books. Why not study this pile of books carefully and try to decipher the method of cultivating the magic medicine seeds? Reward: special category magic. Chapter 570 Research on Druid Magic Special Category Magic. List looked at the rewards for the mission, as well as the referenced Sun Scripture books, and fell into contemplation. Previously, I found some books in the Sun Scripture resembling '30 transforming into 20 barracks, and based on my deduction, this should be Druid transforming into 20 barracks. The Druid was a profession recorded in the leftover notes of Curtis Truth, ranked alongside magicians, liches, alchemists, and others. List wasn't quite clear on what the Druid profession actually entailed. But now, the reward for the mission seemed to be related to the Druid profession, and this profession was almost like the caster among the children of the sun, similar to a magician among humans. What does the smoke mission mean, having me read all the Sun Scriptures and then, like an archaeologist, verify each Sun Script word's meaning? He frowned deeply. Back when there were no books to read, even the tedious and dull Philip, scion of the Sun's diary, was flipped through over and over, teaching the proficient reading and writing of Sun Script. However, as his affairs gradually grew busier and the books piled up, he had lost interest in those dry and daunting Sun Scripture books. Not to mention, burying his head into them like an old scholar to verify each Sun Script word's meaning was a daunting task. But if I don't complete it, it seems I can't skip this task at all. In the past, when he faced tasks he didn't want to complete, he could get the rewards in advance, thereby changing the task. But this task's reward was directly linked to its content, making it unskippable. A real headache. List of today couldn't settle down to conduct scholarly research. He not only had to develop his territory but also needed to practice diligently, engage in noble associations, and prepare for the annual Pioneer Mandate. Even if he made time for the task, with his level of concentration, it was doubtful he'd get to the bottom of it anytime soon. This task might just end up being stalled for several years. No, maybe I'm fixated on the wrong thing. He looked at the body of the bootbeak giant stork and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I am not a scholar, but my territory has scholars. Chris is a scholar. No, Chris is not yet fully trustworthy. I should give it to Ake. Ake is also a scholar. Perhaps in terms of knowledge, the sea sprite Ake was no match for Chris. But when it came to intelligence, memory strength, and agility of thought, Ake was absolutely superior, and most importantly, Liz trusted her and was willing to share the secrets of the Child of the Sun with Ake. That's it, I'll assign the task to Ake. The puzzle was solved. His mood suddenly brightened. In the afternoon, he arrived at Giant Algae Docks, opting not to go directly to Black Horse Port to prevent leaks, since the purple sand crocodile's body was on board. Please summon Grand Magician Lady Chris, List instructed as he disembarked, knowing it was difficult to discern which materials needed to be cut intact without a magician. After Chris hurried over on horseback, the work of cutting up the magical beast meat officially began. With great surprise at the sight of the huge shark and bird, Chris asked, "Viscount, what are these two magical beasts?" This crocodile is the only intermediate magical beast on Coral Island, the purple sand crocodile, and this bird is an advanced magical beast, the bootbeak giant stork. I happened to see the bootbeak giant stork hunting the purple sand crocodile and took the opportunity to hunt the bootbeak giant stork, and then pulled them both back. See how they should be dissected and divided. Advanced magical beast? List responded indifferently, clearly it is. It was just the hunting of an advanced magical beast, nothing worth mentioning. Chris's mouth fell open in shock. Incredible, Viscount, you actually hunted an advanced magical beast. I've never seen one before, only had a few encounters with materials from such beasts. I need to carefully sense its body before I can guide the butchering process, which will take some time. No problem, I'll have someone take care of the Windblade Wolf and the Thunderfang Boar first. Low-level magical beast meat was still meat, and List wasn't fussy. Once cured, it would last a very long time. Furthermore, the little fire dragon needed magical beast meat to supplement its diet. It seemed like today's haul was a good one, though it wouldn't last many days if they actually started eating it. The meat from these magical beasts was butchered on the ship, not transported ashore. It was cut into chunks before being sent to the kitchen for curing and other treatments. Of course, a portion of the important materials would have to be handed over to Chris's Mage Tower for processing into materials for magic equipment. List would carefully organize his gemstone space to make room for the remaining advanced magical beast meat. Clearly, aside from sending some to his family for a taste, he planned to enjoy most of it by himself since he hunted the beasts alone. His subordinates naturally wouldn't expect to share. At most, he would let them taste a bit. Consultant Galtai arrived quickly. Upon seeing the giant bootbeak giant stork, he began to lavish List with obsequious praise. After listening for a while and hearing nothing new, List cut him off. How are the planting of the human skull tree and the hemp rope vine coming along? With the enhancement from cordyceps, a large number of human skull tree seedlings have been born, and I believe the plantation in Green Tea Town will soon thrive. However, The germination rate for the hemp rope vine is quite low, with over 3/4 of the seeds you brought back failing to sprout. Such a low germination rate? List frowned. I'll collect more seeds as soon as possible and bring them back. Make sure to organize our most capable serfs to tend to them meticulously, treating them as they would magic potions, understand? As you wish, my lord. By the way, how are the flamingos on Seagull Island doing? Those gluttonous creatures, the flamingos, have quickly adapted to life on Seagull Island. They're quite docile as long as they have green caterpillars. It's only occasionally that a flamingo sneaks over from the Red River mouth mangrove forest, but Captain Marcus and his men have been capturing them and sending them back to Seagull Island. Pay attention to exploring flamingo breeding methods. Yes, my lord. Finally, after spending the entire afternoon and evening, they managed to dissect both the advanced magical beast bootbeak giant stork and the intermediate magical beast purple sand crocodile under Chris's guidance. The beak, claws, wings, feathers, eyeballs, and crop of the bootbeak giant stork were all important materials for magic power and spellcasting. Likewise, the scales, teeth, claws, and skin of the purple sand crocodile were also vital materials for magic power and spellcasting, with the materials suited for crafting magic equipment and the spellcasting materials suitable for arranging magic rays. These materials were transported to the Mage Tower and were specially processed using magic by Chris and other magicians, then stored in the tower's warehouse, waiting to be used. The rest was basically all edible. Selling it for money was out of the question, as List had adopted a policy of only acquiring, never selling, when it came to magic potions and magical beasts. After careful consideration, he set aside nearly 500 pounds of bootbeak giant stork meat to send to Tulip Castle via his retainer knights for the Earl and his family to taste, much more generous than the 5 pounds of 6-headed king serpent meat he'd sent before. His status now was different from before. Sending too little meat would simply be embarrassing. However, compared to the 2 to 3 tons of remaining meat, 500 pounds didn't seem too much, especially since he had the meat of the purple sand crocodile entirely to himself. Along with the bootbeak giant stork meat, there would also be a letter. List planned to concoct a tale of an epic sea battle with a bootbeak giant stork, modestly boasting about how he slaughtered the advanced magical beast, effortlessly cutting it down, and feasting on its meat. And that very evening, at the docks of Giant Algae Town, List invited Chris, Paris, Marcus, Galtai, and others to gather around a bonfire to taste the first dish made from bootbeak giant stork meat. Chapter 571, Handing over the Sunscript task. Is advanced magical beast meat delicious? Actually, it's not, at least the texture is a bit off. The meat is tough and disappointing, List complained dissatisfactorily. As an advanced magical beast, the bootbeak giant stork indeed had rich nutrition, causing a warm surge in the belly and continually generating chi with magic power, but its texture couldn't even compare with the low-level magical beast, the windblade wolf. It was dry and overly firm. However, even so, followers like Galtai still ate it with tears streaming down their faces. So blessed, in my lifetime I actually got to eat advanced magical beast meat. Thank you, my lord, praise the Lord, the meat of the bootbeak giant stork is so chewy. It's the most precious food I've ever eaten. Night's glory shines upon us, only the Lord could slay an advanced magical beast. Although I've never seen what a bootbeak giant stork looks like, I see its meat, and to eat it is utterly satisfying. As long as we follow the Lord into battle, advanced magical beast meat isn't a luxury, and it's not impossible for us to even eat super magical beast meat. That's right, the Lord is the youngest Sky Knight in the country, and it's only a matter of time before he becomes a Dragon Knight. Some followers directly shouted the slogan of the Dragon Knight, which wasn't inappropriate, as the Dragon Knight represented a beautiful aspiration. Every knight talked about becoming a Dragon Knight. This picnic, though simple, left everyone bursting with happiness, except List was not at all satisfied with the texture and quality of the bootbeak giant stork's meat. The chef even made him a separate portion of grilled purple sand crocodile, which was equally unsatisfactory in texture and very coarse, forcing him to eat it just to fill the belly. In fact, the texture of magical beast meat didn't correlate much with its level. Low-level magical beasts, like the fire rabbit and Fenheil Wo, had very good meat texture despite slightly less nutrition and magic power. Moreover, compared to ordinary livestock meat such as beef, magical beast meat wasn't necessarily better. Formless dragons and little fire dragons both preferred beef over magical beast meat. Of course, the pursuit of eating magical beast meat wasn't for the taste, so no matter how unpleasant the meat of bootbeak giant stork or purple sand crocodile was, he would still devour it alone. Early in the morning, riding on a rainbow whale rose, List went straight to his seaside villa in Freshflower Town. As it happened, Ak stayed at the seaside villa these past few days and hadn't gone out. Without mincing words, List said straight out, "Ak, I've got a task I'd like to ask for your help with. Brother, just say the word, and I will definitely help you complete the task. I have a batch of foreign books here that might come from the continent across Devil's Sea, from a race known as Children of the Sun. Dallas took out a pile of Sunscript books and placed them on the table. You can start with this Philip, Scion of the Sun's diary, which has a simple teaching of Sunscript. A continent across Devil's Sea? Ak seemed very surprised. Are there humans living there too? Ak thought Devil's Sea was the edge of the ocean. List said, have you forgotten what I told you? Our world might be a planet. If that's the case, then the boundary of the ocean can only be land, and the boundary of land can only be the ocean. So there must be a landmass opposite Devil's Sea. We're on the eastern side of the continent, then. What if the other side of Devil's Sea is the western side of the continent? Ak asked. List was momentarily startled. He had actually not considered this possibility. If the other side of Devil's Sea really was the western part of the continent, it wasn't impossible. Assuming the planet only had one continent and one ocean, then Devil's Sea would be the sole ocean, just difficult to cross, hence the various legends. As for the western part of the continent, it's too far and information is not well circulated. Not many people know what it's like there. All he could do was say awkwardly, some books have records that the westernmost part of the continent is the Neverfall Empire, where they use high speech. Which probably isn't the same script as Sunscript. Neverfall Empire isn't related to Children of the Sun. Anyway, you figure it out. Okay, Ak said, caressing the unusual paper of the Sunscripture books, then spoke up, these papers are so thin, they really don't seem to be produced in the countries on our continent, brother. Do you want me to learn Sunscript and then translate the content of these books? Ak is really smart, List said, habitually touching her azure blue hair. I've found some clues. Remember that sunken ship? Its boxes were filled with these Sunscriptures and some seeds. The seeds have already sprouted, but their growth is very slow. I believe the technique of how to cultivate these seeds is hidden within these books. Is that sunken ship from another continent? Yes, according to my speculation, it might not be a sea ship but a sky ship. Ah. A sky ship. There's still not enough evidence to support my guess. You'll need to search through these books. Besides, I'm going to move those sprouted seedlings over here. Once you find useful clues from the books, you can study them. List simply handed over the task of cultivating the magic medicine seeds to Ak. He was getting more and more used to being a hands-off manager. It was a pity that Ak hadn't grown legs yet and couldn't walk normally on land, otherwise, she could have been of even greater help. I really hope the smoke mission would post some rewards that could help the sea serpents grow. He kept thinking to himself, trying to influence his own subconscious, to tug on the threads of fate. The subconscious cannot be controlled. One can only interfere with the smoke mission by constantly thinking during the day and dreaming at night, incessantly self-hypnotizing, in hopes that it really works. He had to monitor the moving of the magic medicine seedlings from the glass greenhouse all the time to prevent the servants from damaging them, although there were still a large number of seeds stored in the gemstone space. If a seedling was broken, one less would remain. Wow! Thornminer Elf Jayla flew out of the castle and landed on his shoulder, then pulled at his hair, loudly demanding List to play with her. I'm busy right now, Jayla. Go play by yourself. List patted Jayla's head, signaling her to stop bothering him. Wow! Jayla pouted and flew away reluctantly. Back in the castle's worm room, she saw Cornminer Elf Mickey playing with a group of elf bugs. Jayla charged straight at them, raising her hand as if to hit them. Mickey fled in shock, chirping as it flew away. Actually, Jayla's palm didn't come down, it stopped midair, confused. Without even looking at Mickey, she flew directly out of the castle and toward the Thorn Garden, where the cordyceps had been moved from Fresh Flower Town. The Thorn Garden no longer grew rapid growth magic thorns, it was now planted with rapid growth iron thorns. She yelled wow, waved her hands, and called forth a swath of thorns. Then her temper cooled. She planned to return to play with List, but he was no longer in the castle. He was escorting the magic medicine seedlings to the seaside villa. Following the vague sense in her heart, Jayla flew directly to the seaside villa. The apprentice Night Squire bug members who followed her couldn't stop her from entering the now unfamiliar seaside villa. However, List, who was teaching giant algae greater elf Pike to speak, had already sensed her arrival and called her over. Jayla, come here. This is Pike, List signaled Jayla to land on his shoulder and then said to Pike, who was standing on the table, Pike, this is Jayla. You must coexist peacefully when you meet in the future. Pike bared his teeth, uncertain whether he was smiling or threatening. Jayla, ugly little elf. Jayla was furious. Wow. Chapter 572 The Earl's Ambition. Take a deep breath, Jayla. Seeing that Jayla was about to start sowing the magic seeds, List quickly stopped her, then scolded Pike, Pike, don't use insulting words on our own elves. Pike, Looking unconcerned, said, Pike, the handsome greater elf, Jayla, as ugly as Fizz, Tam, and Eddie, Nami, brings me food. That one is not so bad. Mickey, never seen, must be ugly too. Ak, the gentle little sister, List, as handsome as Pike. List's face turned dark. Shut up, Pike. Hee hee. Pike lazily sat down, continuing to bare his teeth and grin at Jayla. Woo-ah. 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 Jayla's anger was hard to calm, and if List hadn't covered her with his hands, she would have definitely charged at Pike to fight him. Whether she could win or not was another matter, but her stance had to be clear. Pike, review the serpent script I taught you today. List flicked Pike's forehead, his expression grim. Ever since this guy learned to speak, his mouth had become more and more venomous. Despite learning from the gentle Ak and the gentlemanly List, he hadn't picked up a shred of elegance. Pike sprawled across the table. I want jade powder. I'll check tonight. If you haven't learned the serpent script, you won't get anything. Hee hee. Returning to the castle with an enraged Jayla, it took a long time to soothe her before her anger subsided. List was also helpless about this. Jayla's fiery temper was not to be underestimated, and Pike, as well as Fizz, Tam, and Eddie, weren't easygoing elves either. Only Nami and Mickey were more worry-free. If not for the constraints of their contracts, if not for the fact that terrestrial elves and aquatic elves didn't live together, they'd be fighting sooner or later. When he was troubled, inside Tulip Castle, tasting the unpalatable bootbeak giant stork meat, the Earl felt a bitterness in his heart. A high-level magical beast, so easily slain, List's strength must now surpass all the Sky Knights. The key question is, why kill the bootbeak giant stork? He struggled to swallow a piece of magical beast meat. It pained his heart. A high-level magical beast. A flying high-level magical beast. Why not call me to go and capture it too, tame it, and it would be a high-level flying magical beast mount. I've chased half my life and have not even seen an intermediate flying magical beast, and now a high-level flying magical beast. It has become food on a plate. Reason told him that it wasn't certain List could have captured the bootbeak giant stork. Killing and capturing live were two different difficulties. Moreover, even if he had captured and tamed it, it would have been for List's own use as a mount first, and for him to consider owning one, he could only buy it. The father and son had already divided their assets. The value of a high-level magical beast was astronomical. The materials alone obtained from its corpse were probably worth more than a little minor elf, many of them priceless in the market. If tamed as a mount, it would not only be rideable but could also help in battle, making it even more valuable. After all, the combat power of a high-level magical beast was stronger than that of a Sky Knight. Therefore, after much distress, he had to admire, this kid's luck is still so incredible. If one day he tells me he's ridden a dragon, I'll probably be indifferent. I've become numb. At the dinner table, his heir, Levi's, chewed on the magical beast meat, marveling, the meat of a high-level magical beast, although the taste is average, eating it feels very significant. I didn't expect List to get a high-level magical beast so quietly. Father, are high-level magical beasts that easy to hunt? High-level magical beasts have their strengths and weaknesses. Not many people have seen one, let alone fought with one. However, this bootbeak giant stork knew a lot of advanced magic, so it must have been quite strong. The might of a completion-level Sky Knight is probably there. The Earl agreed with List's evaluation. In the letter, List estimated the battle power of the bootbeak giant stork to be that of a completion-level Sky Knight. A completion-level Sky Knight? Levi's exclaimed. Lyddon was even more dumbfounded. Father, brother List is only an ordinary Sky Knight. How could he possibly hunt down a completion-level Sky Knight? Lady Penelope, who had come for the dinner, was also surprised. That means, William, you definitely wouldn't be able to hunt the bootbeak giant stork, yet List did. Doesn't that mean his strength is actually greater than yours? Lady Marie, Levira, and Loria all stared at the Earl, waiting for an answer. The Earl glanced at everyone, his hand holding the knife and fork trembled slightly, then he regained his composure and said indifferently, fighting a magical beast isn't simply a matter of who is stronger than whom, all kinds of factors can interfere with the outcome of the battle. Under normal circumstances, I probably wouldn't be able to hunt the bootbeak giant stork. However, with List's talent, surpassing me was only a matter of time. He was too embarrassed to directly admit that he was already no match for List. He just vaguely mentioned List's talent, surpassing him was a matter of time, which sounded like it would be later rather than sooner. But what he really meant was that List had already surpassed him. Whether the others understood it or not wasn't his main concern. Still, he assertively changed the subject. List's talent is indeed remarkable, but hard work is equally important. Levi's, you are at a critical point in your pursuit of becoming a Sky Knight, and I hope I can hear good news from you very soon. Levi's nodded vigorously. Father, I have always been working hard. Loria took over the conversation. My lord father, Levi's has always been diligent, but his talent, after all, cannot compare to List. He needs substantial support from the family. With Levi's becoming a Sky Knight even one day sooner, I believe it would be of great help to our family's struggle for the marquee title. William glanced at Loria and nodded. The family will naturally support him wholeheartedly. Lady Marie smiled and said to the Earl, as the heir to the Tulip family, Levi's indeed needs strong family support. You are still in your prime, and with an outstanding heir like Levi's, and the genius assistance of List outside, I believe that after a few pioneer mandates, no one will be able to stop the Tulip family's progress. William heard this. The previous gloom had been swept away, replaced by excitement. Indeed, together with List, we father and son will claim the accomplishments of the pioneer mandates. In a few years, I will set foot on the soil of Ironhoof Island and take possession of 1/3 of its land. Unaware of the lofty aspirations sparked by the bootbeak giant stork, List was still busy within his domain. Even though he left the work to his subordinates, he still took care of the details and monitored the progress. Right now, what concerned him the most was the issue of cultivating flame mushrooms. The conjectures on the nexus of the magic net, elves, and dragons was already in the works, and the limitations of flame mushroom cultivation would be an excellent starting point. Viscount, based on the current harvest of mature flame mushrooms, the quality is indeed much lower than the previous batches, Chris confirmed after refining the magic potion. This proves that the limitations of the abandoned cordyceps do exist. This is a bit awkward. I have just developed 2,000 acres of mushroom greenhouses in Mushroom Town, and there are over 200 acres in Fresh Flower Town. Although it's regrettable, reducing the number of flame mushroom greenhouses is inevitable. Once I calculate the most suitable acreage for flame mushroom cultivation, you, Viscount, can start dismantling them. However, you could switch from flame mushrooms to conventional mushrooms and plant ice snow flame mushrooms when winter comes. That's also a solution, List nodded. In a month's time, those nobles will send envoys to trade for the abandoned cordyceps. I hope you can calculate the appropriate acreage soon, so we aren't at a disadvantage during the negotiations. Chris thought for a moment. The calculations should be almost complete. Abandoned cordyceps trade. The more comprehensive the information List had, the more initiative he could take during the trade. Otherwise, a trade based on incomplete information would surely lead to a significant undervaluation of the flame mushrooms. Chapter 573 Corn Oil and Seawater Brining. With Chris Truth overseeing the experiment of flame mushrooms, List was relatively at ease. It was now early May, and although most of the crops were not yet mature, many crops blessed by cordyceps could already be harvested. Thus, for the first time, corn cobs and corn rice appeared on List's menu. The taste of the corn cobs was a bit sweet, albeit slightly different from those on Earth. The cobs were larger, but the grains were sparse and not plump, indicating inferior quality corn cobs. Corn rice was made by cooking the hulled grains, and compared to millet rice, it had a stronger, more fragrant flavor and a smoother texture. Without knowing whether rice was available, corn rice could successfully replace rice, as List did not particularly enjoy eating wheat-based food or millet rice every day. From now on, I shall have corn rice as my staple food, eating it for lunch on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays and Sundays, and wheat-based food for dinner. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, I shall have corn rice for dinner and millet rice for lunch. As for breakfast, I will add 2 corn cobs to each meal. Yes, m'lord, Butler Carter noted down List's instructions. He then gestured for the servant to bring over 3 stir-fried dishes and said, My lord, these are scrambled tomatoes and eggs, stir-fried onion and shredded meat, and stir-fried green beans cooked with freshly pressed corn oil. Mrs. Abby hopes you would taste them and then make a suggestion on whether to switch to using corn oil for cooking. List picked up his chopsticks. After taking a sip of water and rinsing his mouth, he picked up a piece of the scrambled tomatoes and eggs, chewed it for a moment, and couldn't help but nod his head. The taste is good. I couldn't detect the flavor of corn, and the oil taste is very light. Instead, the flavors of tomato and egg are more pronounced. After rinsing his mouth again, he switched to the stir-fried onion and shredded meat, and lastly, the stir-fried green beans. After tasting all 3 dishes, he more or less had his answer. Use corn oil for the scrambled tomatoes and eggs and the stir-fried green beans, but continue to use soybean oil for the stir-fried onion and shredded meat. As for the oil used in other stir-fry dishes, I will decide after tasting them one by one. Yes, m'lord, responded Butler Carter. The castle kitchen's cooking oils included millet oil, peanut oil, soybean oil, and grapeseed oil, and now with the addition of corn oil, the options for pairing had become even more abundant. It's believed this would further enhance the taste of certain dishes. In regards to eating, List was not a big eater, but there weren't many forms of entertainment in this world. One could either watch a stage play, a comedy show, read a book, go horseback riding, hunting, or fishing at sea, all of which could become boring over time. He wasn't fond of playing mahjong or poker, so he simply began to delve into food and drink. He didn't mind making each dish with the utmost delicacy. Just the chef team he had in the castle outnumbered those in many other marquee castles. Moreover, they specialized in different types of cuisine, including pasta, stir-fry, pastries, seafood, barbecue, and fruit and vegetables, abundance in variety. And right after he had sampled the dishes cooked with corn oil, a personal servant came to report, "M'lord, Chef Ball from the tavern seeks an audience." Ball? List's eyebrows rose. This was the chef he sponsored to research tofu, and it had been a long time since there had been news. "Bring him to see me." A moment later, Ball entered the dining room, knelt to pay his respects, and without waiting for List to ask, he excitedly announced, "Praise the Lord, under the knight's glorious favor, Ball has finally made tofu. It's white and tender, just like the tofu Lord Landlord described." "Oh, has the tofu been made? Did you bring it?" "The tofu is very soft. Ball left it in the tavern kitchen and did not bring it over." "Forget it, I'll just go over and see for myself." List couldn't wait any longer and stood up to witness the long-anticipated tofu. The retainer knights immediately brought over the blue blood treasure horse for him to ride. As he traveled through Fresh Flower Town, List no longer rode the landwalker bird Loki. He had given his former lead dragon horse to Paris to ride, and he now rode the blue blood treasure horse named Gemstone, presented to him by the Grand Duke. As an honorary member of the Blue Blood Knight Order, he couldn't lend it to anyone else, he alone could ride it. Moreover, Gemstone was indeed of exceptional quality, a very outstanding warhorse that could follow him into battle in the future. Knights could have many mounts and switch them at will. After arriving at the tavern, the patrons dining on the second floor were immediately asked to leave by List's retainer knights, and no one dared to cause trouble or complain. Such was the authority and status of nobility. The servants wiped down the tables and chairs, and List took a seat. Ball had already served up a whole basin of tofu, pure white indeed, but the surface was rather coarse. It differed slightly from the tofu List remembered, but fortunately, the difference wasn't significant. He scooped up a bit with a wooden spoon. It wasn't very soft, but it wasn't too hard either, barely passable. "Have you tried it yet?" Replying to Lord Landlord, "I managed to make tofu half a month ago, but I was not confident that it was indeed tofu, nor whether it was poisonous or safe to eat. For this half month, while testing its toxicity, I continued to refine the technique for making tofu. Only when I felt it met the standards did I dare to report to you, my lord." "You made it half a month ago, did you? Tell me the production process." "I first repeatedly extracted juice from the soybeans, then started to boil the soy milk. Afterward, according to the method you taught, I added the brine. I tried many substances, but in the end, successfully used seawater to create soft tofu curds. I scooped out the tofu curds and then used a wooden board to press out the liquid, and thus produced these blocks of tofu. Seawater can be used for brining? Initially, I discovered that seawater could solidify the cooked soy milk into tofu curds, but the resulting tofu was incredibly bitter and astringent. After much trial and error, I found the right method to use seawater for brining, finally producing a tofu with a texture that meets your standards, Lord Landlord." "I see." This was the first time List had heard that seawater could also be used for brining. Regardless, the tofu was now laid out before him. He immediately began to taste it. Upon tasting, the familiar flavor of tofu instantly filled his mouth, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Good, this is indeed the tofu I'm familiar with." "Ball, even though it took you quite a while to develop the tofu and cost me quite a few gold coins, you still managed to make it and certainly deserve a reward." On the spot, he rewarded Ball with a gold coin. Taking the gold coin, Ball replied with great joy, "Thank you, Lord Landlord. Although you have made the tofu, it's still quite rough. I will continue to fund your research to refine the production process. Furthermore, from now on, you will be in charge of supplying tofu to the castle. Also, leave the Fresh Flower Tavern to someone else to manage the kitchen. I will build a tofu workshop which you will oversee." Ball was a serf. Naturally, he had to do whatever List ordered. Besides, switching from a tavern chef to a steward of a workshop significantly raised his status. There was no reason for him not to want this. Bavel, delighted with the prospect, quickly complied with the Lord Landlord's request and stir-fried a dish of braised tofu. Indulging in the familiar taste, List felt an exceptional sense of satisfaction. From now on, the tofu workshop will be a key protected area of the territory. The tofu recipe must be kept strictly confidential. Tofu will become another significant specialty of the territory. Due to tofu's short shelf life and unsuitability for long-distance transport, he had no plans to sell it far and wide. Only by coming to Fresh Flower Town could one enjoy the delicious taste of tofu. Chapter 574 Druid Essentials Magic Bin Planting. The research and development of tofu had been completed. After savoring the tofu feast, List decided to devote his upcoming free time to another important R&D project. Paper. He had grown tired of the thick parchment, expensive materials, poor quality, foul smell, and too thick to write much on. A thick book might only contain a few tens of thousands of words, and even a large volume wouldn't contain more than 100 or 200,000 words. So although his study shelves seemed filled with books, in fact, they contained very little content. Although the territory already has a workshop for thick parchment, it's white paper that is most suitable for writing. List visited the port town to inspect the parchment workshop. There were 3 paper craftsmen in the parchment workshop. The first craftsman, Lavaine, was gathered from Main City, Ironhoof Island. The subsequent 2 craftsmen were scouted from the Eagle Kingdom. In the workshop, Lavaine continued to update List on the production situation of the thick parchment. As the name suggests, it was made using animal hides. Crushed animal leather, after special stirring and the addition of an adhesive called ashen boar gel, could be congealed into paper. Ashen boar gel was a subcutaneous fat from a creature known as the ashen boar beast. While there were many of these creatures on the continent, within the Duchy of Sapphire, only Blue Dragon Island and Ironhoof Island had populations of this creature. This small beast preferred open plains and couldn't be domesticated. Therefore, the value of ashen boar gel was expensive. This led to the high cost of thick parchment, which meant that those who weren't nobles generally couldn't afford it. I'm already clear about the production of thick parchment. Today, I'm going to teach you a new paper-making technology. List dismissed everyone else, leaving only the 3 paper craftsmen. This kind of paper is called white paper, which is entirely different from thick parchment. The raw materials included are all plants, including hemp, tree bark, straw, and the like. All 3 paper craftsmen showed surprised expressions. Lord Landlord, can paper be made from plants as well? I'm not sure either, but it's worth a try. List didn't finish his thought. The exact manufacturing process I don't quite remember. You'll need to figure it out. The rough process is like this. First select the material. I suggest starting with flax as the paper material. He had some recollections of the traditional methods for making white paper. First, take the prepared materials such as hemp, tree bark, straw, bamboo, etc., and soak them, for maybe 10 days to half a month. After they've softened, they were beaten into a pulp, mixed with water for stirring, and the coarse material was removed to make the paper pulp. It was best to add some kind of thickening agent to make the paper pulp easier to shape. Then, the paper was scooped up using a bamboo screen. The screen was dipped into the paper pulp to evenly distribute a layer of the pulp, lifted to drain the water, and then inverted to take out the wet sheet. The wet sheets were stacked together, pressed with a heavy weight to dry them, and finally, the sheets of paper were spread out to dry into white paper. It seems there's no bamboo in this world, List realized while teaching the technology. As a result, he could only roughly describe the paper scooping bamboo screen, allowing the craftsmen to find suitable tools themselves to perform the scooping. In summary, the specific process flow is just like this, but the paper made this way is likely to be quite rough. And I need smooth writing white paper, so you will need to keep experimenting to improve upon this basic technique to produce real white paper. After listening to the craftsmen, they couldn't guarantee the creation of white paper but promised to do their best. The honor of having their Lord Landlord pass down such skills thrilled all 3 craftsmen immensely, not to mention the importance of artisanal heritage. The glory itself was worth boasting about for a lifetime. Of course, the white paper process had to be kept secret, as this technology was even more important than making tofu. If it weren't for becoming a Dragon Knight, List wouldn't even want to bring it out now, fearing he couldn't keep this secret. Therefore, he immediately arranged for Galtai to situate the white paper workshop away from the town and instructed Paris to heavily guard and patrol the workshop. If the white paper manufacture is successful, and the process is mature, it will definitely be an incredibly profitable business. Moreover, this is an exclusive technology that can be passed down through generations. In the following period, List's life began to become regular again, visiting Dodo Island every 5 days to train with the little fire dragon Leo and to build their bond. The remaining 4 days were spent accompanying Ak in studying Sanskrit, teaching Pike to speak, personal training and training the Blizzard Beast, inspecting his territory, and overseeing various progressions. And writing the conjectures on the nexus of the magic net, elves, and dragons, a book he had already written roughly 20,000 words for, mainly consisting of speculative content. Inspired by his understanding of the internet, he speculated about the magic net as he imagined it. As days went by, batches of flame mushrooms ripened, and their quality greatly decreased. With the continuous harvest, once it was reduced to 1,000 acres, there was a significant improvement in quality. According to the related data, List and Chris jointly determined that with the current planting density, the optimal area for growing flame mushrooms was 1,000 acres. Now we just wait for June 10th for the other nobles to come and trade for the abandoned cordyceps. List quietly waited. However, the abandoned cordyceps from the previous task had yet to arrive. But there was good news from the Sunscript project. In the seaside villa, Ak excitedly told List, "Brother, Ak has decoded this druid's compulsory courses, magic bin planting, and learned a new spell from it." "What?" "Brother, these Sunscripture books are basically magic books, but they are a type of magic used by a mage profession called druids. The book title you understood previously is correct. This book is called Druid Shape-Shifting Guide, Bear Edition, and it records how a druid can transform into a bear." She handed over the previously translated Sunscript book Druid Shape-Shifting 30 Bear 30 to List, but Ak doesn't have the energy to decode it yet. "So you mean, you have already decoded another book, Druid's Compulsory Courses, Magic Bin Planting?" "Not fully decoded yet, just one spell within it has been decoded, belonging to the planting magic of magic beans, bathing in sunlight," Ak said earnestly. "Bathing in sunlight?" List was a bit confused. "Is this bathing in sunlight also a spell? And magic bin planting is a major category of magic?" "Yes, it's a very strange magical system, quite different from the human magic Ak has been learning. Human magic is divided based on different properties of magic power. Ak can only resonate with water system magic power, but druid magic doesn't differentiate like that. Instead, it's based on chaotic magic power." After Ak's detailed introduction, List finally understood. The child of the sun race had casters called druids, who mastered the magic created by chaotic magic power. There are mainly two categories of magic. One is the animal-based shape-shifting magic, which allows transformation into various animals, with the Druid Shape-Shifting Guide, Bear Edition being an example of transforming into a bear for combat. The other category is plant-based cultivation magic, which allows influence on plant growth like an elf, and even the plants they develop require this type of magic to grow properly. Druid's Compulsory Courses, Magic Bin Planting is a plant-based cultivation magic, with each plant having a set of special cultivation spells. Magic beans, as a plant, correspond to magic bin planting spells, with bathing in sunlight being one of them. Pointing to a potted magic potion seedling, Ak explained, "Brother, look, this seedling is a magic bin. According to the book, when it grows up, it can bear lots of magic bins like a big tree. Magic bins can not only be used as food but also have the effects of a magic potion." Chapter 575 Orphanage Twins complete the mission. Reward, Druid Magic, Magic Bin Planting. Ak deciphered the magic bathing in sunlight from the Druid's Compulsory Courses. Magic Bin Planting. The natural mission was thus completed, and the reward for this magic was made clear. For List, this was akin to opening the door to a new world. It turned out that the seeds preserved by the skyship were not simply magic medicine seeds but special plants developed by druids that required druid magic to spur growth. No wonder the seedlings sprouted and grew slowly, without a single sign of magical power in them. Immediately after, Ak demonstrated the magic bin planting magic bathing in sunlight for him on the spot. She lightly waved her slender fingers and a stream of chaotic magic power cascaded onto the magic bins in the pot. The leaves seemed to come to life in an instant, rhythmically sparkling with a crystal clarity similar to jade. Sunlight scattered across them, reflecting a faint rainbow glow. After 3 minutes, everything reverted to its original state, and List noticed that the magic bin plant had grown significantly taller in just a short time. "It's amazing." He had never seen any magic besides the elves that could promote plant growth. Ak, however, shook her head. "Brother, Ak can only resonate with water system magic. It took a long time to use water system magic to drive chaotic magic power and cast this magic. If it were an ordinary magician, casting this magic would probably be much easier than for Ak." List exclaimed in surprise, "You can actually use water system magic to drive chaotic magic power?" Ak smiled sweetly, "Hee, Ak works really hard." "Then have you ever thought about using water system magic to drive other types of magic? If so, couldn't you cast magic from other systems?" "Actually, Ak has thought about it, but it's very difficult, and Ak doesn't have time to try it for now. There are so many sun scriptures waiting for Ak to decipher. Compared to driving other systems magic, Ak prefers to study druid magic. They're really wonderful." "That's true, druid magic is somewhat more important," List immediately decided. "Ak, write down the magic you've deciphered. I will take them to the Magic Academy later, and strive to train a group of human druids to help me plant these magic bin-like plants." The Magic Academy wasn't just a place to train magicians. In his mind, it was for training pharmacists and magic equipment for gemasters. Now, with the addition of druid magic, it also became a place to train magic farmers. Plants like magic bins that could be eaten or used to make magic potions undoubtedly held great value. In the Sunscript, such plants did not have a fixed name, After discussing with Ak, List decided to name them magic plants, abbreviated as magic plant, to distinguish them from magic potions. To conceal the secret of the Child of the Sun, List also instructed Ak to omit the druid profession when recording druid magic. In its place, they coined the term magic plant master, and natural magic, although wood-based magic would be more appropriate. The world's humans had already dubbed the elves' representative magic as such. To distinguish it, the druid magic related to plants was renamed to natural magic by List. After instructing Ak to continue developing natural magic, List left the seaside castle, riding the Rainbow Whale Rose directly to the port town. Upon arrival, he changed his clothes and quickly went to the Night Academy. The Night Academy was located near the Knight's Square inches the port town, similar to how the Magic Academy was housed in the Mage Tower. Knight's Square was a good distance from town, a row of 3-story stone buildings surrounding a vast square, newly constructed. The architectural style was similar to that of the Mage Tower, featuring a neoclassical design. In fact, after the architectural style of Thorn Castle had been set, List had insisted that the future buildings of Giant Algae City, including the Mage Tower and Knight's Square, must have a consistent style with Thorn Castle. Other buildings like the City Hall and administrative buildings, which were just breaking ground in Giant Algae City, were also employing the neoclassical style. Giant Algae City is currently still a port town, but it is already being planned with the metrics of a city, including streets, sewers, and building layouts, all designed for a medium-sized city with a population of 10 to 20,000. Now, they were only waiting for the final version of Thorn Castle's blueprints to be completed. Then List's new home would finally settle on Black Horse Island, complementing and forming a cornerstone with Giant Algae City. My lord. Marcus, who was in charge of the day-to-day operations of the Night Academy, hurried over to pay his respects. List spoke briefly. I am planning to inspect the orphanage and select some suitable children to send to the Magic Academy to study magic. Marcus looked puzzled. Didn't Her Excellency Chris come with 3 magicians to make her selection already? She selected too few children. I'll supplement her with another batch. The training of magicians is difficult. The more seedlings we have, the higher the chance of success, List lied with his eyes open. Actually, his visit to the orphanage was due to the latest smoke mission. The Mage Tower's brilliance bathes in the dawn's light. To ordinary people, it is a mystical place of magic, inhabited by mysterious and dangerous magicians. However, for the orphanage twins Lucy and Rose, it is the place they yearn for in their hearts. Why not arrange for them to study magic? Reward, 1 elf bug. Arranging for the orphaned twin sisters Lucy and Rose to study magic at the Magic Academy, this was almost blatantly telling List that these two had extraordinary magic talent. What made him so sure was because there was a previous smoke mission that had instructed him to arrange appropriate night training for the girl Emily. As a result, Emily made the rank of Earth Knight in just 1 year. Her talent was so outstanding it was enviable. Moreover, under List's generous nutritional support and relentless training, Emily had recently shown signs of nearing the threshold of becoming an elite Earth Knight. Now, with a smoke mission hinting at Lucy and Rose studying magic, how could List not look forward to the terrifying magical potential that the twins might possess? After all, for the sake of the elf bug, the mission had to be completed. If they could become genius magicians, it would be a happy affair. If they couldn't, it wouldn't cause any loss, so why not do it? Marcus didn't say much else and immediately led List to the orphanage. The orphanage had a separate large courtyard in Knight's Square, where hundreds of orphans of varying ages lived, under military-style management. There was no talk of a happy childhood. The orphans' only chance for changing their fate was to demonstrate potential during their daily studies. Choosing seedlings was just an excuse, and he had no idea how to distinguish those with magical talent. So his choice was to look at the names of the orphans in the orphanage, ask the person in charge of the orphanage about how many sets of twins there were. After inquiring, there were fully 5 pairs of twins, among which were the names of Lucy and Rose. He selected Lucy and Rose. He also simply chose 18 other eye-catching lads and lassies, making up a group of 20 to send to the Magic Academy. By now, the Magic Academy already had 40 magic apprentices learning, including Chris and 3 other magicians, each responsible for a part of the teaching content. Seeing Lord Landlord bring another 20 magic apprentices, Chris, looking at the children, began to feel overwhelmed. Viscount, training 40 magic apprentices is already too much, and you've brought another 20, the Magic Academy is going to explode. Sorry, Chris, I didn't discuss it with you in advance, List said with a slight smile, but I believe after you hear what I am about to say, you will understand my intentions. I have obtained a legacy of natural magic, and I hope the Magic Academy will take on the task of training a group of magic plant masters. Chapter 576 The Wealth of the Child of the Sun Natural Magic? As expected, Chris was captivated by the mention of natural magic. Viscount, what is natural magic, and what is a magic plant master? List recited the prepared speech to Chris and added, regarding natural magic, I'm still organizing the information and it's not convenient to reveal it yet. However, I will send you the materials soon. When you study natural magic, pay more attention to training magic plant masters. I can't wait to see natural magic. Pointing to the 20 new magic apprentices lining up downstairs to register, List said to Chris, do you see those twin girls? The older sister is Lucy, and the younger one is Ruth. They have great learning aptitude in the orphanage, and they're already very proficient in reading, writing, and speaking serpent script. What about them? I appreciate their desire for magic. Pay close attention to them. If they have great magic talent, please focus on training them. If not, then so be it. Whether Lucy and Ruth were indeed magic geniuses, List couldn't be sure. Chris looked at Lucy and Ruth intently and nodded. I understand, Viscount. Having done this, List then left the Mage Tower. He called out to Smoke Mission, complete the mission, reward 1 alfalfa elf bug. An alfalfa bug? Not bad. Black Horse Ranch has only 1 alfalfa bug, and its influence range is too small. 1 more alfalfa bug will allow for the cultivation of premium pasture, making the black blood treasured horse herd stronger. List was satisfied with this alfalfa bug. Since it was already late, he planned to visit Black Horse Ranch the next day to find the elf bug before it was accidentally eaten by one of the horses. He then turned his attention to the new mission. Mission, your excessive attention to the giant algae greater elf has fueled jealousy in the thorn miner elf of the castle. Its anger is burning fiercely. It seems that sowing thorns in the fields is no longer enough to vent. Perhaps it needs more of your love. Reward, mutated thorn variety. List suddenly felt an indescribable emotion. Have I been paying too much attention to Pike? Has Jayla become so jealous that it can't be contained? It seems I do indeed favor the new over the old, and I really should take good care of it. With the promise of a new mutated thorn, Jayla truly is my lucky star. The thorn miner elf had a terrible temper, but it was his first miner elf, and thus held special significance. So, what he needed to do was return to Fresh Flower Town overnight with Jayla by his side, then continue back to Black Horse Island. Early the next morning, he would head to Horse Ranching Town, gallop across Black Horse Ranch on Lightning, and after some searching, successfully find the nascent alfalfa bug, its cordyceps not very apparent, indicating it was just beginning to fertilize. Charles, have the bug guard team dispatch someone immediately to protect this alfalfa cordyceps, he commanded. Security team leader Charles Trapp bowed in response, yes, my lord. Immediately after, List headed straight for Thorntown, opposite Black Horse Ranch. Thorntown was only just being built with several rows of houses for the serfs. The town's current industries were limited to 2, a thorn plantation of over 1,000 acres and a blackberry bug plantation of just over 100 acres. The blackberry plantation held blackberry cordyceps, while the thorn plantation was home to 3 thorn cordyceps, one of which belonged to Jayla. Arriving at the thorn plantation, Jayla was very excited, making non-stop woo-wah noises. Whether it was getting close to the thorns or playing with List, everything seemed to make it very happy. He didn't know what level of care was needed to complete the mission. List planned to spend some time playing with Jayla, to make up for his previous neglect. As time flew, he had visited Dodo Island 3 times, training with Little Fire Dragon Leo. The smoke mission was still incomplete, but during this period, Jayla truly had the time of its life. Following List, Jayla's figure could be found all over Black Horse Island. Elsewhere, Ak, after relentless effort, deciphered more and more of the Sun script, making rapid progress in the study of natural magic. He managed to translate 60% of Druid Essentials, Magic Bin Planting, and learned 6 Magic Bin Planting spells: Magic Bin Sprouting, Bathing in Sunlight, Rapid Shoots, Lush Foliage, Bud Protection, and Magic Power Condensation. In his leisure, he also deciphered the Vigorous Sweet Stalk and developed Root System spells from Advanced Druid Essentials, Magic Wheat Planting, the Vine Co-Development spell from Specialized Druid Courses, Magic Melon Planting, and the Lotus Seed Germination spell from Hydromancy Specialization, Magic Lotus Root Planting. Moreover, he determined the titles of related books for several other magic plants. They are Vegetable Specialization, Magic Eggplant Planting, Seasoning Specialization, Magic Pepper Planting, Healing Specialization, Magic Ginseng Planting, Fruit Specialization, Magic Pear Planting, Dry Fruits Specialization, Magic Sunflower Planting, Advanced Druid Essentials, Transforming Tree Cultivation, and Advanced Druid Electives, Magic Tangerine Planting. So the seed ship that I got before, which can grow sky ships, is actually called Transforming Tree, a higher level natural magic taught in Advanced Druid Essentials, List realized. He had great expectations for the Transforming Tree. According to the simple content deciphered by Yak, by using the Transforming Tree planting magic, One could control the growth of transforming trees into any desired shape. This wood could achieve the quality of iron wood, remain immersed in water for hundreds or even thousands of years without rotting, and stay as hard as ever. With such magic-grown carriages and ships, one could imagine how incredibly sturdy they would be. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The child of the sun truly is a miraculous race, their natural magic is boundlessly wondrous." Ak nodded and agreed. Magic beans and magic wheat are staple foods, magic melons are fruits, magic lotus roots are aquatic vegetables, magic eggplants are vegetables, magic peppers are seasonings, magic ginseng can heal, magic pears are fruits, magic sunflowers are nuts, and transforming trees are building materials. And there's magic tangerine, probably another fruit. They've got a rich variety indeed. Indeed, this is a precious heritage of wealth. Ak, your work is very important. Ak will surely translate them all. There was no doubt. The magic plants and the natural magic brought by the sky ship have infinite potential. Once developed, the assistance they could provide was immeasurable. But why did a sky ship, carrying almost all of the Child of the Sun's survival resources, sink here at Black Horse Island? It seemed to him that it might be related to the note in the messaging drift bottle. The tower has collapsed, Tree City is ablaze, 20 is no more, the Child of the Sun will ascend with the flames, drifters, you are now free. Perhaps the Child of the Sun's homeland was destroyed, and the sky ship was the ark they used to escape? List shook his head, not delving further. It was also impossible to delve further. All those sun scriptures were about records of natural magic and some architectural blueprints, but there were no historical accounts of the Child of the Sun Day, not even a word or phrase. Despite Hak's efforts in scouring all the sun scriptures, he couldn't decipher what the 20 and 20 is no more referred to. It seemed like a place name, yet they couldn't even figure out on which continent the Child of the Sun lived, let alone a place name that could be a proper noun. When I become a Dragon Knight, I will organize a naval fleet to cross the Devil Sea. To uncover the truth. Chapter 577 10 Kinds of Abandoned Cordyceps. Time flew by, and it was the beginning of June before long. The abandoned Cordyceps trade delegation agreed upon with Count Jonas Glocks finally arrived at Black Horse Island, led by Jonas' son Jobs Moonflower, a formal member of the Blue Blood Knight Order. Viscount, allow me to introduce the heads of the families in our team, this being Razwia White Glutinous Rice, the second son of the Marquis of Leather Island. Jobs introduced a total of 4 offspring of the nobles, 2 sons of marquises, and 2 sons of earls, himself included, making it 5 families. List warmly welcomed these young sprouts of the nobles, showing them around Black Horse Island for half a day before proceeding to start the negotiations. The abandoned cordyceps that Jobs' family controlled were blue pine mushrooms, with a water attribute. Razwia's family had golden cordyceps, with the earth attribute. The other 3 are the dark attribute black truffle, the ice attribute monkey head mushroom, and the thunder attribute horse bladder fungus. Each family brought not just the mushroom strains and secret recipes for the ingredients but also 10 serfs skilled in cultivating abandoned cordyceps. List could exchange technology separately and, if he wanted these serfs, he must offer in exchange serfs who knew how to cultivate flame mushrooms. He had already selected 50 serfs, all without families, for the exchange. Each family made a separate exchange and agreed upon a treaty forbidding the unrestricted spread of these abandoned cordyceps. Each type of cordyceps had its own distribution range, and uncontrolled spreading would inevitably cause great harm to the holders. Based on the quality, yield, and use of each type of abandoned cordyceps, there was some variation in the need for compensation with gold coins. However, overall, not only did List not have to pay out of pocket for the flame mushrooms, but he also made a slight profit of 800 gold coins. Flame mushrooms have the fire attribute and are widely used. After all, there are many knights with fire attribute chi, and the flame magic potions extracted from flame mushrooms were of decent quality, naturally making them more expensive. And so, with the conclusion of the abandoned cordyceps trade, the domain of Black Horse Island suddenly gained 5 new types of special magic potions. Yet List, with ulterior motives in his heart, learned from these 5 noble heirs of more noble landlords that possessed abandoned cordyceps varieties. He found out that besides flame mushrooms, there were a total of 8 types of abandoned cordyceps in the Duchy of Sapphire. Due to low production and scarcity, ordinary people had no clear understanding of what exactly abandoned cordyceps were. 5 of them had already been traded to List, the remaining 3 were not considered by Count Jonas due to overlaps in their territories. These 3 types of abandoned cordyceps are, White Ghost Brush from the domain of Earl Shalair, Blue Jacaranda from Thunder Sound City, with a water attribute, Large Chicken Fur from the domain of Earl Brothers Butterfly Orchid on Red Sand Island, with the earth attribute, and Green Agaric from the domain of Viscount Uis of Fallen Leaves City Poplar, with the wind attribute. After the 5 noble heirs left Black Horse Island with the spores, recipes, documentation, and serfs for the flame mushrooms, List schemed in his mind, blue pine mushrooms, black truffles, golden cordyceps, monkey head mushrooms, and horse bladder fungus. I've traded away my flame mushrooms. But I have not only flame mushrooms, I also have ice snow flame mushrooms that I cultivate in the winter, and I wonder if they will restrict each other. Ice snow flame mushrooms are a mutated variety of flame mushrooms. I'll try planting them this winter, and if there are no limitations, I can use the ice snow flame mushrooms to trade once more. I'll get large chicken fir, green agaric, and white ghost brush. With that, I'll have 10 types of abandoned cordyceps, and planting 10,000 acres won't be an issue. 10,000 acres of abandoned cordyceps, the magic potions produced, would exceed what the giant algae greater elf pike could produce. It's like having another greater elf in the territory. Delightful. The joy from the abandoned cordyceps just passed, and there was a breakthrough in the smoke mission. After continuous and unwavering care for thorn miner elf Jayla, he finally completed the mission. Mission completed. Reward: mutated thorn variant with fire attribute magic potion properties. List was startled. Rapid growth magic thorn with fire attribute? The original mission description for the rapid growth magic thorn was a magic potion variant with chaotic properties belonging to a mutated thorn. Now, with fire attribute added, there is no doubt that its chaotic properties have mutated into fire attribute. The value of a magic potion with chaotic properties and one with a specialized attribute is not necessarily higher or lower than the other. However, for List, of course, the rapid growth magic thorn with fire attribute is of higher value, because both he and the little fire dragon share the fire attribute. Fire attribute magic potions have the greatest benefit to their potion-taking enhancement effect. In over 800 acres of thorn magic potion fields, List searched meticulously and finally found a mutated thorn at a corner glowing with red magic radiance. He named this thorn the Rapid Growth Fire Thorn. He planned to plant Rapid Growth Fire Thorns all around Jayla's cordyceps, and for the other 2 thorn bugs' cordyceps, he would continue to plant Rapid Growth Magic Thorns. Perhaps in the future the Rapid Growth Magic Thorns would continue to mutate. Jayla, well done. List turned his head and gave Jayla, who was squatting on his shoulder, a peck. Jayla immediately laughed out loud, mixing in a woohoo sound. List found her more and more pleasing to the eye. It's not just about the first-time attachment to Jayla, but more importantly, the thorns mutated by Jayla all have the rapid growth property, growing much faster than other plants. Like the rapid growth magic thorn, with the enhancement of cordyceps, it can be harvested 4 times a year, which is even faster than growing wheat. As for now, List also discovered that the thorns influenced by Jayla have a strong mutation property: rapid growth thorn, rapid growth poison thorn, rapid growth spiky thorn, rapid growth magic thorn, rapid growth iron thorns, and the latest rapid growth fire thorn, mutating into 6 new varieties of thorns altogether. However, when Jayla's cordyceps affects the mutation of the thorns, it seems to always carry an intense emotional hue. Initially, the thorn bug, not reconciled to the end of its life, erupted powerfully and mutated into 5 different thorns, finally breaking free from the shackles of fate and evolving into the thorn miner elf. Now, after feeling aggrieved, with no outlet for her rage, Jayla mutates the rapid growth fire thorn. He looked at the now tired and dozing Jayla, narrowing his eyes. Maybe in the future, I should often stimulate Jayla a bit? Maybe one day, it will stimulate her into becoming a greater elf? Of all the elves, he loves Jayla the most and hopes that she can keep evolving. To become a greater elf with a 200-year lifespan, or even a dragon elf with a 500-year lifespan, staying by his side, fittingly, he plans to one day become the dragon domain landlord, probably living for 400 to 500 years, too. So stimulation is a must. As for how to stimulate, that's another story. The drowsy Jayla, thinking about sleep, has no idea of the plans her master is making, nor does she know how her future life will be full of waves and changes. At this moment, List had already shifted his attention to the latest mission. All the abandoned cordyceps have finished trading. Blue pine mushroom, black truffle, golden cordyceps, monkey head mushroom, and horse bladder fungus are all important magic potion crops that can provide a steady output of magic potions. Please make sure these abandoned cordyceps are properly settled. Reward: 1 elf bug. Feeling good, he murmured with a smile. Another elf bug, not bad, the more elf bugs, the better. Chapter 578. A major blow. List planned to settle all the abandoned cordyceps in Mushroom Town, where there had already been plans to build mushroom sheds over 10,000 acres. Now it was just the right place to settle the new abandoned cordyceps. Regrettably, there were only 10 serfs for each type of abandoned cordyceps, and it wouldn't be easy to train other serfs to cultivate them in a short period of time. After all, each island had different hydrology and climate, which meant the planting techniques had to be adjusted accordingly. Within about a year, these 5 types of abandoned cordyceps would not be of much use. However, List could afford to wait, as he was still young, just 18 years old. For the following period, he supervised the newly arrived 50 serfs in the construction of the abandoned cordyceps sheds, yet, after assessing the environment of Mushroom Town, 20 serfs shook their heads. Only those who knew how to cultivate golden cordyceps, monkey head mushrooms, and horse bladder fungus thought the environment in Mushroom Town was suitable. The serf who cultivated blue pine mushrooms said, "Lord Landlord, blue pine mushrooms need dark and rotting forest land for cultivation. Mushroom Town lacks trees, making it hard to grow blue pine mushrooms." The serf who cultivated black truffles likewise said, "Lord Landlord, black truffles need a large number of dead trees, preferably pine trees, and they should not be too close to the sea, otherwise the quality will be poor. Then you survey Black Horse Island and select an appropriate place for planting. Ask consultant Galtai for whatever you lack directly," List replied. List had always taken a high-level approach, providing direction and leaving the rest to his subordinates to execute. When dealing with estate matters, it was nothing more than holding a meeting and making decisions that had been repeated time and again. "You must attach great importance to this, Galtai. I leave this in your hands. Execute it as soon as possible. This is a key industry of the estate, not to be overlooked. There will be rewards for good work." To put it simply, it was all about saying the right things. Fortunately, although he liked to replace decision-making with the right things, he never interfered in the specific tasks. For instance, the cultivation of the abandoned cordyceps was handed over to Galtai, and he would only inquire about the progress, without strong interference in how to plant them. However, in recent times, there were still many problems in the estate, gradually entangling him. Administrative Officer Isaiah of Fresh Flower Town kept complaining, "My lord, Fresh Flower Town is severely short of serfs. We can no longer draw any more from Black Horse Island. Have a cup of tea to cool down." List motioned for the servant to brew a cup of green tea for him. "There will be serfs. I've already had Levi's help me look for new ones. A new batch of 3,000 serfs is coming soon. Besides, when the Pioneer Mandate commences again this year, I will continue to gather 20,000 more serfs to bring back." Isaiah bargained, "Then you must allocate these 3,000 serfs to Fresh Flower Town, my lord. Fresh Flower Town can make do with fewer serfs at the end of the year. Rest assured, you will not lack serfs. What you need to do now is to soothe the public sentiment in the estate, make the serfs loyal to the estate, and prevent any disturbances when the new serfs arrive," List assured. "Yes, my lord. Isaiah will definitely tightly control the public opinion and sentiment within the estate, step up the propaganda, and ensure the serfs quickly become loyal, without affecting the integration of the new serfs," Isaiah responded. No sooner had List appeased Isaiah, Administrative Officer Blair of the port town came asking urgently, "My lord, we are short of people. The construction of the town hall has been stalled for a week due to a lack of workers. Consultant Galtai has also reassigned a group of serfs to cultivate abandoned cordyceps, and if this continues, there will be no one to maintain the operation of the town. Stay calm and have patience, Blair. Here, have a cup of tea to calm down." List let the servant brew another cup of green tea for Blair. Serving green tea had become his trademark, gradually guiding the trend of drinking green tea. After a moment, he sent Blair away with the same reasoning he used before. Finally, List had a moment of peace. "I didn't expect that nearly 20,000 serfs transported last year, compounded with an additional purchase of 5,000 serfs at intervals, would still fall short of fulfilling the needs of the territory's development." He found himself nearly fuming. The trade in serfs he had been conducting in partnership with Levi's had never ceased, and yet there was still a shortage of labor. During the period of the Pioneer Mandate, the price of serfs was low, and he bought them in large quantities. In times of peace, not only was the cost of serfs high, but they were often old, weak, sick or disabled, and so he continued to purchase them in smaller batches. Other territories did not have as many industries and therefore did not require as many serfs. They could develop methodically. On List's territory, industries surged continuously, with each one requiring a large number of serfs to operate. Thus, serfs were always in short supply and he had never had a surplus. "I hope to quickly develop magic plants to lessen the dependence on serfs. Engaging in serf trade over the long term doesn't feel right," he sighed quietly to himself. Behind each shipload of serfs lingered the souls of the wronged. He could easily integrate into the system of the nobility, be corrupted by the luxurious noble life, but the remnants of goodness in his heart still remained. He wanted to convince himself he was a transmigrator, and the humans here were not his kin but simply beings from a different world. Yet, facing each living person, how could he remain indifferent? He drained the cup of green tea in one gulp. He made a clear decision. "I can't stop developing my territory. The only thing I can do is to ensure the safety of the serf trade and the happiness of the serfs on my lands. Starting tomorrow, I will reduce taxes and raise the basic wage of the territory. from 2 copper coins a day to 3 copper coins. This was the second time he had raised the wage standard. During the festival period, he had increased it from 1 copper coin to 2. With so many industries, my businesses can support the territory, there's no need to exploit my people. The distress of being understaffed was difficult to alleviate, and bad news came one after another. This time, the bad news was related to the research of natural magic by Yak. The systematic verification of the Sanskrit by Yak had allowed for the reading of a great deal of Sanskrit. Translated out by her was a segment in Druid Essentials, Magic Bean Planting detailing magic beans. Essentially, it takes 10 years for a magic bean to grow into a large tree. The yield for the first 10 years was very low, with a gradual increase over the next 10 years, and the peak yield occurring after 40 years, when each tree could produce up to 50,000 jin, 25 metric tons, of magic beans per year. Each tree yielding 50,000 jin a year is indeed impressive. List clicked his tongue, but why does it take 10 years to bear fruit, and 20 years for the yield to increase? Why only after 40 years does it reach an annual yield of 50,000 jin? 40 years later, List would be 58 years old, by which time, by his own estimation, he would have likely unified the continent. What use would he then have for magic beans? Ak then deciphered Advanced Druid Essentials, Transforming Tree Cultivation, which likewise recorded the growth cycle of the transforming tree. Surprisingly, it took 100 years for a tree to grow and mature to the point where it could be used for building something like the skyship Dragon Bone. Even a transforming tree as thick as a wrist took 20 years to grow to full size. 20 years, wrist thickness, barely enough to make a cart. Do I need such transforming trees? List was utterly defeated by this news. For a moment, he lost interest in all magic plants. However, he still took 10 minutes to collect himself, then left the matters of natural magic and magic plants to Ak. Once Ak had results, those would be passed to Chris for implementation. Magic plants that mature in 10 years and materialize in 100 years were treasures better left for future generations. The disheartened List, a few days later, still received some good news. Working together, magicians Chris and Granny finally made thorough research of the golden pearls produced by the golden-lipped clams. Using the golden pearls, they created a piece of magic equipment that could cool. Golden-lipped clams were water attribute sea monsters, and their pearls were also of the water attribute, but they could generate an ice attribute effect. Each golden pearl was a magical air conditioner, cooling only, without heating capability. Chapter 579 Winter Warmth and Summer Coolness. The temperature calming pearl. Upon entering the 4th floor of the Mage Tower, a cool breeze hit me in the face. It was now mid-June, officially entering the scorching summer heat. Although Black Horse Island is at a high latitude with considerable rainfall, and located above the sea, on clear days the heat was still frightening. Outside, it must have been around 27 or 28 degrees, but after entering the room, it felt like it was only in the teens. The change in temperature was astounding. Viscount, this is the magic equipment we made using the golden pearl. The outer disc is the controlling magic array, which can be operated to adjust the temperature from high to low. Granny, acting as the guide, detailed the properties of the equipment to List. It was essentially a disc-shaped piece of equipment with a golden pearl embedded in the center. List touched the disc, finding the disc's temperature to be about the same as the room's, not any cooler. Is the current temperature set to high or low? It is essentially low energy consumption at a higher temperature. Adjust it to the lowest temperature, let's see how much it can drop. Granny had settled in the Mage Tower, with people delivering food and drink to him, and occasionally, he could go see a play or a comedy show in the port town. He could often consult Grand Magician Chris, and his life was quite pleasant, which improved his temper a lot. He worked very diligently and spoke much more gently. Yes, Viscount. He quickly activated the magic runes on the disc for adjustment, and after a moment, the temperature inside the room plummeted, growing colder and colder. When it reached about 4 or 5 degrees, it couldn't cool any further. Feeling the goosebumps on his skin, List frowned and asked, is this its lowest cooling capability? Can it not be lowered to a degree that can form ice? I apologize, Viscount. The Grand Magician and I have tried many times but still cannot make the golden pearl conjure ice blocks. This is its upper limit of magic power, Granny said regretfully, as the ability to make ice would have doubled the pearl's value. Chris shook her head as well. It's a pity the golden-lipped clam is a water attribute sea monster. If it had been an ice attribute sea monster, the golden pearl would definitely have been able to create ice. As a Grand Magician, she could produce a small amount of ice herself, but using her personal magic to create and sell ice would be uneconomical. Although he felt regret, List still encouraged them. It's quite impressive already. With the golden pearl, I believe the hot summer will be much more bearable. Have you named it yet? Please name it, Viscount. List thought for a moment, then inquired further, since it can regulate temperature, can it also raise the temperature during winter? After pondering, Chris said, Although we think it has triggered its ice attribute properties, according to its essence, it's more like a constant temperature control. Since it's the hot summer now, it exhibits a cooling nature, but in winter, it should be able to warm up. During the previous report, she and Granny had only thought the golden pearl could cool. It was only after List's question that they realized this. If it could cool in summer, why couldn't it warm in winter? After all, its range of temperature adjustment was from 4 or 5 degrees to the teens. Of course, the temperature measurement is just what List felt, as there were no thermometers here. This makes it more versatile, being able to cool as well as warm. List was very pleased with this feature, as mere cooling had limited effect, but both cooling and warming made for a good air conditioner, since it's a kind of constant temperature regulation. Then, let's call it the temperature calming pearl. The black pearl could be turned into the calming wind pearl. The pink pearl could be turned into the water calming pearl. The golden pearl could be turned into the temperature calming pearl. All 3 pearls had powerful effects, which made him quite satisfied. It was the best news he had heard in a while. The tranquil lake on Blue Dragon Island has sea monster pearl oysters that can produce white pearls, which have only the simple effect of calming the mind, far inferior to the 3 types of pearls produced in my territory. Especially since black pearls inherently exude a heart-calming and tranquilizing effect, they are far superior to white pearls. Together with Levi's and the Loria couple, he had already sold black pearls to many nobles and famous ladies in the Grand Duchy, earning heaps upon heaps of gold coins. Unfortunately, the black pearls had sold out, and harvesting more would take at least a year and a half. As for the large black pearls, it could take decades, even 100 years to cultivate. However, the old dried Acna, living in the deep sea, whenever they appeared in Pearl Lake, would allow for a substantial profit. Techniques for pearl harvesting and culturing had been figured out, which allowed for the extraction without harming the lives of the dried Acna. This was an industry that could be developed over the long term. He gathered his thoughts. He asked Chris and Granny, how large is the range of the temperature calming pearl? Based on the standard of this golden pearl, it's the size of a 30 square meter room. A bit small, List complained, then quickly added, I will provide you with more golden pearls. When you have the time, make them into temperature calming pearls. The Mage Tower will install a batch, and I need the rest for my Thorn Castle. Granny, the main force in creating magic equipment, immediately nodded and said, please rest assured, Viscount, I will take care of making the temperature calming pearls. The golden-lipped clam is a sea monster that can cast the common magic, Water Bullet. The best-suited collector for the job was Sea Sprite Ake, but as Ake was recently fully engaged in the study of natural magic, List did not disturb her. Instead, he personally rowed the Rainbow Whale Rose to the habitat of the golden-lipped clam near Rocky Island. He looked for large golden-lipped clams and lured them with food. Once a clam opened up its shell, he quickly jammed in a fire dragon bone, blocking the clam's defenses, then held up his shield to block the water bullets it released. Rapidly he sliced open the thin membrane surrounding the golden pearl and extracted it. After inserting a grain of sand, he withdrew the fire dragon bone. In this way, the golden-lipped clam would be unharmed and could continue to gestate golden pearls. The healing power of sea monsters is strong as long as they are not excessively tampered with, they rarely die. Shellfish like the golden-lipped clam and tridacna could all be processed in this manner. The true challenge was the Fenhil Woe, from which the pink pearls could not be extracted without killing it. So he repeated the process. Within an hour, List had acquired 15 golden pearls. He calculated that this should be sufficient to meet the needs. The castle required temperature calming pearls in no more than 10 rooms, and the Mage Tower would have 5 more installed, which would just use up the 15 pearls. As for the current pearl in hand, he could give it to Ake to play with and study. The main issue was that the population of golden-lipped clams was not large, and even fewer had the rightly sized golden pearls, comparable to a chicken egg. Otherwise, List would definitely have harvested in large quantities, creating temperature-calming pearls for sale, and earning a vast amount of gold coins to purchase supplies. It seemed like his good luck had returned. No sooner had he digested the good news about the golden pearls. Then another piece of good news arrived. The textile workshop had finally turned the fibers from green caterpillars into fabric, which was delivered to the castle for List's appraisal. Chapter 580 Cool Summer with green silk. The clothing in this world clearly wasn't as advanced as in the era of Earth. According to the different materials used in making clothes, they are divided into ordinary clothing and magic equipment. Magic equipment was obviously something only noble knights could afford, like the red-faced, black-bottomed, gold-trimmed cloak of Lee Ct, which was magic equipment. There was also his 6-headed king sea serpent armor and various other pieces of magic equipment crafted from magical beast materials that could serve as either clothing or equipment. As for ordinary clothing, the top tier was naturally fur garments made of precious belts, such as mink and fox, which were exclusive to nobles. Besides, normal nobles generally wore woolen clothes, which is fabric woven from wool. To keep warm, they usually wore down clothes, such as goose or duck down. Commoners mostly wore linen and cotton garments. No one had seen silkworm raising, so naturally, there was no product like silk. However, upon seeing the fabric woven from the green caterpillar's fur, Calamity immediately thought of silk. Light, transparent, smooth to the touch, it felt like a layer of gauze. Although the green caterpillar's woven fabric wasn't as comfortable as genuine silk, it was still a superior silk textile. Moreover, after a thorough washing, the color improved significantly, no longer a shiny oily green, but only a faint misty green. This is a very good textile, let's call it silk. Calamity decided to use a knockoff once again to inhabit the name of the genuine article. Of course, this world didn't have silk, so it was no big deal to call the green caterpillar's woven fabric silk. A name was just a code, convenient for him to differentiate and remember. Yes, my lord. Have the textile workshop hurriedly make a few sets of silk clothes for me. Summer is obviously a good time to wear silk. The green caterpillars bred very quickly, and the green-headed ducks and flamingos ate them, consuming only the flesh and not the fur. So every time they fed in the mangrove forest, they would collect a pile of fur left over by the ducks and birds. Transported to the textile workshop, a large amount of silk was woven. This would undoubtedly be a special product. Nobles were believed to have a strong interest in this kind of lightweight, cool, and breathable cloth. You have to know that even in the heat of summer, nobles have to dress neatly in their flak, abii, complete with a rough collar that envelops the entire neck, for social gatherings. If clothes were made from silk, the comfort would be at least tripled. Perhaps the high nobles had ways to keep cool, but the lesser nobles would surely go crazy for silk. Calamity calculated in his mind, the price of green caterpillar silk should be set higher than down clothing. To meet the demands of more nobles, I should have Nami put more effort into scattering several more patches of mangrove forest along the coast of Black Horse Island to feed the green caterpillars. It would be best if the green caterpillars could be bred artificially. Like silkworm raising, the efficiency of artificially raising green caterpillars should significantly increase. Then, the green caterpillars would only need to eat, drink, sleep, and once they matured, they would be thrown to the green-headed ducks and flamingos to eat, and the leftover fur would be collected for recycling. I'll follow this routine. I'll have Jao arrange for someone to implement it later. Just as he thought this, he suddenly paused. The shortage of serfs on his land was huge. Breeding green caterpillars would obviously require a large number of serfs, which seemed unfeasible at present. They would have to wait until after the issuance of the Pioneer Mandate when the lands could welcome a leap in development. Speaking of the Pioneer Mandate, before long, Calamity received a message from the Knights of Tulip Castle. The Earl had invited him to a family feast at Tulip Castle because the Earl had received a court summons and was about to head to Blue Dragon Island to gather at the Azure Sky Peak Palace for the court assembly. This year's assembly was scheduled much earlier than usual. Thus, on the same day, Calamity mounted his landwalker bird Loki and headed quickly towards Tulip Castle. Loki's speed was becoming faster and its stamina had greatly increased. It was still growing. However, much to Calamity's disappointment, it still hadn't learned a third spell. For an intermediate dragon breed magical beast, knowing only 2 spells was indeed below its status. Probably the power of the bloodline fruit was insufficient, rendering it a half-baked intermediate dragon beast. Calamity, you arrived so quickly, his brother Levi's greeted at the doorway. Letting the servant take away the landwalker bird, Calamity replied, with the landwalker bird Loki. It takes only 40 minutes to come from Fresh Flower Town. I envy you so much, having mounts in the water and the sky, and even the blue blood treasure horse given by the Grand Duke. Once you advance to a Sky Knight, brother, you'll have it all. You must be close, aren't you? List walked side by side with Levi's into the castle, asking. A restrained smile appeared on Levi's face. Indeed, it's close. I've already touched the bottleneck of restraint, but I'm still brewing a breakthrough. Your earth notes have been a huge help to my cultivation. I have to admit, in terms of intuitive understanding of chi cultivation, you are astonishing. Glad I could help. Just as they sat down in the living room, Loria, who was pregnant, personally brought him a cup of pure milk tea. Everyone at Tulip Castle knew List's taste. He preferred either green tea or milk tea without minced meat, eggs, or other ingredients. With a smile, she said, Father and Lady Marie are handling this quarter's taxes in Coral City. They should be back soon. Grandmother and Levera have sent someone to invite you, and Levi's can chat for now. Lidon is also in the castle. I'll call him over too. List took the milk tea. Thank you, but with your pregnancy, you should let the servants handle these things. The child in your belly is most important. Levi's added from the side, it's only because you're here that Loria would do these things. Others don't get such a privilege. Turning to Loria with a gentle expression, you should rest soon so you don't tire yourself. List won't care for such conventional acts. Sit down and let's chat together. No need to call Lidon. He's just a child, what could he possibly contribute to our conversation? After Loria sat down, she still instructed the butler, Mr. Silva, please bother to call Lidon. List quietly savored his milk tea. He had no interest whatsoever in the intrigues of daily life at Tulip Castle. After the butler had left to summon Lidon, List seemingly remembered something and said, by the way, my territory has lately produced a very special type of fabric, and I've brought a batch to give to you for making clothes. A servant quickly brought in a bolt of green silk and handed it to Loria to examine. Being a woman who had studied sewing at Bullhorn Academy, Loria naturally knew the quality of fabrics. After feeling it for a moment, her eyes lit up, smooth, lightweight, breathable, and very comfortable to the touch, plus the fabric has a beautiful sheen, shimmering with a faint green hue. The personal servant Thomas explained on her behalf, this is called silk, young mistress. Silk. List, how valuable is this fabric? Loria keenly asked, having sensed the commercial value of green silk. I think it won't be cheaper than high-quality down. However, I haven't set a specific price yet since production capacity in my territory isn't high enough, and we can't mass-produce silk at the moment. I've just brought some to have summer clothes made for you. Is there anything we can do to help? Not for the time being. Let's talk once the production of green silk stabilizes. Okay then. Loria was not disappointed, still saying joyfully, the silk feels really comfortable. This summer, we won't have to wear those stifling full-length dresses anymore. Levi's also admired the silk, touching it as he exclaimed, I'm going to use it to tailor-make several sets of flakabayi for myself. Woolen flakabayi in summer is a disaster, and those damned ugly ruffs, it's like having a hot water bottle around your neck. In the midst of idle chatter, Lidon quickly arrived and greeted List obediently, Brother List, you've arrived. List responded with a grunt, and then used his eye of magic to gauge the other's level of chi. It was fairly dense. Lady Marie must have stacked resources for him over these past few months. But that was only a glance. He didn't care beyond that. As a Dragon Knight, List didn't even consider a completion-level Sky Knight worthy of his attention, let alone a mere Earth Knight. Within the whole Duchy of Sapphire, the only one he regarded was the Sapphire Duke, Andrew Sapphire, who was not known to be a Dragon Knight or a Dragon Domain landlord. Chapter 581 Father and Son exchange smiles. Despite his disfavor towards Lidon, List did answer his questions about cultivation practices when he asked. The reason for his disfavor was mostly due to the previous occupant of his body's memories where Lidon showed no favor to his predecessor and the predecessor similarly disliked Lidon. However, as his horizons broadened and he adopted a more detached view of the world, he no longer cared about the petty squabbles between siblings. In fact, he was quite looking forward to the day Lidon would also become a Sky Knight. If the Tulip family could boast 4 Sky Knights from a single lineage, that would indeed be interesting, especially since if he decided to establish his own nation, his family would be a significant support. A short while later, Livira had already hurried to the castle accompanying Lady Penelope. The first thing the elderly lady said to List was, when you return, remember to pick a potted plant from my castle to take back with you. Grandmother, how many new potted plants have you cultivated? List asked with a smile. With the foundation provided by the dragon hollyhock bug, the fig bug, and the green yuan bao bug, Lady Penelope had become utterly obsessed with her potted plants, unable to extricate herself. At first, it might have been about saving on gifts with the ruse of potted plants, but now it seemed she was indeed somewhat fanatical. She truly believed that cultivating potted plants had a high probability of producing elf bugs. When it came to potted plants, she expressed great excitement. I've recently taken a liking to succulents. I've found they are very easy to keep alive. Each one is healthy, plump, and succulent. My cactus is about to bloom. Then I must take one with me, List assured her. The rest of their conversation was all casual chat. First, they talked about the green-haired silk, with everyone singing its praises. They believed that inciting nobility to a frenzy was just a matter of time. Then, they spoke about a few new stage plays performed by the Black Horse Silent Drama Troupe which had become must-see events for the nobility of Coral City. Many comedy troupes began to imitate the Black Horse Island Drama Troupe and gradually switched to stage plays. However, they primarily copied the plays of the Black Horse Island Drama Troupe without the ability to create original work. Adapting a classic play is not an easy task. Only List occasionally had the leisure and interest to pick out suitable Knight's novels and let Avril Mask adapt them. There was no helping it. On the whole of Coral Island, he was probably the one who read the most Knight's novels. As for how to adapt a Knight's novel, he held an authoritative voice, knowing exactly what kind of plots people love to watch. By evening, the Earl and his wife had finally returned from Coral City, and not long after, the dinner began. At the dinner, The Earl spoke about preparations for this year's Pioneer Mandate. According to the messages from the court envoy, the Grand Duke might be preparing to launch a longer Pioneer Mandate this year. Now that both you and I are Sky Knights, we add a Blizzard Beast squad for besieging, and I believe the military exploits we can contend for won't be worse than those few marquises, he said with confidence, to take the initiative in the competition for noble titles this year. We can't keep a low profile during the Pioneer Mandate anymore. Last year during the Pioneer Mandate, after capturing an Earl's castle, the Coral Island Knights ceased their campaign, afraid of attracting too much attention. If they drew the attack of multiple Sky Knights, just Lee William as the Sea Wave Sword Saint would find it hard to hold on. But this year was different with List. Others might not know, but Lee William was very aware that List's combat abilities far surpassed his own. Combined, they could handle most situations. So, it was time to make a bold show. List nodded, replying, "I'll do my utmost to help you, father, compete for military merits. However, I hope that the family fleet can provide more support in transporting serfs. My territory is undergoing major development and requires a large number of serfs. During this year's Pioneer Mandate, I plan to primarily accept serfs. How many serfs are you preparing to transport?" "At least 20,000. If we can obtain a considerable amount of food, I hope to bring back 30,000 serfs. Black Horse Island has many industries and, given the potential for territorial development, it can easily accommodate 100,000 residents. However, the main constraint is food. Relying solely on farming and fishing obviously isn't enough to cover the deficit. Now, with a population of over 30,000, the territory is just about able to feed its people day to day. If another 20,000 serfs are to be transported back, resources must be gathered from all aspects. Seafood, for instance, has the potential to be further exploited. Kelp and giant algae are edible. While giant algae taste poor, they can at least replace fodder for livestock. Additionally, with the mass production of single-masted sailboats, offshore fishing is on the rise. Eating fish alone is not ideal, but it can be exchanged with Tulip Castle for grains. In summary, according to the calculations of territory officers, an extra 20,000 serfs would not result in famine within the territory. But any more than that would be unmanageable without the importation of a substantial amount of food from outside." The Earl was surprised. Transport 30,000 serfs? That's no small number. Jonas and Trek's territories have total populations of 60,000 and 50,000, respectively. Your territory has been developed for less than a year, and its population is set to exceed theirs. Are you certain that your territory can absorb this growth? The current population of our territory is over 35,100. Accommodating another 20,000 won't be an issue. With food, even 30,000 is a trivial matter. As long as you're confident. I will arrange for the family's fleet to prioritize our main transport capacity towards you." At this point, Levi's joined the conversation. "List, your Black Horse Island has also accumulated quite a few double-masted cargo ships, right? They can be combined with the family fleet for a joint expedition." "My fleet is too small. Currently, there are only 15 ships. I must leave at least 7 to meet the needs of the territory's shipping, so only 8 can be merged with the family fleet. 8 ships are still a significant transport capacity." Then it's settled. And so it was agreed. The discussion continued until the banquet ended. The Earl had convened this family dinner mainly to brief List briefly, giving himself a basis for confidence before he went to Azure Sky Peak Palace to discuss how to participate in the Pioneer Mandate. Come evening, the father and son spent some time alone in the study again. The main topic was the Earl's inquiry. "List, how has your strength progressed?" "I feel I've made significant advancements, reaching new levels every day. My current strength should far surpass that of a Sky Knight at the completion level. Hunting the bootbeak giant stork wasn't very difficult." "You've become this powerful?" "Yes, father." "Do you need to take that into consideration?" "Never mind that." The Earl coughed and shifted the topic. "Speaking of this bootbeak giant stork, I think it must have killed the purple sand crocodile on the island. I went to examine the crocodile's habitat and saw signs of a fierce battle. I was planning to wait for the purple sand crocodile to breed, but it was destroyed by this large bird. Although in the end, List consumed the meat, it was indeed the bootbeak giant stork who killed the purple sand crocodile." List just watched. He felt slightly uneasy. After some thought, he said, "If I get the chance, I'll take a stroll through the forests on the mainland. If I encounter any suitable magical beasts, I will capture one for you, father." The Earl raised an eyebrow. "You would trouble yourself for that?" "It is what I should do." The father and son looked at each other and smiled, a warm moment, although what each was thinking in that instant, nobody knew. Chapter 582 Grandmother is right. After staying for the night at Tulip Castle, the next day when List left, He went to Lady Penelope's small castle as agreed and chose a potted plant from her balcony to take back with him. However, after carefully checking with the Eye of Magic, he was disappointed to find that these potted plants showed no signs of magic feedback. Not a single one was nurturing an elf bug. But he still let the servants casually take away a pot that looked like many small stones. This is lithops, look how pretty they are. Each split stone is a plant of lithops. This pot contains 25 of them. May the glory of the night watch over you, and perhaps, amongst these, one that blooms will nurture a little minor elf, my handsome young man. Lady Penelope bestowed her affectionate blessing. In the past, she thought List looked too much like Melissa Taro, a woman she detested, but now the more she looked, the more incomparably handsome List seemed to her. Taking a pot of lithops with him, List said his goodbyes to Lady Penelope. On the way, he briefly examined the lithops. Each plant resembled two split stone halves, with very smooth edges. In the crevice between the two halves, some had a flower blooming, the color of which was different from the stone, making it quite unique. Upon returning to Fresh Flower Town, he handed the potted plant over to Butler Carter, instructing him to have someone take care of the plant. He certainly did not intend to expend effort on a potted plant that was of no use. Lately there doesn't seem to be anything that requires my concern. I might as well work on the conjectures on the nexus of the magic net, elves, and dragons and try to finish this magical theoretical masterpiece, establishing my status as a theoretical archmage. Standing in the study equipped with a temperature-calming pearl, he could see the small town in the distance. The town was bustling with activity, many merchants in disheveled attire moved about freely, hinting at the initial success of the trading town. There were also many serfs pushing wheelbarrows through the streets, transporting goods. The wheelbarrow had been List's secret tool, but its exposure happened quite rapidly. It was inevitable. The technology behind a wheelbarrow was not complex, and one could figure out the principle behind it with just a glance. After all, everyone had seen horse carts and flatbed carts. The structure of a pushcart was not unfamiliar. It was simply a matter of two wheels being replaced with a single one. As soon as the wheelbarrow began to be widely used on Black Horse Island, wood shops on Coral Island started replicating them, and now wheelbarrows were being used in every city on Coral Island. Thus, there was no longer any point in keeping the wheelbarrow a secret. In the castle, a servant carried a bucket to a nearby well to draw water. Since Drillmaster Fred Wells arrived, wells had been gradually drilled in every town, and naturally, one was drilled near the castle of Fresh Flower Town. The servants no longer needed to go to the town to fetch water. The once dilapidated, impoverished town is now thriving. It feels quite fulfilling. List felt a surge of excitement in his heart. But he soon chuckled dryly to himself. Strictly speaking, the role I personally played seems quite minimal, with most of the success stemming from the smoke mission. He thought this over, touching his conscience. Although he usually prided himself as a prodigy, son of glory, the youngest Sky Knight and the youngest Dragon Knight in the Duchy of Sapphire, List never really considered himself a genius. Before transmigrating, he was just an ordinary office worker, and he didn't become a strategist or a martial arts prodigy overnight after crossing into a different world. He also didn't aim to arm himself with radical theories to revolutionize the other world. He simply quietly integrated into the noble class, striving for his dragon-riding ambition while savoring the luxurious life. Most of the time, he went with the flow, following the smoke mission without any long-term plans or well-thought-out development strategies, doing whatever came to mind. Another transmigrator with effective execution might have already started overthrowing the rule of the Sapphire family. As for him, he was content with his Viscount title, basking in everyone's flattery. Of course, everyone has their own way of living, and List didn't see himself as a great man, nor did he believe that the poor masses of the different world needed his salvation. Just like on Earth, when he saw news about China aiding Africa, it would ignite anger within him. His own country still had a multitude of impoverished people, yet it found the time to care for Africa. Though the country had strategic reasons for aiding African nations in order to obtain resources, as an individual, his scope was limited. He only saw the people of his own country. After crossing into a different world, it was hard to establish a sense of belonging. His concern extended only to the precious people around him, truly, no one else, and his care for serfs was mostly out of sympathy. Seeing others in suffering always tugged at his heartstrings. Hey! He shook the cup filled with Banpo milk and dismissed these thoughts. I didn't expect to become so sentimental. I haven't even ridden the little fire dragon Leo yet. Where do I find the time for such emotions? Thinking about it, he summoned the smoke mission. The mission was still the same. The abandoned cordyceps had not yet been properly settled. Golden cordyceps, monkey head mushroom, and horse bladder fungus had their greenhouses built and the plantation started. The black truffle greenhouse was selected to be in Horse Ranching Town, nestled between two hills with a slightly drier climate, suitable for the growth of black truffles. Only the blue pine mushroom was left without a chosen site to build its greenhouse. In fact, the serfs planting the blue pine mushroom were very anxious, having searched every corner of Black Horse Island but finding nowhere ideal to cultivate it. Under List's repeated urging, they reluctantly picked Thorntown as the planting site. By late June, when the blue pine mushroom greenhouse was completed, the smoke mission finally concluded. Mission completed. Reward 1 Lithops elf bug. Huh? The surprise hit List hard when he saw the mission's reward. Seriously? Do I have magic in me or something? Am I possessed by the power of the smoke dragon, or is Lady Penelope possessed by the smoke mission? Dragon Kua bug, fig bug, green on bow bug, and now there's a Lithops bug. Without a doubt, among the 25 Lithops in that pot, he found the one that was in bloom and nurturing an elf bug. He shook his head. He didn't bother to ponder who was truly the son of glory, deciding in his heart, from now on, Lady Penelope's potted plants are under my care. List. The smoke was slowly reforming into a new segment of Serpent's Crypt. Mission. The original name of Fresh Flower Town originated from the discovery of a new tulip variety, but now only a few red St. Dan's and yellow Williamite tulips remain and are gradually withering. Investigate and resolve the cause of the withering red and yellow tulips. Reward, 2 elf bugs. His eyes gleamed, and List smiled. It was a familiar formula. Based on his past experiences with the smoke mission, the withering red and yellow tulips were undoubtedly nurturing elf bugs. 2 tulip bugs at once, nice. Chapter 583 Emily's Perseverance. The cultivation of lithops in pots required delicate care to avoid miscarriage of the incubating elf bugs, but List did not pay too much attention to this. The reason was simple: lithops did not produce magic potions or any other yield. They were simply ornamental plants, at most, complemented by cordyceps, which could enhance the quality of ordinary lithops and fetch a slightly higher price when sold as potted plants. Just like the Venus flytraps he raised around the castle to catch flies, they were nice to look at but not practical. What he now valued more were the 2 tulip bugs awaiting fertilization. The cultivation of the black tulip was inseparable from the tulip bug. The fresh flower farm was not large, hosting a little over 100 acres of black tulips, as well as 20 acres of the red Stridens tulip, and more than 10 acres of the yellow Williamite tulip. Both varieties were discovered after he came to Coral Island. One commemorated his ancestor St. Dan's tile, and the other commemorated Lee William being made an earl. As ordinary tulips, their main use was to be made into dried tulip flowers, relying on their rich fragrance to counteract the stench of urine and feces in the city. However, under his rule, there were no issues with urine and feces, and therefore there was no need for dried tulip flowers. Furthermore, the serfs from Fresh Flower Town had all been reassigned to Black Horse Island, resulting in the serfs of the Fresh Flower Farm being too busy in the fields of black tulips to tend to the Stridens and Williamite tulips. By the time List came for an inspection, parts of the red and yellow tulips had withered. Lord Landlord, Raymond did not notice the withering of the Stridens and Williamite tulips. "Please punish me," said the steward of the Fresh Flower Farm, his face filled with regret and fear. According to the rules of the estate, any anomaly in crops must be reported to the administration at once. Punishment was definitely in order, but such matters were no longer List's concern. The town officials would punish the steward's negligence accordingly. List was only interested in the elf bugs. Using the eye of magic, he searched around and, after some effort, found 2 cordyceps plants with dimly glowing magic feedback. These 2 cordyceps plants were clearly malnourished, with some yellowing and curling leaves. Immediately fertilize and water, provide these 2 cordyceps plants with sufficient nutrients. List ordered on the spot. Administrative Officer Isaiah, who had come to deal with the situation, asked in surprise, "Sir, have these 2 tulips already nurtured elf bugs?" "Of course." List grew frustrated with Isaiah as well. If it weren't for the smoke mission alert, it might have been too late to notice the problem until the serfs realized it, and the elf bugs would have miscarried by then. He sternly reprimanded, "Isaiah, as the town government official, I know you're busy. But the anomaly in crops must be taken seriously. It has always been a strict rule I've set. As an administrative officer, you must be vigilant and frequently inspect the crops." Isaiah replied ashamedly, "Please punish me, sir." List was unambiguous: deduct half a month's salary. Do not make this mistake again. Although Fresh Flower Town is based on trade, the slightest change in the conditions of the crops is still the most important administrative matter. Rest assured, sir, Isaiah will certainly remember this lesson and will never be negligent again. The cause of the tulips withering had been thoroughly investigated, and now it was just a matter of waiting for the solution to the problem and for them to recover. Then the task would be completed. List was not focused on the mission. He had been gradually getting busier with work recently. The Earl had already gone to Azure Sky Peak Palace to discuss this year's Pioneer Mandate. As a Viscount Lord, he naturally needed to shore up his forces and prepare the night order. The estate now had a total of 77 Earth Knights. List planned to select 60 knights to form 5 knight squads, accompanying him to the battlefield, including 1 squad of elite Earth Knights. The remaining Earth Knights were entrusted to Captain Paris to lead the patrol unit, maintaining the safety and defense of the territory. After he announced the list of knights selected for the battlefield, young and tender Emily pleaded with him, "Lord, please allow Emily to follow you into battle and take part in this year's Pioneer Mandate War." 12-year-old Emily had gradually grown to over 1.6 meters tall. When they first met last year, she was only 1.5 meters tall, and in just over a year, she had shot up more than 10 centimeters. Her future height would certainly not be short. Moreover, her exotic features, with deep-set eyes and a high nose bridge, were becoming increasingly striking. She was a beauty in the making. Only, her skin had been tanned dark due to intense training. "You are only 12, what battlefield are you going on?" List refused, intending to cultivate Emily into a female Sky Knight, not wanting to lose her on the battlefield. Emily insisted, "Lord, the battlefield is the best training ground for knights, and Emily already feels her training speed slowing. I need new pressures to stimulate myself." Slowing down is normal. As a 12-year-old Earth Knight, you already show more talent than many nobles. But Emily is a female. What about being a female? Emily bit her lip and replied, "Lord, Emily has inquired with Captain Paris that there are very few outstanding female knights in the Duchy of Sapphire. Moreover, once a woman's menstrual cycle begins, it will greatly affect the progress of chi cultivation. Captain Paris said that the cycle usually starts at 14, and by then chi cultivation would definitely slow down, so..." Her implication was clear. She hoped to solidify her foundation before her menstrual cycle began, so that she could keep pace with the male geniuses in the future. The inevitable monthly cycle of bleeding in females would indeed severely impact the cultivation of chi. The depletion from the menstrual cycle can be replenished with magic potions, don't worry. With such great talent, I will do everything to cultivate you, there's no need to rush for success. Going into battle at 12, still a little girl, was indeed too cruel. Emily knelt on one knee and solemnly said, "Lord, Emily is grateful for your concern. Meeting you is the most precious honor in my life. You have spared no expense to help Emily train, and I do not wish to become a waste, unable to repay your kindness." Before List could speak to comfort her, she continued, "Only the battlefield can carve out a strong knight, and you, Lord, shone brilliantly in 2 wars, becoming the youngest Sky Knight in the Grand Duchy. Emily too has ambitions and hopes to become the first female Sky Knight in the Grand Duchy." Having said that, she knelt on both knees and bowed her head, performing the greatest gesture of respect a serf could offer to a landlord. "Please allow Emily to join the battlefield." She was adamant about her idea, hoping to solidify her foundations in the 2 years before her menstrual cycle began, which would then give her a chance to advance to a Sky Knight. She had already vaguely felt the tingling in her chest. This signified the onset of development, and according to Paris's hints to her, about 2 years after a female's breast development, the menstrual cycle would begin. She had 2 more years of rapid cultivation without loss. The 12-year-old girl, although still flat-chested, emitted a glow that was so dazzling. List watched her calmly for a full 30 seconds before speaking indifferently, "The first female Sky Knight of the Grand Duchy, huh? For the sake of the future, I have no reason to object to your going into battle. However, Emily, my youngest follower, please be prepared to die on the battlefield." Emily trembled and replied, "Yes, Lord." Chapter 584 The Dragon Knight's Training Secret. Emily was assigned to a knight squad. As a female knight, especially such a young one, it certainly brought some trouble. She lacked the independent financial means to buy weapons and hire retainers, so all the arrangements were made by List. Had it not been for the hint of genius indicated by the smoke mission, merely based on the potential she had shown, it wouldn't have been worth List's trouble. By his current status, he no longer needed to treat his followers with special favor. Instead, it was the followers who had to strive to prove themselves before him. It was clear to everyone that following List meant a guaranteed share of military exploits. This was the most promising viscount in the Grand Duchy. Becoming an earl was the minimum expectation, and a marquis was also within the normal realm of possibility. However, Emily was specifically named by the smoke mission. It was believed that the power of destiny wouldn't haphazardly pull strings to have List take notice of a good-for-nothing. Perhaps, Emily would become the Grand Duchy's first female Sky Knight in the future. From then on, Emily and her knight squad trained relentlessly at Black Horse Ranch on Black Horse Island. They rehearsed nightly charge formations, ready to confront enemy knights in a charge at any moment. She had to continually improve her combat strength, even on the battlefield where the advantage was great and the protection thorough, there still existed the possibility of death. She wasn't like List at the beginning, who had the Black Dragon child Paris secretly protecting him. Once on the battlefield, List would not go out of his way to protect her. Surviving meant growth. Dying only signified List's failed investment, nothing more. Charge. Makusi, Marcus, riding his warhorse, commanded half of the Night Order to a thundering impact across the field, their chi forming an unbroken front. Had List used the Eye of Magic to observe, he would have seen a colorful mist of magic power enveloping the knights. This surging chi disturbed all the stray magic power in the air, making magicians seem redundant. The powerful elite Night Orders, when bursting with waves of chi, could drown even a Sky Knight in a continuous sea of energy, leaving them to be tragically trampled to death under the horse hooves. Of course, a Sky Knight would not be foolish enough to confront a charging Night Order head-on. Sky Knights have their own way of combat, sword fight. Emily, amidst the squad with her armor soaked by sweat underneath, maintained an utterly focused expression. When she practiced chi alone, she felt her training was stalling without the previous exhilaration. But charging with the knights, in addition to the exhilarating feeling, she also felt nude chi continuously emerging in her body. That was the nourishment provided by Lord Landlord through the food he supplied incessantly. For Lord Landlord's cultivation. Charge. With a surge of high spirits, Emily suddenly lunged forward with her spear, her thunder attribute chi becoming even sharper under the enhancement of the battle formation, piercing the air and producing a cracking sonic boom. This charge let her distinctly feel her power increase by another half again. This is progress. Even the charges on the training ground can give me such great improvement. When issued with a pioneer mandate, on the real battlefield, what kind of force will that pressure give me? She was not sure at the moment. But she looked forward to it. Dodo Island, volcano crater. List was also cultivating. The little fire dragon Leo transformed into a mass of magic power, condensing at its chest area. One magic potion after another was popped into List's stomach, then absorbed by Leo, transforming into impure magic power, enhancing the quality of his dragon chi. List thought, although the magic power lifting his own chi was considered impurity after Leo's absorption, it was far more condensed in quality than the magic of the magic potions. As long as he kept transforming and enhancing it steadily, sooner or later, his dragon chi would synchronize with fire dragon magic power, reaching the same limit quality. At that time, perhaps one of his attacks would last for thousands of years without fading, just like in some novels, where the sword intent of an unparalleled expert remains in the air, and even after tens of thousands of years, can still kill. Perhaps sooner or later, I will become an expert who comprehends the sword intent of the fire attribute, he speculated. Of course. To unleash sword intent, which is the magic of ultimate quality, there might be many restrictions. Based on the magic that Leo was currently releasing, every time it exhaled flames or flapped them, it was just turning ordinary levels of magic into reality, only slightly stronger than the fire system magic of a magician. That real fire dragon magic power was all stored within its body, not casually leaked out. Even its body was made up of the ultimate quality fire dragon magic power, that's why it could switch between a corporeal body and a magical form at will. Therefore, dragons usually hunt and fight. They likely use ordinary attacks, and only in a life or death battle would they release sword intent. For example, in the Neverfall Empire, there is a Windhole Valley, where the magic power of a wind dragon had been permanently inscribed. It was the remnant of a life or death battle between a wind dragon and an archmage, and even after thousands of years had passed, it could still stir up ferocious winds. An ordinary wind dragon roaming freely certainly would not leave magic behind at will. Otherwise, wherever it went, there would certainly be storms non-stop. Sooner or later, the entire continent would be contaminated by these elemental dragons, metal dragons, gemstone dragons, and even sacred dragons. Yet, traces of their existence are rare, and most people would die for the metals and gemstones formed by their magic power. Dragon magic refining chi. Continuously ongoing. List could feel his dragon chi growing stronger unceasingly. As his emotions surged, his thoughts flew. If the ultimate quality dragon magic power is the key for dragons to freely switch between magic form and a corporeal body, then once I cultivate to where my body also fills with ultimate quality dragon chi, might I be able to transform as well? In a vague sense, he felt he had stumbled upon much content regarding the cultivation of dragon knights. The cultivation continued, as did his thinking. Can all dragons freely switch forms, or is the little fire dragon Leo just an exception? Unfortunately, without a benchmark, List was uncertain. But as far as he could tell, Leo hasn't shown too many abnormalities and seems to be rather like the proud dragons described in night novels, resistant to being ridden, except by those with a protagonist's halo. Many night novels depict dragons proactively sticking to the protagonist to be ridden. By that standard, List did not have a protagonist's halo. Without more evidence to prove that Leo is a mutation, I should treat it as a normal fire dragon. According to the theory I just finished writing in the conjectures on the nexus of the magic net, elves, and dragons, within the magic net system, dragons are a crossroads between magic rules and physical rules, freely switching between magic form and corporeal body. That obviously represents the transformation between magic and matter, fitting with his theory. Thus he pondered further, perhaps the path of a dragon knight's cultivation is to turn oneself into a node within the magic web, mastering both physical rules and magic rules? It was a bold conjecture. He needed more clues to verify it, for now he could only come up with a name for this form of dragon magic power, Dragon's Intent. Chapter 585 Breaking ground at Thorn Castle to demonstrate Dragon's Intent, more time is needed to explore. Now, List wanted to develop a new training method beyond dragon magic, refining chi and dragon breath tempering to rapidly enhance his strength. The delightful feeling that comes from improving one's strength can be intoxicating. After each training session with little fire dragon Leo, he always felt a dual refreshment of soul and body, sensing that he had greatly improved compared to before the training. Unfortunately, there was no one to test his strength, leaving him somewhat unclear about how much he had improved. As to whether he was stronger or weaker than the former Lich, Marquis of the Bull, there was no conclusion. This pioneer mandate is my opportunity to test my strength. As long as the Eagle Kingdom does not deploy a Dragon Knight, I have nothing to fear. Leo had already burst out of his body, turning into a ball of flames, then solidifying back into form from the fire. He slowly landed next to List. He let out an increasingly majestic roar of "Oh-ho! Stop roaring, here's your beef." List took out the prepared secret recipe steak, allowing Leo to enjoy it voraciously, along with plenty of magical beast meat to replenish his nourishment. Then he proceeded to handle it up and down, brainwashing it through constant murmuring while caressing it. How other dragon knights formed partnerships with dragons to ride them, he didn't know. He could only rely on his own methods, depending on brainwashing over time, to completely subdue Leo. Now that Leo was still young, it was the perfect opportunity to shape the dragon's correct worldview. Once it grew up, these ideas would become unshakable. The previous few trainings, Leo was quite annoyed by his constant murmurs, but now it had grown accustomed to them, occasionally lifting its head to reply with an "oh-ho." When it stopped resisting, that was the moment its brain was twisted. His ideas would slowly fill its heart and mind. "Oh-ho." After devouring a large chunk of steak and drinking a can of bambo milk, Leo contentedly rubbed against List's hand. Little did it know that as List muttered away, his mind was on something else. Certainly, Leo can help me practice dragon chi, vastly surpassing Sky Knights. But in the end, I'm not a true dragon knight, and it is still very young, with a 100-year juvenile period. He couldn't wait for Leo to grow up slowly. If he started to ride the dragon when his hair was white with age, by then he feared he would be so old he couldn't even fart, let alone release chi with unity of man and dragon. Thus, the plan for becoming a dragon domain landlord was an absolute must. Should I share my lifespan with Leo to become a fire dragon's dragon domain landlord, or should I find another dragon? Aside from Leo, there's probably just the formless dragon with some clues. The formless dragon is likely also a young dragon, with an ample lifespan. Compared to a powerful fire dragon, he would rather contract with a production-type dragon as a dragon domain landlord. Using Leo for riding and fighting was the best choice. Soon he shook his head. Am I worrying too soon? I don't even have the technology for becoming a dragon domain landlord yet, so how can I make a pact? I truly regret having killed Curtis Truth. She had the technology for dragon domain landlords, and she probably provided the lich technique as well. This genius from the magic goat family, a young grand magician named Curtis Truth, was indeed very powerful. Both the dragon domain landlord pact and the lich transformation technique were mastered by her. Regrettably, to eliminate future troubles, List directly killed her while she was in her lich state. The ghost ship fell apart, and even the remaining soul-submerged wood, goat head flag, and figurehead were used as kindling to revive little fire dragon Leo, practically destroying the evidence. However, it's fortunate that the Grand Duke definitely has the method for a dragon domain landlord pact. When the magic goat family was eradicated by the Sapphire family, all their technologies were seized by the Sapphire family. When the time comes for me to found a nation, I could exchange with them or even directly overthrow the Sapphire family. If the Sapphire family didn't try to snatch List's dragon, he planned to find another place to found a nation. If the Sapphire family coveted his dragon, a battle would surely ensue, and he might as well overthrow the Sapphire family. The future was still very distant. After the training ended, the mind-washing also came to an end. List returned to the wooden house at the foot of the mountain, where he spent the night making repairs. Early the next morning, he picked many seeds of the human skull fruit and seeds of the hemp rope vine. Then he rode back to Black Horse Island on the back of Rainbow Whale Rose. It was at this moment. The smoke mission had already been completed. For completing the mission, You are rewarded with 2 tool-up spirit bugs. Task: the final blueprints for Thorn Castle have been completed, and the groundbreaking construction is about to begin. Before building the main body of the castle, why not first construct the auxiliary facilities step by step? Please excavate the Tonghai Canal for the castle. Reward: a fish spring that gushes throughout the year. With the task completed, the wilted tool-ups recovered, and the 2 spirit bugs grew robustly. The new task also followed, requiring List to start building the castle. The territory is in dire need of serfs right now. I did not plan to build the castle so soon, but it seems it was still from my subconscious. The smoke mission is a projection of the power of destiny combined with my subconscious, reflecting my true desire to build a castle. Black Horse Island was far from the mainland. Besides pirates, there was no danger of being invaded. With Coral Island for support, it usually wouldn't suffer from pirates. Behind the pirates are the great nobles of the country. Should their identities be leaked, it would start an outright war with Li William. No great noble would be foolish enough to oppose Li William and his son List, both of whom had boundless potential. Therefore, it was not a problem to build the castle later. Despite this reasoning, List was impatient to build the castle deep inside, enjoyment that, in his heart, was even more important than development. Since the smoke mission has been issued, let's build it. He immediately summoned architects, including Jamaya Bangtu, as well as officials like Galtai, to discuss the details of castle construction. In the meeting room of the harbor town, Jamaya stood in front of the wall, drawing the structure of the castle and explained in detail. The main body of Thorn Castle consists of a 5-story building, divided into the main tower, the left-wing guard tower, and the right-wing guard tower. The main tower has a floor height of 6 meters, with a total height of 30 meters, plus a 10-meter-tall watchtower, which amounts to 40 meters. The style of Thorn Castle was similar to the neoclassical style of the White House in the U.S. But the actual model they would follow was similar to the Capitol Hill building. Besides the main building, left wing, and right wing structures, at the castle's main gate, there would be a huge Tonghai Canal connected to the sea, which would allow his seals and egg to come and go freely in and out of the castle. Even a single-masted sailing ship could directly transport goods to Thorn Castle through this canal. At the end of the canal, they planned to build a huge arch to protect the safety of the Tonghai Canal. Additionally, there would be a new lighthouse constructed next to it, taller even than that of Black Horse Port Lighthouse, to show the way for nearby ships. Other than that, there would be stables, pastures, carriage houses, wells, hedge estates, greenhouses, and other subsidiary buildings. Of course, surrounding Thorn Castle, they would have to build a moat and castle walls, not really to defend against enemies, but to keep people on the island from sneaking into the castle. Thus, the sheer volume of work for Thorn Castle was so vast that it might take more than a year or 2 to complete, even with the outstanding building efficiency of rubber, water and brick mixtures. It would not be an easy task. Jamaya postponed the construction of the main body of Thorn Castle, and first excavate the Tonghai Canal, he finally decided. Chapter 586 The collapse of natural magic. Excavating a canal was not an easy task. However, the distance from Thorn Castle to the sea was less than a kilometer, which made this stretch of the Tonghai Canal relatively easier to dig. For this pure manual labor, List once again raised the basic wages, with each serf receiving an additional copper coin per day on top of their original pay. As the Tonghai Canal was slowly being excavated, Drill Master Fred Wells led the drilling team, having completed the second well in Mushroom Town, and was then called over to dig a well for Thorn Castle. There was no water source near Thorn Castle, and water had to be fetched from the port town. But as the castle was put into use, the water needs of so many people could not be met solely by fetching water from the port town. A few days before starting work, Lys often visited the construction site to check on the progress, full of anticipation for his own named castle. Of course, for now, only the castle's outer facilities were being built. It would probably take another half a year until the main tower of Thorn Castle was completed. At least, it would be a matter for next year. So after touring the site several times and seeing no new developments, he gave up this tedious inspection and focused on busying himself with other matters. Ak was decoding natural magic at an increasingly fast pace, and most of the planting magic for those magic plant seeds had been deciphered. But many details in the Sun script within the planting magic had no corresponding references, making accurate descriptions difficult and stumping Ak. She has now switched topics and begun researching druid magic concerning animals' combat spells. The latest progress involved deciphering a book titled Guide to Constructing the Sun Tower in Bathed Light City, which primarily discusses a structure associated with the Children of the Sun, the Sun Tower. According to the book, the Sun Tower was designed to harness the power from the sun to foster growth throughout the entire city. A city possessing a Sun Tower would be known as Bathed Light City. Brother, the Sun Tower seems to function on a different system than Druid magic. Druid magic originates from chaotic magic power, while the sun tower harnesses the power of the sun. Brother, you've told Ek that the sun is a star, constantly emitting strong light and heat, she said. That's right, List nodded. He felt that this bathed light city and the sun tower sounded like they were harnessing solar power. It made perfect sense for the children of the sun to use solar power, but the mention of solar power left him with some doubts. Ek, do you think there's a link between solar power and light attribute magic power? Light attribute magic power and solar power? Ek pondered seriously for a moment before responding. Ek believes they have similarities, but they are not the same force. Light attribute magic power is just a type of magic power with the qualities of sunlight, still fundamentally magic power, not sunlight itself. That's true, light attribute magic power is just magic power after all, List agreed. If sunlight were magic power, then using the eye of magic would mean seeing magic radiance everywhere, so sunlight is merely light on the physical spectrum. It's highly likely that the children of the sun harnessed solar power, using it to accelerate the growth of plants. He continued to ask, Ek, are you able to decipher how the sun tower is constructed? Brother, there are many proprietary terms and no corresponding sun script to refer to, making it hard to decipher, Ek said with frustration, alluding to the difficulty of cooking without rice. With just so few sun scriptures and no dictionary, and the sun script being extraordinarily complicated, it's indeed challenging. List then inquired, how about the druid combat magic regarding animals that are decoding? Those spells are essentially various druid transformation magics, transforming into bears, eagles, panthers, and the like, to then use these animal forms for combat. Ek shook her head. Brother, Ek feels it's quite difficult. In these transformation spells, there's always mention of something related to the bloodline of the children of the sun, which Ek can't find the right words for. Without this essence, it's not possible to perform the druid's shape-shifting magic. After Ek's explanation, List understood that the bloodline of the child of the sun held a vast secret, like some kind of specific genetic code. No wonder only old Dannerfil, the sun descendant, could open those chests and drift bottles with his blood. Realizing this, List completely gave up on paying attention to natural magic. Being able to see it but unable to use it was useless. He couldn't help but say, Ek, when you have time, continue researching natural magic, then compile it into a book, and take it to the few magicians in the magic tower. Let's study it together and see if there can be any new advancements. Ek was still enthusiastic. She wasn't sure about its usefulness, but the wonders of natural magic gave her a lot of inspiration. The hopes for the Viscounty to get rich quickly from natural magic were dashed. List adjusted his attitude and continued the methodical development of the territory. The earnings of the territory this month were not bad, not to mention the gold coin income from white spirits and glass. The production of magic potions had also started booming with the addition of the giant algae magic potion. Especially since the growth rate of giant algae was very fast, you could say it could be harvested every 20 days. Essentially, as long as the main root of the giant algae wasn't harmed, the algae could continue growing, about 10 centimeters a day. Plus, with some extra purchases from outside, having enough potions was pretty much guaranteed. The income from elf bugs was also good. The alfalfa elf bug had already been contracted, the lithops elf bug was yet to be born, and the 2 tulip spirit bugs were healthy in gestation, equating to 4 elf bugs harvested. 4 elf bugs a month was definitely a high yield for a Viscounty. Especially when 2 of them were tulip bugs, representing a large output of magic potions once again. So it was. Time passed day by day, and before long July had arrived. After a week of busy combat in the making, the Tonghai Canal was thoroughly excavated, and List personally participated in the reinforcement of the canal embankments. The Blizzard Beast Squad made a dramatic appearance, conjuring rock spikes one after another along both sides of the embankment, to secure the sides of the bank. Even the bottom of the canal had rock spikes rooted out one by one, after which the serfs would break the rock spikes into pieces, to be spread out over the bottom of the canal. Basically, this navigable canal couldn't be destroyed even by a tsunami. Now, what remained to be done was the construction of railings along the banks, greenery, and footpaths, but this was no longer within the scope of the smoke mission. Mission completed. Reward, a perpetually sprouting fish spring. A sprouting fish spring, what does that mean? List was a bit puzzled. Taking fish spring literally, it naturally implied a spring that spouted fish. But why would fish spout from a spring? This question did not puzzle List for long, as he was quickly overtaken by the surprise brought by the new mission. 2 new tulip bugs are about to arrive, creating a sense of immense crisis for another tulip bug whose lifespan is mostly behind it. It probably already senses that it will soon be overwhelmed by mediocrity, although it was never outstanding, it still hopes to give it one last shot. Please inspire courage in it. Reward, a little minor elf. He couldn't help but reveal a smile that curved upwards. Another little minor elf. Chapter 587 Fish spring out of the well in the worm room of the nameless castle. List stood in front of the box covered in jade powder, watching the tulip bug lying lazily and feeling the little guy's inner anxiety, doing his best to encourage it with his own emotions. Beyond that, there were no more effective ways. It was just an elf bug after all, possessing simple emotions and not any real intelligence or comprehension. Communication was limited to the instructions List could deliver through emotions. Otherwise, it was simply patting it, expressing care. Wooa. On the edge of the box, Thorn Minor Elf Jailer yawned out of boredom and made a sound. It ruled the worm room. In the box to the right of List, Mickey was counting its collection of corn kernels. It didn't like Jayla, nor did it like clinging to List, perhaps not as irritable as Jayla was, but relatively more independent, immersed in its own little world. Jayla, Nami, Mickey, and also Fizz, Tam, Eddie, these lesser elves were all adorable, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. They were each an independent entity, with their own personalities and thoughts. In fact, they had no concept of kin, even elves of the same type didn't see each other as kin. Like the giant algae greater elf Pike, who had a probably blood connection with the three giant algae lesser elves, Fizz, Tam, and Eddie, it was highly likely they all had sprouted from Pike's cordyceps, which gave birth to the lesser elves. Yet Pike was just as ferocious to the three giant algae lesser elves, showing absolutely no elder's affection toward the younger generation. In List's view, elves inherited the individuality of plants, growing independently and quietly, unlike humans and animals that have companions, family, and other emotional bonds. Take Nami, for example, a lesser elf with an outgoing personality. It certainly loved making friends, but its approach to making friends was the same whether with humans, elves, rainbow whales, or little ducks. It wouldn't befriend someone just because they were an elf and, therefore, think that they should be closer friends because they were the same kind. Wooa. Jayla called out again. It was terribly bored and wanted List to play with it. But List simply waved his hand, indicating it should play by itself. He was implementing the stimulate Jayla plan, deliberately being cold to Jayla. To evoke anger in it and then unleash its potential for evolution, although being cold one moment and warm the next was cruel to Jayla, List believed this was the best way to help it evolve. The pheromones from new plant species greatly aided the evolution of elves. He was also using trade caravans to continuously collect plants of the same kind as different elf cordyceps, trying to help elves obtain more pheromones. But that alone was not enough. Often, the elves needed to strive on their own. Like this tulip bug, born in Tulip Castle, it could be said to have all the pheromones that other tulip elves possessed. But whether it could evolve still required its own effort. If it lacked sufficient will to advance, it might not even enter the fat pupa stage by the end of its 10-year lifespan. Jayla, seeing that List always paid attention to the tulip bug, gradually grew discontent and loudly called out, "Wooa! Go away! Wooa!" List ignored it again. After calling out a few times and receiving no response, Jayla flew around the worm room in anger. At this point, Mickey, who was counting corn kernels, probably felt annoyed and yelled at Jayla, "Jiggle!" This immediately ruffled Jayla's feathers. It flew right up to Mickey's face, fists clenched, and shouted, "Wooa! Jiggle! Wooa! Chirp! Wah!" The two little minor elves didn't lay hands on each other, but the argument was quite fierce, with saliva spraying out. "Both of you, shut up, get back into your boxes, and don't make a sound." List glared and commanded the two little minor elves loudly. They dared not defy the command. Minor elf Jayla flew back to her box with a pout and even covered it, sulking inside. But it wasn't long before she fell asleep. Minor elves indeed have abundant emotions but are also simple-minded little creatures. On the other side, Mickey went back to counting his corn kernels as if nothing had happened. Each time he returned from an outing, List would bring him a corn kernel, which Mickey loved to study as if he had a collecting habit. Whenever he was free, List would enter the worm room to encourage the tulip bug, inspiring it to bravely evolve. During this period, the rewards from the previous smoke mission soon appeared, with news coming from the construction site of Thorn Castle. Consultant Jayalratai sent someone to report to him. Lord Landlord, Mr. Fred the Driller led the drilling team to drill for the castle, and after breaking a rock piece, water began to spout from the ground. Along with the water, plenty of small fish surged out of the spout, with thousands of pounds being caught and still more fish coming out. Are there really fish coming out? List, even though he knew about the reward, was still somewhat surprised. Drilling a well had actually yielded a fish spring, with fish spouting out like a fountain. This was indeed an unusual event. Therefore, he immediately rode on Rainbow Whale Rose to head for Black Horse Island. Upon arriving at the construction site, Jayalratai quickly took him to the well that had already been fenced off. "My lord, this well is truly miraculous. I sent people to fish continuously for over 3,000 pounds, and the number of small fish inside has not decreased at all. Jai took over a fishing net handed to him by a clerk, filled with several lively little fish. These are the small fish that spouted out of the well, previously unseen by anyone. The little fish resembled the carp but were a bit more slender, and their color was a pale golden yellow, which made them look quite pretty. Their sizes ranged from about 15 centimeters to 25 centimeters, with the longest not exceeding 30 centimeters, and the average weight of each fish was around 4 or 5 liang. Are they sea fish? List looked at the small fish and asked. He suspected that a passage in the well's spring might connect to the ocean, bringing the small fish up. Otherwise, he couldn't explain the appearance of the fish spring. Jai replied, they should be freshwater fish. The well water is drinkable, and the small fish are well adapted to it. Chefs from the town's tavern have taken some samples, and after cooking these small fish, they're not toxic and actually have a very nice taste, delicate flesh and more delicious than sea fish by a lot. Freshwater fish, you say? This suggests there might be an underground river beneath the basalt columns of Black Horse Island, where these small fish dwell, List speculated. If it wasn't a passageway connected to the ocean, it could only be an underground river, likely formed by rainwater erosion. However, Black Horse Island is a volcanic island, its main structure composed of basalt columns. The formation of an underground river beneath basalt columns is indeed extraordinary. It prompted him to consider the plan to delve into the underground river and explore its secrets. Consultant Jai, let's not use this well for water. Instead, dig a sloping tunnel directly and guard the fish spring for fishing. Also, dispatch knights with strong diving abilities to follow the spring down and explore, to see if this spring is connected to an underground river. An underground river? Jai was puzzled. Some land has cavities underneath with flowing water that come together to form an underground river. Just send someone to investigate and report the findings to me. Jai suppressed his curiosity and accepted the order. Afterwards, List went to the tavern and tasted several dishes made from the little fish from the fish spring. The taste was indeed much fresher and more delicate than fish caught in the ocean. He immediately declared this kind of small fish a staple on his daily menu and bestowed the name wellfish upon them. Chapter 588 Making a pact with Pick. The fish from the well didn't cause much of a stir. If it were on Earth, the novelty of fish emerging from an underground spring would definitely be a hot topic for hype. But in this world full of wonders, it's no big deal to have fish springs underground, let alone fish raining from the sky. For List, it was the same. He was merely curious about how the fish spring formed and enjoyed the taste of the fish from the well, but didn't take it too seriously. The specialties of his territory, apart from magical beasts and magic potions, were limited to unique products like rubber trees and hemp rope vines that piqued his interest. The knight he sent to dive into the fish spring quickly delivered a survey report. The fish spring was indeed connected to an underground channel, but the passageway was very narrow. Diving in, one could swim less than 10 meters back and forth before encountering a narrow spot that was impassable. However, there were a large number of wellfish in the waterway. This confirmed that the fish spring was truly hitting an underground river, causing the emergence of schools of fish. After reading the survey report, List was not quite satisfied. If the underground river is just a narrow channel, it couldn't possibly support so many wellfish. There must be a huge underground cavern or lake at some location. Perhaps the underground river is connected to former magma channels. He remembered over at Red River Town, there was a bone lake, which used to be a burial ground. Underneath those dragon bones, there was a vast magma cavern with magma channels blocked off in all directions. Perhaps the underground river developed in these cut-off magma channels. Forget it, speculating aimlessly is pointless. I'll have the opportunity to slowly explore the underground river system on Black Horse Island in the future. Although the fish spring didn't lead to more interesting findings, List still made it a point to incorporate it as an attraction affiliated with Thorn Castle. He had a downward tunnel excavated. A pavilion was constructed on the surface, named Fish Spring Corridor, a great place for relaxation. List even planned to set up a barbecue stall at the Fish Spring Corridor, so that in the future, Thorn Castle could hold barbecue buffets here, offering freshly caught and grilled fish, full of fun. Having arranged all this, List no longer focused on the construction of Thorn Castle. He went to Dodo Island volcano and cultivated overnight with little fire dragon Leo. Laden with many insights, he returned to Fresh Flower Town to organize the content and incorporate it into his other magnum opus, List's Dragon Taming Manual. He then revised it again and again, finalizing the conjectures on the nexus of the magic net, elves, and dragons. He handed it to Ake for reference. Ake, who was studying druid magic, was rarely so engrossed in a theoretical magic book, reading it with relish. List, meanwhile, chatted with Pike, who had already mastered serpent script and was able to communicate normally. Pike had even learned quite a bit of wind language. It was all taught by Ake. In the territory, Ake undoubtedly had the strongest learning ability, picking up anything quickly. List, did you bring me jade powder? I need a change of flavor. Eating white jade powder all the time is unsatisfying. Bring me some special jade powder. The taste of the purple jade powder I had last time was pretty good, demanded Pike nonchalantly while lounging in the pool, its current concern being jade powder. There's no more purple jade, but I brought green jade powder. List handed a packet of finely ground green jade powder to Pike. Jade powder is neither gemstone nor crystal, it's a naturally formed stone in the earth's veins that contains magic power. This magic power is hard to harness for making magic equipment, but it's quite suited to an elf's palate. Regular consumption of jade powder can ensure an elf's vitality. During the transplantation of cordyceps, they depend on jade powder to survive. However, there's no evidence that jade powder aids in an elf's evolution. It merely sustains the vitality of an elf. Of course, it also satisfies an elf's culinary desires. There are many types of jade: green jade, purple jade, white jade, yellow jade, chalcedony, agate, black jade, red jade, and so on. As long as it's naturally formed and possesses magic power, it's considered jade. Jade is sufficiently distributed on the Earth's surface, so its price is much cheaper than that of crystals. As elves increased in number, List had to use many gemstones every day. He tried hard to find them on Black Horse Island, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any jade veins, and had no choice but to continue purchasing from outside. In fact, Black Horse Island was extremely poor in resources. Apart from the volcanic glass mine previously, there was not a second type of mineral resource. The graphite, saltpeter, sulfur, jade, and phosphorus mines he wanted were all missing. Even the raw materials for making glass, quartz mines, were non-existent. If it weren't for List having the smoke mission to transform the island, it would probably be suitable only for raising horses, specifically for breeding that herd of black blood treasured horses. Green jade powder tastes terrible. Don't bring it anymore next time. I don't like it. Pike licked the jade powder and said unhappily, List, I feel you don't care about me enough. You know I love eating hard-textured jade powder, but you keep giving me soft-textured powder. Be grateful you have something to eat. Where do all these complaints come from? Don't you feel guilty treating the handsome Pike like this? Pike covered his small chest and pretended to be dramatic. No, I don't, List said with a smile. Pike yelled, "Ah!" He tumbled in the pool, venting his dissatisfaction. Stop yelling. Look at the neighbors, Fizz, Tam, and Eddie. They're eating happily. Please don't compare the handsome Pike with those ugly and idiotic Three Stooges. It's an insult to me and to you because we are both handsome, Pike said disdainfully. In its eyes, apart from List and itself, no one could be considered handsome. The three giant algae miner elves were often mockingly called the Three Stooges to their faces by it. The giant algae miner elves dared not speak out in anger, because they couldn't win in a fight. Unlike miner elves who couldn't disobey List's orders, Pike had relatively more freedom under the contract. It often disobeyed List's commands behind his back, teaching a lesson to those three giant algae miner elves who dared to bare their teeth at it. Fortunately, it was aware of the importance of elves in List's eyes and did not dare to seriously harm the other elves. At most, he caused some superficial bruising. Pike, let's make a deal, okay? From now on, let's not say we're equally handsome. I think you're the most handsome, said List. Pike immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's okay, we are both handsome. It truly believed List was complimenting it. The corner of List's mouth twitched, and he stopped talking. No matter how clever a greater elf is, it's still just a greater elf. Unlike real humans, they lack comprehensive understanding. He walked into his study and looked at Sea Sprite Ake, who was reading seriously, her petite exquisite figure, fair skin blushing with health, beautiful and innocent face, and the private parts wrapped with water. Such a scene always sparked endless daydreams in him. Sometimes Ake would wear clothes, but most of the time, she disliked the constraint of clothing, and List, with ulterior motives, didn't force her to wear them daily. His gaze wandered along Ake's well-proportioned body and eventually settled on her ankles, which merged with the seawater of Chelsea, the lack of feet being Ake's biggest flaw at the moment. Alas, why do I always seem to encounter minors? He straightened his sleeves, feeling somewhat sentimental. Ake was underage, Leo had just been born, the formless dragon was probably underage too, Emily was underage, and the twin sisters Rose and Lucy were not of age either. Shaking his head, he threw out the somewhat disorderly thoughts. He was a man of integrity, after all. Chapter 589 There will be times when one rides the wind and breaks the waves. The honest List was at that moment patiently listening to the Sea Sprite Ake's feedback on his book, The Conjectures on the Nexus of the Magic Net, Elves, and Dragons. He had shared many speculations about the magic web with Ake, so immediately after finishing the book, Ake was able to provide feedback. Brother, Ake thinks the magic web is not actually a web, it ought to be considered a field, although it indeed forms nodes as brother has described, similar to a spider's web, said Ake. A field? List was slightly puzzled. He indeed had discussed the concept of an electromagnetic field with Ake because compasses also exist in this world. When explaining why compass needles point north, he had used the concept of Earth's magnetic field. He then incidentally explained electromagnetic fields, including concepts like electricity generation through magnetism and electromagnetic induction. He hadn't expected Ake not only to remember the concept of a field but also to apply it to the magic web. She continued, brother has said that if an object moves within a magnetic field, it can cut across magnetic lines of force, thereby generating an electric current. Yes, I did say that, List responded somewhat vaguely. In truth, having graduated many years ago and not having touched a physics book since, his grasp of many physical concepts had blurred, and he was unsure whether his explanations had been correct. If he had not intended to spur Ake's recognition of truth, he would have been genuinely embarrassed to present such half-baked knowledge. Getting a concept wrong would make him look foolish. So, Ake believes the magic web is a field that envelops our world, and casting spells is the equivalent of using magic arrays to cut magnetic lines of force, with magic being the electric current phenomenon produced by electromagnetic induction. Such an explanation seemed very pseudo-scientific. List couldn't help but inquire, Ake, what grounds do you have for these deductions? Ake shook her head, there's not enough evidence to prove this point for now, but Ake has been reading a great deal of magic books recently, has heard brother discuss many profound pieces of knowledge, and has been studying a lot of natural magic. There are many insights fermenting in my mind. Then, she expressed her frustration, the concept of the magic web as a field is my vague conjecture, it's just that I can't prove whether the magic web is a web or a field. Brother, now I have mastered a lot of knowledge but don't know how to deal with it, as many theories conflict with each other. An idea flashed in List's mind, Ake, why don't you learn to write a book with me? Huh? Write a book? All magicians do this, even those magic apprentices who can only cast the fireball technique understand the importance of publishing a book. You're already a grand magician, apart from a few casting plans, you haven't authored any magic books yet. Now, you should properly sort out your thoughts and turn them into a book. As a historian, magical theoretician, theoretician, sociologist, musician, and playwright, List possessed extensive experience in authoring books. As a sociologist, he had meticulously studied this world's social system, identifying 5 classes: the upper-class noble landlords, upper-middle-class magicians, knights, officials, and artists, middle-class technicians, mercenaries, lower-middle-class castle servants, craftsmen, merchants, workers, and the bottom-class serfs. As a historian, even though his dragons fight in the wild had stagnated, after reading numerous knights' novels and magic books, he had already organized a comprehensive civilizational context. He had also made several historical inventions to fill the significant historical gaps of this world. Once published, they were certain to provide ample material for future historians. As a musician, his List's piano collection, which included only a few pieces like To Alice, Accompanying You, and The Swan of St. Saëns, might not showcase proficient piano skills. But every time he played the piano, hordes of noble ladies eagerly threw themselves at him. As long as he continued to delve into it, becoming the piano king was just a matter of time. As a playwright, he had yet to publish any plays, but under his guidance, a new type of drama that took the form of stage plays began to gain popularity beyond Coral Island. As a magic theorist, his theory of tri-state magic arrays and reality interaction, unification theory of triangle theory and magic array structure, and the latest the conjectures on the nexus of the magic net, elves, and dragons would undoubtedly make their mark in the history of magic development. As a theorist, it was even more impressive. His book, The Earth Chronicle of List, had become a treasured heirloom of the Tulip family. While List's study of medicine had not been made public, his innovative approach, summarizing the essence of medicine with a scientific method, was astonishing. And now he was in the process of creating an even more amazing List's dragon taming manual. Once completed, it would surely shake heaven and earth. At this moment, List, adorned with many titles, solemnly analyzed, writing books is not a waste of time. It is through authorship that I better summarize my research findings, sort out my thoughts, and make scattered ideas organized, thereby gaining more inspiration. After his explanation, Ake Lloyd's truth couldn't help but nod seriously. Brother is right. Ake has learned so much knowledge without organizing it. It's time to compile it into books. Good, I look forward to your publication. The white paper workshop in my domain is currently developing new paper. I'll use it to publish your book when the time comes. Let more people know the name Ake Lloyd's truth. Thank you, brother. Ake had not yet thoroughly studied natural magic and was already set on writing books. Her days were busy, with no time left for swimming in the sea. Luckily, she had another task, which was to visit Dodo Island every few days to catch a large amount of fish for the little fire dragon. This journey was her best relaxation, embracing the sea and cleansing her soul. After returning, she had to continue her magic research, write books, and organize knowledge. List was also busy, although he often busied himself with random tasks. Having just left Ake, he went to the Mage Tower and handed his latest work to Chris Truth for reference, topped with the issue of whether the magic web is more appropriately termed a web or a field. He had grown too lazy to research whether it was a web or a field and left the matter to Ake and Chris to figure out. As a magic theorist, he only needed to propose a theory. The rest was up to the magic experimentalists to prove. Chris had little understanding of the magic web, and this theoretical work shocked her profoundly, causing her to bury herself in it, unable to respond for a long time. List had no time to waste here. He received notice from Captain Coster that Sunset, the sky ship, which had been repaired and remodeled in the dockyard, was finally finished and ready for a trial voyage out at sea. As a three-masted sailing vessel, Sunset would become the flagship of the Black Horse Island fleet for the foreseeable future. Therefore, as a landowner, List naturally would participate in this distant sea trial voyage. The route had been determined, setting sail directly from New Harbor to the port of Coral City for resupply, then circling around Coral Island before returning to Black Horse Port. Chapter 590 Gold coins are just numbers. The Sunset was moored in the dockyard, ready to set sail. List, riding on the landwalker bird Loki, gazed at the sky ship that was 65 meters in length and 19 meters wide, with 3 massive and sturdy masts erected. As the civilization of the Child of the Sun crumbled, this immense ship, which once soared through the skies in an unimaginable manner, became history. When List salvaged it and decided to convert it into a seafaring vessel, it bid farewell to its past and moved towards a new future. Lord Landlord, judging from what I've seen, the condition of the Sunset is now on par with the court's fast-sailing ships. The speaker was Bakfumu, an apprentice shipbuilder. He came from a shipyard on Leather Island, which is a property of the Marquis of Leather Island, Ramirez White Glutinous Rice. He was forced to leave the shipyard for some reason. Subsequently, he was invited by the Tulip family to settle in Black Horse Island through the merchant caravans network and took charge of the dockyard. Only 3 families in the Duchy of Sapphire could build double-masted sailing ships: the White Glutinous Rice family, Pineapple Green family, and the Sapphire family. The Bull Marquis family used to grasp the technique for building double-masted sailing ships but has long dissipated into nothingness. The Sapphire family also possessed the technique for building 3-masted ships, which was basically the world's top shipbuilding technique, kept strictly confidential and not leaked. Ordinary nobles couldn't dream of poaching shipbuilders from the Sapphire family. Even if they did manage to abduct one, they would quickly incur the Grand Duke's wrath. Therefore, List had to ask his father, Lee William, to poach from the White Glutinous Rice and Pineapple Green families. Unable to poach a shipbuilder, he managed to recruit an apprentice shipbuilder. This apprentice named Bakfumu had decent skills and was responsible for overseeing the development of double-masted sailing ship technology. List believed it would not take long before he mastered the double-masted sailing ship technology. In addition to the Dragonbone stabilizer technique he acquired from Virginia Truth, and his own knowledge of square rig technology, he would definitely be able to build high-quality sailing ships. Leveraging his extensive shipbuilding experience, Bakfumu also took on the responsibility of refitting the Sunset from Captain Coster. After numerous explorations of new materials and structures, he eventually completed all the refitting work for the Sunset. I have studied the court's fast-sailing ships before. The mortise and tenon structures are very complex. Many of the weight-bearing and pivoting mortise and tenon techniques elude me. However, the rubber latex from the manor can replace those mortise and tenon structures. The Duchy of Sapphire lacked iron. All ships were wooden structures that could not be welded, so mortise and tenon joints were used. These joints were not something you could understand just by looking at them a few times. Even if he dismantled a court sailing ship and placed it before back, he would still not grasp it. However, one of the most important special products of Black Horse Island played a significant role in shipbuilding technology: rubber latex. The materials bonded with rubber latex were stronger than steel rivet welding, and the solidified rubber latex was fire-resistant, water-resistant, sturdy, magic-resistant, and anti-corrosive. As for the main keel, mortise and tenon joints still need to be used for fixing, but for the details, rubber latex can replace them. Therefore, the condition of the Sunset is not inferior to the court's fast-sailing ships. However, it might take time to develop the technology for 3-masted sailing ships. Bak was about 35 years old, having started work at the dockyards at 15. He might not have much talent, but with years of experience, his judgments were spot on. The sunset had reached the standard for long voyages. Then let's set sail. After the sunset was stocked with naval supplies, List led a night squad, together with officials including Galtai, Blair, and Coster, aboard the ship. The spacious deck. It felt even more expansive than the fast-sailing ship of the Long Taro family he had previously taken. The sea breeze brushed against his face, and immediately under the command of the first mate and second mate, the crew raised the anchor, hoisted the sails, and rowed, the sunset cleaving through the waves as it slowly sailed out of the dockyard, transitioning from green waters to blue. The ship sailed very steadily, and with cups set on the deck tables, List could sit under the parasol indulging in the juice of fragrant coconut fruits. At the top of the main mast, a black tulip flag fluttered proudly in the wind. "My lord, the sunset is truly magnificent. Such a sailing ship is definitely no inferior to the Grand Duke's court fast-sailing ships," said Galtai blissfully as he held a fragrant coconut fruit. "Indeed it's mighty, but I always feel like it's missing something," List walked to the bow and said. Galtai looked toward the ship's bow and suddenly realized, "I know now, my lord, the repairs on the sunset are impeccable, yet it lacks a figurehead. To garner the favor of knightly glory on the high seas, a sapphire dragon figurehead should be installed at the bow. The sapphire dragon is the dominion of the Sea of Azure waves, and its figurehead is naturally popular." "A figurehead?" List narrowed his eyes, for he was not keen on installing a sapphire dragon figurehead. If anything, a fire dragon figurehead seemed more appropriate. However, compared to a figurehead, he had a preference for another tool to be mounted on the bow, a ram. Currently, the Duchy of Sapphire was the only navy on the Sea of Azure waves. Installing a ram on a sailboat seemed pointless, as there were no naval battles. Those small sampans or rowboats produced by the land kingdoms dared not venture out to sea, as they would nearly capsize and kill people with the sweep of a wave. However, List still decided that after returning, he would have the shipbuilders study rams. "If I can coexist peacefully with the Sapphire family, rams are naturally useless. But should the Sapphire Duke not tolerate me and naval battles become inevitable, rams might provide a strategic advantage." He called over Coster and Bakfumu and described the concept of armor to them. "After you return, you must carefully investigate the ram." "Yes, my lord." The broad sunset, undoubtedly slower than the court's fast-sailing ships, matched only the speed of a regular two-masted sailing ship. Departing from the port town and arriving at Coral City Port, it was sunset. The setting sun hung in the sky, perfectly reflecting against the black tulip banner when viewed from the port. Levi's, who had came to greet List, looked at such a scene with little emotion. He did not know the significance of the sunset. It was a memorial to the lost civilization of the Child of the Sun. The civilization of the Child of the Sun had completely fallen since the sinking of this sky ship. "List, is this the three-masted ship transformed from the sunken ship you salvaged from the seabed?" Levi's asked upon seeing List disembark from the sunset. "It doesn't seem to be a court three-masted ship. Its shape and style are quite different from court sailing ships. It might be a 100-year-old wreck of the Magic Goat family. Basically only a hull remained, the rest was patched up with rubber water," replied List. "But it looks quite good, not like a wreck." "It was thoroughly polished and many rotten materials replaced to have this new look," List said with a slight smile. "It might not match up to the court's fast-sailing ships, but it should be more imposing than the tulip. At least it looks an entire circle larger." Levi's pursed his lips. "The tulip is over a decade old and should have been replaced. If it weren't for the struggle with Lady Maria and her son, I would have long since paid out of my pocket to buy a more comfortable three-masted ship." He had made no small fortune collaborating with List on various industries. Thus, he spoke with a bold tone. A three-masted ship costing several thousand or even tens of thousands of gold coins, he talked about purchasing one as if it were nothing. As for the fight over the family fortune, List, who had already been entrusted with distant lands, had not the slightest interest. He watched the dock workers unload the cargo from the sunset, quite pleased. "With the sunset, we can transport at least 1,000 more serfs per voyage. Once you have money, you should buy ships, and only with ships can you do big business." The family indeed plans to continue purchasing a batch of cargo ships, mainly because the glass produced from your lands is becoming increasingly popular. List, Loria has calculated that, with the current rate of sales growth, just the glass business alone is enough to support the original tulip family. The most profitable industry of the territory used to be spirits, but now glass had far surpassed it. This was an exclusive business with little to no cost. Let Loria think bigger. The Duchy of Sapphire is ultimately just a remote archipelagic nation, with few people and nobles. The vast continent is the real place to do business. When I fully understand the glassmaking technology and expand the production scale, gold coins will be nothing but numbers. Haha, precisely. One day gold coins will be mere numbers to us. Imagining the splendid blueprint, Levi's was exceptionally excited. Father is still absent from Blue Dragon Island. Grandmother doesn't like Lady Marie, Levira has returned to Falcon Town, and Loria is unwell. Should we just go to Shattered Stone Castle? For what? Levi's revealed a wicked smile. An interesting party. List shook his head calmly. Brother, how many times have I told you? I don't like those kinds of parties. I'll rest at Tulip Castle for the night and set sail back in the morning. Oh my, you really don't act like a noble. What kind of noble doesn't enjoy life? Chapter 591 Tulip Bug Fat Pupa Stage. Levi's had his own social circle, with nobles from Shattered Stone Castle and Bear Castle, who would likely become his followers in the future. List did not want to get involved, especially since he really did not enjoy the debauchery of certain parties. He preferred to enter the dance floor to the sound of piano music, dancing elegantly. After finding someone he saw eye to eye with, he would then take their hand and discuss the ideals of life. Not just to eat, drink, and indulge in senseless revelry void of emotion and driven only by desire, which could hardly be considered classy. First, he visited the small castle next to Coral City to chat with his grandmother, mainly to check if Lady Penelope's potted plants showed any signs of birthing elf bugs, but there were no such indications. In fact, he had not revealed to Lady Penelope about the elf bug born by the lithops. He understood one thing: the smoke mission was the only reason for the miraculous nature of Lady Penelope's potted plants, and therefore he did not want her to become further obsessed with them. The elderly lady should spend more time watching plays, hosting tea parties, and enjoying the twilight years of her life, tending to her potted plants only in her spare time. After resting for the night at Tulip Castle, he departed early the next morning. The voyaging went smoothly, and he arrived at Black Horse Port before nightfall, completing Sunset's maiden deep-sea voyage. After a thorough inspection of Sunset by the apprentice shipbuilders, one of them, Bakfumu, said, "Lord Landlord, Sunset's structure is now up to standard, but there are a few areas that can be improved upon. With another week of reinforcement and modifications, it should be able to finalize its design." Very good. List expressed his satisfaction and then selected a captain. Coster, with his wealth of experience, was the obvious choice. The crew was also comprised of some of the earliest sailors from Freshflower Town, having battled the winds and waves many times at sea and knew how to navigate through harsh weather. Yet, Sunset was unlikely to encounter such severe weather. To complement his flagship, List entrusted the largest of his cherished black pearls, the one as large as a bathtub, to Chris, Elkerson, and 2 other magicians to create the most powerful calming wind pearl. In addition, a water calming pearl created from a pink pearl was also designated for Sunset. The temperature calming pearl, crafted from a golden pearl, was similarly installed in List's private cabin. Sunset had a broad and robust hull, allowing for a relatively large turret structure, a wooden 2-story building. This turret building served as List's private cabin. When aboard, the turret building would be staffed with male and female servants, ensuring that he could enjoy the full service of attendants while sailing. The only pity was that the temperature calming pearl could not cool temperatures below freezing. Otherwise, it could have been used as a refrigerator, storing a variety of delicious food without having to place everything within the gemstone space. The gemstone space was not very large, about the size of a single apartment at 5 meters in diameter, approximately 65 cubic meters. He owned 4 space gems, totaling only about 260 cubic meters. Based on the standard ceiling height of 2.6 meters in Earth's apartments, that would be nothing more than the size of a 100 square meter apartment. Magical beast meat took up most of the space, leaving scant room to carry an assortment of gourmet foods. Of course. That was his greed showing, as even Sapphire Duke, who ruled over a country, likely did not possess a space ring. When he traveled by sea, he too would have to simplify everything. List's ownership of 4 space gems, selling just one, would easily secure him an earldom. Kings and dukes would not be stingy for such a ring. However, as the space gems were tied to the secret of the formless dragon, List was reluctant to reveal this. In the subsequent days, Sunset remained docked at Black Horse Port for painting, refurbishment, and interior decoration. List returned to Freshflower Town and resumed his mundane daily life. The only thing that was not mundane was the birth of 2 tulip bugs, one entirely golden and the other a vivid red, both lustrous and translucent like jade, exquisitely beautiful. After forming contracts with them, the number of elf bugs he owned reached 47, including 5 contracted by Yak. Our financial base is getting thicker and thicker, now it's up to you, little guy. Keep it up. Looking at the tulip bug that had already begun to turn grayish-white and whose body was rapidly swelling, List was filled with anticipation. This tulip bug, under increasing pressure, finally launched an assault on its destiny, entering the decisive fat pupa stage. Wah! Jayla ran over. List suddenly reached out and grabbed Jayla, who was about to approach the fat pupa stage tulip bug, and glared. Jayla, listen up, from now on, You are strictly prohibited from getting close to this box, not to mention any touching of the elf bug. Did you hear me? Jayla, twisting her body, cried out in Waz. But after being scolded in List's mind, she quickly calmed down, pouting her lips and nodding reluctantly, agreeing to his terms. Go on, go and play. Feeling a bit sorry for her, yet he still toughened his heart and showed indifference. It was to stimulate Jayla, to make her work harder and aim higher. Jayla flew back into her box, sullen, while Mickey in another box not far away kept herself entertained by counting corn kernels. List was greatly encouraging to the tulip bug in its fat pupa stage. Only then did he leave the castle and came under the apple tree, where he lay in the rocking chair to relax his body. Seeing Butler Carter approaching, he suddenly asked, Mr. Carter, do you think we should transplant this apple orchard to Thorn Castle? I will definitely spend most of my time at Thorn Castle in the future, and without an apple orchard, it always seems like something's missing. Butler Carter placed a cup of green tea on the apple table, smiling as he said, My lord, you can now start planting apple trees in Thorn Castle. By next year when the main body of the castle is completed, the apple trees should also begin to sprout, and in a few years, you will have a new apple orchard. It's a pity there isn't a second apple bug. An apple orchard without apple tree cordyceps is not perfect? Perhaps we could purchase apple bugs from other islands, Butler Carter suggested, something he definitely wouldn't have considered before, but as the revenues of the territory grew higher, his ambitions also grew stronger. Buying an elf bug was no big deal. List nodded at once, have the merchant fleet pay extra attention. If there are apple bugs for sale, buy them immediately. He decided to build an apple orchard in Thorn Castle as well. In case an apple falls and hits his head one day, an epiphany might strike, and he could discover the universal gravitation of this world. While the days passed leisurely, Earl William Lee finally returned from Blue Dragon Island, and on the day of his return, he gathered his followers and went to Tulip Castle for a meeting. He laid out the content of this year's Pioneer Mandate. The Grand Duke has already contacted the Steel Ridge Kingdom, and the Pioneer Mandate tour will start in August. We will depart on July 20th to assemble in Bullhoof City. The Pioneer Mandate tours have been going on for over 100 years. Whether it's moved forward, postponed, or even cancelled, none of it was new. Therefore, no one raised objections, and the meeting moved on to the next item, what scale of force to deploy, and the allocation of Night Order personnel. List sat relaxed in his chair, showing little interest in the discussion. He used to think that a knight's charge required cunning, and had even specially recalled The Art of War by Sun Tzu, but now with his strength soaring, he gradually lost interest in using any tactics, just do it. Chapter 592 Dispersing Husk. The final conference concluded that Coral Island would devote its full strength to the Pioneer Mandate, a campaign scale even larger than the Battle of Ironhoof Island and the extermination of the Marquis of Bull. Since many Earth Knights were recruited during last year's Pioneer Mandate, this time nearly 1,100 Earth Knights could be sent into battle. Among them, List led 60 Earth Knights on the campaign, also taking on the role of captain of the Black Knights. However, his main task remained sword fighting, directly handing over command of the Knights to Marcus. Until Emily could rise to assume the position, Marcus was always his chief knight. The well-trained Blizzard Beast Squad would soon make their full appearance. It was time for the nobles of the Eagle Kingdom to experience the terror of a big dog wreaking havoc at home. The conference ended. The nobles returned to their own lands to prepare their night orders. They were set to depart on July 20th, and there was not much time left until departure. Fortunately, List had prepared in advance, so he was not very busy and continued his routine life. He made 2 trips to the Dodo Island volcano, severely exploiting little fire dragon Leo, enhancing his own strength even further. Then, he entrusted Leo to Ak, delivering food every few days, lest the little fire dragon starve to death upon his return from the War of the Pioneer Mandate. Don't worry, brother, Ak will take good care of Leo. You should also take extra care of Pike and the others, continued List. Ak suddenly remembered something. Are you taking Roz with you, brother? Roz could protect the fleet in the sea. Roz? No, let her stay with you, List said. List had no intention of bringing Rainbow Whale Rose along. Apart from the 20-some days of the round trip, he wouldn't be at sea the rest of the time, and since battles would occur on land, Rose would be of little help. By the way, Ak, have you started writing your book yet? Ak is currently organizing the categorization of the books to be written. There are so many ideas, there will be a lot of magic books to author. By the time brother returns from the war, Ak should be able to complete a part of it. Then, when I return, I will be looking forward to enjoying your work. In the blink of an eye, the day of departure was fast approaching. All the affairs of the domain had been meticulously delegated, with Galtai overseeing the officials as a whole. If not ambitious, at least he could ensure that everything proceeded as usual. Paris, in her role, was securing the safety of the territory, while Ak also guarded in secret. Paris, transformed into a black dragon wraith, was a force not to be underestimated, and Ak, as a water system Grand Mage, was very powerful in water-based combat. If pirates did assail Black Horse Island, Ak alone could likely resolve the situation. Standing in the midst of the sea, with high-level magicians casting spells in succession without Sky Knights to block them, there was no stopping Ak. And the rats he had covertly sent would be exposed under Paris's search. For Paris, who could become invisible, investigating a person could not be simpler. Adding to that, the Grand Magicians of the Mage Tower, led by Chris Truth, the safety of the domain required no concern from List. The only thing that troubled him was the Tulip Bug, which, under pressure, had advanced into its fat pupa stage, and despite List's daily encouragement, its magic power continued to wane day by day. By the time of departure, the magic of the fat, wilted Tulip Bug was becoming barely perceptible. This is dangerous. Could it be about to fail? List felt uneasy within. He could no longer sense the emotions of the Tulip Bug, and its will to live was almost gone. No matter how he tried to reach out, he could not elicit any response from the Tulip Bug. Why is this happening? Even though the smoke mission stirred the threads of destiny, the Tulip Bugs still continued to wither. His expression grew increasingly grave as the fat pupa stage Tulip Bugs inside the castle were clearly continuing to perish. In the fields of tulip flowers at the fresh flower farm, the tulip cordyceps too began to curl and yellow, its leaves gradually withering and the flower atop its head listless. Even as List tried tirelessly to replenish it with fertilizer, sprinkle jade powder, and even grind up numerous magic potions infused with chaotic magic power to supplement the cordyceps with magic energy, it still could not reverse its decline. In the end, under List's helpless gaze, the evening before he set out, the magic power of the fat pupa stage Tulip Bug completely dissipated, and with a gentle touch, its plump body immediately turned to ash, vanishing into the air. The tulip cordyceps in the tulip fields also dispersed with the wind. Since his transmigration, it was the first time one of his own elves had died. Evolution failure seemed to erase them completely, leaving no trace of Tulip Bugs other than his memory. Master. Standing behind List, Carter called out softly, wanting to offer some comfort. For those who were not bound by a contract, the life and death of elf bugs did not have much impact. They had never experienced that wonderful feeling of a heartfelt connection and naturally did not have deep feelings. For many people, the failure of an elf's evolution was a very normal phenomenon. The chance for an elf bug to evolve into a little minor elf was only a few %. Most elf bugs failed to pass this stage of evolution. For instances like Jayla and Mickey in the castle to succeed continuously in their evolutions, it was attributed to the favor of a knight's glory and was otherwise inexplicable. Even many small nobles would suppress the evolution of their elf bugs. They would rather the elf bug live out its 10-year lifespan to the point of old age, rather than having it die early due to evolution. "I'm all right, Mr. Carter, just feeling a bit down," List said, looking at the empty box and taking a deep breath to rally himself. "It's just one elf bug. I saw many tulip bugs fail to evolve back when I was a child at Tulip Castle. There will be more and more cases like this in the future. Indeed, all beings experience birth, aging, illness, and death, and elves are no different. I am leaving tomorrow. I leave the castle in your hands. Please rest assured, Master. There is nothing to worry about. At the seaside villain on the other side, have someone clean it occasionally according to my previous arrangements, and don't let just anyone get close." Butler Carter nodded. "As you wish, Master." List turned his head and smiled. "I know what you're thinking, Mr. Carter. I have many secrets, and I trust you'll keep them for me, won't you?" His behavior often differed from that of ordinary people. As a trusted butler, how could Carter not notice? The white-haired Carter chuckled playfully. From the Sapphire Duke to a serf in the fields, everyone has secrets. The Master's secrets are Carter's secrets, hidden in the cellar of the castle. There is only one key to open it, and one day, it will accompany Carter to be buried in the ground. You will live a long and healthy life. List smiled knowingly. "Don't work too hard, take good care of yourself. My castle cannot do without you. Leave those trivial tasks to the servants." Talking with Butler Carter lightened the heaviness in his heart. After returning to his study, List sat in his chair, lost in thought for a moment, before he called up the smoke mission. This was the first time the mission had failed, and hence he wondered how the smoke mission would change. With intense concentration, the ethereal, shifting smoke slowly rose and quickly twisted into serpent script. Mission failed, Tulip Spirit Bug died. Chapter 593 Bloody Mary. The task had failed. The smoke mission, which had always gone smoothly, met with failure for the first time. From the moment List had discovered the smoke mission, he had pondered what changes would occur if a mission failed. But fearing an unpredictable outcome, He had always strived to complete the task or change it. Moreover, the task's rewards were so rich that he couldn't bear to let them fail. Even this time, as the tool-up bug evolved, List still did not wish for failure.